Long Live Summons Chapter 749 to Chapter 793. Luoho's Head. It was the head of the demon Luoho. The supreme dragon god chopped off his head and took away his soul in order to intimidate and warn the rest of the world. Later on, the Nine Brilliance race preserved the Luoho's head under the pretext of collecting corpses. It was refined into a treasure. Even without a soul, the head still contained the power of Luoho and the energy of the past kings of the Nine Brilliance race for 100,000 years. It was not inferior to a divine weapon. In fact, it was even more destructive. The Empress raised the Luoho's head and activated it with her will. In an instant, a black head burning with devil flames appeared between heaven and earth. It had 3 eyes, 2 horns, and sharp fangs. When the head opened its mouth, its upper lip almost touched the sky while its lower lip touched the ground. The White River Valley could not contain its huge head. Scarlet the Arch-Ancient Demon King, Yu Yang, and the Sovereign could not escape from this black hole-like mouth. Once they were devoured, they would be sealed in the Luoho's head forever. The Scarlet the Arch-Ancient Demon King's expressions changed. They could already hear the souls of the experts that were devoured by the Luoho's head. They were now trapped in the Luoho's head and whimpered, were they going to follow in the footsteps of those Heaven Realm experts and die in the Luoho's head? The Empress had a demon head that could devour heaven and earth. How could they fight against it? The Scarlet the Arch-Ancient Demon King could not struggle free from the endless suction force of the demon head's mouth. The two escaped to the base of the blood-colored altar at the same time, trying to use the immortal base to escape the suction force. In the sky, the Empress' golden body slammed down and sent the two flying. She then waved her hand and swept the two into the demon head's mouth like swatting flies. Fairy of Death. Ancient Demon King was forced to use his ultimate move and prepared to use the Fairy of Death to escape. 9 Luminaries, Chain Explosion. The 9 Luminaries King was like a fish in water under the suction force of the Luoho's head. Not only was he not affected, the power of the past kings of the Nine Brilliance race also greatly boosted him. He was about to use the 9 Luminaries chain attack. The Fairy of Death was shattered by the 5 Luminaries explosion. The Ancient Demon King did not even have time to board the Fairy of Death and was struck down by the 9 Luminaries King's power. The Scarlet the Arch was also in a sorry state. Although he had the Guardian Divine Shield to protect his body, he suffered from the influence of Luoho's suction force, which greatly weakened his speed. The Scarlet the Arch was unable to use his super speed to dodge the attack. The 9 Brilliance King's lunar blast almost blasted into Luoho's mouth. Under the suction force, the Scarlet Emperor felt like a fish swimming against the current. If he made a mistake, he would be doomed. Get lost. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo and IKA both used their divine beast will to resist the suction, so there was no danger for the time being. The Wu and Ancestoff, the 2 elders, attacked him. Dragon. The golden snake demon that Xiao Wenli had transformed into clashed with the golden body statue of the Queen of Heaven several times. The rumbling battle shook the mountains. The mountain ridges of the White River Valley were like sand castles being battered by the tide, collapsing one after another. The hornless dragon Jiangying assisted Xiao Wenli from the side. However, she had not fully grasped the divine power left behind by the supreme dragon god. Regardless of attack or defense, she could not keep up with the rhythm and her movements were slightly slower. The golden body statue of heaven was very cunning. It kept making all kinds of attacks to confuse the opponent. Hornless dragon Jiangying was fuming with anger. She was the only one who was not affected by the head of Luoho. The head of Luoho was naturally afraid of the supreme dragon god's divine power. Whether it was the suction force or the demonic energy, it had no effect on hornless dragon Jiangying. Jiangying kept reaching out. Her divine power exploded as she tried to grab the golden body statue of heaven. In the sky in front of her, there seemed to be a giant dragon claw. A large part of the mountain collapsed in the shape of a dragon claw. However, the golden body statue of heaven dodged all of it. Even if Jiangying had unparalleled divine power, it was almost impossible for her to catch or hit the Heaven Realm Emperor level expert, the golden body statue of heaven and the golden body statue of heaven. Once I kill you, no matter how many guardian beasts I have, it will be useless. The queen's goal was clear. That was to kill Yu Yang first. Dream on. Qilin girl Bing Yin broke free from Yu Yang's side. Instead of escaping, she advanced. She was so angry that she swung her fists. The queen had honed her combat skills for thousands of years. Naturally, she would not let Qilin girl Bing Yin hit her easily. When the small fist came, the queen waved the ribbon in her sleeve and skillfully wrapped it around her wrist. The queen's real body flashed and two similar illusions appeared, forming a triangle with the real body. There were also 3 ribbons connected, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The 3 real and fake bodies attacked. Qilin girl Bing Yin was furious. She hit the real body of the queen, completely ignoring the opponent's 2 identical fake bodies. To her, it was impossible for the world to hide the truth from her eyes and telepathy. Even Yu Yang, with his heaven eyes divine vision, couldn't see it as clearly as she did. The queen's move may be very useful for others, but for the immortal Qilin who had the power to destroy evil, destroy demons, spiritual energy, and auspicious physique, it was simply showing off in front of an expert. Bing Yin hit the queen with her head. On the surface, there was no power, but the queen's face immediately changed and became very frightened. The impact force of Bing Yin's small head, which had the power to destroy evil and destroy demons, could not be stopped by the divine grimoire's golden shield. Of course, the queen's defensive energy could not resist it. Puff! The queen flew 100 meters away, and for the first time, she could not help but spit out blood. The most serious thing was that Zi, who had been suppressed by the power of the small law, could not bear it anymore and showed signs of breaking out. Bing Yin, the Qilin girl, was even more merciless. She put her hands together and made a wonderful gesture of condensing immortal power. The colorful light emerged in her hands and gradually formed a round treasure light. Seeing that the queen was injured again, the 2 elders rushed over frantically, trying to stop Bing Yin's attack. Arrow of hatred. Ika's angel's blade spread out like wings, and a small silver angel image above her head shot an arrow of hatred at the poison ancestor witch. At the same time, because of the activation of the talent of hatred, Ika fell into a state of rage. Her strength instantly broke out 10 times, and she was immune to all negative states. All kinds of curses that the poison ancestor witch had cast on her were swept away, and even the suction of the head of Raho lost its effect. Ika raised the muzzle and fired 10 shots at an extremely fast speed, directly turning the poison ancestral witch into a black man like tomcat burning its whiskers. Then, he shouted like the goddess of war, roared like thunder and rushed to the high sky. With the angel's blade, he slashed down heavily, leaving a deep mark on the poison dragon crutch in the poison ancestral witch's hand. At the same time, the poison ancestor witch's mouth burst. Ika reached out and grabbed the poison ancestor witch's slender neck. First, she slammed him heavily on the ground, and then threw him high into the sky. At a high altitude, the raging Ika caught up with the poison ancestor witch. The cannon aimed at the poison ancestor witch's forehead and fired. The poison ancestor witch flew backward like a cannonball. He fell deep into the ground. On the other side, the evil grand sorcerer was also unable to save the Sky Empress. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo bit her index finger and drew a runic circle on her palm. She then summoned a thorny flower seed from her grimoire and used her blood to stimulate the growth of the seed. Then, she shot this terrifying thorny flower seed onto the evil grand sorcerer's body, using his body as a parasitic fertilizer. Evil flame, demonic chi, and other means could not stop the thorny flower seed. The evil ancestor witch could only forcefully dig out a large piece of flesh from his body, directly digging a bloody hole where the thorny flower seed had drilled into. The battle between guardian war beasts is meaningless. Although the evil ancestor witch's face was twitching in pain, his mouth was still very tough. He and the poison ancestor witch had very few opponents in the heaven realm, but they were both unlucky to meet the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. This was because the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen had a special characteristic that was similar to the Qilin girl. That was the Holy Spirit body, which was naturally immune to any curses and poisons. The evil flame and demonic chi could still play a little role against the evil ancestor duo. If it was the poison ancestor witch, who was best at using poison and curses, it would be even more tragic. Old ghost, turn into flower fertilizer. Duo summoned a flower vine from the grimoire and lashed it at the evil ancestor witch like a whip. When the evil ancestor witch saw it, he was afraid like a tiger and hurriedly dodged. Without the support of the two elders, the Heaven Empress, who was hit by the Qilin girl Bingyin's treasure light, was even more seriously injured. No matter how the Heaven Empress tried to dodge that ball of treasure light, it was completely useless. It ignored spatial distance, talent, force field and willpower. It hit directly. The hornless dragon Jiangying, who had not had a chance to hit the Heaven Empress, finally found the chance. She appeared in front of the Heaven Empress in a flash and stretched out her palm from the void. Her divine power locked onto the Heaven Empress and slowly advanced. The Heaven Empress, who was trapped in the treasure light and was using her divine power to suppress Blackie, was unable to break free. She could only watch as Jiangying used her divine power to grab her throat. Decapitation, Judgment Platform. A strange light shot out from the top of the hornless dragon's head. Two golden dragons flashed in the sky and turned into two dragon guards holding blades. One of the dragon guards used his claws to extract the Heaven Empress soul, the other dragon guard brandished his blade and slashed. Although this kind of decapitation could not be seen with the naked eye, the damage was more serious than a decapitation that could be seen with the naked eye. The Sky Empress, whose soul had been extracted and severed, recovered in an instant. She sent Jiangying flying and pressed her hand to her forehead in pain. She shrieked crazily as if she had suffered all the suffering in the world. She let out a hair-raising wail. Blackie explode. Jizun, who had recovered more than half with the help of Ice Song, stood up. If the Heaven Empress soul had not been extracted by Jiangying's divine power and could not be suppressed by the power of a small law, Jizun would have had to wait for a while to explode the Blackie. However, the Heaven Empress, who was hit by Ice Song's head, hit by the treasure light and beheaded by Jiangying, with her divine power, could no longer suppress the two Blackie in her head. In fact, the longer the two Blackie stayed in her head, the stronger the explosion would be. Because she knew how terrifying the Blackie was, the Heaven Empress used her strongest power of a small law to suppress it. Jizun summoned her diamond grimoire, which was very close to a holy grimoire. Her jade-like hands casually flipped through a page, then she clenched her fists and lightly clenched them. The Heaven Empress ears immediately exploded, the Blackie completely exploded. There was no longer any power that could stop it. The black pieces exploded. Not only was the Heaven Empress head injured, her entire body was showing signs of destruction. "Do you think you can kill me like this?" The Heaven Empress screamed with resentment. "Even without my body, I'm still the Heaven Empress of the Nine Brilliance race. It's a piece of cake for me to kill you all. You forced me to use my last bit of power." She wasn't willing to use such a power that would harm both sides, and she was even more unwilling to lose her human body. However, she had no other choice. She had to make a decision before the black pieces destroyed her body. The enemy in front of her was like a tiger watching its prey. If the Heaven Empress didn't use her last bit of power, not only would she be defeated, she would also lose her life. Rumble, the Heaven Empress body instantly exploded into pieces. When the power of the explosion reached its limit, the two black pieces turned into two spinning black holes that devoured the fragments and energy of the Heaven Empress body. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to survive. However, the Heaven Empress, who had the innate talent of soul attachment, managed to escape from her exploded body with 90% of the energy and fused into the Heaven Empress golden statue in the sky. Light. This was the moment Sovereign had been waiting for. The instant the Heaven Empress soul fused with the golden statue, Sovereign appeared in the sky and stretched his arms. The light of destruction shone down like the sun. Thousands of light rain, light arrows, light blades, light spears, light fangs, and light swords turned the heaven and earth into one color. That was the light of destruction. For Cs, the experts of the Nine Brilliance race, the Night Empress, Xue Wuxia, Princess Sisai, and the others who were fighting a few hundred kilometers away also felt a strong light shrouding the sky. It was like the sun in the sky, and they couldn't raise their heads to look at it. Elder 4Cs, who had been suppressing the Night Empress, had a drastic change of expression when he saw the terrifying light of destruction. "There's such a powerful expert in the heaven-reaching tower? I can't believe that I, 4Cs, am still a shallow person who looks at the sky from a well." 4Cs murmured to himself. At this moment, he couldn't maintain his supreme will of the sovereign realm any longer. The Scarlet the Arch-Ancient Demon King, and 9 Brilliance King felt like monkeys being roasted in a bonfire. They were in extreme pain under the light of destruction, but they couldn't avoid it. The entire world was filled with the destructive light. The solar star in the 9 Brilliance King's hand was like a pitiful lamp compared to the radiance of the sun. The Scarlet Emperor, who had an extremely strong defense divine equipment Guardian Divine Shield, also cried out in pain. The Guardian Divine Shield was unable to defend against the light, causing his body to sizzle with smoke. For the first time in his life, he had the terrifying feeling of being directly penetrated and destroyed by light. Unlike the Scarlet Emperor, the ancient Demon King did not run to the blood-colored sacrificial altar to hide. On the contrary, he didn't. He rushed toward the 9 Brilliance King and hugged him tightly, preventing him from dodging. Then, he tried his best to bring the 9 Brilliance King into the sky. "You're insane." The 9 Brilliance King was terrified when he sensed the ancient Demon King was going to perish together with him. "Dong Yao, let's die together." The ancient Devil King hated the Heaven Empress and the 9 Brilliance King who had betrayed the alliance. If the Heaven Empress had not given the order and killed Ji Xiao, Zi Guang, and Bei right in front of him, he would have parted ways peacefully. Everyone would have gone their separate ways in the face of disaster. Now? The ancient Devil King only wanted to capture the 9 Brilliance King and perish together with him. The 9 Brilliance King could not hide under the base of the blood-colored sacrificial altar to reduce the light of destruction from the sky like the Scarlet Emperor did. Instead, the ancient Devil King grabbed him and brought him into the sky. The 9 Brilliance King held in pain after being hit by the light of destruction. The enormous black demon head that could devour everything surged out from the head of Rahu gradually lost its strength. In the end, it was destroyed by the light of destruction and turned into nothingness. Luckily, the light soon passed. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous. The 9 Brilliance King broke free from the ancient Devil King's pincers and ran to the blood-colored sacrificial altar on the ground. Until now, he still could not see anything. He could only rely on his senses and hearing to judge things. IKA, summon the little angel to blow the horn. Yu Yang, who had finished regulating his breathing, gave a command that confused the others. "Blow the horn?" Da-da-da. A loud and beautiful horn sound echoed in the ruined valley of the White River Valley. Shit, the horn sound did not have any offensive power, but the 9 Brilliance King could sense that all the enemies were getting stronger. He knew the horn sound was the most terrifying buff. When he was about to rush over and kill the little angel that was blowing the horn, another wave of light of destruction descended from the sky. This wave was much stronger and lasted longer than the previous one. The ancient Devil King was like a madman. He grabbed the 9 Brilliance King with his huge hand and laughed sinisterly. "Dong Brilliance, enjoy your journey of death. Yi Xiao, Zi Guang, and the others are waiting for us ahead." The 9 Brilliance King did not struggle. As a matter of fact, he could not escape either. An eternal wheel was extending from under Yu Yang's feet in front of him. Yu Yang only put away the eternal wheel when the 9 Brilliance King collapsed on the blood-colored sacrificial altar after the supremacy had released the third wave of light of destruction. When the 9 Brilliance King regained his sight after an unknown period of time, he discovered that the golden statue of the Empress of Heaven in the sky was already broken beyond recognition. The lower half of its body was completely destroyed, and the upper half was also damaged. Its left arm was missing 2 fingers, and its head and shoulders were mottled and broken. Only the right hand holding the head of Luo Ho was perfectly fine. The Empress of Heaven was still alive, even though the supremacy had released the light of destruction when her soul was at its weakest, and with the support of Yu Yang's Xiantian True Qi, the immortal Qilan's Ice Song, and a little angel's horn, the Empress of Heaven was still alive, an existence of the Heaven Realm's Emperor rank. As expected, it was not easy to kill her. Even Yu Yang and the supremacy thought that the Empress would die, or at least be on the brink of death. They did not expect that she could still fight with the head of Luo Ho. "Little girl, have you used up all your trump cards?" The Empress' extremely resentful voice reverberated through the sky of the White River Valley. "But I'm not dead yet. So, you will be the ones to die." The head of Luo Ho, which had been driven away by the light of destruction, was now emitting countless rays of black light. Its power and attribute might not be able to contend against the powerful light of destruction. But the head of Luo Ho carried the power of the demon Luo Ho and the power of countless kings of the Nine Brilliance clan over the past 100,000 years. Not to mention 3 waves of light of destruction, even the combined power of the 3 great leaders of the Western Heaven realm would not be able to destroy it. The head of Luo Ho had long become a demonic weapon that was comparable to a divine weapon. However, it did not have its own consciousness and could only be controlled by its master. As long as the Empress was not dead, the use of the head of Luo Ho would never weaken. Unless the supremacy could continuously release the light of destruction, nothing would be able to contend against the black demon heads that surged out from the head of Luo Ho. Jiangying's divine power was not 100% fused. The possibility of using divine power to forcefully destroy the head of Luo Ho was close to 0. The Isong Qilin hated this kind of evil demonic weapon. She wanted to destroy it, but she did not have enough power. She was not an immortal beast that was good at this. You guys leave. Yu Yang initially wanted to kill the heavily injured ancient demon king and the battered Scarlet Emperor. However, he changed his mind. If he didn't kill the Heaven Empress and the Nine Brilliance King, the Nine Brilliance King and the Heaven Empress would only benefit the ancient demon king and the Scarlet Emperor. Letting these 2 guys go would be a disaster, but it was better than letting the Empress and Nine Brilliance King go. If the Empress and Nine Brilliance King escaped, it would definitely be a disaster for the Tongtian Tower. Yu Yang hated that now was not the time. He could only let the ancient demon king and Scarlet Emperor go for now. Don't let me see you guys again. I will never return to the Tongtian Tower again. The Scarlet Emperor was overjoyed. He thought that Yu Yang would take the opportunity to hit him when he was down. He was prepared to fight with his life on the line. Is this fate? The ancient demon king muttered to himself and sighed. He did not leave the blood-colored altar like the Scarlet Emperor. Instead, he charged towards the Nine Brilliance King. The Nine Brilliance King glanced at the Empress and suddenly jumped up from the blood-colored altar. He chased after the Scarlet Emperor. Granny Empress, let Dong Yao kill the Scarlet Emperor. He did not want to stay here any longer. He used the Scarlet Emperor as an excuse to leave the blood-colored altar where his life might be in danger. Jizun, Yu Yang, the little snake monster, the immortal Qilin, the hornless dragon, and even the battle angel and the golden crown thorny flower queen were not to be trifled with. The ancient demon king chased after the Nine Brilliance King crazily and attacked without holding back, trying to stop the Nine Brilliance King. The Nine Brilliance King did not put up any resistance. He took the attacks head-on and chased after the Scarlet Emperor for tens of thousands of meters. The ancient demon king followed closely behind him. He swore to kill the Nine Brilliance King. The golden body of the Empress did not stop the Nine Brilliance King. Instead, she snorted coldly, "That's good too. I can let loose now." She looked down at the people on the ground from the sky. "You can say your last words now." Yu Yang acted as if he did not hear her. He ordered the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo and IKA, "Go after the Nine Brilliance King, Dong Yao. We must not let him leave alive." Qilin Bingyin glanced at the 2 elders who had just climbed up from the ground. She noticed that the 2 elders did not chase after Duo and IKA, but stayed to protect the golden body statue of the Empress. She could not help but frown. The Nine Brilliance King is very strong. The Scarlet Emperor is trying to escape, and the ancient demon king is seriously injured and unable to use his full strength. It is not possible for Duo and IKA to kill the Nine Brilliance King. Jiangying and I will go and take a look. You have to be careful, this old woman has really gone mad. It's okay, I can do it. Yu Yang reached out to grab Jizun's hand. He transferred some innate chi into her to recover her overdrawn energy. At the same time, he gently caressed the head of little Wenli who had turned back into a Lolita Lamia. Little Wenli stayed by Yu Yang's side silently. Her face was as pale as a sheet due to overdrawn energy. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She was the main combat power other than Jizun and had been fighting against the golden body statue of the Empress. Now that she was so exhausted that she almost collapsed on the ground, Yu Yang felt very guilty. If he was a little stronger, his little darling would not have to fight so desperately. "Let me see what you have to prove that you can do it." The golden body statue of the Empress activated the demonic energy stored in the head of Luo Ho in her hand. Between heaven and earth, another indomitable black demonic head appeared. It opened its mouth and swallowed the heaven and earth. Actually, I want to tell you, don't force me to go crazy. Otherwise, even I will be afraid when I go berserk. Yu Yang slowly closed his eyes and the aura on his body exploded thousands of times. When he slowly opened his eyes again, a kind of power that could destroy heaven and earth turned into a flow of energy and shot up to the sky. It felt like it was going to pierce through the 9 heavens and the earth. Anything that stood in its way would be destroyed. The Empress saw that Yu Yang's eyes had turned into a completely irrational blood red. A fear of death that she had not felt for almost 10,000 years, a fear of death that she had not felt for almost 10,000 years since Queen Vivian Li emerged from the bottom of her heart. What kind of power is this? The Empress could not understand at all. Why would this brat become infinitely stronger when he lost his rationality and got angry? Why would the calm him lose his rationality and get angry all of a sudden? Could it be that she had released him from the threat of death, not waiting for her to understand? Yu Yang had already made his move. He stretched out his hand and it was even more terrifying than Jiang Ying's divine dragon claw. He directly sucked the golden body statue of the Empress and the head of Luo Ho down from the sky. His fists rained down on the golden body statue of the Empress while his feet trampled on the head of Luo Ho, 100,000 years old demonic weapon. Under Yu Yang's heavy blows, the head of Luo Ho, which could not be harmed by any power, gradually turned into powder and the entire demonic head turned into a skeleton. The golden body statue of the Empress, which could not be harmed by any power, was also broken into pieces by Yu Yang. Countless golden fragments flew into the sky. The Empress, who was in danger of death, used her power of the ancient code, "Give me your body. Such a good thing should be mine." The Empress' power of the ancient code could deprive all living beings of their bodies and expel the enemy's strength, energy, consciousness, and soul. Originally, she had chosen Jizun as her target. However, now that she saw Yu Yang in a berserk state, he was even more powerful. Furthermore, Yu Yang in a berserk state had lost his rationality. This meant that his soul had no defenses at all. It was the best time for her to use the law of sending souls. Lastly, Jizun's willpower was much stronger than Yu Yang's. If Jizun also knew the power of the ancient code, once the ancient code failed, she would be in danger. Unparalleled, undefeatable. Jizun indeed knew the power of the ancient code. When the 2 elders rushed over to help, she stretched out her hand and pointed, sending them flying 10,000 meters away. At the same time, her right hand brushed the grimoire and flipped a page. The golden body statue of the Empress, which was originally broken and barely maintained its original form, was instantly destroyed by Jizun's power of the ancient code. Jizun's power of the ancient code, as long as it was in existence weaker than the owner, once it was locked on, it would be completely obliterated. The Empress was scared out of her wits. She sped up and rushed towards Yu Yang, preparing to seize Yu Yang's body with all her might and borrow Yu Yang's body to undergo soul rebirth. The Luo Ho head, which was being trampled by Yu Yang, also spewed out endless black demonic energy, forming a gigantic Luo Ho statue without a head. Together with the other Luo Ho head, they attacked Yu Yang at the same time, allowing the Empress to take advantage of the situation. Yu Yang completely released his anger. Usually, he was extremely calm and did not get angry easily, but once he gave up on his calmness and turned into a berserk state, the result would be extremely terrifying. In a situation where he lost his rationality, the power of the ancient code that was enlightened by the cards of fate appeared on Yu Yang's body. A golden giant of unknown height rose up. The original Luo Ho body and the Luo Ho head that could swallow the heaven and earth were now not even as tall as the golden giant's knees. Jizun and Little Wenli received a boost in an instant. A golden giant appeared behind their backs. Their exhaustion was instantly restored to its original state. The golden giant instinctively lifted its leg. The Luo Ho body and the Luo Ho head formed by demonic energy shattered under the golden giant's foot, turning into nothingness. Even the Luo Ho skull on the blood-colored altar, an existence that had not been damaged for 100,000 years, was crushed by the golden giant's foot. The 4 Seas and the 9 Brilliance clan, who were a few hundred kilometers away, could not raise their heads to look at the sky, but they could feel a golden giant standing between heaven and earth. The 9 Brilliance king, who was 50 kilometers away, was being surrounded and attacked by the Scarlet Arch and the ancient Devil King. Originally, he still had the strength to hold on. But when the golden giant appeared, he immediately froze, feeling as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on his back. Duo and Ika, who were chasing after him, instantly received a huge boost. Ika's angel blade slashed out a 10,000-meter-long blade, sending the 9 Brilliance King flying towards Duo. The golden giant behind Duo stretched out its hand and slapped the 9 Brilliance King into the ground as if it was swatting a fly. At this moment, no one could raise their heads to look at the golden giant that was truly indomitable. They could only lower their eyes to look at its toes. This was the uncontrollable power of the ancient code in Yu Yang's body, originating from the cards of fate. After an unknown period of time, the golden giant in the sky had finally disappeared. The Scarlet Emperor and Ancient Demon King, who were suppressed to the point of not being able to raise their heads, had finally recovered. The Scarlet Emperor couldn't help but shiver. He subconsciously muttered to himself, "This is too scary. I will never return to the Tower of Babel." Then, like a prisoner who had just been released from prison, he took out a white teleportation crystal with his trembling right hand and crushed it. A silver teleportation gate rose and he quickly left. Before leaving, he looked back at the sky where the golden giant had disappeared. His eyes were filled with awe. The Ancient Demon King didn't leave. When he saw the 9 Brilliance King being surrounded by Duo and Ika, who had been strengthened, and hornless dragon Jiangying and Qilin girl Bing Yin were chasing after him, his eyes flashed with hatred and resentment. "You killed my subordinates. I will also annihilate your entire 9 Brilliance clan." Filled with anger and hatred, the Ancient Demon King didn't join the besiegement of the 9 Brilliance King. Instead, he rushed to the entrance of White River Valley, ready to annihilate the entire 9 Brilliance clan there. He knew that the 9 Brilliance King had no chance of survival against the 4 women, especially the Qilin girl from the Eastern Immortal tribe. Judging from the situation just now, the Heaven Empress would definitely die the moment the golden giant appeared. Now that the 9 Brilliance King was doomed, the only ones left were 4 Cs, Eugene, Li Pan and the other clansmen of the 9 Brilliance clan. If the Heaven Empress hadn't killed Yi Xiao, Zi Guang and North in front of the Ancient Demon King, the Ancient Demon King wouldn't have taken such revenge. When the most loyal Yi Xiao was forced to self-destruct in front of the Heaven Empress. When Zi Guang, who possessed the most innate talent, was forcefully killed in front of him, the Ancient Devil King could not forget this hatred. Even if he continued to stay in the White River Valley, it was extremely likely that he would anger Yu Yang and Ji Zun. In the end, even he himself would not be able to survive. However, the Ancient Devil King would rather be killed by Yu Yang than see his enemy successfully escape. Clan annihilation, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, this was the only thought in the Ancient Demon King's mind. The blood-colored altar had already cracked, and the mark of the golden giant's big toe could be seen clearly. The indestructible blood-colored altar had been broken into pieces by the golden giant's stomp. Fortunately, the statue and the pedestal were still intact. Yu Yang was lying on the blood-colored altar. Just now, it wasn't his consciousness that was controlling it. It was a completely unconscious state. It was a type of energy eruption in anger. Yu Yang, who had gone on a rampage to his heart's content and trampled on his enemies, was now automatically adjusting his body to sleep. Ji Zun tried her best not to look at this naked little guy whose clothes had turned into powder at some point in time. She took out a cloak from her storage ring and covered him with it. Ji Zun thought that the battle was already over. Who would have thought that the evil ancestral shaman and the poison ancestral shaman would turn into black smoke and emerge from the shattered remains of Lu Ho's head? They didn't die, which proved that the Empress wasn't dead. Could it be that even the golden giant's supreme nomological power couldn't kill the Empress? Ji Zun was really stunned. No matter how strong the Empress was, how could she fight against the golden giant's nomological power? With Ji Zun's wisdom, she immediately reacted. The Empress must have borrowed some kind of treasure, a treasure that was not inferior to Lu Ho's head. Even if the poison ancestral shaman and the evil ancestral shaman were hiding in Lu Ho's head, the Empress must have sent her soul elsewhere. The ancestral shaman and the evil ancestral shaman, who were seriously injured and on the verge of death, endured the pain and tore open their chests with their sharp claws. Blood sprayed out and they worked together to draw a strange runic circle on the ground. Slash. Ji Zun's eyes were slightly cold. She was worried that the Empress would attack the sleeping Yu Yang somewhere and stood by his side to protect him. Her right hand raised the humanoid divine weapon transformed by the blood-winged angel and slashed heavily at the ancestral shaman and the witch ancestral shaman in front of her. As the golden giant recovered, Jizun's sword Qi soared into the sky, carrying the supreme will and the power of destruction. In an instant, the sword Qi slashed heaven and earth in half. Although the ancestral shaman and the witch ancestral shaman were powerful, they were now on the verge of death. In the face of Jizun's unparalleled heavy slash, they couldn't withstand it at all. The two of them raised their staffs and resisted slightly before they spat out blood and fell to the ground. Where was the Empress? The ancestral shaman and the witch ancestral shaman asked her to kill them on the spot, so why didn't she show up? Jizun searched the entire White River Valley ruins with her mind, ready to find the cunning Empress who was struggling at death's door. After searching 3 times, apart from the skull fragments of Luoho's head, there was still a small amount of magical energy left. There was no other abnormality in the entire White River Valley. Besides herself, Yu Yang and little Wenli, there was no fourth life around the bloody altar. The ancestral shaman and the witch ancestral shaman had just been killed, so the Empress was definitely not dead. Where was she hiding? Did she take the opportunity to escape? No. It was impossible for the Empress to escape just like that. She, who was hit by the golden giant in the soul, must be seriously injured and dying. She would definitely fight like a cornered beast and bite back at the end. Jizun's mind raced. She could guess the answer, but she couldn't find the Empress to confirm her speculation. Suddenly, Jizun's body shook slightly. She looked up at the sky. She discovered that there was a white dot high up in the sky. It was like a lonely twinkling star. There was nothing special on the surface, but Jizun's face changed when she saw it. In just a few seconds, this seemingly ordinary star became much bigger. In a few seconds, it changed from an inconspicuous little star to a bright big star. In a few seconds, it became an extremely obvious giant star even in the bright summer sky. What did this mean? Jizun understood very well that there was a star falling at a high speed, and its volume was very large. If this star were to fall, not only the White River Valley, but the entire 5th floor of the Heaven Stairway and even the entire space of the Heaven Stairway would be destroyed. Such a huge meteor, at the very least, its diameter was larger than the length of the White River Valley. She couldn't cut it with her sword Qi alone. Should she take Yu Yang and immediately rush behind Night Empress and the others to escape the Heaven Stairway together, or should she stay and try her best to change this disaster? You're the ones who forced me to do this. You must all die. Die with me. Even if the 9 Glory clan is destroyed, I will not let you live. If I can't live, you can't live either. The treasures of the gods' ruins, if I can't get them, you can't inherit them either. I hate you, die, all of you shall perish under the fall of the Ketu comet. A vicious resentment emerged in Jizun's mind. Jizun turned around. She found that in the sky, a monster's body had fallen down. It was headless, there was no head above the neck, a black body covered in ugly scales, and a 4-armed snake tail. Jizun understood at a glance. It turned out that the Empress had used Luoho's body. She used Luoho's head to attract the pressure of the golden giant, while she attached her soul to Luoho's body in an attempt to escape. However, in the end, not only Luoho's head but Luoho's body was also destroyed by the golden giant. When Luoho's body fell on the blood-colored altar, it gradually disintegrated. It was impossible for it to exist in the world after being directly suppressed by the golden giant's power of laws. The Empress' soul slipped out of the forcibly disintegrating and constantly destroying Luoho's body. She looked at Jizun, who was about to release the light of destruction. Her expression was so sinister and terrifying. If I die, you guys won't be able to live either. Do you know why I attached my soul to Ancestor Luoho's body? Do you know why I wanted to go to the sky to receive the biggest blow? Because this is a sacrifice. I sacrificed Ancestor Luoho's body, using the last of my strength to summon the Ketu comet to destroy the world. No matter who it is, they cannot be stronger than me, otherwise, they will have to die. I watched Fei Wenli, that arrogant snake demon, grow up. When she first stepped into the heaven realm, she was only heaven ranked level 1. Later on, she slowly rose. Why should I crawl under her feet? I also watched Prison Emperor, that fool, grow up. Why should he reject the proposal of a marriage alliance with my Nine Light clan to share the gods' ruins? And you guys, you can't even step into the heaven realm. Why should you be disrespectful to me, the emperor of the heaven realm? No one has ever made me suffer. If you want to kill me, you have to exchange your lives for it. When Jizun heard this, she stopped releasing the light of destruction. She looked at the Heaven Empress coldly and asked in a cold tone, "Are you done?" The summoning grimoire appeared. Jizun reached out her hand, preparing to flip the pages. Before using Jizun's law to destroy the Heaven Empress' soul, she did not raise her head. Instead, she said in a low voice, "This kind of trash should have been cleaned up long ago. Now, I kind of understand why the ancestors let the successor of Tong Tian Tower clean up regularly. Yu Yang is not awake yet, let me clean him up." The Heaven Empress' soul rushed towards Jizun. At this moment, she was still trying to use the law of soul attachment to take over Jizun's body. Obliterate. Jizun's jade-like hands gently flipped a page in her grimoire. Her movements were indescribably beautiful. Then, her hand gently held the Heaven Empress' soul that was shrinking rapidly in her palm. Just like crushing an egg, she used Jizun's law to crush the law of soul attachment. Then, the Heaven Empress' soul that was exposed inside was instantly destroyed. The Heaven Empress' soul could not even let out a sorrowful cry before it turned into nothingness. She was obliterated by Jizun forever. The corpses of the Grand Wizard and Grand Wizard elders on the ground also exploded at the same time, turning into black smoke and dissipating. A summoning grimoire that had only reached the level of a holy grimoire exploded in the void. Countless energy was released and returned to heaven and earth. A part of the energy essence, under the guidance of Jizun's will, merged with Jizun's diamond grimoire. In the end, the two grimoires merged and emitted endless divine light at the same time. The Heaven Empress' holy grimoire disappeared and was replaced by Jizun's summoning grimoire. It merged successfully and evolved into the unparalleled holy grimoire. Thousands of light rays surrounded Jizun. Because of the sudden qualitative change in her ability and level, a golden pillar of light shot towards the sky. Jizun obtained the reward of her hard work for a long time, but she did not smile. In the sky, the star explosion that was formed by the Heaven Empress' final power and Luo Ho's body had already expanded to the size of the moon. It was extremely bright and illuminated the earth with a silver light. The giant star explosion was about to destroy the fifth level of the heaven stairway. Although Jizun had leveled up, she still did not have the ability to stop the star explosion from falling. Because it was really too big, could it be that she had to wake up Yu Yang and continue to use the Golden Giant's ancient code power? Jizun turned around and looked at Yu Yang, who had leveled up to innate level 10 from his deep sleep. Even if she woke him up now, would he be able to use the Golden Giant's ancient code power again? If she did that, it might cause him invisible harm. Thinking of this, Jizun gave up the idea of letting Yu Yang go berserk again and forcefully resist the star explosion. Forget it, as long as I can save him. Jizun was preparing to carry Yu Yang and meet up with the Night Empress to evacuate the heaven stairway. But before she could touch Yu Yang's body, she heard a cry that made one's soul tremble. That kind of heavenly cry was incomparable to any other life in the world. Even she, who had Jizun's will, could not resist it. The Nirvana flame pillar soared into the sky. It was 100 times higher than the Nirvana flame pillar that Yu Yang usually erupted. It went straight into the sky. Countless fire phoenixes formed by the Nirvana flame danced around the pillar. Jizun found that in the extremely high sky, there seemed to be a pair of beautiful life spreading its wings and flying out. Between the clear cry and the wonderful dance, it opened up a black hole-like space crack in the sky. The star explosion that was about to fall and destroy the entire fifth level of the heaven stairway gradually disappeared under the absorption of the black hole. That scene was so spectacular that even Jizun couldn't help but feel excited. She sighed deeply for this kind of earth-shattering power that appeared so easily. When would she be able to reach such a realm? No. Jizun suddenly discovered that before the star explosion was swallowed by the black hole, Jizun found that its surface was covered with sword marks. In other words, it had been cut by someone with a sword, broken into pieces, and thrown into the black hole. In the entire White River Valley, only Jizun, who had the God's Eye inherent skill, could see this kind of phenomenon. She was completely shocked by the scene in front of her. Previously, the giant star explosion that made her helpless, the star explosion that was enough to destroy the entire fifth level of the heaven stairway, was actually silently cut into pieces by a sword. What kind of power was this? Perhaps only the legendary god could do this, right? Jizun stared dumbfoundedly at the giant star explosion that brought destruction, disappearing bit by bit into the black hole. Except for her, no one else knew that even if there was no black hole to swallow it, this star explosion that could destroy everything would only turn into meteor fragments falling from the sky. Its power would probably only allow the people on the ground to watch a meteor shower. It would not even be enough to fall to the ground, it would all burn and be exhausted. The Nirvana flame pillar quickly disappeared and returned to Yu Yang's body, as if it had never appeared before. Jizun couldn't recover for a long time. She looked at Yu Yang, trying to see something from his face, but he who was in deep sleep had no answer. After a long time, Jizun's lips revealed a smile. Maybe even you don't know what kind of protection you have. I originally thought it was a holy spirit like the Qilin girl, but who would have thought that it was far beyond my imagination? I have to say, you are a lucky little guy. Night Empress is right, you are really the destined successor of Tong Tian Tower. Is the glory of the ancestors going to reappear? I am really looking forward to it. Far away at the entrance of White River Valley, Night Empress also retracted her gaze from the sky. It turned out that the giant comet had fallen, and its destruction was imminent. Everyone stopped fighting. In the blink of an eye, a black hole appeared and swallowed the giant comet. The situation of the battle changed so quickly that everyone experienced the twists of joy and sorrow in a short period of time. She, who was surrounded by starlight and born from the top of the Milky Way's head, asked the ashen-faced Elder 4Cs softly in a heavenly voice, "Do you still want to fight? Elder 4Cs, before your Nine Glory clan breaks the taboo, please forgive this junior for using the power of the ancient code. The next attack will decide the outcome of the battle. I have lost, I can commit suicide to atone for my sins, but can you leave some seedlings for our clan? Can you let Eugene take his people and leave?" Elder 4C slowly knelt down. He already knew that the reason why Night Empress was always at a disadvantage was not because he was stronger than her, but because she wanted to use the battle with him to improve herself. When the battle came to an end, this duel would not continue any longer. Without the support of confidence and willpower, he knew that he would not be able to escape. He, who was flexible, only hoped that Night Empress would agree to let the Nine Glory clan live, so that the entire clan would not be annihilated. However, his wish was destined to fail, because a furious expert broke through the air. It was the ancient Demon King. The ancient Demon King, who was filled with hatred and anger, roared like thunder, "4Cs, Eugene, Li Pan, hand over your lives. The Empress killed my subordinates. If I don't exterminate your entire clan, I swear I am not a demon." Due to the arrival of the ancient Demon King, not only the Nine Brilliance clan was nervous, but even Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, and the others were on guard. Raging Flame, who was fighting with Li Pan, was recalled by Shui Wuxia. Red and Aman also gave up on their opponents and returned to Shui Wuxia's side. Spirit of Heaven Fire and Reaper Mantis were originally helping Princess Sisai chase after the heavily injured Undertaker Eugene, but when the ancient Demon King arrived, they immediately protected Princess Sisai and returned to the main formation. Only Anan and Yubing persisted in knocking down a Nine Brilliance clan member who was on the verge of death due to poison. Grey Wolf did not retreat either. He roared at the sky and intensified his attacks. Star Sky Scorpion and Tao Tai were his greatest support. Under their restraint, Grey Wolf and the others had already successfully killed their third enemy, and now it was the fourth. Die. The two Nine Brilliance clan experts who were severely injured by Red and Aman did not even have the time to escape back to the main formation. The ancient Demon King was like a god of death descending. The ancient Demon King, who had fought with Yu Yan to the point of mutual destruction and was unable to save his subordinates, Yi Xiao, Zi Guang, Bei, and the others, was an invincible existence in front of the Nine Glory clan even if he was heavily injured. Before 4Cs, Li Pan, and Eugene could rescue him, he landed behind a Nine Brilliance clan member and pressed his huge hand towards the opponent's face the moment the opponent turned around in shock. With a death roar, the unlucky guy who was beaten black and blue by Red could not resist a single move and was instantly killed by the ancient Demon King. 4Cs was the fastest and rushed over. The ancient demon king ignored 4C's interception. With a finger of his right hand, he pierced through the 9 Brilliance clan expert who was injured by a man. That guy still did not die. After escaping for 10 meters, the ancient demon king caught up to him at the cost of a heavy punch from 4C's and threw him into the bone crusher mill. Unlike Yu Yang, that fellow was directly grinded into blood and bones after being thrown into the bone crusher mill. There was absolutely no chance of survival. Go. 4C's had lost his composure. The Heaven Empress aura had disappeared. She must have been killed by Yu Yang and Ji Zun. The 9 Brilliance King's aura was still there, but it was weakening rapidly. He would probably follow the Heaven Empress footsteps soon. Regardless of whether it was the dazzling light of destruction, the golden giant that suppressed all things, or the comet that destroyed the earth, all sorts of anomalies appeared, proving the tragic situation of the battle. Especially the failure of the star explosion, it directly showed that the Heaven Empress' plan to perish together with her opponent had failed, and her ultimate move had been countered by her opponent. Although it was unknown whether it was Yu Yang or Ji Zun who had countered it, it was still bad news for the 9 Glory race. I'm not leaving. Li Pan refused. He would rather die in battle than cower in the face of danger. 4C's marshals, leave. We'll cover you. The Undertaker Eugene was 100 times more rational than Li Pan. Leaving aside the question of whether or not he could escape, he knew that even if he did, the 9 Glory race would inevitably decline. He didn't have the ability to save and revitalize his race. The 4C's marshals were different. His strength was only below the 9 Brilliance King and the Heaven Empress. If he could return, the 9 Glory race would still have hope. None of you can leave. The 5th floor of the Heaven Stairway will be the burial ground of the entire 9 Glory race. The ancient demon king did not care about 4C's attacks at all. When Li Pan and Eugene attacked him, he summoned the myriad elephant tomb. It was as if tens of thousands of mammoths were trampling across the sky. All the clansmen of the 9 Glory race felt as if they were being crushed by a mountain. The moment the myriad elephant tomb appeared, the ancient demon king summoned his guardian beast torch. The two merged into one, turning the entire White River Valley entrance into the torch hell. Countless torch stone giants emerged from the magma and surrounded the 9 Glory race. When he fought against Yu Yang previously, the ancient demon king did not use the descent of 1mo because of Yu Yang's agility. However, he did not hold back when facing the 9 Glory race. Moreover, he very rationally controlled all the torch stone giants in the blazing prison to surround and attack the 9 Light clan. Instead of attacking Shui Wuxia and Princess Xianxia, he carefully avoided them. The reason why he made such an attack was not simply because he was afraid of Yu Yang. It was mainly because with Shui Wuxia's divine sense domain, the 9 Light clan couldn't fight with all their strength. With Princess Xianxian's prison emperor divine sword, the 9 Light clan were in danger of being killed at any time. The ancient demon king tried to put the 9 Glory race in the most dangerous situation. He did not care if he was also exposed to the attacks. The moment the descent of 1mo appeared, 4C's, Eugene, and Li Pan looked at the few remaining 9 Light race clansmen being drowned by thousands of torch stone giants. These torch stone giants were unable to instantly kill a few of their clansmen, but if this continued, they would definitely die. Marshal Xihai, I beg you, leave. Eugene knelt down on one knee. I'll fight you to the death. Li Pan chose to attack the ancient demon king, wanting to perish together with him. Eugene, you know I can't leave. You should go back to the clan and offer the most beautiful lady in the clan to Xianxia. Then, the entire clan should submit to him and become his vassal. Only then can the 9 Glory race be preserved. Xihai looked at Eugene and warned her with great pain. Xianxia was the enemy that Xihai hated the most in his life. However, for the survival of the clan, he had no choice but to lower his head to his enemy. The most ironic thing was that the most beautiful lady in the 9 Glory race was Elder Xihai's granddaughter. She was so arrogant that she even rejected the 9 Glory king's offer to take her as a concubine. Now, for the sake of the clan, Xihai was offering her to his enemy, Xianxia. The mourner Eugene kowtowed to the 4C's with grief and indignation. When the 4C's were desperately trying to stop the crazily slaughtering ancient demon king, Eugene let out a long roar and broke through Shui Wuxia's divine sense domain. He dodged Princess Xianxia's azure dragon's sacred slash and quickly fled from the battlefield. He had to bear the heavy responsibility and endure the humiliation. He had to escape alone in front of his comrades. However, even if the Night Empress did not stop him, would he be able to escape from the 5th level of the Heaven Stairway? A man covered in wounds appeared in front of Eugene the Undertaker. He pressed his hand on Eugene's face and unleashed a destructive heavenly punishment, sending Eugene flying back to Sihai's feet. Even though he was covered in wounds and his clothes were stained with blood, the man was still arrogant as if the wounds on his body belonged to someone else. Purple electric currents crackled on his right hand. With the support of Princess Sisai's azure dragon's sacred power, his strength exploded and increased. The arrogant man snorted coldly at Eugene the Undertaker. You didn't expect the demonic palace to survive the siege of dozens of your 9 glory race's disciples, did you? I, Sky Execution, did not die. Now, I'm here to learn from the martial techniques of the 9 glory race's super experts. Eugene looked at Sky Execution with a stunned expression. There were more than 5 9 glory race's disciples that were secretly sent to the demonic palace at the Falling King Mountain. There was even a skinning hand, by Feng, who was just below Li Pan and himself. How could dozens of heaven-ranked disciples not be able to crush a small demonic palace? According to the intelligence, there was only one person in the demonic palace who had reached heaven rank, and that was Sky Execution, heaven rank level 5 skinning hand, by Feng. How could they not kill Sky Execution? What went wrong? The battle was not like this at all. Something must have gone wrong. The 3 elders of Heavenly Mystery, Heaven's Pole, and Heaven's Sanctum, the 5 great elders of the Nether race, and the 2 ancestors of my Dongfeng race have all perished in this battle. I do need to settle this debt with your 9 glory race. As long as I, Long Xian, am not dead, and the 9 glory race is not destroyed, this grudge will not be settled. Behind Sky Execution, there was another man covered in wounds. This fierce man was the Dragon Emperor of the Eastern Goblin tribe. He was so angry that his beard and hair were standing on end. He roared at the 9 glory race with a loud voice. On the other side of Sky Execution, there was the Emperor of the Underworld who could not even turn invisible. The Emperor of the Underworld did not even have the strength to stand. One of his hands was severed at the shoulder. Blue blood splattered on the ground. However, his killing intent was not any weaker than the Dragon Emperor's. It was as if he wanted to perish together with the enemy. In the battle of the demonic palace, if it was not for the senior's fearless spirit of self-detonation and heavily injuring the enemy, it would have been impossible for them to win with just their strength. The disciples of the 9 glory race had calculated their strength correctly but underestimated their spirit. The demonic palace, the Eastern Goblin tribe, and the underworld race, almost 1,000 warriors, self-detonated to injure the enemy. It was as if they were piled up with corpses. In the end, even the few old fellows who had been living in seclusion were mobilized. They exploded together with the enemy. It was precisely because of their sacrifice that they managed to obtain this victory. If I don't destroy your 9 glory race, I am not human. Sky Execution swore the same oath as the ancient demon king. Big Grandpa, Second Grandpa, and Third Grandpa have left? Sob sob, I said I would give them a heaven-ranked beast blast. Time. I didn't expect them to leave before my wish was fulfilled. Impatience came out from Xue Wuxia's grimoire world. After confirming the news, she felt an indescribable pain in her heart and could not help but cry. Sihai looked at the Night Empress who had raised her strength to the limit and sighed softly. He was speechless with regards to the situation. The 9 glory race was on the brink of extinction, but he was powerless to stop it. Moreover, he understood that this extinction was caused by greed. If it wasn't for the fact that they wanted to wipe out all the forces in Tong Tian Tower and monopolize the treasures in God's ruins, if it wasn't for the fact that they killed Ji Xiao and Zi Guang and forced the ancient demon king to betray them before the final victory was achieved, if it wasn't for the fact that they had underestimated Ji Zun, Yu Yang, the Night Empress and even the people in front of them, the 9 glory race would not have fallen into such a terrifying situation. They could not blame anyone for this. They could only say that the 9 glory race had to pay the price for their greed and arrogance. However, this price was something that the 9 glory race could not afford to pay. If Sky Execution and the others did not come, the Night Empress and the others might have just stood by and watched as they were also wary of the ancient demon king. However, the Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor and the Underworld race came, and the Nine Glory race was destined to be annihilated. The Night Empress was going to attack. She was completely enraged. Sihai looked at the sky and let out a long sigh. Alright, this is the last battle of my life. Could he truly defeat the experts of Tong Tian Tower, even if he had to perish together with them? It all depended on this last attack. A power that could overturn the sea erupted from Sihai's body. Not only that, Sihai was also desperately burning his potential, overdrafting again and again. His goal was not to defeat the Night Empress, but to drag her down with him. Sihai, will definitely defeat the experts of Tong Tian Tower once, that was Sihai's last thought. Silver Core, Star River Explosion. The moment before the Night Empress was hit by Sihai, a beautiful divine artifact Silver Core appeared in her hand. At the same time, Sihai had never seen the Night Empress use the power of the law. She was holding the Silver Core tightly in her hand. In the starry sky domain, millions of stars flew back at the speed of light, converging into the Silver Core, forming the most beautiful and dazzling scenery in the world. One after another, the stars ignored Sihai's defense and directly passed through his body. In just a second, Sihai, who was at the edge of the Silver Core, turned into a strange man with countless transparent holes. The Night Empress gently held the Silver Core in her hand, and the destructive power of the starry sky law instantly erupted. The millions of stars that gathered instantly exploded, and even the space was completely shattered. Sihai, as well as his power, was completely submerged in this star river explosion. A distorted black hole was born in the shattered space, sucking in the nearly annihilated Sihai's soul and sealing it in the black hole forever. However, because Sihai's soul completely gave up resisting, before the black hole disappeared, the soul was completely annihilated. As if he had been freed, Sihai's soul in the black hole slightly lit up. Then disappeared forever. Turned into nothingness. Outside the Rainbow Castle. You can still get up? Shun Tian couldn't bear it anymore and roared madly, "Why aren't you dead?" He couldn't remember how many times he had knocked down Fatty Hai, 1,000 times or 10,000 times, but he just didn't die. If it were someone else, even if they had 100 lives, they would have died long ago. Shun Tian had never heard of someone who could exceed the limit of vitality by only relying on willpower. Besides, trash like Fatty Hai had always been greedy for life and afraid of death. How could he have willpower? Why, what kind of power could make Fatty Hai, who he thought could be killed with one punch, hold on for so long, no matter what unique skill he used, what combat skill he used, or what treasure he used to attack Fatty Hai? He just didn't die. Shun Tian, who had never doubted his own strength, was now shaken. Fatty Hai couldn't even maintain his ugly monster form anymore. After returning to his human form, his ribs were broken, both of his legs were broken, his right arm was twisted like a fried dough twist, and the 4 fingers on his left hand were twisted off, leaving only his thumb. However, this Fatty Hai, who didn't even look like a human, still used his thumb to support his body and insisted on sitting up. The ground was covered with blood. It was hard to imagine that a person could still live after losing so much blood. But this strange guy was sitting in front of him, and he was vomiting blood again and again, as if he was born to vomit blood. The wind-breathed seabird in the sky landed, and once again overdrew its body energy to inject warm sea sky wind into Fatty Hai's body, with this weak assistance to help him recover. It was just a little bit of energy that was almost not enough to save his life. Under the incredible gaze of Shun Tian, Fatty Hai, whose face was so swollen that his eyes couldn't be seen, once again stood up with difficulty with the support of the wind-breathed seabird. He raised his left hand, which only had one thumb left, and spat out a mouthful of blood. He waved at Shun Tian and said, "Come, hit me again. I can't beat you, but I will exhaust you to death." Shun Tian's face was livid. He was not only angry, but also regretful. If Shun Tian had to choose again, he would never choose Fatty Hai as his opponent. If he had to choose Fatty Hai as his opponent, he would definitely not look down on this wretched Fatty. Most importantly, he would not let him get hit by a single punch when he thought he had the chance to kill him instantly. In the whole battle, Fatty Hai had only hit Shun Tian once. However, Fatty Hai, who had become one with his fist, only needed one punch to shatter Shun Tian's strongest right fist. At the same time, it also pierced the chest of the emperor who rushed back to defend. If it wasn't for his guardian beast, Shun Tian believed that he would have died. From then on, Shun Tian, who had lost his strongest attack, could still stand up again no matter how hard he attacked. Even if he was exhausted and gasping for breath, he could still beat Fatty Hai until his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. What made Shun Tian even crazier was that after his right fist was shattered by Fatty Hai, he could no longer hit the smart wind breath seabird. The smart wind breath seabird became the key to turning the whole battle. Because every time Shun Tian knocked Fatty Hai down, it would use a kind of breezy ocean sky that had almost no healing effect to restore Fatty Hai's body, allowing him to hold on all the way. If Shun Tian could choose again, he would definitely kill this unimaginably smart wind breath seabird at the first moment. Sometimes, Shun Tian felt that this bird was much smarter than a person. There was no way to lure the enemy or trap it could fall for. There was also no way to shoot it down. The worst thing was that Shun Tian didn't dare to get too close to Fatty Hai now. He could no longer use the kind of close-range heavy attacks like before. Now he could only attack from a distance. Because after Fatty Hai removed the ugly monster transformation, he completely gave up defending. He was infinitely exhausted, and his belly was bulging like a toad. He, who had stored countless energy, was like an active volcano that could erupt at any time. Shun Tian knew what Fatty Hai was thinking. This damn fatty wanted to self-destruct. He wanted to perish. Together with Shun Tian. As long as he got close, Fatty Hai would have a chance to hug Shun Tian. That would be very dangerous. What's more, this damn Fatty Hai, even if he only had one broken arm left, he could still use the abnormal attack power of human and fist fusion. Why? What benefits did Yu Yang give you? Why did you fight to this extent for him? With your current strength, it's not a problem to set up your own family. You can become a grandmaster in the Tong Tian Tower. Because of you, the Hai clan can rise. They don't need to rely on the Yu clan to become one of the 4 great clans in the Soaring Dragon continent, or even surpass them. Yu Yang is definitely going to die. Why do you have to follow him so loyally? Fatty Hai, people like you should be very smart. Why do you do such a stupid thing? Shun Tian stroked his broken right fist with his left hand, endured the pain, and asked puzzledly. Haha. Fatty Hai was stunned for a while after hearing this. Suddenly, he laughed so hard that blood splashed out from his facial orifices. He laughed so hard that his broken ribs pierced out from his flesh, revealing white bone spikes. After a long time, he slowly calmed down, and asked with a calmness that surprised Shun Tian, "Do you think I'm stupid now?" Shun Tian, you're right, absolutely right. But you don't know, I'm a fool, ha ha ha. After saying this, Fatty Hai laughed crazily again, this time with tears. Gradually, his laughter turned into crying. Laughing for a while. Crying for a while. Finally, he wailed loudly. Tears gushed out from the small gaps of his swollen eyes, flowing down his blood-stained cheeks, washing away a few blood and tears. Shun Tian, if you came to me a few years ago and said, Fatty Hai, you have a bright future and can become a grandmaster in the future, I would definitely be very grateful to you. But you didn't, not only you, in the whole Soaring Dragon continent, in the whole Tong Tian Tower, no one thinks that I have a bright future. In people's eyes, I, Fatty Hai, am just a pile of mud. You don't even bother to look at me. In the whole Tong Tian Tower, only Yu Yang, only he, would look at a waste like me differently, only he doesn't mind being friends with a waste like me. Is this something you can do? Shun Tian, this is the biggest difference between you and Yu Yang. You will never be like Yu Yang, and you will never reach his level. To be honest, Shun Tian, you don't even deserve to carry Yu Yang's shoes, because you are not even as good as me, who is willing to carry his shoes. Shun Tian, you are actually no different from ordinary people. To put it bluntly, you are no different from those short-sighted mortals. You have never really seen me clearly. The only person in the world who has really seen me clearly is Yu Yang, who you incited and betrayed. Shun Tian, let me tell you, without Yu Yang, there would be no Fatty Hai in the world. Not only me, but also Yi Kong, Li Chia, Li Gu. Without him, Yi Kong and the others would starve to death, or die under the sharp teeth and claws of some magical beast. They would never have a chance in this life. As for me, I will live like a good-for-nothing, living in the shadow of others all my life, like a pig. One day, I will be used as a stepping stone and killed casually. It's Yu Yang, it's him who made me, Fatty Hai. Do you understand? Maybe you want to say that Yu Yang has unlocked all of our potential. Now that he is about to be killed by someone, I should quickly cut off all relations with him and become independent. Then, I can live a comfortable life and enjoy life. Yes, you are right, reality does have to do this. Smart people, of course, have to see the situation clearly, of course, go with the situation. However, it's a pity that you are wrong. I am greedy for life and afraid of death, but I am not the kind of person who is ungrateful. Moreover, in this world, there is a saying, a gentleman will die for his bosom friend. Without that brat Yu Yang, what value would I, Fatty Hai, have in this world? Without him, I am just a pile of mud, not only in the past, but also in the present, and even in the future. With Yu Yang, I, Fatty Hai, am the indomitable young hero of Tong Tian Tower, the pride of my parents and teachers, and the strong opponent that you can't defeat and can only try to persuade to surrender. Shun Tian, in comparison, you, who are almost perfect, seem to be worthy of my envy. But compared to the awareness of a real warrior, you, Shun Tian, are just a poor worm. Do you know why you can't be promoted to an 8 elder? It's not that you are not talented enough, it's not that you are not diligent enough, it's that with your awareness, it's already the peak of your life. You can only be a frog at the bottom of a well. You can't even win against me, Fatty Hai. You can't even see through me, Fatty Hai, and you still want to guess that you young brat? You're really an idiot. I, Fatty Hai, am not as good as you in other aspects, but I am stronger than you in that I believe in miracles. I believe that I can create miracles, and I have done it. I am weaker than you, but you still can't defeat me, this is a miracle. I believe in Yu Yang more. I, Fatty Hai, can create miracles, Yu Yang, who is thousands of times better than me, can't he create miracles? What a joke. Nothing that guy did was normal. All of his creations were unimaginable existences in the world. Shun Tian, you lowly people, apart from looking up to him with jealousy, what else can you do to stop his growth? Shun Tian, do you know what I want to say to you, who used to be superior? I sympathize with you, I pity you. Fatty Hai suddenly said with a serious face, you're just a pitiful worm. In Yu Yang's life, and even in my life, you're just AF * King Smart Flea. You're not strong enough to be killed by a real rancor. Do you really think that you're a winner? After hearing this, Shun Tian's mouth twitched from time to time. He wanted to refute. But he opened his mouth several times. He couldn't even say a word. He wanted to forcibly suppress the depression in his chest, but suddenly he felt something sweet in his throat, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fatty Hai's face was swollen like an over-fermented big steamed bun, but at this time it was full of vigor. Shun Tian's mind was in a mess. Although he didn't lose, Shun Tian knew that he was now at a disadvantage in terms of momentum and fighting spirit. Even if he killed Fatty Hai in this battle, he might not be able to break this psychological barrier in his life. Could it be that he could only be an arrogant frog at the bottom of a well forever? Puff, thinking of this, Shun Tian spat out a mouthful of blood again. Hope Town. The original Hope Town where the mercenaries rested had long disappeared, not even the ruins were left. The only thing that still had the mark of Hope Town was the broken tablet that was stuck in between the mountain walls. Like a mud monkey, Yi Kong crawled out of the mud and panted for a long time. After a while, he slowly recovered and shouted hoarsely, Prince, Prince, are you dead? After a long time, a weak voice came out from the mud under his body, not yet, but if you don't dig me out, I'm going to suffocate to death. Yi Kong jumped up when he heard that and frantically dug the mud under his body. After digging for a long time, he finally dug out a mud man, but he couldn't recognize that it was the clean and handsome Prince of Tian Luo. Cough cough cough. On a rock, Thousand Goblins sect leader pressed his chest and coughed softly. There was a big hole in Thousand Goblins sect leader's lungs. That was Yi Kong's doing. An hour ago, when Thousand Goblins sect leader attacked Yi Kong's heart, Yi Kong retaliated with an attempt to perish together with him. Thousand Goblins sect leader avoided the heart on his left chest and only hit his right lung. The result of the fight was that Yi Kong's heart stopped beating. Prince of Tian Luo couldn't recover even after trying to save him for a long time. Everyone thought that Yi Kong was dead. Who knew that after being thrown on the ground and drenched in the rain, this guy who was even more tenacious than a cockroach would automatically come back to life? There was only one. The Black Prince, who wanted to pierce through Yi Kong's brain, drew a deep finger mark from his forehead to his cheeks. Yi Kong didn't pierce through his brain, but his right eyeball was almost destroyed. The result of the fight between him and the Black Prince was that he took out a piece of the Black Prince's internal organs. Yi Kong didn't know what it was, but he was afraid that the Black Prince would take it back and stuff it back. Yi Kong didn't hesitate and immediately ate that piece of internal organ. When the crazy Black Prince beat Yi Kong until he vomited, he would only vomit blood and stomach acid. It was impossible for him to vomit that piece of internal organ out. Thousand Goblins sect leader pressed his chest and coughed, while the Black Prince pressed his stomach. Thousand Goblins sect leader, who was originally floating in the sky, had no strength to fly anymore and was forced to land on a rock. Of course, even until now, he still insisted that he stood higher than Yi Kong and Prince of Tianluo. The Black Prince, who had been invisible all this time, could no longer maintain his invisible state. In order to maintain his mystery, the Black Prince put on a cloak of invisibility. Yi Kong and Prince of Tianluo saw a black monster wearing an oversized cloak standing in the shadows. Fresh blood stained the tattered cloak. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in the middle of a life and death battle, Yi Kong and Prince of Tianluo would have taken out their money. The Black Prince's beggar costume was too unique. Hold on for a little longer, they are already at their limit. The Thousand Goblins sect leader comforted the Black Prince. In fact, he had said this no less than 100 times. Even he himself felt like vomiting. But there was no other way. This was the reality. This Yi Kong and Prince of Tianluo were 100 times more difficult to deal with than what the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince had expected. Shun Tian, who could have instantly killed Fatty Hai, had yet to arrive, and the Marquis of Zijin was also unable to take down Shui Tanlang. What made the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince the most furious was that even the Great Elder of the Guanming continent, who had brought more than 10 subordinates, was still unable to take care of that little girl, Lu Yi. If the Great Elder returned now, the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince would definitely tell this old man to hang himself. Even with such a large group of people, he couldn't even take care of a little girl. With this kind of strength, how could he still boast about being the strongest in the Guanming continent's Elder Hall? The fastest, the easiest to win, the least likely to lose team, had yet to return. The Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince were speechless. If they couldn't even handle such a small matter, how could they hope to dominate the Tongtian Tower? How could they hope to fight against the Demonic Palace, the Eastern Goblin Tribe, the Underworld Clan and the Demon Clan? Were the birdmen of the Guanming continent joking? No wonder when the Sky Emperor died, the Black Hell King, that loser, did not think that the Guanming continent would win. No matter which aspect, which battlefield, or whoever came, it would be better than now. The Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince suspected that Shun Tian, the Marquis of Zijin and the Great Elder had already been killed by Yu Yang. Otherwise, why didn't they come? Forget about Shui Tanlang, he was indeed difficult to deal with. But why didn't Shun Tian quickly get rid of trash like Fatty Hai? The most infuriating thing was that the Great Elder couldn't even take care of that little girl, Lu Yi. The Great Elder, who had been the Great Elder for thousands of years, was really a waste. Do you have any more martial arts pills? Give me one. Yi Kong stretched out his muddy hands towards the Prince of Tianluo. Scram. The Prince of Tianluo was furious. An hour ago, this monkey Yi had already eaten his share, almost causing him to die. Now, he still dared to stretch out his hands shamelessly. The martial arts pills made by Yu Yang weren't meant to be eaten as rice. Everyone was given a few pills. The Prince of Tianluo saved them because he couldn't bear to eat them. Who knew that this guy would throw them all into his mouth, not leaving a single one behind? The Prince of Tianluo licked his lips and realized that his throat was burning. He opened his mouth and caught the drizzling rain from the sky before introducing it to Yi Kong. This rainwater seems to be free of poison. Try drinking a mouthful too. When Yi Kong heard this, he realized that the rainwater really wasn't as green as before. He opened his mouth wide like a toad. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of rainwater, he continued to provoke the Black Prince. Black dog, your bullsh asterisk tea green poison is really useless. It disappears after a while. The poisonous lizard that I met in the heaven realm last time is more powerful. It spat out a mouthful of poisonous smoke, and even after 3 days, it still makes me dizzy. The Black Prince ignored Yikong's provocation. He decided to wait for Xianxia and the others to come, otherwise he wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Yikong, this bastard, risked his life the moment he attacked, as if his little life wasn't worth a copper coin. The Prince of Tianluo was extremely sinister. When Yikong risked his life, he would grab him and beat him up. That damned heaven-ranked beast was getting stronger and stronger. Now that all 4 of them were heavily injured, whoever took the initiative to attack would most likely perish together with the other 2. If the Thousand Goblins sect leader didn't take the initiative to risk his life, of course he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. In a protracted battle, it was still more advantageous for his side. The Black Prince silently accumulated his energy. Every 5 minutes, he would release a black shock wave towards Yikong and the Prince of Tianluo. Yikong and the Prince of Tianluo wanted to kill each other at the same time. They wanted to seize the opportunity to self-destruct. The Black Prince's heart was as clear as a mirror. Trying to trick him? Impossible. The Thousand Goblins sect leader also had the same thought. He also felt that as long as he released the shockwave from a distance, it wouldn't be a problem to exhaust the Prince of Tianluo and Yikong. Unless he was crazy, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to run forward and let them self-destruct. If he waited any longer, Shun Tian, the Marquis of Zijin and the Great Elder would come over. Half an hour ago, he almost gave the opportunity to Yikong. Luckily the Prince of Tianluo did not self-destruct in time. Otherwise, he would have died. Now, he still wanted to go forward and die? Even the Black Prince wouldn't do such a stupid thing. He wasn't an idiot. The Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince each had their own thoughts. They didn't dare to be too close to the opponent. Other than Yikong and the Prince of Tianluo, their enemies were actually worried that the opponent would hit them when they were down. In this world, there were no eternal enemies, nor were there eternal friends. Benefits could make people change everything. Other than themselves, they couldn't trust anyone else. The Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince seemed to be working together to fight against the enemy. However, they would never be like Yikong and Fatty Hai, leaving their backs to their companions. Cough cough cough, a faint coughing sound could be heard. The 4 of them were stunned. This was because this cough was not made by the Thousand Goblins sect leader. Who was it? In the curtain of rain, a black shadow floated over from the distant sky. When it got closer, the 4 of them looked carefully and realized that it was actually the Marquis of Zijin. The Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince were overjoyed. Yikong and the Prince of Tianluo's expressions changed drastically. What did the appearance of the Marquis of Zijin mean? It meant that Xue Tanlang had been defeated. Other than Yu Yang, the most talented person in the team, Xue Tanlang, had been defeated? Among the younger generation of men, this genius who was only ranked below Yu Yang, could not defeat a strong enemy and became a weakling who was eliminated by history? Ha 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 ha, I knew it. That brat Xue Tanlang was not your opponent. The Thousand Goblins sect leader was overjoyed. Although the current Marquis of Zijin did not have the strength of the Thousand Goblins king, he was still the last clone of the Thousand Goblins king. In addition to his extraordinary intelligence and recovered strength of innate level 8, defeating Xue Tanlang was a matter of course. Cough cough. The Marquis of Zijin coughed slightly. It was unknown whether it was because he was humble or because his internal injuries had not healed. You guys are still here? A voice appeared in the curtain of rain. Shun Tian's figure gradually appeared. His tone was strange and seemed to be mocking. I thought you guys were all gone. His words angered the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince. They immediately retorted, Are you, Shun Tian, very strong? You only came now after beating up Fatty Hai. Look, even your strongest right fist was broken. With your appearance of a loser, what right do you have to mock us? If it was me, I would have killed Fatty Hai in an instant and turned his head into a chamber pot. The Black Prince's words were a typical example of saying things that were easier said than done. Actually, he and the Thousand Goblins sect leader also understood that Fatty Hai was not easy to deal with since he could break Shun Tian's right fist. Otherwise, Shun Tian would not have rushed over only now. However, hearing Shun Tian's tone, they could not swallow their anger. Seeing that Shun Tian and the Marquis of Zijin had arrived, the Thousand Goblins sect leader was secretly happy. No matter what, they had won today's battle. Yi Kong and Prince of Tianluo were definitely dead. Now, only the Great Elder and the others were left. However, as long as the Great Elder's brain was not filled with shit, he would not be defeated by Lu Yi and the others. Just as the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince were preparing to attack Yi Kong and Prince of Tianluo, a large group of people seemed to be rushing towards them from afar. When they were not here, not a single one came. Now, all of them have rushed over. The Thousand Goblins sect leader felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that only he and the Black Prince had not completed the mission. However, who asked him to fight against the strongest person in the team, Prince of Tianluo, and that unkillable Yi Kong? It was only logical that he and the Black Prince would fight to the end. Moreover, among so many people, he and the Black Prince should have the least injuries. Shun Tian was the strongest, but even his right fist was destroyed. A few human heads were thrown over in the heavy rain. One of them had died with a grievance. Under the washing of the rain, it rolled to the side of the rock under the Thousand Goblins sect leader's feet. The Thousand Goblins sect leader snorted. They were just relying on their numbers. Winning with numbers, there was nothing to be proud of in the Winged Clan Senate. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. He looked at the human head on the ground carefully and realized that the head that had died with a grievance was actually that old goat-like Great Elder. What's going on? The Black Prince also realized something was wrong and cried out involuntarily. He realized that the human heads on the ground were all Senate elders. An old man draped in a large cloak walked out with the help of a walking stick. He coughed weakly and said, "Do you need an explanation?" "Gale, you fishmen, explain to them. I'm old, and my mouth is dry. I can't speak much." Behind this old man, the hybrid fishman octopus boss, Swordfish Blast, Whale Zhang, Mudskipper Sui Zue and the others appeared. On the other side there were Lu Yi, Bao Er, Yu Ting, Feng Qisha, Yan Pejun and the other young people. Other than that, there were also Southern Demon King, Xia Yi, Queen Qi Ge, Shark King, Chong Yanai and other strong warriors who were not on the Thousand Goblins sect leader's battle list. It was as if there was an island in the sky. The entire sky darkened, as if there was something covering the sky. The Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince looked at it for a long time before realizing that it was an unimaginably huge ancient island whale. When the heaven-ranked level 3 ancient island whale appeared, the Thousand Goblins sect leader was in despair. He was not in despair because of the ancient island whale's strength, but because of the special domain that it possessed. All the targets that were covered by its shadow would not be able to leave easily. This was a type of predatory domain. To the ancient island whale, it might just be too lazy to move, so it used this kind of predatory domain to swallow some small shrimps. However, this kind of domain on the battlefield, especially on the weaker side, would be the biggest tragedy. Within a few minutes, another group of people charged into the rain. The ones leading them were the great Demon King Baruth, Demon King Ha Xian, Demon King O Zhen, Lich King Gu Luan, Lich King Ma Fa and other strong warriors from the Demon Abyss. Don't misunderstand, Shun Tian, Black Prince, Thousand Goblins sect leader and Marquis of Zijin. I should call you the future Thousand Goblins King. Actually, we don't have any evil intentions, because you are the last group of people who are still fighting. We are here to take a look. We are just taking a look. You guys continue, don't worry about us. The great Demon King Baruth was already a heaven-ranked Demon King. Although he was injured, he could look down on Shun Tian, Thousand Goblins sect leader and Black Prince with just his aura alone. He, even if you guys can have your way for a while, once Yu Yang is dead, the ancient Demon King will not let you guys off. Let's see who can last longer. We can enter the grimoire and stay there for a period of time, waiting for you guys to all die before coming out. At that time, this Tong Tian Tower will still be ours, and you guys, who think highly of yourselves, will all be destroyed by the ancient Demon King and the Heaven Realm mercenaries. Moreover, you guys can save Yi Kong and Prince Tianluo, but can you guys save Xue Tianlang and Fatty Hai? Can you guys save Yu Yang? Show off your might, let's see how long you guys can last. The Black Prince suddenly laughed coldly, as sharp as an owl. Who said that Xue Tianlang is dead? Bao Er shouted in dissatisfaction. It was the ice cube guy who pierced through the Marquis of Zijin's heart, not the Marquis of Zijin who pierced through the ice cube guy's heart, alright? You guys even got this wrong, what kind of experts are you? What? Thousand Goblins sect leader and Black Prince heard this and looked at the Marquis of Zijin. That's right. The Marquis of Zijin nodded his head bitterly. He opened his cloak, revealing a huge hole in his chest. Inside that hole, the heart, lungs, and a part of his internal organs had all disappeared. The Marquis of Zijin had been defeated long ago. He had only rushed back because he had forced himself to hold on. Maybe he felt that there was no point in supporting him anymore. He slowly sat down on the rock and said to the bewildered Yi Kong and Prince Tian Luo, "Please pass a message to Yu Yang for me. I, the Marquis of Zijin, have lost. I admit that I am not his. Tong Tian Tower belongs to him." When the Marquis of Zijin lied down on the rock and finished his last word, his eyes also froze for a moment. The demon fire burned fiercely in the rain, burning the Marquis of Zijin's body and soul together. The Marquis of Zijin, who was once regarded by Yu Yang as the most shocking and most difficult opponent in his life, the Marquis of Zijin who had once defeated Yu Yang and Xue Wuxia, had finally reached the end of his life at this moment, turning into ashes and smoke. Ha 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 ha. Good death, a good death. Shun Tian suddenly laughed like a madman. I was wrong, no, not only me, we were all wrong. We were all frogs at the bottom of a well, all pitiful worms, who knew, we were all pitiful worms, ha 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 ha. Shun Tian's laughter turned into a loud cry. In the rain, he didn't look like an innate rancor, but more like a madman as he staggered away. The Thousand Goblins sect leader and Black Prince's faces were as white as paper. They didn't understand what was wrong with Shun Tian. Could it be that he had gone mad? When Yi Kong and Prince Tian Luo were about to intercept him, the half-dead old dragon turtle shook his head. Forget it, he has really gone mad. When he said that, the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince were scared out of their wits. What had Shun Tian experienced? Who was it that had driven the proud emperor of Ziwei crazy? Could it be Fatty Hai, or could it be Yu Yang? Shun Tian had gone mad. He didn't care about his departure, but what about himself? The Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince looked at each other and saw that the other's eyes were filled with despair. When Yu Yang woke up, Jizun was already gone. Instead, the bloody queen, Hong's mother, who was hiding in the passageway at the base of the statue, sat quietly waiting for him. This is? Yu Yang realized that his clothes had already turned into ashes. His body was covered by a snow-white velvet cloak. Smelling it carefully, the soft cloak seemed to have an indescribable virgin fragrance. Could it be that this was Jizun's cloak? Where did Jizun go? Come with me. Hong's mother stood up and waved at Yu Yang. Then she turned around. Yu Qiu entered the passageway at the base of the statue first. Yu Qiu, who was inside, had already turned into ashes due to the shock from the battle. His body was scattered all over the ground, but his soul still maintained the will he had when he was alive, lifting the stone gate at the entrance. While Yu Yang was changing his clothes, Hong's mother gently gathered the ashes of Yu Qiu and carefully put them into a gemstone box. When Yu Yang came in, she passed it to him reluctantly. She thought that Yu Yang was Yu Qiu's son, at least in name, so he should be the one to take care of his body. Yu Yang muttered to himself for a while. He shook his head. I think you should take care of it. Hong's mother had a look of joy on her face, but also a look of shame for letting a junior peek into her heart. She lowered her head, trying to explain, actually, I have only met the tiger butcher a few times. I only respect his character, it's not the kind of relationship that outsiders think. Hong, it's good that she is by your side. This is also fate. I have no more worries in my heart now. From now on, I will only stay here with the tiger butcher to guard the door. After she finished speaking, she handed a small package to Yu Yang. This was what Yu Qiu had left for the pitiful guy. Of course, because the ancient demon king had completely abandoned the pitiful guy's body and identity, it belonged to Yu Yang without a doubt. There weren't many items in the small bag, only 3. The first was the key. This key was not an ordinary key, but a flower-like crystal. Every facet of the crystal hid 999 rune circles, and Yu Yang did not count its facets, but his intuition told him that there were at least 999 facets. When Yu Yang turned this flower-like crystal key, his fingertips gently injected innate qi into it. The rune circles inside the flower key immediately lit up, and those rune circles would slowly move, constantly fusing and mutating, endlessly giving birth to new combinations and changes. It was boundlessly wonderful. When Yu Yang stopped infusing it with innate qi, it would slowly return to its original state. This flower-like crystal key should be the token to enter the stone gate that Yu Qiu was guarding. Yu Yang accepted it, but he was not in a hurry to use it. He entered the door that Yu Qiu was guarding. Even though he was curious about what was inside, he did not have the time to explore it now. The second item was a thick notebook. It started from the time when Yu Qiu contracted a grimoire. In it, there were all kinds of Yu Qiu's life experiences. This was also Yu Qiu's life notes. There were also various kinds of battle skills, beasts training, and other experiences. Although it could not be compared to Xin Yang's inheritance of knowledge, it was still a lot of enlightenment for Yu Yang. The most important thing was that when Yu Yang flipped through it, he found that there were many family secrets recorded in the notebook. Yu Yang flipped through it anxiously. As expected, he found out the secret of Yu Yu's identity. When he saw it, he immediately cried out in surprise, I didn't expect it to be that girl. After seeing this secret, Yu Yang fell into a dilemma. If he told the truth to Yu Yu, maybe she would not have any psychological barrier when she trained with him in the future. However, the problem now was that there was still her. If she knew the truth, she might cry bitterly, unable to accept the truth. After thinking for a long time, Yu Yang decided to drag it out. He should take it slow. This kind of thing could not be rushed. Maybe one day in the future, this matter would naturally be solved. Just like how he was worried about his identity. As long as he had the heart to solve it, nothing could stump him. The third item that Yu Qiu left behind was a dark gold storage ring with a simple luster. When Yu Yang opened the storage ring with supreme will, he found out that there were many items that Yu Qiu left behind. For example, the weapon that made him famous, the mercenary badge that he used before, and the various items that Elder Yu Hai and Jun Wu Yu gave him. There were also some sheepskin scrolls that recorded the battle skills that he created. There were also letters that were written to Elder Yu Hai, Jun Wu Yu, Yu Ling, Fourth Mother and the others. Obviously, these letters did not belong to Yu Yang. In the storage ring, there was a letter that was written to a stranger named Xian Yuan. Yu Yang was slightly startled, but he immediately reacted and passed the letter to Red's mother. Red's mother was also a little startled. When she saw that it was actually her name on it, she hurriedly took it. Seeing that Yu Qiu left a letter for her, she immediately became extremely excited. With trembling hands, she gently opened the letter. When she read the letter, drops of tears dripped onto the letter. When she finished reading the letter, she covered her mouth with her hands, tears gushing out like a fountain. Red's mother tried her best not to cry, but the sobs in her throat could not help but come out. It sounded like a cuckoo crying blood. She had waited for a letter that was delayed for more than 10 years. However, this letter came too late. When she understood his feelings, he had already turned into ashes. Only his soul was left, guarding the stone door forever. Yu Yang quietly stood beside her, quietly waiting for her to calm down. I'm fine. Red's mother wiped her tears and forced a tearful smile towards Yu Yang. I'm very happy that the tiger butcher did not forget me. I have no regrets to be able to receive his letter. I will always be here to accompany him. If you have time, bring Hong here for me to see. All right. Yu Yang nodded and promised. Can you let me stay here alone to accompany him? I suddenly have a lot of things I want to tell him. Red's mother looked at Yu Yang with tears in her eyes. I'll bring Hong over later. Yu Yang walked out of the passage. Behind him, Red's mother's suppressed sobs could be heard. Her sobs gradually became louder and louder. In the end, she broke down and cried bitterly. Yu Yang raised his head towards the sky, trying his best to control the warmth in his eyes. He had never tried it before, so he could not understand the feelings of someone who had waited for more than 10 years to receive a reply. However, he knew that it was definitely the most complicated feeling in the world. Sadness, happiness, bitterness, happiness, all kinds of feelings mixed together. Yu Yang had also experienced that kind of feeling in his heart. From his transmigration to obtaining Shui Wuxia's approval, to obtaining everyone's approval, and finally, to obtaining Fourth Mother's approval, Yu Yang had experienced an indescribable mental journey in the past 3 years. Every time he thought of the past, he would even sigh for it. Hearing Red's mother's cries, Yu Yang's emotions were stirred. He returned to the grimoire world with a little bit of emotion and flew towards Fourth Mother. He hugged her tightly, hoping to obtain more spiritual comfort from her. Silly child. Fourth Mother gave him a fright at first. When she realized that it was Yu Yang, she immediately hugged his head with her motherly instincts. She stretched out her hands and gently caressed his back. She sighed softly. There were many comforting words in her heart, but she didn't know where to start. She could only give him hugs and support, to let this child who was undefeatable in the Tongtian Tower in the eyes of others, but in reality, could not face the torture in his heart, obtain the best spiritual comfort. He had Shui Wuxia and the others to accompany him. He had resolutely passed the test of the 12 zodiac temples. With the guidance of Jizun and Night Empress, he had also successfully passed the door of life and death. Now, she had solved the last worry in his heart. His heart should have grown to the point where there were no more flaws, there would definitely be more conflicts and troubles in life in the future. But this time, he had successfully walked out of it. He would definitely not be foolish again. She could also be at ease. Sister, I will definitely take good care of this little fellow. And Bing Er and Shuang'er, these little fellows that make people worry, I will take good care of them and let them grow up healthily. Fourth Mother gently caressed Yu Yang's hair. She looked up at the sky and smiled, as if she could see her sister nodding at her in the sky. Ah, I forgot, Yu Yang suddenly remembered the 9 Brilliance King. He anxiously struggled out of Fourth Mother's embrace. I forgot that the 9 Brilliance King is not dead yet. Duo, Ika, Jiang and Bing Yin still have to fight. Fourth Mother, rest here for a while. I will be back soon. Fourth Mother saw Yu Yang running out in a hurry. She shook her head lightly, but she showed a tolerant smile on her face. However, a forgiving smile appeared on his face. You're still a child. You're always so impulsive. When will you be able to truly make me feel at ease? Originally, Yu Yang planned to enter the black hole sealed space to see Queen Vivian Li about the Empress matter. He wanted to ask her about what happened in the past. But when he remembered that the 9 Brilliance King was still alive, he immediately cancelled this plan. After bidding farewell to Fourth Mother, he came out of the grimoire world. Following Little Wen Li's guidance and sensing the direction of the battle, Yu Yang and the others teleported to the battlefield where the 4 girls were attacking the 9 Brilliance King. The current 9 Brilliance King was no longer as mighty as before. Ika and Duo were originally not as strong as the 9 Brilliance King. However, with the help of the Golden Giant, they had completely suppressed him for a long period of time. They had beaten the fallen flowers to the point where they ran out of energy. They could still easily restrain him even after the Golden Giant disappeared. Hornless Dragon Jiang and Qilin Girl Bing Yi were even stronger. Even without the Golden Giant's help, the combined strength of the 4 girls was still above the 9 Brilliance King. Most importantly, not only was the 9 Brilliance King heavily injured, his fighting spirit was also extremely low. He only wanted to escape and was not willing to fight with the 4 girls. Divine Dragon, Dragon Tail Return. The hornless dragon Jiang was the one who attacked the least. She had not inherited the divine power and could not control it with ease. However, if she hit him once, the 9 Brilliance King would be in big trouble because her attacks were filled with divine power. It was a supreme power that the 9 Brilliance King could not resist. The 9 Brilliance King originally wanted to blast Duo away with his sunlight and escape. He did not expect the hornless dragon Jiang to seize this opportunity. Her slender legs spun like a windmill. The dragon-shaped long tail swayed beautifully in front of her. The sunlight that was supposed to explode upon contact was immediately deflected by the dragon tail. It exploded on the 9 Brilliance King's body. Rumble, the Nine Brilliance King was once again hit by his sunlight and was sent flying into the air in a sorry state. Bing Yin was in charge of restraining the Nine Brilliance King. She did not attack much and mainly allowed IKA and Duo to grow. However, it was impossible for the Nine Brilliance King to escape through her. Ever since they failed to intercept the Scarlet Emperor, Bing Yin and Yu Yang had researched again and again. In the end, Bing Yin created a set of Qilin Imperial Void Steps that was as beautiful as a dance. During the process of using this Qilin Imperial Void Steps, unless it was an expert much stronger than Bing Yin, it was impossible to escape from the combination of movement and mental lock. Invisibility and teleportation were impossible to succeed under Bing Yin's mental lock. Even Yu Yang would not be able to escape Bing Yin's pursuit unless he used a small-scale power of law combined with the creation domain. Go down. Qilin Girl Bing Yin stretched out her hand and pressed down with her right hand. Although the Nine Brilliance King had the time to block the attack, his body was forced to fall back to the ground. This was actually the 50th time he had failed to escape. Among the 4 girls, he could tell that the weakest was the Battle Angel, the strongest was the Qilin Girl, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen and the Hornless Dragon Girl. They were still unable to unleash their full power. Their teamwork was lacking, otherwise he would be in even more pain. What gave the Nine Brilliance King a headache was the Hornless Dragon, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, and the Battle Angel. All of them were growing rapidly in battle. They were becoming more familiar and stronger. At this rate, they would be able to kill him easily in less than a day. Am I really going to die on this heaven stairway? It seemed like Ji Zun and Yu Yang had already killed the Heaven Empress. They would catch up to me at any time. No matter if it was Ji Zun or Yu Yang, I would be in grave danger. The Nine Brilliance King panicked when he thought of this. 9 Brilliance Consecutive Explosion. The Nine Brilliance King suppressed the pain in his body and condensed 9 energy balls of different sizes in the muddy smoke that filled the air. Some were shaped like the sun, and some were shaped like the moon. There were all kinds of energy balls. The 9 Brilliance Consecutive Explosion formed a straight line. If it was used to attack an enemy, its power would be 100 times greater than a single attack. If he could successfully use it to intercept the Qilin Girl, he would have a chance to escape. Go to hell. When the muddy smoke dispersed, the Nine Brilliance King revealed himself and raised the 9 Brilliance energy ball in his hand ferociously. However, the moment he threw it out, he saw a shadow. This shadow was a stranger before the battle. But after the battle, it had become the Nine Brilliance King's greatest nightmare. He was Yu Yang. When the Nine Brilliance King condensed the 9 Brilliance Consecutive Explosion, Yu Yang summoned the War God Guard Sisters. He raised his arm toward the sky as if he was holding up a divine sword. The elder sister of the Dragon Ladies, Yao, flew into the sky and stopped above Yu Yang's head. Her body emitted countless rays of divine light. Under the Nine Brilliance King's incredulous gaze, her body turned into a rainbow ray of divine light that quickly condensed into an indescribably beautiful divine sword. The totem of a lovebird instantly covered the entire sky. The enormous and beautiful lovebird divine sword slowly landed in Yu Yang's palm. It resonated with him as if it was connected by blood. Their energy flowed together, emitting millions of rays of dazzling light that illuminated the entire world. He held the sword in his hand. At this moment, Yu Yang was like a god. There was nothing in the world that could resist his supreme will. Danger, a familiar shadow of death immediately rose in the Nine Brilliance King's heart. Earlier, when the blood-winged angel divine weapon had locked onto him and was about to slash at him, the Nine Brilliance King had felt an indescribable fear. With the death of the Commander Level 4 Cs, the Nine Light Clan had reached an irreversible end. Even if Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor and Underworld Emperor didn't come, the vengeful ancient Demon King would never spare the Nine Light Clan. Those who betrayed their allies for the sake of treasures and other benefits, and those who killed to conceal the truth, would eventually be spurned by history. The Nine Light Clan had escaped the betrayal of the Demon Dragon and the betrayal of Fei Wenli, but in the end, they couldn't escape the betrayal of the ancient Demon King. It wasn't that the ancient Demon King was stronger than the previous two, it was just that the timing and the opponent he chose were different. This time, the opponents the Nine Light Clan faced were Ji Zun, who was beyond their expectations, and Yu Yan, who they had severely underestimated. The Heaven Empress died on the spot, and the Nine Light King was about to follow in her footsteps, destined to a tragic fate. Once the pillar of the four seas fell, the Nine Light Clan would have no chance to rise again. Go to hell. The primordial demon king waved his hand and summoned the broken death fairy. It carried the heavily injured Eugene the Undertaker into a black hole that led to an unknown place in an even more broken cage made of bones. Eugene struggled desperately, trying to escape from the black hole. Two extremely long coffin nails stretched out of his body and hung outside the black hole, refusing to go in. The death fairy had been broken before and had lost its greatest power. It couldn't guarantee that Eugene would be sent into the black hole. The black hole became smaller and smaller. The ancient demon king angrily stretched out his hand and forcefully tore the black hole open. Then, he pulled out the coffin nails and threw them into the black hole. Eugene used the coffin monster to carry himself and ejected 10,000 meters away, escaping from the black hole. However, before he could completely break free from the bone cage, Sky Execution's fist arrived and heavily hit the coffin monster's lid. The powerful Sky Execution's power lifted the lid. The Dragon Emperor cooperated and kicked Eugene out of the coffin monster. The Emperor of the Underworld's single arm struck heavily. Eugene dodged in a sorry state. In the sky, Princess Xianxia, who had condensed the power of the four saints, had been preparing for a long time. She raised the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and slashed down. On the other side, the battle between Li Pan and Raging Flame was also coming to an end. The number one warrior of the Nine Glory clan, Li Pan, who was originally slightly stronger than Raging Flames, was suppressed to the limit by Shui Wuxia's Divine Sense domain. He couldn't tell what was real and what was fake. It was absolutely impossible to break out of the Divine Sense domain with brute force. Moreover, there was Anand's psychedelic butterfly demon's psychedelic pollen hallucination and the succubus queen's spiritual charm complemented each other. Not to mention the power of the impatient sky punishment, not to mention the fallen flower's nirvana sunflower, even Aman's titan power and Red's divine beast were enough to make Li Pan suffer. Grey Wolf, Star Sky Scorpion, and Tao Tai Blade were even more unreasonable in their sneak attacks. His fighting style was unscrupulous. They have no elegance to speak of. In their eyes, the best enemy was a dead enemy. He was hit by Anand's butterfly demon's pollen and the charm of the succubus queen. He was hit by Yu Bing's blood-sealing throat and the Star Sky Scorpion's golden scorpion venom. He was hit by the Nirvana sunflower's blindness and the impatient sky punishment. Li Pan, the number one warrior of the Nine Glory clan, still couldn't hold on. He staggered and ran in Shui Wuxia's Divine Sense domain. However, he would never be able to get out of the Divine Sense domain. Li Pan could ignore the attacks of the Spirit of Heaven Fire, Reaper Mantis, and Golden Flaming Lion King Simba in the past, but now, he was severely injured and weak to the extreme, and had reached the limit of what his body could bear. Hell! Grey Wolf transformed into a giant world-exterminating demon wolf and waved his front claws like swatting a fly, hitting Li Pan who was still holding on. When Li Pan fell down, it lowered its big mouth and bit him in its mouth, preparing to forcefully swallow him. Li Pan, who felt that death was coming, used his last bit of strength. He opened Grey Wolf's mouth. He escaped painfully and with difficulty, without Yu Yang by his side. Grey Wolf, who could not transform for a long time, angrily swung the True Essence demon scythe with its tail, swatting Li Pan away like a fly. On the other side, a man seized the opportunity and cooperated tacitly. She waved the Black Hell King's sacred weapon, Cloud-Collapsing Thunderhammer, and hit Li Pan's head. Li Pan was instantly sent flying hundreds of meters away. While he was struggling powerlessly, a destructive Nirvana sunflower slashed down from the sky. Li Pan, who was known as the number one warrior of the Nine Light clan, was cut in half from head to toe. Li Pan's death in battle was also the end of the Nine Light clan. Because before he died in battle, the clan's most intelligent mourner, Eugene, was beheaded by Princess Xianxia. Li Pan was already the last member of the clan. Hui Tai Lang, Tao Tai, Simba, Star Scorpion, Spirit of Heaven Fire, Reaper Mantis, and the other beasts rushed forward. They tore Li Pan's body into pieces in anger and started to eat it, leaving only Li Pan's pair of golden arms that were almost invulnerable and could withstand the slash of the celestial sword. These two arms are not bad. Let's leave Duo's Crazy Thorny Flower Demon General and Smoke Thorny Flower Demon General to fuse. If the two of them could obtain the power of these two arms, they would not be so easily torn to pieces by the enemy. Shui Wuxia felt that the two thorny flower demon generals under Duo Duo were still a little weak. In this battle, they were not able to play the role of a meat shield and were destroyed by the enemy's joint attack at the beginning of the battle. Fortunately, they were a part of the guardian beasts. As long as they had a certain amount of time to recover, they would automatically return to their original state. Meow. Grey Wolf, the leader of the beasts, quickly raised his paw to show his agreement. He did not walk the path of a meat shield. Although swallowing and fusing these two arms would also benefit him, Grey Wolf still liked to fight in the dark. Being a pitiful meat shield in front of everyone and blocking the enemy's tide-like attacks was not what he wanted, nor was it what he was good at. Tao Tai Blade did not have any objections. It did not have any thoughts. Whatever its master decided, it would do. Star Scorpion was a little reluctant. These two arms were able to block the Prison Emperor Divine Sword in Princess Sisai's hands. Although it could only block the sword chi from afar and not directly block the Divine Sword, it could still be said to be an incredible treasure. Star Scorpion had just joined and did not have much status. Even Grey Wolf, the boss, had agreed, so it had nothing to say. Besides, Star Scorpion did not have the ability to be a meat shield in the future, nor did it have the interest to be beaten up. It was not a thorny flower that could never be killed. Spirit of Heaven Fire was not interested in the golden arm. To it, this thing could not be compared to a pure fire crystal. Reaper Mantis was also not interested in something that its teeth could not bite. The two of them did not even look at the golden arm and handed the task of moving the golden arm to Simba, who had just joined. Simba brought his lioness wife and diligently moved the golden arm back. Then, he carried the little panda Nyonyo, who was doted on by Yu Yang and Drunken Cat, and ran towards the black dot that appeared in the distance. That was Yu Yang and the others who had returned victorious. Ancient Demon King sighed slightly, crushed the teleportation crystal, and teleported away dejectedly. The lonely figure of the hero witnessed the disappearance of a king. Shui Wuxia did not stop the Ancient Demon King from leaving. Even Sky Execution, the Dragon Emperor, and the Emperor of the Underworld only watched as this expert, who had dominated Tong Tian Tower tens of thousands of years ago, retreated. Perhaps the Ancient Demon King, who had retired to hibernation, would wake up at some point in the future. He would continue to search for his body, or his divine body, and pursue greater power. However, one thing was certain. In Yu Yang's era, he would never appear again. Just like how he went into hibernation to avoid Emperor Wu Shuang, just like how he went into hibernation to avoid Conquest Queen Vivian Li, just like how he went into hibernation to avoid the powerful Prison Emperor. The Ancient Demon King once again fell into hibernation. Because this was the era of Yu Yang, compared to before, the Ancient Demon King who had retired to hibernation this time was even more lonely. Especially Yu Yang, the peerless genius of the younger generation. He was very likely to open the God's ruins successfully, and he had completely crushed the Ancient Demon King's will to dominate the world. Emperor Wu Shuang was sealed, so was Queen Vivian Li, and the Prison Emperor died in battle. However, none of this was likely to happen to Yu Yang. All the signs indicated that he was the seed that the Eastern Immortal Tribe had planted in Tong Tian Tower, a seed that would flourish and grow unstoppably, a seed that was destined to grow into a towering tree. No one said so, but the Ancient Demon King knew that his era had passed. Compared to the Heaven Empress and the Nine Brilliance King, the only fortunate thing was that he had not reached the end of the path of fighting with Yu Yang. Before Yu Yang grew into a towering tree, he still had the chance to retire to hibernation, unlike the Heaven Empress and the Nine Brilliance King, who had become Yu Yang's stepping stone and nutrients for his growth. Farewell, farewell. Tong Tian Tower. Perhaps this was the last time he would look back, because his era had passed. Before the Ancient Demon King entered the portal, he looked back and glanced at the crowd hugging and laughing. Then he left with heavy steps with loneliness. When he left, the Sky Execution, the Dragon Emperor, and the Underworld Emperor secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Ancient Demon King was seriously injured, this senior expert was not someone to be trifled with. If it wasn't for Yu Yang, even Ji Zun and the Night Empress would not have been able to suppress this extremely intelligent and patient senior expert. Only at this moment did the battle truly come to an end. Everyone's grimoire floated in the air automatically. The light of leveling up and leveling up gathered together, forming a spectacular sight of dozens of light pillars shooting up to the sky. Holding the Book of Truth in her hand, Xianxia, who had been standing in the battlefield, slowly closed her eyes and relaxed herself. She let her exhausted mind and body collapse in victory. Bang! The only thing that fell on the ground was the Book of Truth, which had also exhausted its energy. As for Xianxia, she had already been hugged by someone else. It was Yu Yang. He looked at Xianxia, who had opened her eyes weakly, and smiled, letting her sleep peacefully before she lost consciousness. Hey, lend me your shoulder. Princess Sisai was also exhausted. Relying on the prison emperor divine sword's support, she walked to Yu Yang's side and pressed her hand on Yu Yang's shoulder. Without waiting for Yu Yang to speak, she had already fainted and fell in front of him. Yu Yang hurriedly reached out his hands to support her delicate body, lifting this outwardly tough but inwardly soft tigress onto his shoulders. He reached out his hand to lightly pat her fragrant buttocks, and said to his lover, who was already asleep but still had a resolute look on his face, using a gentle tone that she had never heard before, "Tigress, you've worked hard, let's go home." The black hole sealed space. Queen Vivian Li was very angry. She felt that the Nine Light Clan's invasion of the Tongtian Tower was a slap to her face. How dare the slave turn the tables on her? Especially when the Heaven Empress, who was even more respectful than a slave, dared to kill little Wenli after recognizing her. This made her even angrier. She didn't have the chance to prove the Nine Light Clan's betrayal. She only had suspicions and killed the king and queen of the Nine Light Clan, who were secretly communicating with the central divine realm. She didn't have time to kill the Heaven Empress, so she sealed the Heaven Empress in this black hole space. Hearing Yu Yang's words, she immediately realized that the Nine Light Clan might not be as simple as communicating with the central shrine. She didn't know that the Heaven Empress was the culprit who reported her. Otherwise, she would be even angrier. A lowly clan without roots. They have always depended on the strong to survive. If they didn't depend on the Tongtian Tower, they would have been eliminated in the Heaven Realm. I didn't expect them to bully the master and steal the secret treasure of the gods' ruins. Damn it. Her Majesty Empress Fei Wenli was unable to leave the black hole space. If she could leave this place, the entire Heaven Realm would be in chaos again. Empress Fei Wenli suppressed the anger in her heart and comforted Yu Yang, "With the speed of your improvement, it is far beyond my expectations. Before long, you will be able to help me accumulate enough power to break through the black hole seal. At that time, we will join hands and sweep across the Heaven Realm again. Let's see who can stop us. The central shrine is just a pile of bones in a tomb. Now, let's let them be happy for a while. The Heaven Empress is dead, so is the Nine Light King. As long as I keep an eye on the space crack in the Guanming continent, the Tongtian Tower will be safe for now. I don't have to worry about the gods' ruins." Yu Yang pondered, "We have won some time to cultivate. It's a pity that I don't know how to contract a divine grimoire. Otherwise, there would be a divine grimoire right in front of us." "You can go in now?" Queen Vivian Li was a little surprised. "I haven't tried it yet, but it should work because I have mastered part of the power of law. It should be no problem for me to enter the golden shield of the divine grimoire." Yu Yang thought that if it didn't work, there was still Ice Song to help. Entering the outer barrier of the divine grimoire doesn't mean that one can touch the divine grimoire itself. Queen Vivian Li imparted many of her insights to Yu Yang, enlightening him. "The power of the laws you control is too weak. You have to continue to strengthen it. You have to focus on the creation domain that you are proficient in. You have to reach the state where you are a god, you are everything. With a single thought, you can create a world." Although everyone's comprehension was different, the power of the laws they grasped was also different. However, advanced comprehension would always have an unexpected guiding effect for future generations. Due to the limitations of his realm, the current Yu Yang was still unable to comprehend the realm that Fei Wenli had mentioned. He could only improve on his foundation, and was unable to comprehend the mysteries that Empress Fei Wenli had comprehended from her realm. Even so, what he had obtained from Fei Wenli was an indescribable benefit. If he were to comprehend it on his own, it might take several years, or even longer, to understand it. With the guidance of Queen Vivian Li, in just a few minutes, he had broken through the bottleneck of his cultivation for the next few years and leaped to a new realm that he had yet to enlighten, the divine grimoire. "I think you should think more about it. It is not something that can be forced." Of course, you are a little special. It is also possible that you can obtain its recognition, but what we need to do is to cultivate pragmatically. As long as you have the will of the Divine Sovereign and the power of the Divine Sovereign, then you do not need the Divine Grimoire, do not need assistance, do not need any tools, and you can be like a god and do whatever you want. The most powerful thing in the world is not the Divine Grimoire, nor is it a divine weapon or a divine beast, but a godlike person, and it is your own body. Queen Vivian Li reached out and patted Yu Yang's shoulder. She smiled at him. Actually, you understand a lot of principles. However, I still have to say one more thing. I am afraid that you will think too much and easily take a detour. This is the bad thing about smart people. It is easy to get stuck in a dead end. Do you have anything to do after leaving this time? Are there any old friends in the heaven realm? Yu Yang was about to leave, but before he left, he remembered one thing. Back then, when Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li sealed it, her conquering army should not have completely dispersed. After 10,000 years, even if there were not many people left, it was not to the extent that there was no one left. Maybe there were still old friends. The demon abyss of Tong Tian Tower, the snake demon clan and many experts of the demon abyss had all moved to the heaven realm. In the beginning, they would occasionally return to Tong Tian Tower. After the battle between the prison emperor and the three great leaders, Tong Tian Tower and the heaven realm were blocked, and they gradually lost their records. Perhaps, there were still the snake demon clan and the experts of the demon abyss in the heaven realm. Yu Yang did not want to find these people as allies, but he felt that if he met an opponent in the heaven realm, it would be Fei Wenli's old subordinates. When the two sides fought, because they did not know each other, they would finally find out that it was the flood that washed away the Dragon King Temple. Yu Yang hoped to avoid that kind of embarrassing situation at all costs. That was why he mentioned it to Queen Vivian Li and asked her if there were any old friends he wanted to find. Queen Vivian Li frowned her golden eyebrows and thought for a while. In the past, there were too many subordinates, I can't explain them clearly. There were those who worked together for benefits, those who followed because of their reputation, and those who liked to be lively. There were many, but it was hard to say whether they were loyal or not. Some things could not be proven without the test of time, just like the Nine Light Clan. In the future, you will be the leader. Even if you kill the wrong person, it doesn't matter. Who asked them to become your enemy? Queen Vivian Li's attitude towards Yu Yang was naturally different from her previous subordinates. Yu Yang, this little fellow, was little Wenli's father. He was an existence that formed a blood contract with her soul. I will ask around in the heaven realm. Yu Yang naturally knew Fei Wenli's attitude. However, he felt that there were some unnecessary battles. It would be best if they could be avoided. Now that you mention it, I remember a candidate. Queen Vivian Li smiled. She seemed to have thought of something funny in the past, and a smile bloomed on her face. After a while, she relaxed and gently pressed her jade-like hand on Yu Yang's shoulder. You can find someone to help you. That guy is a coward. On the battlefield, he always bullies the weak and fears the strong. He specially looks for the weakest opponents. He is even worse than that Fatty Hai you mentioned. However, there is one thing about him that is similar to Fatty Hai, who is very loyal to you. That is, he is very loyal to me. When I was crossing the boundless ocean in the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower, I met him who was a pirate. After I beat him up, he decided to give up the great profession of being a pirate and joined my team to go to the heaven realm with me. I have always brought him along to kill our way to the heaven realm. He can be considered as an old official who has always been by my side. He is my companion from the Tong Tian Tower. If he did not die in battle, he would have established his own faction. Only he is willing to follow me. When Yu Yang asked for this guy's name, Queen Vivian Li replied that it was Little C. Little C. What kind of lousy name was this? Queen Vivian Li laughed and explained, his original name is Cook Caribbean. Because he is good at pirate sword skills, he always draws a C-shaped arc. Although his combat skills are effective, they look very fancy, so everyone calls him Little C and forgets the name Cook. How does this Cook Caribbean look like? Of course, Yu Yang couldn't call an old guy from 10,000 years ago Little C. He likes to wear pirate clothes. He wears an iron hook on his left hand, a captain's hat on his head, and he wears colorful clothes. Oh right, he also likes to wear an eye patch and a mustache. As for his appearance, he looks like he deserves a beating. Queen Vivian Lee's description made Yu Yang sweat profusely. Although he didn't spend much time in the Heaven Realm, Yu Yang really didn't know such a strong person in the Heaven Realm. He hoped that Cook Caribbean, who looked like he deserved a beating, wouldn't let anyone die. 10,000 years had passed. Fei Wenli and Yu Yang didn't really care about going to the Heaven Realm to look for old friends. They felt that it was just a matter of trying their luck. After all, it had been too long and there were too many variables. The chances of finding old friends were very small. Besides, the Heaven Realm was too big. If those strong people who had followed Fei Wenli to battle went into seclusion, where would they find them? Before leaving the black hole space, in order to raise little Wenli's strength, Queen Vivian Li specially taught her. Her way of teaching was very simple. But it was effective. Queen Vivian Li was like Sister Xianxia. She directly passed on her battle knowledge to little Wenli's brain. Of course, the inheritance was only for little Wenli's battle skills. To be like the sea of knowledge that Sister Xianxia had passed on to Yu Yang, the current little Wenli simply couldn't bear the power of that kind of inheritance. Queen Vivian Li, who focused on battle, was also not good at that kind of knowledge inheritance. In terms of inheritance, she only used her finger to touch little Wenli's forehead and shared it with her for a second, and it was done. Little Wenli turned into a colorful light and returned to Yu Yang's body to sleep, slowly digesting and receiving. Little Wenli's guardian beasts, Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga, and Ice Serpent Demon, had fought for a long time, and Fei Wenli felt that their strength was not enough, directly affecting little Wenli's growth, as well as Yu Yang's safety. Therefore, she specially gave each of them a drop of blood. Although it was just a drop of blood. This was also something that Queen Vivian Li had spent a lot of effort to condense. Compared to God's blood, her blood was more suitable for the Medusa's growth. When Fei Wenli bit her index finger and dripped blood from Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga, and Ice Serpent Demon's mouths, the 4 guardian beasts immediately erupted with an aura that was even more exaggerated than when red fused with God's blood. The scales on their bodies shattered and their skin continuously peeled off. After fusing with this God's blood, they were quickly reborn, and each of them erupted with a supreme will and dazzling brilliance that was close to that of a divine beast. It's a pity that I am still in a weak state, and the energy in my blood is not very abundant. Otherwise, the 4 of them would have made greater progress. Queen Vivian Li sighed with a little disappointment. Yu Yang blushed with shame after hearing this. One must know that he had used all his efforts to cultivate them. Now it seemed that what he had done was not even comparable to a drop of Fei Wenli's blood. Hold on for a while longer, I will definitely bring you out. Yu Yang actually did not want Fei Wenli to waste her blood energy to improve her beasts. What he wanted to do the most was to bring her out of this black hole. Don't worry, I have already waited for 10,000 years, I don't mind waiting for a few more years. Queen Vivian Li happily hugged Yu Yang and gave him a loud kiss. When Stone Element Medusa and the others turned into colorful lights and returned to the grimoire world, Yu Yang also took his leave. Queen Vivian Li was sleeping when she suddenly felt happy for nothing. It feels good to have a man to rely on. When Yu Yang returned to the Rainbow Castle, he found a bunch of refugees who were even more miserable than beggars, lying on the ground in disorder. After identifying them for a long time, he realized that they were Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others. Seeing that Yu Yang had returned. Originally, Yi Kong and the others were a little proud. Because Yu Yang didn't make any arrangements, they had defeated Shun Tian and the others' conspiracy. In the fierce battle, Shui Tanlang killed the 1,000 Goblin King's last clone, the Marquis of Zijin. Yi Kong and Prince of Tian Luo joined hands to kill the Black Prince who was trying to escape. Lu Yi, Bao Er, and the Li brothers, Feng Qisha, Yan Pujun and Yu Ting, with the help of the old dragon turtle and the hybrid fishmen brought by Xia Yi, annihilated the Guangming Continent's Senate. They even forced the 1,000 Goblin sect leader to surrender. You guys are not dead yet? Impatience's surprised tone made Yi Kong and the others, who were secretly proud, cry. If it wasn't for our quick rescue, they would have entered the Martyr Wu Shrine. Southern Demon King snorted with a little dissatisfaction, pig-like brains. Long ago, we said that when we meet danger, we should bring our team members to the entrance of the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, Because that is the forbidden area that the enemy is most unwilling to step into. But they, each and every one of them, wanted to be heroes and stay behind to fight the enemy. Otherwise, why would they be so injured? Grandaunt, I was wrong. I'm a pig, please don't say any more. Yi Kong quickly begged for mercy. At first, he didn't understand. Only later did he understand. Yu Yang didn't feel despair, but he wanted his team members to learn to think during the battle. If everyone had thought of this from the beginning, they wouldn't have waited for Shen Tian and the others to surround them and quickly retreated to the old dragon turtle's side. Of course, this understanding came too late. When Xia Yi brought the hybrid fishmen, Shark King, Chong'an and the other innate rankers who took the initiative to help, and when the Southern Demon King appeared with the Eastern Goblin Tribe's rankers, the battle was already over. Luckily Xue Tanlang and Fatty Hai had stronger vitality than cockroaches. Otherwise, they would definitely be dead. Xue Tanlang and the Marquis of Zijin's battle had caused the most serious injuries. In the beginning, the Marquis of Zijin, who had the power of an innate level 8, overwhelmed Xue Tanlang in terms of strength and experience. When he was on the verge of death, he heavily injured Xue Tanlang, who had sunk to the bottom of the Black Lake, and used his guardian beast, Storm Giant, to fuse with the Thunder Beast. In the end, he was so lucky that the fusion that even Yu Yang felt was difficult to succeed had actually succeeded. His guardian beast had fused with a mutated Wind Thunder Beast that had reached Heaven Stage. With the help of the Heaven Stage Beast Thunder Wind Beast, Xue Tanlang made a great counterattack. The last strike had completely pierced through the Marquis of Zijin's demon heart. He had won the battle to the death. If Xue Tanlang, who had a dozen broken ribs, arm bones and collarbones and was bandaged like a dumpling, was lucky enough to successfully merge with the Thunder Beast and win the battle, then Fatty Hai's victory over the strongest Shen Tian was truly inconceivable to everyone. God knows how Fatty Hai managed to survive Shen Tian's attack. Everyone only knew that Shen Tian had driven Fatty Hai crazy with anger. What did Fatty Hai say to Shen Tian to make the strong-willed and powerful Shen Tian go mad? This was a mystery. When Yi Kong dragged his injured body and rushed to the Rainbow Castle to look for Fatty Hai, he found a pile of rotten meat or rubbish. It was Fatty Hai, and what was even more miraculous was that he was still alive. All the beasts, King Kong Rhinoceros, Little Hippopotamus, Thunder Mammoth and so on were all in a state of near death. Only the Wind Breath Seabird was still standing by his side. This is a miracle. Yu Yang used the tone of a leader of the Celestial Empire's Wang Yongping to praise Fatty Hai and the others' unbelievable battle achievements and vitality. Fatty Hai might be one of the legendary water demons that could still survive even after being chopped into shreds. Southern Demon King was very suspicious. It can't be? Originally, Yi Kong wanted to deny it, but seeing that Fatty Hai, this pile of rotten meat, was still alive, he didn't dare to affirm it. He could only help Yu Yang. Isn't Fatty Hai the young master of the Hai family? Originally, his secret potential was not to be a water demon, but maybe I saw wrongly. Yu Yang's answer made everyone speechless. Fatty, is this meaty mountain demon king really a water demon? It's too scary. Bao Er casually gave the unconscious Fatty Hai a nickname. This meaty mountain demon king was even more catchy and vivid than the cheap fat demon king in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. For a moment, everyone tacitly agreed that the meaty mountain demon king would be Fatty Hai from now on. Really? Only the pure Lu Yi would take the inference that Fatty Hai was a water demon king seriously. I don't care if you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. Yu Yang imitated the tone and movements of a leader of the Celestial Empire's Wang Yongping, shook his head and said proudly. Damn, his actions caused everyone to be thunderstruck. Even Yu, who was usually the most tolerant, gently patted Yu Yang's head and rewarded him with a roll of her eyes. With Yu and Anna consuming a lot of spiritual power to heal, and Sickly Beauty and Yu Yang working together to make the 5 elements recovery rune array, everyone's injuries were healed very quickly. Of course, the most important thing was that almost everyone had improved after the battle. It also had a good recovery effect on the body that had been overdrawn in the battle. Yu Yang did not return to the Rainbow Castle to rest as usual. Instead, he hugged the still sleeping Princess Sisai and sat in the small garden with everyone to chat. Xue Wuxia pillowed on his lap and slept quietly. She was like the most beautiful sleeping princess in the world. That small white jade hand was still holding the Book of Truth. City Lord Fallen Flowers snuggled up behind Yu Yang, enjoying the relaxing massage given by the Snow Fox girl. Beside Yu Yang, Inan and Yu Bing were hugging each other. They, who had been interrupting each other, had unknowingly fallen asleep. Impatience and Fourth Mother were playing chess. Southern Demon King, on the other hand, used her white orchid-like fingers to play the pipa. The melody was leisurely and hypnotic. In the lullaby, Xianxia, the usually active little girl, did not play hide-and-seek with the little panda girl Nyonyo. Instead, she obediently sat beside her mother, secretly eating a candy bean, and then secretly handed her little hand back to share it with the little panda girl Nyonyo. Nyonyo was far less daring than her. She first waved her hand, but Xianxia insisted that she eat it. Nyonyo glanced at her mother, drunken cat, then turned to look at Yu Yang. She found that he was not looking at her. She quickly threw the candy bean into her mouth, but did not dare to chew or cheer. She secretly shared it with Xianxia. When the adults looked over, she pretended to be looking at the butterflies chasing each other in the sky. However, she didn't know that her bulging cheeks had long been exposed. If it was any other time, Fourth Mother and Drunken Cat would have scolded them. Today, however, was an exception. They smiled tolerantly and pretended not to see, letting these two little greedy cats go. A little further away, Raging Flame and Hai Ingwu were drinking. According to Raging Flame's words, drinking was the best way to heal. Yi Kong and the Li brothers, who were seriously injured, politely declined this kind of healing method. Drinking crazily while injured was simply courting death. The only one who accompanied her to drink was Hai Ingwu, the female ocean emperor who was not injured and could drink a lot. Of course, Hai Ingwu had a 3,000-year-old bright god meteor fall pearl that could not get drunk after 1,000 cups. Otherwise, she would not dare to drink with Raging Flame, the female giant. At their feet, the Ox-head Fan Lu and Tai and the four orc girls were all completely drunk. You can only drink when your injuries are healed. Feng Qisha and the others, who were lightly injured, were extremely greedy. However, they were intimidated by the two doctors, Anna and Yu Yu, so they did not dare to secretly drink. They lay on the ground with a bitter face and counted the stars. "We are fine, you don't have to trouble yourselves." Yi Kong, Tian Luo Wang and the others all rejected Yu Yu and the others' healing. There were many injured people, and Yu Yu and the others had already overdrawn their mental power. They did not want them to be too tired while they could still support themselves. Moreover, warriors who had the willpower to endure their injuries alone would improve much more than those who were healed by others in the future. Yi Kong, Tian Luo Prince and the Li clan brothers decided to be strict with themselves, starting from every small thing. Yu Yi did not force them, and gave Yu Yang a martial arts pill, focusing on healing Shui Tan Lang, who had all his bones broken, and Fatty Hai, who was still unconscious. Other than the occasional soft conversation, there were occasional sounds. The whole little garden seemed exceptionally peaceful at this time. The night was as cool as water, and the moonlight shone brightly. The half-elf little Nujio tiptoed out with a snow-white blanket and gently covered Yu Yang's body. In battle, she could not help Yu Yang, but in life, she could do her part and take care of him. Yu Yang stretched the blanket and gently covered City Mistress Fallen Flowers' body. Although his action was light, it caused her to wake up from her half-sleep. She opened her eyes and saw that it was him, and instantly a sweet smile blossomed on her face. She turned her face and kissed him quietly when no one was paying attention. Her lips were abnormally soft, as if she was afraid that if she kissed him hard, the happiness in her heart would overflow. Shui Wuxia seemed to feel uncomfortable in her sleep. She turned slightly and changed her direction, looking for a more comfortable position on Yu Yang's thigh. Afraid that she would wake up, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Yu Yang stopped kissing. Their lips waited quietly, waiting for her to continue her sleep. Then they smiled at each other and kissed again. Sickly Beauty checked the 5 elements rune circle again. When she came back, she found that the two were secretly kissing, so she deliberately coughed lightly. When their lips separated, she looked at her and revealed a mischievous smile that was not usually seen. City Mistress Fallen Flowers waved her hand and let the sickly beauty sit beside her. She pointed at her red lips and pointed at Yu Yang. She asked her to kiss Yu Yang and share the sweetness of this moment with her. However, she smiled and refused to kiss Yu Yang in front of everyone. She was the most qualified wife in the world of the two of them, but in front of others, she was always shy. However, Luohua city mistress suddenly kissed her on the lips, causing the sickly beauty to feel extremely embarrassed. However, it wasn't convenient for him to criticize her, so he could only endure it. When he saw that Luohua city mistress had kissed her lips and kissed Yu Yang's, he immediately became even more bashful. He helplessly rolled his eyes at these two shameless people. Because she turned around, the book of truth fell into the soft flowers. Sickly Beauty reached out and gently picked it up. She casually opened a page and turned her face to look at Yu Yang. She revealed a mischievous look that was not usually seen. Her big blinking eyes seemed to be asking, "Do I look like Wuxia?" Other than her hairstyle and temperament, her appearance was almost exactly the same as Shui Wuxia. Now that he was holding the book of truth, Yu Yang was in a daze for a while. He lost himself and leaned forward. Sickly Beauty was not as bold as City Mistress Fallen Flowers. She did not dare to kiss him and only let him touch her little face. Even so, she was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look at anyone. She buried her head into his embrace. Of course, no one paid attention to this side. Everyone was resting quietly under the starry night sky. There was no excitement at all. Even Bauer, who loved to play around, had gone to bed early. Lu Yi and Xiaoyi lay beside her and whispered quietly. They had endless topics to talk about, and from time to time a quiet smile appeared on their faces. After an unknown period of time, Princess Sisai opened her eyes. She found herself lying in Yu Yang's arms, like a baby being hugged by him. She was a little stunned at first, then she slightly wrapped the blanket around her body and changed into a more comfortable sleeping position. When Yu Yang looked over, she immediately stared at him with her red tigress eyes. "Pervert, did you do anything?" If Yu Yang was not a guy from another world, and had never heard of the jokes of beasts and worse than beasts, he would probably be stumped by her questions. Girls were strange creatures born with contradictions. If Yu Yang was a big pervert and honestly answered that he touched her, he would definitely be criticized by Princess Sisai. Calling him a pervert would be a light punishment, and she might even raise her fist to punch him. If Yu Yang wanted to be a gentleman and answered that he was very obedient and didn't touch her, then Princess Sisai would definitely be very disappointed. She would say, "Who would believe that?" and she would be even angrier because she was not charming enough. Fortunately, Yu Yang's skill in picking up girls had already reached a certain level. He smiled when he heard it. His smile was very pure as he replied, "Why don't you guess?" Princess Sisai's jade face instantly turned red. Other than glaring at him, she realized that she really couldn't do anything to him since she was wrapped in the blanket. In the end, she opened her cherry lips, revealing her little canine teeth. "Let me bite you, otherwise." Yu Yang lowered his head and used his lips to block her words. After an unknown period of time, Princess Sisai, who could not hold her breath anymore, finally broke free from Yu Yang's battle of tongues. "Hey, don't push your luck, quickly take your hand out." "Yes, Your Highness." Yu Yang's action was the opposite. His other wolfish claw also dug into the blanket. "I'm going to be angry. I'm really going to be angry." At this moment, Princess Sisai didn't look like Tigress at all. Instead, she looked like a weak girl who couldn't stand being bullied and humiliated. Her fake angry expression was very alluring. "Ah, I'm very scared." Yu Yang cooperated and made a very scared expression, making Princess Sisai so angry that she really wanted to bite him. Western Heaven Realm. Shihi Territory, Spirit Cloud Country, Rizhao City, Heaven Realm Gate. Guarding the Heaven Realm Gate was an extremely boring thing, especially as a Heaven ranker. Guarding the Heaven Realm Gate that opened once in 100 years was simply the most painful thing in the world. Even a fool would know that although the Heaven Realm Gate opened once every 100 years, because the space-time passage had already been shattered, not to mention how powerful the seal's power was, the extremely chaotic space-time vortex could easily tear a Heaven ranker to pieces. In the thousands of years of war with Tong Tian Tower, there had never been a warrior from the lower realms who broke through the Heaven Realm Gate. As a duty officer who had been guarding for 1,000 years, Tu Wang had almost forgotten about Tong Tian Tower. If it wasn't for the Spirit Cloud King's instructions, if it wasn't for the order of Rizhao City Lord Tu Hai, Tu Wang's elder brother, Tu Wang, who had the strength of Heaven Stage, would not have wasted 1,000 years here. Forget about Tongtian Tower, are there any new people joining in the other lower realms for us to collect taxes? Tu Wang asked his subordinates weakly as he drank the Rizhao wine that he was sick of. The Rizhao wine was extremely famous in the Spirit Cloud country. Together with the luminous wine of the luminous country, they were known as the two great wines of the Shihe territory, which were hard to find outside. However, even if it was a high-grade wine, the taste would not change after drinking it for 1,000 years. Even an idiot with taste buds would be tired of it. At least Tu Wang was like this. Sir, there is no response from the lower realms of Tongtian Tower. The three lower realms of Hunyuan, Huifeng and Qinghua have not had any new people joining in for a few months. Not only is the Heaven Realm Gate calm, even the other teleportation arrays in the lower realms have no signs of activation. The guard captain stretched and reported respectfully. Boring, it's too boring. Tu Wang was exceptionally disappointed. The original routine was to use the identity of a Heaven Stage ranker and the power of the duty officer to suppress the warriors from the lower realms, in order to find some fun in the long duty career. Such a wish could not be realized. Sometimes, Tu Wang had thought that a few young people with good strength would emerge from Tongtian Tower. They would work hard to break through the power of the seal, narrowly escaping death into the spacetime vortex, and weakly arrive in front of him. However, before they could catch their breath, he would grab them one by one and throw them back into the spacetime vortex. Report. Just as Tu Wang was preparing to follow his usual routine of playing with a woman after getting drunk and then falling asleep, there was a guard on duty outside, and he hurried in. He reported loudly, Lord, there is a group of martial artists in a flying car coming towards the gate of heaven from the direction of Rizhao City. At first, he thought that there would be business. But when he heard that it was someone from the direction of Rizhao City and not a newcomer from the mortal world or a martial artist from the Tongtian Tower, he sighed in boredom. Sigh, I might be the unluckiest person in the entire Lingyan kingdom. If it wasn't for the fact that I was in a hurry to make a contribution that year and took the initiative to stand up and request to guard this damn Heaven Realm Gate, I'm afraid I would have been the city lord long ago. Grumbling to himself, he decided to go out and take a look. If the intruder was a martial artist who had snuck into the Heaven Realm before the Tongtian Tower and was looking for an opportunity to return to the Tongtian Tower, he would have to alert Sunshine City immediately. Of course, that kind of thing would never happen. Because in the past 1,000 years, no one in Tongtian Tower had ever thought of returning to Tongtian Tower. It was just like a commoner in the countryside. After entering the city, would he still be willing to return to his hometown? Even if there was, it would be very few. In the past 1,000 years, Tu Wang had never seen a fool who returned to the mortal world. Moreover, even if there was a martial artist who longed to return to Tongtian Tower, he would also be the target of public criticism. He would have long been surrounded and killed by the experts of the Heaven Realm. It was impossible for him to come here. The Heaven Realm's Gate was originally a bustling city. It was originally connected to Tongtian Tower. Countless merchants opened shops and businesses here. Countless mercenaries searched for opportunities here. Countless Heaven Realm warriors came here enviously. After the war, the city became a ruin. Other than the families of those who died in the war, some descendants who wanted to pay their respects to their ancestors, they would travel thousands of miles to come here. Otherwise, there would not be a single outsider here for months. A group of people came down from the luxurious and beautiful flying car. The strength of these people was not considered high. The more outstanding ones were Earth rank level 7. Most of them were below Earth rank level 5, and there were even super weak people who had not reached Earth rank. The only thing that Tu Wang could not see through was a man wearing a platinum-ranked mask in this group. This masked man seemed to be very weak, not even at Earth rank. However, he seemed to be very strong, close to Heaven rank. He was the only person in the entire group that Tu Wang could not see through. Of course, no matter how strong this group was, Tu Wang did not dare to offend them. It seemed that 90% of them were descendants who came to worship their ancestors. 99% of the descendants of the experts who had fought here came from powerful families or famous sections. Just from the luxurious flying car they rented, they knew that these young people were young and rich, not ordinary adventuring mercenaries. If they did not have some family power, it would be impossible for them to pass through Rizhao City and come to the Heaven Realm Gate. The clever guard captain stretched his arms and went up to ask. After a while, he reported the news to Tu Wang. Sure enough, these young people were from the southern Heaven Realm Tuai Wang, a famous disciple of the Emerald Territory Nightless City. In the process of learning, they came to worship the seniors who had died in the war. The captain of their team was the masked man, called Third Young Master Yu. Tu Wang guessed that this third young master Yu was either the third young master of a big family or the son of a certain lord. An ordinary city lord's son would not dare to call himself third young master. Moreover, the special platinum mask on his face was not a treasure that ordinary people could have. In this team, it was not only the third young master who had outstanding treasures. Even the fatty who seemed to have just recovered from his injuries, the tall and skinny man with a pair of eagle-like eyes, and the ice cube man whose arm was still wrapped in bandages, had treasures that were at least gold-ranked and above. Standing in front of the team was a handsome young man who called himself Tian Luo. This beautiful young man's manner was noble and elegant, refined and polite. At first glance, it was obvious that he was from an extraordinary family. He was not an ordinary country farmer or crude mercenary. In terms of external communication, he and the fat man who was smiling cheekily were fully responsible. The masked man, on the other hand, did not care. As soon as he opened his mouth, the usually arrogant guard captain relaxed and nodded his head like a pug. Withdrawing his gaze from the secret, Tu Wang shook his head. This group of people was not suspicious. It was just that there were a few beautiful women in their team. Tu Wang secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Forget it, this is definitely a hot potato. If I get carried away for a moment, it will bring about a fatal disaster. It must be known that the previous officer on duty was delusional enough to flirt with the beautiful women who came to worship the ancestors. As a result, he provoked the thunderous rage of the other party's backing. In the end, he killed himself in front of the Spirit Cloud King and sent gifts to apologize to the other party. Every year, there were no less than 100 beautiful women from different races sent from Rizhao City. Why would he bring trouble to himself if he wanted to play with them? Tu Wang suppressed the desire in his heart and waved his hand to order the guard captain to accompany the other party for the whole journey. He himself went back to continue his drunken life. Accompanying this group of people to explore the ruins, the guard captain stretched his arms and asked with a little flattery and a little curiosity, "Distinguished and extraordinary guests, the tomb here is the place where the glorious Mad Storm King died in battle, and it was erected by his descendants. Your ancestors must have been as great and glorious as the Wild Racer King, right? No, I mean, your ancestors must be even greater, especially great." In the process of inquiring, he saw that the other party showed an indifferent and arrogant look when they heard about the crazy beast king. He was immediately shocked. My goodness, these people's ancestors actually surpassed the crazy beast king who was ranked in the top 100. He quickly corrected himself, deeply afraid that the other party would be angry. How can you say that it is especially great?" The fat man retorted discontentedly. Yes, please speak, let me listen to the glory of our distinguished guest's ancestors." The guard captain quickly pretended to be listening attentively. "Our ancestors, how can you say that they are especially great? They are quite great." The fat man who looked like he was asking for a beating said something that almost killed the guard captain. "Idiot, definitely an idiot among the idiots, there is an ancestor who is even greater than the crazy beast king, but the descendants are all earth rank, not a single one is heaven rank. Isn't this too miserable?" The guard captain Xu Zhan mocked the fat man maliciously in his heart. However, he could also understand that if one reached the heaven rank, he probably wouldn't come to worship his ancestors. He must be the lord of a city and have endless things to do. Only these family disciples with insufficient strength would come out to study and show off their family background. If it was a heaven rank, they would usually emphasize themselves and not their ancestors. Because of this interruption, the guard captain Xu Zhan no longer had the chance to inquire about the other party's ancestors. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. He felt that it was best to listen to the other party with a smile. In these hundreds of years, the guard captain had changed batch after batch. Xu Zhan, who was good at listening to the star officer's nagging, had always stayed here. Although there was no future here, he could still fish for some benefits. If he served the family disciples who came to worship their ancestors, they might even reward him with something. Also, the newcomers who came to the heaven realm, in order to smoothly enter the heaven realm, were also willing to accept his extortion. If it was any other place, Xuzhan, who was only an earth rank level 5, guaranteed that others wouldn't even look at him. This group of people were not like other worshippers. They seemed to have no clear purpose. It was estimated that they did not come to worship in the name of their family, but because they couldn't find the location of their ancestors' battle. Only in the process of visiting one by one, according to Xuzhan's introduction of the glorious battle, and knowing the list of the sacrificed, did they line up and bow to pay their respects to their ancestors. The guard captain Xuzhan was secretly shocked, because the number of people in this group was not a lot, but their family composition was very mixed, obviously not from the same family. Among the number of times they bowed to their ancestors, the guard captain Xuzhan secretly counted. This group of people had sacrificed their ancestors here. There were already more than 10 people. From this, it could be seen that their ancestors really had an exceptionally glorious and prosperous period, and could not be underestimated. This time it was a last-minute decision. I came in a hurry, I did not have time to prepare the things for the sacrifice, and because there is an urgent matter, I need to go to Rizhao City to deal with it. I can't stay for long. The young man who called himself Tian Luo asked the guard captain Xuzhan to make up for the various sacrifices. Of course, it is Xuzhan's honor to be able to serve the distinguished guest. The guard captain Xuzhan took the money bag that the fat man casually threw over, and felt that it was heavy. Suddenly, a smile blossomed on his face. When the group of people left on the car, Xuzhan opened the money bag, took a look, and exclaimed, "God, I really deserve to die. Just now I actually bowed to a group of rich young masters again and again to thank them. I am too rude. I think even the heavens will blame me." The drunken Tu Wang also made the impatient guard captain Xuzhan call out. As soon as he heard, he immediately exclaimed, "What did you say? 100,000 gold?" The guard captain, Xuzhan, respectfully replied, "Yes, in addition to tipping this lowly 100 gold, that group of rich young masters also offered Darren 100,000 gold, all stored in an unrecorded card. Their only request is for Darren to personally hold a sacrificial ceremony for their ancestors." Not waiting for Xuzhan to finish, Tu Wang immediately sobered up from his drunken stupor and asked, "Will they come back?" "Maybe, I seem to have heard that fat young master say that he still wants to come back to see." The guard captain Xuzhan did not dare to confirm. "Damn, I am too rude. I should not have gone to sleep. You should have also reminded me. When they come next time, all of you must prepare to welcome these distinguished guests together with me. You must know that they are the glorious descendants of the martyrs. They are worthy of our respect. God, my total income here for more than 100 years is not even this much money. I actually missed this group of rich young masters who casually throw away money. I should have thought of it long ago, wearing a platinum-ranked mask at all times, and having gold-ranked weapons as followers. How could they be the disciples of ordinary families? Sigh, I am really stupid." Tu Wang muttered to himself, feeling sorry for himself. In the carriage 10 kilometers away, Fatty Hai's heart was still bleeding. However, in order to return to the Heaven Realm Gate and carry out the plan that Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia had agreed on, he had no choice but to bear with the pain and bribe the other party with a large sum of money. He turned back to look at the Heaven Realm Gate, raised his fist. "Just you wait, this money, when this young master comes back, I will definitely take it back with interest." Yu Yang did not care about the money he spent. To him, if a problem could be solved with money, then it was not a problem. Just now at the ruins of the Heaven Realm Gate, he had left behind a small level 1 live puppet with no combat power. When the plan was carried out, he could use the 3-realm compass to return to the Heaven Realm Gate at any time. Of course, his main task now was to collect the list of the old dragon turtle's companions who had died in battle. At the Heaven Realm Gate, he would engrave the names of the rankers of Tong Tian Tower and the prison emperor's subordinates as a kind of glory, and engrave all of them on the sealing tablet. He believed that when the old dragon turtle saw the long list of his companions written by Yu Yang, he would definitely cry. Rizhao City. In less than 3 hours, Yu Yang and the others arrived at Rizhao City, which was hundreds of kilometers away. This was a large city, different from ordinary cities. The cross-shaped main road divided Rizhao City into 4 parts. The east-west direction was close to 50 kilometers, The north-south direction was slightly shorter, but it was also 20 kilometers. Outside the city, there was a circular wall that was 20 meters high. Except for the 4 huge city gates. There was no exit. If one looked down from the sky, they would see a super wide road. The road from east to west was actually 1 kilometer wide. The north-south road was also 400 meters wide. Rizhao City was a strategic city built for war. It was built 10,000 years ago when Fei Wenli conquered the queen and expanded 6,000 years ago when the prison emperor was in power. However, the queen who swept through the heaven realm had already been sealed. The fierce battle between the Western Heaven Realm's 3 great leaders and the prison emperor had also become a historical memory. Today's Rizhao City was no longer a strategic base where thousands of troops gathered. It had become a remote but relatively prosperous mountain city. It was surrounded by valleys, and the huge city in the middle was currently home to millions of people. The people here were relatively rich. They relied on the rich mineral resources in the surrounding mountains to live a carefree life. Because of the many wars 10,000 years ago and 6,000 years ago, many special magical beasts were born around Rizhao City, which had been affected by the residual power of the strong. It also attracted many adventurers, mercenaries, and merchants who came from far away to hunt. "Don't you guys want to go down and play?" Fatty Hai desperately invited everyone out to play, patting his chest, indicating that he would treat them this time. "Forget it, I don't think I can pull a hair off a cheapskate." Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were mortal enemies, natural enemies. What he said was right. Although Fatty Hai repeatedly promised and even swore that he would treat everyone to a trip to the heaven realm for the sake of his character, the person who really paid was still Yu Yang. This was because before Fatty Hai left, he borrowed 1 million gold from Yu Yang. Yi Kong didn't think that Fatty Hai would pay it back, nor did he think that he had the ability to pay it back. Instead, he thought that Fatty Hai would spend it all and then borrow from Yu Yang. Fatty Hai was always the most generous when it came to spending other people's money. As a matter of fact, he was going to treat everyone to a big meal in Rizhao City. "Monkey, I'm warning you. We might be close, but I can still sue you for slander. This young master has already turned over a new leaf and is ready to become a good person." No, I was originally a good person. Now, I just changed into a generous good person. Brothers and sisters, I will pay for the expenses of Rizhao City with my own money. I will personally treat everyone to a trip. Everyone, don't be polite. In the process of eating, drinking, and playing, I don't ask for the most economical, but I ask for the most enjoyable. Everyone, feel free to spend as much as you want. As a boss, in order to save up an unparalleled character, I'm going all out today. If Fatty Hai didn't say it, everyone wouldn't have known that he still had a private stash of money. This is what you mean by not seeking the most frugal, but seeking the most satisfying activity funds? Bauer took the shriveled wallet and saw that there were only a few gold coins inside. She immediately felt dizzy. "I can't help it. I haven't been able to save up my private stash ever since it was confiscated last time." Fatty Hai scratched his head in embarrassment. "No wonder you are so generous." Yi Kong and the others suddenly understood. "If you want to play, then go down and take a walk. It's good for you to experience it. Hui Tai Lang, you are in charge of the protection." Yu Yang was the real god of wealth. He gave Lu Yi 3,000 gold coins in one go. Even in Rizhao City where materials were expensive, 3,000 gold coins was enough to fill the whole team to death. Woof. Hui Tai Lang immediately accepted the order. His master had given him the heavy responsibility of protection. This was a good opportunity to make a contribution, he had to do it well no matter what. "Let's go." Fatty Hai quickly took the money pouch when Lu Yi declined. He cheered and jumped off the flying car. The figure of the Meat Mountain Demon King had officially arrived in Rizhao City. "We're not going." Shuetan Lang, the Li brothers and the others were all training maniacs. They had no interest in playing. In their eyes, the best way to play in the heaven realm was to sweep through everything like Empress Fei when they did in the past. That was more interesting. Of course, with their strength, this kind of goal could not be achieved even in their dreams. In order to chase after their dreams, they spent more time on training and did not want to waste this good time. Prince Tianluo was influenced by them and was now working hard. There were 4 carriages on the luxurious flying car. Each carriage was 15 meters long. Even if the whole team was there was enough space for them to train quietly. The golden elves Lin En and his wife did not go down to play. They were more distressed about the few pegasi that were pulling the carriage. In fact, the luxurious flying car was a large flying puppet that could hover in the air. It did not need pegasi to pull it and could fly automatically. Moreover, it was not like the river crab train of the Celestial Empire. This one would never derail. Even if it fell from the sky, there was an anti-gravity device to protect the passengers. These few pegasi that were responsible for pulling the carriage were equivalent to decorations for the rich. The pegasi that were forced to fly continuously in front of the luxurious flying car for several hours were a little tired. Fortunately, they met the Lin En and his wife, the golden elves who had a natural liking for pegasi, so they were taken care of. If it was Fatty Hai, he would still want to ride a pegasi to show off his power. Anyway, this was a luxurious carriage rented in the Lingyan kingdom. He had to return it later, otherwise the deposit would be deducted. It would be a waste not to ride it. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai continued to follow Night Empress and Ji Zun to continue their training. Anan, Yu Bing, Raging Flame and Drunken Cat were also comprehending at the Gate of Life and Death. They did not participate in the Heaven Realm trip this time. On the other hand, Yu Yu was pulled up by Yu Yang. However, she preferred to stay in the grimoire world and help Yu Yang organize various items. She did not show her face outside. Yu Yang sat in the first carriage of the luxurious carriage. According to his memory, he drew the various designs he saw at the Gate of Heaven Realm. If he hadn't drawn it out, he wouldn't know. But once he had completed more than half of the drawing, he realized that the tombs of the Heaven Realm rankers had formed a huge battle formation. It resonated with the 3 teleportation circles at the edge of the Heaven Realm Gate, locking the Heaven Realm Gate completely. Moreover, Yu Yang also speculated that there must be a huge rune formation underground. Once a warrior invaded, it could be activated quickly. In addition to sounding the alarm, it could also suppress or even seal the intruders. Yu Yang was studying the Heaven Realm Gate. Red was massaging his shoulders lightly with her small hands, just like a gentle wife taking care of her lover. Fatty Hai, who was worried about Yikong, brought Fanlu and Tai, Lu Yi, Xia Yi, Bao Er, and the 4 orc girls, guarded by Hui Tai Lang and Ox Head Liao, and landed on the bustling north and south avenue of Rizhao City. Because of the straight road, they could see the floating island in the distant sky, emitting a faint white glow. That was the Sun Island, the meeting place where all the rankers gathered for meetings, and today's Rizhao City Lord Mansion. As usual, there were 2 groups of guards patrolling the north and south avenue. The barracks on both sides had long been changed into various kinds of shops. The goods inside were dazzling to the eyes. Because of the convenient transportation and the abundance of mineral resources, the local people's economic income was high. The circulation of goods was especially fast, and there was also a large consumer market for luxury goods. Many merchants moved after hearing the news. Some products from thousands of miles away, and even the specialties of the South Heaven Realm, could be seen here. Look, there's a beast shop over there. Fanlu and Tai was not interested in the roadside snacks. Her hobbies were collecting weapons and visiting the beast shop. Of course, the latter hobby was because Yu Yang decided to buy a heaven-ranked beast for everyone. Although Fanlu and Tai, the ox-head girl, had improved a lot in the previous battles, she felt that her strength was not enough, and her contribution to the team was not much. Hence, she also wanted to contract an outstanding heaven stage beast as soon as possible, which was why she had this idea. The group chatted and laughed as they walked into the huge beast shop called Potential Alliance. It was different from the beast shop in Tongtian Tower. This Potential Alliance was rebuilt from the original barracks. Other than being abnormally huge, it also used the basement to develop beast cages, and directly sold mature beasts. Selling mature beasts was relatively rare in Tongtian Tower. This was because although mature beasts were stronger, they had almost no potential, and were different from young ones that could be cultivated. In addition, it was almost impossible for mature beasts to have a high compatibility with their new master. They would definitely have their own thoughts, and the stronger they were, the more so. Without compatibility, Other than not being able to display their battle power, loyalty was also a problem. Therefore, in Tong Tian Tower, people preferred to buy young beasts, and even beast eggs were very popular. Here, on the contrary, the beast eggs were directly piled together, and there was almost no obvious classification. The beast eggs in Tong Tian Tower had gone through countless tests and evaluations. They were sold according to their potential and compatibility with the warrior's attributes. In this potential alliance, the beast eggs were casually sold like eggs in the market. How much are these beast eggs? Fan Luentai's eyes lit up. With so many beast eggs, he might be able to pick out a beast that was suitable for him. As long as he nurtured it well, he would have a heaven-ranked beast. Others might not dare to say, but Yu Yang's ability to look at beast eggs was definitely top-notch. Even if Yu Yang said that he was just guessing, he was able to guess correctly almost every time. His luck was extremely high. Oh, this seems to be not bad. Bao Er pointed at a gray egg. Her intuition told her that it was a good thing, but she bit her finger and was not too sure. With Bao Er, this lucky baby, buying a few would probably result in an outstanding one. Her eyesight was not good, but her luck was high. The success rate of buying beast eggs with her was only below that of Yu Yang. It was also a strong guarantee. A waiter who was chatting and laughing with his companion saw that Fan Luentai did not go to look at the mature beasts that were in a commotion in the dungeon, but instead went to look at the worthless beast eggs. His face immediately darkened, and he was extremely unhappy. Although he did not say it, the look of disdain on his face showed that he was a pauper. If Bao Er had pointed at a large wyvern egg, his expression might have been slightly better. However, the egg that Bao Er pointed at was a gray sparrow stork that could only be found near Rizhao City. This was a kind of low-level flying beast that had almost no fighting power and was equivalent to a meat bird. Even the worst mercenary would not like this kind of beast. The reason why the potential alliance beast shop bought this kind of egg was because the young of the lightning raptor and thunder hellhound liked to bite this kind of non-threatening gray sparrow stork as food. The gray sparrow stork grew fast and had a high reproduction rate. They were like rabbits in the wild. The mercenaries even gave them a nickname, Flying Rabbit. Normally in the wild, people would often hunt them for meat. This kind of trash beast, and the other party actually said that it was not bad, pretending to understand. The disdain on the attendant's face deepened. If it wasn't for the store's rules that forbade customers from chasing them away or insulting them, he would have sneered at these poor people. It wasn't their fault that they were poor, but if they were to come to the top 3 potential alliance beast store in Rizhao City, they would be overestimating themselves. Did these country bumpkins who came out of nowhere really understand beasts? Did they really have the money to buy beasts? If they were told that a matured golden wyvern that had the strength of a quasi-heaven rank could be sold for millions, they would probably faint from shock. The attendant did not speak ill of them. Instead, he used a verbal trick and ridiculed them in a roundabout way. Customers with good taste, this beast egg is indeed an outstanding beast. I believe that you know that our potential alliance is not a black-hearted store that cheats customers. On the contrary, reasonable prices and honest trade are the principles of our store. If you are able to buy a golden wyvern, then I will definitely use my full authority to gift you this outstanding beast egg. You must know that it is one of the local specialty beasts, the gray sparrow stork whose flying speed is close to that of a golden wyvern. Gray sparrow stork? I think I've heard of it before. Fatty Hai scratched the back of his head like a country bumpkin, his face revealing a simple and honest smile that he had never seen before. It's probably about the same as the scarlet flame crane. Yi Kong also seemed to have eaten a moron. Even a fool would know that unless the scarlet flame crane died prematurely, it would become a heaven-rank beast when it matured. The scarlet flame crane's bloodline was said to originate from the eastern divine beast, the crane. Although it was a long time ago and there was no way to verify it, it was a fact that the scarlet flame crane was very powerful. A non-heaven rank scarlet flame crane might not be able to defeat a golden wyvern, but a scarlet flame crane that had to reach heaven rank when it matured would be able to defeat a golden wyvern that could not reach heaven rank when it matured. Golden wyverns were very rare, but scarlet flame cranes were 100 times rarer than golden wyverns. Hearing that Yi Kong placed the gray sparrow stork and scarlet flame crane together, the disdain in the attendant's eyes deepened. Of course, there was a smile on his face. He deeply hid the contempt that came from his bones. He even went along with Yi Kong's words and gave him a thumbs up. I can tell with one look that you're someone who knows what's good and what's bad. Look at your clothes. He looked at Yi Kong from head to toe and realized that Yi Kong, who was wearing luxurious clothes, looked more like the son of a nouveau riche from the countryside. He touched Yi Kong's collar and pretended to be surprised. Oh my, it's still made of polyamide. Oh no, it turns out that there are a few young masters in our shop. No, this must be a young master, or else they won't be able to wear such embroidered clothes. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai heard this. They quickly looked at each other. With a tacit understanding on their faces, the two of them puffed out their bellies and puffed out their chests, acting as if they were the young masters. Lu Yi was a good child with a pure heart. She was not good at pretending. Afraid that she would laugh, she turned her face away and pulled Bao Er, who wanted to join in the fun, away to look at other war beasts. Otherwise, who knew what kind of trouble Bao Er would create with Fatty Hai and the others? I'll buy your egg. Tell me, how much is it? Fatty Hai patted his chest, showing that he had nothing but money. 10 gold. The waiter increased the price of 1 gold by 10 times. Wow, so expensive? Fatty Hai seemed to be shocked. Good things are like this, it's worth it. If not, there are also cheaper war beasts. What do you think of the golden wyvern over there? It's 39 years old and has just reached adulthood. It weighs 15 tons, its largest wingspan is 35 meters, its head and tail are 48 meters long, its skin is as hard as golden armor, and it can spit flames up to 1,000 degrees. In battle, it can fly at a speed of 500 kilometers per hour, and in battle, it can fly at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. In the war beast arena, it has won 8 consecutive battles against war beasts of the same age and level. It is the famous super invincible golden wyvern Little Prince in Rizhao City. The waiter showed off to his heart's content. He could imagine that when he told them the price later, these poor people would all be scared to the point of peeing their pants. How much is this little prince worth? Fatty Hai asked as he pressed his chest excitedly, as if he was afraid that his heart would jump out. Luckily Prince of Tianluo did not come along, otherwise he would have kicked him to death. Yi Kong also cooperated with him, showing an expression of anticipation, as if he was ready to faint at any time. This made the waiter feel especially pleased. The waiter reached out and patted Fatty Hai's shoulder, purposely speaking slowly, with an arrogant expression that said, "It's not expensive. For rich young masters like you, it's just the price of plucking a hair off your feet. Although it's the treasure of our shop, if you want to buy it, then I can do my best to give you a 2% discount. The super invincible golden wyvern Little Prince's selling price is 1 million. If you are willing to buy it immediately, then I'll give you 980,000. He held back the pleasure of approaching orgasm and deliberately slowed down his speech so that he could speak clearly and completely. If the other party couldn't hear him clearly, he didn't mind saying it one more time. Originally, he thought that once he finished speaking, the other party would be scared to the point of peeing their pants. At the very least, they would be so scared that they would sweat profusely and fall to the ground. Who would have thought that the fatty and the skinny guy in front of him would have no reaction at all? They didn't look like they were scared silly, they were so normal that it was strange. Afraid that the two poor bastards couldn't hear him clearly, the waiter deliberately used a mocking tone and repeated himself. I still didn't hear you clearly, how much did you say? Fatty Hai finally had some reaction. 1 million, 1 million, 1 million. If you want to buy it, I'll give you a 2% discount, saving you 20,000 gold. If you take out 980,000, you can take out our shop's treasure. This fellow couldn't wait to see the other party's frightened, pale face and trembling body. He almost shouted, poor bastards, if you don't have money, don't come here. This is not a place for poor bastards like you. Nouveau riche from the countryside, it's better for you to go to a shabby pub that sells 10 cups of bad wine for 1 gold and get drunk. That's where you country bumpkins should stay. Fatty Hai and Yi Kong looked at each other, but still didn't have any reaction. They didn't faint, didn't sweat, didn't pee their pants, and didn't tremble. Looking at you guys, you want to buy it? This fellow ridiculed them to his heart's content. This is really incredible, looks like I've met 2 rich people today. Is there really a 2% discount? Fatty Hai asked weakly. Of course. For a young master like you, if I don't give you a 2% discount, it's simply intolerable. However, you better take out all the money, because our shop is small and our profits are small. We don't accept businesses that don't pay on credit. 2 millionaires, hurry up and take out the 980,000 yuan. Our store's treasure is yours now. Do you have 980,000 gold? If you do, take it out. Heavens, I really can't wait to see how generous you are. Rich people, come, what are you waiting for? Our shop's treasure is just waiting for rich people like you to buy it. That fellow waved his hands and legs, his saliva flying everywhere as he shouted. He wanted to embarrass Fatty Hai and Yi Kong, making them so embarrassed that they couldn't leave the shop. Buy that flying dragon and give this egg as a gift, you're the one who said that, right? Fatty Hai hugged the gray sparrow stork's egg like a country bumpkin entering the city, greedily asking, will you go back on your words? No, we've said it before, our words are worth 1,000 gold. As long as you can pay 980,000 gold immediately, this egg and the flying dragon will be yours. Quickly take out the money, rich young master, you don't have to worry about the floor here, no matter how much gold you have, it won't be damaged. As long as you have money, you can smash it however you want. That fellow saw that Fatty Hai didn't have the money to buy the golden flying dragon, maybe this fellow's clothes were rented to pick up girls. If you don't have money, why are you acting like a rich young master? I want you to be embarrassed, I want you to be unable to raise your head in front of girls for the rest of your life. Forget it. Yi Kong stood up to smooth things over. Alright, let's go back and discuss. Fatty Hai seemed to want to take the opportunity to step down. It can't be, you two rich young masters, you've already hugged all the eggs in our shop, we've even agreed on the price, yet you still don't want to buy it? Are you guys trying to mess things up? Do you want to make fun of us? If you don't have money, why are you acting like a rich young master? People like you are trying to impress by smashing your own face at your own cost. That fellow already knew that the other party would have this kind of reaction, so he purposely negotiated the price, pretending to be a rich young master in front of the girls, bragging about it when he returned, but he definitely wouldn't have the money to buy it. Towards this kind of people, not only did he completely look down on them, he also wanted to embarrass them, making them unable to step down. Eh? What's wrong? Lu Yi and the others heard the loud mockery of that waiter and hurried over. That fellow was about to continue to mock and ridicule them. Unexpectedly, Fatty Hai took out a storage ring and poured out a lot of gold coins on the floor. No one knew how many there were, but they were scattered all over the floor. Then, under the waiter's shocked expression, Fatty Hai waved his hands calmly, his tone as relaxed as if he was buying a cabbage in the market. It's nothing, monkey, and I were just thinking if we should buy a flying dragon back to give third young master's Reaper Mantis a sumptuous meal. You should know that she hasn't eaten flying dragons recently, so her appetite isn't very good. Yi Kong stretched out his hand and patted the waiter's shoulder hard. He smiled brightly at the trembling waiter. Please count the money, we didn't bring our cards, it's all cash. But I know that people like you who are waiting for rich young masters to throw money at you, wouldn't mind counting the money. That fellow was patted by Yi Kong, as if his spine had been pulled out, he collapsed on the floor. We can't sell it. From afar, the waiter's companion, who saw the situation take a turn for the worse, rushed over in fright, waving his hands in denial. We can't sell the treasure of the shop, no matter how much it costs. Furthermore, 1,000,000 gold is just an extremely low price to show that the shop is cheap. This is the standard price that no one is selling. Sorry, we can't sell it to the public. The patrol leader of Rizhao City, Ao Chu, heard a large group of people surrounding the potential Alliance Warbeast shop. Inside the shop, there was a commotion. He immediately separated the crowd and asked righteously, what's going on? As a patrol leader, he had a lot of power here. He was in charge of all public security matters. Every year, although the shops on both sides of the street would offer a large amount of tribute, as the saying goes, a county official is not as good as a manager. As for the patrolling guards like Ao Chu, they did not dare to offend them. Usually, they would bribe these guards with small gifts. During the holidays, there were even more gifts. Sir. A bootlicker immediately came forward and explained to Ao Chu, it's like this. I heard that a tourist from afar did not know the rules here and wanted to buy the treasure of the shop, the gold flying dragon. Those fellows are really stupid. The price is just for show. How could the potential Alliance Warbeast shop sell it? Look, they are quarreling now. It's easy to make a mistake if one is not familiar with it. But I think the potential Alliance Warbeast shop is also wrong. If they don't want to sell it, they should have just said so. Why did they ask for money? They looked down on us. They bullied outsiders and did not have money to buy it. Who knew that they would hit a steel plate? Serves them right, the crowd in front of the patrol leader Ao Chu started to discuss. He only heard a few words and he already understood what was going on. The shop bullied the customers and the staff looked down on outsiders. They wanted to make fun of the other party and embarrass them. Who would have thought that the other party would take it seriously and decide to sell it? Now, the potential Alliance Warbeast shop was in a difficult position. If this was a small shop, Ao Chu would not care about it and teach these unscrupulous merchants a lesson. But the potential Alliance Warbeast shop had a lot of tributes every year. They received a lot of money and gifts. As the saying goes, when you receive money, you have to help them. Ao Chu could not pretend that he did not see it. He tidied up the armor on his body and held the gold-ranked bloodway blade at his waist. Then, he walked with his legs splayed out, and under the escort of 10 patrolling guards, he walked into the entrance of the potential Alliance Beast shop through the path that the crowd had opened up. Inside, it was also full of people. One of the shop assistants was already paralyzed on the ground with a pale face. The other one was shaking like a chick that had nowhere to hide. There was still a group of shop assistants in the distance, but no one dared to come over. A few of the guards were beaten to a pulp. Those who did not faint knelt on the ground and raised their hands in surrender. Those who fainted on the ground had blood flowing out of their mouths and noses, forming a trail of blood that flowed from the scattered gold coins all the way to Captain Ao Chu's feet. As a quasi-heaven-rank city guard captain, Captain Ao Chu couldn't help frowning when he saw the guards of the Warbeast shop being beaten so miserably. Although the strength of these guards was not high, they were all around Earth rank level 5. The head of the strongest guard, Mi Luofu, who had the strength of Earth rank level 8, didn't seem to be in the shop. However, to be able to beat down all the guards in the shop without damaging anything in the shop, this kind of battle speed and control had to be taken seriously by Captain Ao Chu. He glanced at the few foreigners who did not know the local rules and found that there were quite a few of them, both men and women. The leader was a fat man who looked like he deserved a beating. Standing beside the fat man was a skinny man with eyes as sharp as an eagle. Other than these two, there were also 2 tall bull-headed men, emitting a strong aura. Behind the bull-headed men were 4 female pig people. They seemed to be the guards of this team. Seeing that they were surrounding the 3 extraordinary beauties, it was obvious that this was not a mercenary team, but a little like a family's disciple who had gone on a trip. Cough. Captain Ao Chu coughed slightly, reminding everyone to pay attention to him. He then took out the attitude of a city guard captain. What happened? Sir, you came at the right time. The trembling shop assistant saw Captain Ao Chu and immediately rushed over as if he had seen his savior. He bowed respectfully to Captain Ao Chu and said with a voice full of surprise, Sir, you have to uphold justice for our potential alliance. We are the most law-abiding shop in Rizhao City, but today, what kind of crime did we suffer? You don't know, these customers threatened that if we do not hand over the golden dragon, they will destroy our shop. As you know, that's just the standard price. You won't be able to buy it even if you pay 5 times the price. That's the treasure of our shop. How could we sell it? No matter how much you pay, we won't sell it. Of course, Captain Ao Chu would not foolishly agree. He just snorted, indicating that he understood. We need to investigate this matter. However, you are indeed a law-abiding shop. If someone wants to threaten you, we, the city guard captain, will definitely not ignore it. Deputy Captain Motto was in charge of expressing his stance. The onlookers felt a little disgusted when they heard the adjective law-abiding. Everyone in the city knew that not only the potential alliance, but also the entire Rizhao city did not have a single shop that was operating in accordance with the law. About 1,000 years ago, there was a bard who passed by here. When he left, he once said, "This is the dirtiest and most corrupt place under the sun. Even the air is filled with the stench of money. If I have to make a choice, rather than living here, I would rather stay in hell." 1,000 years ago, it was already so corrupt. 1,000 years later, which merchant in Rizhao City would still dare to say that they are honest merchants? Not only merchants, honest people had already starved to death in Rizhao City. The onlookers did not speak, but they sneered in their hearts. They could not wait for chaos, the more chaotic the better. Rizhao City had not been lively for a long time. If they could make a mess, it would be a change in their lives. These people, did you guys beat them up? Ouchu observed again and found that there were no heaven rankers. The strongest was only Earth rank level 7. It was just that their equipment was very good. Almost everyone had a gold-ranked treasure. For someone like Aochu, who had to work hard for 300 years to get the position of captain of the city guards, and for someone who had to accept bribes for 10 years to buy a blood-wave blade, he couldn't help but feel jealous. These foreigners were too rich. Yes. Yi Kong nodded. You guys came to our Rizhao City to travel, we naturally welcome you. Our Rizhao City welcomes guests from all over the world. However, haven't you heard of the saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do? Since you are here, you have to abide by our rules. Captain Ouchu decided to first stand on the big picture, and first put a hat on the other party. Sir, we are good guests who abide by the rules. Fatty Hai replied with a smile. Beating people up is also called obeying the rules? When Captain Ouchu said this, his subordinates behind him and the onlookers all laughed together. If someone in the city steals something, may I ask, sir, can we catch him and beat him up? Yi Kong asked in reply. Of course you can. Captain Ouchu did not give the other party a chance to refute, and immediately retorted, but dear guests from afar, I want to clarify the inappropriate example you just gave. In our Rizhao City, the security is excellent, there is no thief at all. Maybe you don't know, our Rizhao City is also known as the City of Sunshine and the Garden of the Mountains. Here, safety, cleanliness, beauty, prosperity and happiness are the main themes of the city. Disaster, poverty, exploitation, ugliness, and corruption are things that will never happen. Is that so? Yi Kong shrugged his shoulders, expressing his doubt. Regarding your request to buy the golden flying dragon, I think I understand a little. Captain Ouchu naturally protected the potential Alliance Beast shop. This shop was opened by the city lord's cousin, and was usually managed by the elder brother of his 5th concubine. If he were to help outsiders, he would let the city lord's cousin know, and his position as captain would not be stable. Of course, he would not offend outsiders too much. This was especially true for rich foreigners. Towards outsiders who threw money all over the floor, Captain Ouchu decided to use the strategy of persuading them to leave. He tidied up his shiny armor, rubbed the captain's badge on his arm, and revealed the blood wave slash on his waist more clearly to show that he was not inferior to the other party's wealth. Then, with an air of control, he said, This is the treasure of the shop, it is not for sale to the public, but the city lord has ordered that everything in the shop must be marked with a price, it is strictly forbidden to deceive the customers with the price. Our city lord is such a noble gentleman. So, the golden flying dragon has also been marked with a price. As for the price, it is up to you, because this is not for sale at all. This kind of price, we call it the sample price, it is the rules of the trade. Dear guests, first of all, I represent Rizhao City to welcome you. Now, I think the misunderstanding in your hearts has been cleared. It is not that the potential Alliance Beast shop does not sell, it is that this is not for sale at all. Maybe you can look at other beasts. I have the authority to mediate, I can promise you that the potential alliance will give you a 5% discount. Giving benefits to the people is what we are most happy to do. Captain Ouchu looked at Fatty Hai and Yi Kong with a very sincere look. He glanced at Lu Yi, Bao Er, and the others with the corner of his eyes. He realized that these few ladies who were protected by the city lord did not seem to want to cause trouble, so he decided to give them a way out. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai looked at each other and were about to express their stance. Suddenly, a guard squeezed through the crowd and whispered a few words in Captain Ouchu's ear. If one's hearing was especially good, he would be able to hear the words city lord's cousin, rushing here and so on. Captain Ouchu's face changed when he heard this. His face changed. Became gloomy. From red to black. Habitually, he tidied up the armor on his body and used his finger to lightly wipe the badge on his arm. Then, with lightning speed, he pulled out the blood wave slash from his waist and pointed it at Yi Kong and Fatty Hai. What a pair of liars, I was almost cheated by you too. So you are professional liars, deliberately causing trouble in our Rizhao city. Let me tell you, this is not a place where you can behave atrociously and succeed. Damn it, if it wasn't for someone reporting you in time, I would have been cheated by you. Do you want to blackmail the potential Alliance Beast shop under my nose? Let me tell you, unless I die, you will not succeed. Outside, the sound of hooves could be heard. A luxurious team of horses and knights in bright armor escorted a middle-aged man of noble status who was dressed in embroidered clothes as they galloped through the streets. They did not stop. Even when Captain Aochu rushed out to greet them respectfully, they turned a blind eye to him and left. The surrounding people were all discussing spiritedly. Look, it's the city lord's cousin, the powerful General Wang. He seems to be out hunting. Actually, there are a few days like this every month. Did no one report to General Wang about the potential Alliance Beast shop? Why would he care about a golden dragon? This is only the smallest of General Wang's 15 shops. The one in the central square is the real main shop. The others are all Alliance shops. Yes, yes. To General Wang, a golden dragon is indeed nothing. Recently, this golden dragon has won too many battles. No one is willing to fight with it anymore. General Wang even wants to sell it in exchange for a heaven-rank Inferno Lion. I heard this news from my nephew. The heaven-rank Inferno Lion has been selected in Luoma City, but it has not been shipped over. Don't you know who my nephew is? He is the son-in-law of General Wang's housekeeper. He is now a member of General Wang's guards. He was the one who rode past just now. Does General Wang really want to sell this golden dragon? Can you be sure? Captain Aochu asked softly. I'm absolutely sure. The golden dragon has won too many battles, even those that it shouldn't have won. Especially that purple-eyed nightmare that the little city lord has just trained. The little city lord is very angry. General Wang wanted to kill the golden dragon to apologize to the little city lord, but the little city lord rejected. This time, he probably wants to get some good magic crystals to apologize to the little city lord. General Wang has long wanted to sell this troublesome golden dragon. Otherwise, why would he ask his housekeeper to go to Luoma City to buy a heaven-rank Inferno Lion? Captain Aochu tidied up his armor and wiped his captain's badge lightly. His face turned from black to blue. He sneered at Yi Kong and Fatty Hai. Didn't you want to buy the golden dragon? This captain has decided, I will buy it for you. You swindlers, take out your money. I won't bid a high price like 5 million, but you still have to take out the price of 4,500,000. This captain will let you taste the price of failing to cheat. Rumble, a deafening sound came from the street outside. A figure fell heavily in the middle of the street, smashing a clear human shape on the stone floor. Just as that person was about to struggle to get up, a noble figure wearing a platinum mask descended from the sky. He used his feet to step on the unlucky person who had collided with him. Everyone could clearly see that the man whose head was being stepped on was General Wang, the city lord's cousin, who had been escorted by the guards just now. General Wang, who was usually bad-tempered, did not get angry. Instead, he begged pitifully, spare me, powerful heaven rank. A strong person like you will not bother to kill an ant like me, because it will dirty your hands and tarnish your glorious reputation. I am willing to apologize to you for my rudeness. Please forgive me, powerful heaven rank, this lowly person kowtows to you. General Wang, who was wearing embroidered clothes, struggled to crawl under the other party's foot, making a kneeling posture. Then, he slapped his own face until it looked like a pig's head. That was until the noble masked man kicked General Wang a dozen meters away and yelled disdainfully, "Get lost." General Wang bowed respectfully and retreated, quickly disappearing into the crowd. The guards also covered their heads and scurried away like frightened rats. The surrounding people were so scared that they almost suffocated. It was too scary. What kind of existence was this? Even the city lord's cousin was so scared that he slapped his own face. Could it be a special envoy from the central shrine? The masked man floated away. After a long time, the crowd slowly regained their senses. Captain Aochu's face turned from blue to purple. He shivered and realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. he was very embarrassed. General Wang, whom he wanted to suck up to, was not even worth a fart in front of a noble person. He was just like a pitiful worm begging for his life. Now, he was no longer in the mood to deal with the business of those foreigners. Feeling displeased, he tidied up his armor and quickly rubbed the badge on his shoulder. In the process of rubbing it, he thought of the words he should say. Then, he pointed at Yi Kong and Fatty Hai with his blood wave. Scram, get out of Rizhao City immediately. This is not a place where you liars can stay. Men, bring these swindlers out of the city. Confiscate all the stolen goods on the ground and confiscate them. Not only did you chase them out of the city, you even confiscated my money. Isn't this a little inappropriate? A voice rang in Captain Ao Chu's ears. Who dares to question my decision? Captain Ao Chu's face turned ashen. He thought to himself, don't think that just because a passing heaven rank ranker hit General Wang, you can question me. He turned around and decided to teach the other party a lesson. He wanted to take the opportunity to build up his prestige. However, when he turned around, he was so scared that his blood vessels almost burst. The masked man who stepped on General Wang's head just now was standing behind him. Captain Ao Chu's face immediately turned ashen. He tried his best to calm down and kneel down to apologize to the other party like General Wang. However, his body was stiff and he could not kneel down no matter how hard he tried. Instead, he inexplicably said, "Is the money on the ground yours?" Fatty Hai stepped forward and nodded with a fake smile. Do you want me to introduce him? He is the leader of the swindlers you mentioned. Half of the onlookers fainted from shock. Everyone wanted to see how the chameleon race, who was known for being ruthless, would face the wrath of the honorable superior. Everyone wanted to see how the chameleon race, who was used to playing both sides, would face the wrath of the honorable superior. Sun Island, City Lord's Mansion. Tu Hai, who had just woken up from a comfortable lunch break, felt a little noisy outside. He picked up his favorite sweet date tea from the maid, took a sip, and casually asked the butler Jiao Shi, who was standing respectfully with his hands down, "What's the matter?" "Master, there are two small matters today." Butler Jiao Shi pulled out a chair and helped City Lord Tu Hai to sit down comfortably. While handing over the teacup that Tu Hai had casually put down, he reported, "A heaven-rank powerhouse passed by this place on a flying carriage." General Wang, who was out on a hunt, ordered the guards to drive away the powerhouse, but was beaten up. Is that so? City Lord Tu Hai shook his head indifferently. A Wang, that trash who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun, if he doesn't get beaten up, he won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I guess the other party still gave me some face, otherwise, he would have twisted his dog head off directly. Another thing, in the potential alliance, the staff looked down on foreign tourists and deliberately tricked them into buying the store's treasure, the golden flying dragon. Who would have thought that the other party could come up with the standard price, and they were embarrassed. The captain of the city patrol went to intervene, but because the potential alliance is General Wang's shop, the captain of the guard sided with the potential alliance. As a result, he was stretched out with his tongue and put into the sky, turning into a human kite, causing half the city to watch. Stretched out tongues can be put into the sky and turned into a human kite? City Lord Tu Hai was puzzled. Could this be done? It was not that City Lord Tu Hai had never let go of a human kite. This was a glorious and special tradition, which was said to have started during the war with the Tong Tian Tower Army 6,000 years ago. At that time, the Heaven Realm Army suffered successive defeats, and in order to vent their anger, they executed the captive Tong Tian Tower martial artists by various means. The process of making a human kite was usually like this. Grab the enemy and find a particularly steep cliff, the steeper the better. Then, cut open the unlucky fellow's stomach and pull out his intestines. Then, throw the other party off the cliff, dragging the intestines with him as he kept moving. In this way, the fellow who was still alive would use all his strength to float and chase after the person who was pulling him, in order to reduce the pain he was feeling. Some people with particularly good control could make the enemy suspended in midair fly human kites for more than an hour. Such a cruel human kite was also one of the top 10 tortures in the Western Heaven Realm. Perhaps mercenaries were not afraid of death, but they were extremely afraid of this kind of torture. For City Lord Tu Hai, he had been a human kite with his intestines pulled out many times, and he was already a little tired of it. However, he had never tried stretching out a tongue and flying a human-shaped kite in the sky, so he was immediately curious. "Master, that unlucky patrolling guard captain is a chameleon. His tongue is extremely long, several times longer than his body. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, my subordinates reported that the unlucky guy first had his tongue stretched out, then a large amount of gas was poured into his throat, causing his stomach to swell like a rubber ball. His whole body was suspended in the air. Finally, tie a rope around his neck and turn him into a human ball-shaped kite. Let people use the rope to run on the streets." "Interesting." City Lord Tu Hai clapped his hands happily. Then, after a slight pause, he tapped on the table in front of him with his index finger. "When will we also try to find a chameleon prisoner and use the same method to make a human ball-shaped kite and put it in the forbidden prison in the north of the city? Let those thieves see how sad the fate of offending me, Tu Hai, is." The butler Xiaoxia immediately bowed 90 degrees and replied politely, "As you wish, my dear City Lord." City Lord Tu Hai thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have any way to make an appointment with the heaven stage expert who passed by and Bidawing up to talk to me?" As for making friends with heaven stage experts, Tu Hai felt that the more the better. Never too little. Things that could be achieved with a little money, City Lord Tu Hai was never stingy. He, who was at the peak of the 4th level of heaven stage, had always been rejected by the heaven realm. He felt that what he lacked was not only strength, but also heritage. He had seen more than once that a heaven stage expert whose strength was lower than his had been allowed to enter the heaven realm. Not to mention the potential disciples of the famous sects, who were often not heaven stage, or even quasi-heaven stage experts, were led by the elders of their families to enter the heaven realm that they had always dreamed of but could not enter. In the past, City Lord Tu Hai did not understand the reason and only felt that it was unfair. Later, after being enlightened by the Lord of Lingyan Kingdom, he suddenly realized. Although as the Lord of Rizhao City who guarded the gate to the heaven realm, he also had the strength of the peak of the 4th level of heaven stage, but without the support of a famous family, it was impossible to enter the heaven realm with one's own strength. Even the Lord of Lingyan Kingdom could not lead his beloved General Tu Hai into the heaven realm. However, he brought hope to Tu Hai. As long as he could get the support of 300 heaven stage experts, then Tu Hai could get the nomination. In order to get this qualification, City Lord Tu Hai had worked hard for 200 years and found 137 heaven stage experts to support him. During this period, he had spent countless wealth. Among all the heaven stage experts that he knew, there was no one that Tu Hai had not tried hard to win over, but not every heaven stage expert was willing to choose to support Tu Hai. There were also the Lord of Golden Wheel City, the Lord of Light Hope City, and the Lord of Wisdom City who were also competing with Tu Hai. The quota of 300 heaven stage experts had never been achieved. Now, Tu Hai even wanted to get to know the heaven stage experts who passed by, to see if they could become friends and turn to support him into the heaven realm. It had been half a year since a strange heaven stage expert passed by Rizhao City. Today, he met one. Although he beat up his cousin Wingqing, Tu Hai City Lord did not care at all. "Master, I am afraid it will be a little difficult." The butler Xiaoxia shook his head slightly and sighed. General Wang offended the other party first, and the captain of the city patrol and the store of the potential alliance ruthlessly swindled. That heaven stage expert's impression of us should not be very good. In fact, the outsiders that the shop assistant swindled were subordinates of that heaven-rank powerhouse. As for that patrolling guard captain, he was ordered by that heaven-rank powerhouse to turn into a human-shaped kite and fly in the sky. He's still hanging on the flagpole. Damn it. City Lord Tu Hai slammed the table with a little annoyance, knocking over his favorite sweet date tea. With his usual temper, he would have flown into a rage. Without killing more than 100 people, the depression in his heart would not subside. However, 3 months ago, Lord Lingyan summoned City Lord Tu Hai and criticized Tu Hai for being too cruel and bloodthirsty, killing people like flies, and his reputation was very bad. This kind of rumor would make it difficult for him to prepare to enter the heaven realm. After receiving the secret instruction of Lord Lingyan, City Lord Tu Hai changed his usual bloodthirsty methods and built up his reputation. He suppressed his anger. "It is because I have offended the other party that I want to change his impression. If he is willing to support me to enter the heaven realm, then even if I tear down the potential alliance to appease his anger, what's the harm?" Besides, if a heaven stage expert wanted to flatten a store in a thunderous rage, he would have done so long ago. Now he did not do that, but only beat a few people, proving that he is actually very magnanimous and not the kind of person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Go, bring a gift and tell him my sincerity. If he is willing to come, I will set up a banquet in the city lord's mansion to welcome him. The butler Xiaoxia nodded in agreement. Before leaving, he cautiously reminded, Master, it is said that there are still remnants of the Tongtian Tower in the capital of the Lingyun nation. Although 6,000 years have passed, those rascals still haven't given up. They want to open the door to the heaven realm every day. City Lord Tuhai waved his hand. Don't worry, those remnants will not dare to come to our Rizhao city. This Sun Island has a heaven realm formation that makes it impossible for them to hide. Besides, since the great leader of the rebels, Yi Guang, was besieged and killed in battle, and his loyal subordinates were slaughtered one by one, the remnants of the Tongtian Tower no longer have the power to rise again. I am afraid that they do not even have a heaven stage expert now, and each generation is worse than the previous one. Thousands of years ago, the remnants of that time were really powerful, and they could easily attack several cities in succession, but thousands of years later, the powerful heaven stage experts have long died, and the rest are all ants, no longer enough to be feared. Yes, this lowly one worries too much. The butler Xiaoxia bowed. Your worry is right, we do have to pay attention to the remnants of the rebels, but with the Sun Island here, let alone now, even those powerful heaven stage rebels from 6,000 years ago could not take it down. Do you know how many heaven stage rebels are imprisoned under our feet? Nearly 100, and even the past leaders have more than 20 to 30 people. City Lord Tuhai laughed. People outside thought that the Sun Island was the City Lord's mansion. In fact, this was a prison with super strong sealing power, with a barrier jointly sealed by the giants of the heaven realm. Even a heaven stage expert would not be able to escape from here. The Sunshine Prison in the north of the city was just a decoy. How could it hold a powerful heaven stage expert? At most, it could only hold lazy laborers in mining and hooligans who liked to steal chickens and dogs in the city. The butler Xiaoxia bowed deeply, and even City Lord Tuhai did not see that when he bowed his head, his eyes exuded a strange light. However, before he could raise his head, that light quickly dissipated. It turned into respectful admiration and worship. Half an hour later, butler Xiaoxia came back to report. For City Lord Tuhai, who was bent on entering the heaven realm, this was good news, because the heaven stage expert who had beaten General Wang and turned the guard captain into a human kite on the street had accepted City Lord Tuhai's apology and invitation to a banquet. In return, the heaven stage expert asked butler Xiaoxia to bring back a top-grade red coral stone to Tuhai. This top-grade red coral stone, only in the heaven realm. It was a rare gem that could not be bought with money in Sunshine City. When City Lord Tuhai saw this red coral stone, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this heaven stage expert had been to the heaven realm? At least, this heaven stage expert's background was not simple. Some of his teachers, relatives, or friends should have been to the heaven realm. Otherwise, there would be no such rare items as the red coral stone, let alone giving it away casually. What is the strength of that heaven stage expert? City Lord Tuhai felt that he should win over the other party. Of course, he should first understand the other party's information. I can't see clearly, that noble heaven stage expert is not someone that I can spy on. Butler Xiaoxia shook his head and said with a wry smile, on the surface, he does not look like a heaven stage expert, but in front of him, I feel a sense of inferiority as powerless as an ant. He was wearing an unparalleled and unique platinum mask, which was comparable to a holy rank treasure. I have never seen a platinum treasure with such spirituality and power. In the hands of that honorable heaven ranker, there was another, how do I put it, it should be an earth god weapon, a sky scorpion glove. I think, that is definitely a treasure that even the rankers in the heaven realm rarely have. That noble heaven stage expert, please forgive me for not being able to see clearly, and even dare not speculate. Really? When Tuhai heard this, he was overjoyed. If this heaven stage expert really came from the heaven realm, then he would be in luck. He excitedly slapped the table. Quickly, no, the distinguished guest has come, I will personally invite him. The bugle was loud and the dragon flag was fluttering. The mighty honor guard, under the command of the city lord's personal guard captain, was divided into two teams, energetically welcoming the arrival of the distinguished guests. City Lord Tu Hai stood at the front, quietly waiting for the luxury flying car to descend. Usually, apart from welcoming Lord Ling Yun, City Lord Tu Hai had never tried the habit of personally leading the team to welcome guests. As the city lord's cousin, Tudwa felt that his cousin had gone a little too far this time. Even if it was a heaven rank expert, he was not qualified to enjoy the courtesy of the city lord personally welcoming them. What's more, Rizhao City was not an ordinary city. This was a city of honor dedicated to commemorating the defeat of the Tongtian Tower invaders by the Heaven Realm martial artists. Of course, whether it was his cousin or the captain of the guards, Tudwa would not easily offend the dignity of Tu Hai. He also knew of Tu Hai's violent temper. The luxury flying car stopped, the door opened, and two people rushed out of the curtain, one fat and one thin, followed by a dog of such a low level that it made people speechless. Many people thought that this was an ornamental pet dog and did not take it seriously. They even secretly felt that the taste of the dog's owner was ridiculous. Even if he liked pets, he would raise a beautiful one. Such an ugly dog, what kind of taste was this? It really made people speechless. When they heard that the city lord was welcoming the distinguished guests, the generals and wealthy businessmen who heard the news all felt a little proud at this time, raising their heads high. Because the pets that their wives and concubines brought with them were either beautiful, powerful, or very unique. Raising a gray and unsightly dog as a pet, this kind of taste, if the owner of the dog was not a heaven rank expert, it was estimated that everyone would laugh loudly. When City Lord Tu Hai saw the lazy gray wolf, his eyelids twitched fiercely. He secretly paid attention to the generals and wealthy businessmen behind him, glancing at the various pets lying obediently in the arms of the noblewomen out of the corner of his eye, and then compared them to the half-dead gray wolf lying on the ground in front of him. Suddenly, he felt a little ashamed and a little annoyed that he had lived and played with a group of stupid and self-righteous idiots for hundreds of years. Could it be that he was also a fool? City Lord Tu Hai was very mad at the noblewomen who were secretly snickering behind him and the generals with bulging bellies and puffed chests. In the entire Heaven Realm, which heaven-ranked ranker would keep a bronze-ranked level 3 mutt as a pet? No, even the Western Heaven Realm expert Lion Mastiff, who was known as the Dog King, had tens of thousands of dogs under his command, but he didn't have such a rotten mutt. As a heaven ranker, how could he raise such a broken dog? Moreover, it was so favored that it was able to catch up to others. There was only one real answer. That was, the guys behind him had all misjudged. This seemingly stupid and lazy dog, whose strength wasn't even at Earth rank, was actually a powerful magic beast with strength close to heaven rank, and was most likely a variant of the Cerberus. It was just that this kind of beast had an extremely strong camouflage ability. Furthermore, it was good at transforming completely in battle. Just like some insect-type beasts that had evolved a second time in battle, City Lord Tu Hai secretly compared his own war beasts. Other than the golden-horned black dragon with the strength of heaven rank level 2, he felt that even the demon-sucking Demoness and chariot stone scorpion with the strength of heaven rank level 1 seemed to be inferior. He habitually looked at the city lord's bracelet on his wrist. On the surface of the bracelet that was polished with gemstones, a dozen green dots appeared. Safe, the ones who came were not the remnants of the Tongtian Tower rebels. Otherwise, the city lord's bracelet would immediately appear red, warning that the enemy was invading. On the wristband's mirror, the green dot that represented the dog lying lazily on the ground was surrounded by a faint golden circle, proving its strength. It was at least a heaven stage war beast, but it was hiding its strength, which was why it emitted a faint golden color. Similarly, in the luxurious flying car, there were also a few green dots with faint golden halos. However, in the instant that they were detected, the other party seemed to have sensed something and all of them disappeared, leaving only a single green dot with 2 golden halos. A total of 5 heaven rankers have disappeared. They should have entered the grimoire world. City Lord Tu Hai was shocked. What did it mean to be guarded by 5 heaven rank guards with a double golden halo on the bracelet? It meant that this target had at least the strength of heaven rank level 5 or above. There was absolutely no mistake, because this kind of bracelet was developed by the Heaven Realm for hundreds of years to deal with the invaders of the Tongtian Tower. If it was possible to make a mistake in other places, then it was absolutely impossible to make a mistake on this Sun Island. This was the main base for the research and development of the bracelet. Although the research studio had been moved to the central shrine thousands of years ago, the remaining test energy and energy ripples here were still running. Suddenly, under the silent gaze of City Lord Too High, the green dot with the double golden halo changed in an instant. First it turned into a golden circle, then into a green dot without a golden halo. It was no different from the surrounding green dots. City Lord Too High sighed. No wonder the dog was so inconspicuous. It turned out that not only was it a watchdog, but even its master was extremely good at hiding his strength. Hiding his strength? Too High suddenly thought of something and looked at the fat and thin guards again. There was nothing special about these two people. Their strength was like that of an ant, not even at Earth rank level 5. The fat man had a cheap smile on his face, the thin man was very serious, and his eyes were a little sharp, like a martial artist who had experienced real war. Just looking at them like this, there was nothing special about them. However, if the bracelet was used for comparison and evaluation, City Lord Too High secretly used the pointer on the bracelet to point to two targets. One was the wretched fat man who looked particularly incompetent when he smiled, and the other was an Earth rank level 6 member of the personal guard. As a result, to City Lord Too High's surprise, the scale of the pointer was completely tilted towards the green dot representing the fat man. The fatso's winning rate was as high as 99%. In other words, if the bodyguard, who looked much stronger on the surface, were to fight with the fatso who looked very weak, he would be beaten to a pulp. There was no possibility for him to fight back. Inside the luxury flying car, 4 more young people got out. 2 were guards. The guards of the twin brothers. The other 2 seemed to be the companions of the heaven-rank powerhouses. One was as cold as ice, with a murderous aura, and did not seem to be a heaven rank, but it made Too High a little surprised that this young man was extraordinary. The other was handsome and elegant, and at first glance, one could tell that he was a child of a famous family. Neither of them had the strength of heaven rank, but they gave people a very strange feeling. City Lord Too High couldn't help but point the pointer to the green dot representing the handsome and elegant children of the aristocratic families. One was the general behind him who had the strength of a quasi-heaven rank level 9. As a result, the winning rate showed that this young man with a smile like a spring breeze would have a 95% chance of defeating the general he relied on. Then he used the pointer to compare his cousin, the guard captain Tudo, and the young man who was like an ice cube. The result was even more dizzying. The guard captain Tudo, who had the strength of a heaven rank level 1, had a 90% chance of losing. Although the bracelet was only a test and did not represent a real battle, it could also reflect many things, such as the strength of the group of people on the other side. Everyone was hiding their strength, whether it was the guards, the war beasts, or the real owner who had not yet stepped out of the luxury flying car. The strength of those guards is too weak, almost all of them are below Earth rank level 5, the pets are not only weak, but also ugly. The treasures are not bad, I saw that the guards all have gold rank treasures, as expected of the guards of heaven rank, really extravagant. The generals, rich businessmen, and noble ladies behind him were discussing in a very low voice in the local language of Rizhao City. They were not afraid of the other side hearing them, because, 6,000 years ago, in order to prevent the martial artists of Tong Tian Tower from obtaining information through words, the strong of the heaven realm specially created a battle secret language, which was later passed down and became the local language of Rizhao City. If they had not specifically learned it, outsiders would not be able to understand the local language here, which was the battle secret language of the past. City Lord Too High was very embarrassed. He wanted to turn around and give each of them a slap in the face to wake up these idiots. However, he felt that the heaven stage ranker in the luxurious flying car, that honorable lord, should be watching his performance. He hurriedly revealed a face full of smiles and politely returned the greeting to the guard, saying that he welcomed him. Lord Ling Yun had said such a sentence, which was still fresh in the memory of City Lord Too High. He said, "The more you stay with a confused person, the more sober you appear, the more you stay with a stupid person, the smarter you appear." City Lord Too High felt that this was the case for him now. He strode forward and personally welcomed the heaven rank expert opposite him out of the car. Sure enough, as soon as this sincere gesture was made, the other side immediately responded. First, his aura changed slightly, and then the curtain moved slightly. A man wearing a platinum mask on his face, accompanied by a wise man who looked like an old fox, stepped out of the flying car and walked towards City Lord Tu Hai. This noble man was beyond the expectations of City Lord Tu Hai. Even though he had learned from the mouth of the butler Xiaoshi that the other side was a young man, City Lord Tu Hai still did not expect that the other side would be this young. Perhaps he was only in his 20s, and he felt like a child who had not yet fully grown up. However, such a young man was the extraordinary existence who had reached heaven rank level 5 with the double golden rings on his wrist. On the surface, this young man did not seem to be a heaven rank expert. But he also did not feel like an earth rank expert. He was very elusive, sometimes he seemed weak yet strong, sometimes he seemed strong yet weak. On his body, he was wearing a hand-woven white robe, embroidered with a kind of complex heaven runes that dazzled City Lord Tu Hai's eyes. The pattern formed by these heaven runes looked like decoration on the surface, but in fact, when it was activated, it would form an extremely powerful defensive battle formation. City Lord Tu Hai had once asked the palace of Ling Yun King to see one, but the national treasure rune brocade robe that Ling Yun King regarded as a treasure, the rune patterns on it could not be compared to this robe. Exchanging 100 pieces for one piece, he probably would not be willing to trade. On the arm of this unimaginably noble heaven rank expert, there was a very special style of glove, slightly shining with brilliant brilliance. City Lord Tu Hai did not need to look, even if he was blind, he could see that this was an earth rank divine weapon. It was at least above heaven rank level 3, not only was this glove an earth rank divine weapon, but the steel monster that followed behind like a puppy was also an earth rank divine weapon. What made City Lord Tu Hai most dizzy was that on the other arm of this young man, there was a special existence that looked like a wrist guard and a divine weapon at the same time. It was an extremely special life, like the legendary divine dragon of the Eastern Immortal clan, coiled around the arm of the young man. What was this, a heaven-ranked divine weapon? Who was this young man? What kind of noble existence was he? City Lord Tu Hai did not dare to think too much, for fear that he would be so scared that his heart would jump out of his throat. He only knew one thing now, that if he served this young master well, not to mention getting the qualification to enter the heaven realm, even becoming a city lord would not be a problem. Now, the only problem was how to cater to this young master's taste, so that this young master would come happy and return satisfied. This was the most troublesome thing for City Lord Tu Hai. Welcome, distinguished guest, Tu Hai is very fortunate, very fortunate. If it were not for all his acquaintances watching, Tu Hai would have knelt down and greeted the other party with a big bow. City Lord Tu Hai had already learned about this from his butler, Xiaoshi. This distinguished guest's surname was Yu, and his name was Tai Tan. He was a child of a family from the southern heaven realm. The other party did not say which family he was from, but Tu Hai estimated that it was definitely one of the top 10 families in the southern heaven realm, or even the top 10 families in the upper heaven realm. Coming from the southern heaven realm was just an excuse. Whether in terms of strength or identity, Tu Hai dared not call the other party's name directly. Whether it was out of courtesy, respect, or deliberate flattery, Tu Hai could not call the other party's name directly like how he called other young juniors, even if his name was more than 100 times bigger than the other party's. He respectfully addressed the other party as third young master, using the title that his butler, Xiaoshi, had found out from the other party. Tudo and the generals behind him were a little baffled by Tu Hai's reverence. He didn't look like a heaven stage powerhouse, so why would the city lord welcome him with such a grand ceremony? Could it be that this young man's identity was especially noble? Today, we have come to pay a visit to the city lord. We are very grateful to the city lord for welcoming us. The old cunning fox, who was standing beside Yu Yang, was in charge of speaking. On the other hand, Yu Yang nodded his head slightly, acting like a young master. This is a small town in the countryside, extremely simple and crude. Please allow the distinguished guests to see and hear clearly. Although Yu Yang only nodded, it still made City Lord Tu Hai feel particularly happy. A superior, this was the bearing of a superior. Those who gave long-winded speeches were all housekeepers. Which person in a higher position would talk non-stop? No. Not a single one. Generally speaking, as long as those in a higher position opened their golden mouth and made a decision, regardless of whether it was right or wrong, they would carry it out and rarely would they retract it. Welcome, esteemed guests. Butler Xiaoshi and the others hurriedly greeted. No need to stand on ceremony. The old fox beside Yu Yang waved his hand, and the Li brothers immediately gave out red packets to the people who greeted him, showing their generosity and generosity. The red envelopes were not filled with gold coins, because that would be too vulgar. Instead, they were filled with glittering and translucent meteor beads. The falling star pearl was definitely something that did not exist in the heaven realm. In the Skysplit Tower, it was only available near the Starfall Islands. The people of the heaven realm could not see its value. At first glance, it was a rare and wondrous item that he had never seen before. He would definitely think that it was a priceless item. This small investment was Yu Yang's key to opening up Sunshine City. Yu Yang planned to carry out a series of plans here in the future. Taking over Sunshine City was the first step. While greeting each other, the two of them were secretly sizing each other up. Yu Yang kept observing City Lord Tu Hai, who had been guarding Rizhao City for 3,000 years. No matter how inadequate City Lord Tu Hai's internal affairs ability was, at least he was a qualified guard. The Heaven Realm gate that connected Tong Tian Tower and the Western Heaven Realm had never been lost in his hands for thousands of years. Moreover, the cities around Rizhao City had fallen before. Only Rizhao City, which was guarded by Tu Hai, had never fallen. From this, it could be seen that the ability of City Lord Tu Hai was really not ordinary. City Lord Tu Hai was also looking at Yu Yang. He found that among the thousands of young people he had seen, none of them could catch up with this third young master. Not to mention catching up with this third young master, even those young people who were called Tian Luo and Tan Lang when they were introduced could not catch up. Even those two, one thin and one fat, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai, were 1 in 10,000 geniuses. These people, at a very young age, had reached Earth rank 5 or above, quasi-heaven rank or even heaven rank. With such strength, if it were not for the full cultivation of big families and sects behind them, how could they have reached this realm in their 20s, after 3 rounds of drinking? City Lord Tu Hai, who was constantly looking for topics, keenly found that the usual singing and dancing actually made the other party a little bored, and he was secretly distressed. The other party was a child of a famous family and grew up with a golden spoon in his mouth. These songs and dances naturally did not enter their eyes. What did the third young master like? If he couldn't come up with something new, it was estimated that he would not be able to keep the other party. Giving gifts was one way, but it was difficult to execute. First, what was the reason for giving gifts? If the gift was too vulgar, the other party would not like it. If the gift was money, the other party did not lack it. If the gift was beautiful women, the other party probably did not lack it either, and it would also cause the other party's women to be disgusted. If the gift was treasures, the other party even had gold-grade treasures for his guards. I heard that the potential Alliance Warbeast shop is arrogant and bullying its customers, and this city lord has sent someone to punish them. I wonder if you should present the golden flying dragon that has already been purchased by your subordinates immediately, or drag them to the arena to drink and watch the warbeasts fight. City Lord Tu Hai was testing whether the other party liked to watch warbeasts fight. If he did, then they could have a lot of common topics. In the process of fighting and gambling, he could also secretly manipulate the other party's warbeast to win the game and give the other party a fortune. This was the usual practice when trying to win over heaven-rank powerhouses in the past. City Lord Tu Hai felt that this third young master should not be as easy to win as ordinary heaven-rank powerhouses, but he had to try. Yu Yang waved his hand, no need. The old fox sitting next to him laughed and explained in the manner of Yu Yang's chief military advisor, the potential Alliance Warbeast shop has learned its lesson. The third young master's sister also got the gray sparrow stork egg that she liked. As for the golden flying dragon, Yi Kong and Fatty wanted to buy the flying dragon to feed the third young master's mantis. If it was a fair transaction, the price doesn't matter. This matter is over, the third young master will not pursue it anymore, and the parties involved have also learned their lesson, so let's forget about it. We are interested in the Warbeast arena. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai stood up. City Lord Tu Hai gave his cousin Tu Duo a look. Tu Duo immediately took a group of generals, surrounded Fatty Hai and Yi Kong, and left their seats, heading towards the arena. The butler Jiaosher stopped the singing and dancing and personally served City Lord Tu Hai and Yu Yang, the distinguished guests. Shui Tan Lang took out his book as if there was no one else around and forced himself to memorize it. Beside Tu Hai, another person known as Sunshine City's top advisor, Xianxia, was the chief consul of Sunshine City who was appointed to manage the city's taxes. He glanced at Shui Tanlang's book subconsciously as he talked to Prince Tian Luo. There were many people who read books in public just to show off their knowledge. Often they would read the book upside down without knowing anything. Ignorant and incompetent. Xianxia, the first advisor and chief magistrate, had just rushed over to attend the banquet and had not had time to inquire about the other party's various information from Jiao Shi. In his heart, he was still a little disdainful of Shui Tanlang reading books in public, thinking that this was really a pretentious young man. Even if he was eager for knowledge, he wouldn't need to read and recite books at a banquet, right? It was clearly an act. However, when he looked at it, he was shocked to find that the handwriting on the book was not ordinary words, but heaven runes. There was no written explanation at all. It was densely packed with heaven runes. The strangest thing was that these heaven runes would move with the passage of time, constantly combining into new things. Xianxia had also painstakingly studied heaven runes before. Originally, he thought that he had a certain understanding of heaven runes, but when he looked at it, he was shocked to find out that he was illiterate. He could not understand what was written on it at all. Just as Xianxia's forehead was covered in cold sweat, Shui Tanlang took out a book and wrote while copying. His writing was extremely accurate. Compared to the heaven rune book, the only difference was that the runes he wrote did not have the power of the heaven runes. Unlike the heaven runes in the book, the runes he wrote did not have the power of the heaven runes. They would not move automatically as time passed. Perhaps, the sage teacher who taught us did not master as many heaven runes as this ice cube man. Xianxia secretly wiped his cold sweat. Now, he knew that the other party was not pretending, but really wanted to learn. He was really thirsty for knowledge. On the other side, City Lord Tu Hai was also secretly wiping his cold sweat. He found that the more he talked to the third young master, the more he felt that he was an ignorant fool. The third young master's random words could have a profound meaning that he could not understand. If it was not for the sage who claimed to be Shui Donglu who explained the third young master's words, then he might not have understood it, or even completely misunderstood it. Not to mention the current heaven realm, the cultivation of war beasts, the improvement of treasures, the third young master knew all kinds of secrets from thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. When he said his unique opinion, Tu Hai felt that he was not deliberately flattering him, but sincerely and spontaneously clapped his hands and applauded. So the black and white pieces were brought to the western heaven realm by Tongtian Tower. So many changes have happened in the middle, I did not expect the truth of history to be like this. Housekeeper Jiao Shi also sighed at the secret Xu Yang talked about. Why don't we play a game? City Lord Tu Hai was overjoyed. If the third young master liked to play chess, then he had found the right way to cater to his hobby. Although his chess skills were not very good, the Lord of Lingyan Kingdom liked to play chess. In order to please the Lord of Lingyan Kingdom, City Lord Tu Hai had also studied chess for a long time. Until today, he would occasionally play chess with housekeeper Jiao Shi to maintain his chess skills. City Lord Tu Hai felt that having a skill, even if it could not be used for a while, would eventually come in handy. For example, playing chess. This thing did not work in battle, but it was a very good stepping stone for communication. Giving money to the superior was not something they cared about at all, but if you could play chess with the other party, over time, it was easy to become the other party's good friend. City Lord Tu Hai was originally just an inconspicuous noble of the Lingyan Kingdom. Being able to obtain the appointment of the Lord of Lingyan Kingdom and become the City Lord of Sunshine City was not unrelated to him and the Lord of Lingyan Kingdom. Very good, it's just that my chess skills are not good enough, I hope the City Lord will show mercy. Yu Yang said modestly. This City Lord only knows a little, haha, my hands are usually itchy, so I often play a few games. City Lord Tu Hai felt that if the other party's chess skills were really not very strong, he could let the other party see it, otherwise it would become an insult. He usually played chess with the Lord of Lingyan Kingdom, and it had long become a habit for him to secretly let the other party play. He was very skillful, and even the Lord of Lingyan Kingdom could not see through it, or perhaps, he saw through it but enjoyed the performance of his subordinate. Housekeeper Jiao Shi set up the chess game. After one game, City Lord Tu Hai was so ashamed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He dared to say that if the other party had not secretly let him live several times, he estimated that he would not have a single piece left on the board. Although he was not at the level of a master, City Lord Tu Hai felt that he was one of the few strong chess players in the Lingyan kingdom. However, in front of this third young master, Tu Hai found that he was like a child who had just learned chess. He could simply be played in the palm of his hand. When he saw that the third young master looked a little bored, he really wanted to cry in his heart. God, it was not that he did not want to please the other party, it was that the third young master's chess skills were too abnormal. Even if the other party gave him a few pieces, he would still be able to drown himself in the river. Ahem, why don't you wait for me to play a game with the third young master? Housekeeper Jiaoshi's chess skills were better than that of City Lord Tu Hai, so he took the initiative to take over, lest the City Lord make a fool of himself again. Very well. Halfway through the second game, City Lord Tu Hai could not bear to look at the chessboard anymore. He was afraid that he would cry. It was too terrifying. Housekeeper Jiaoshi did not let the third young master eat a single piece, but not even a small piece could survive. Every piece seemed to have a way to live, but in fact, it was a dead end. No matter how many pieces were played to save them, the result was the same, that was, suicide. Jiaoshi wiped the sweat from his forehead and apologized to the other party again and again. Seeing the bored look in the third young master's eyes, City Lord Tu Hai secretly gritted his teeth and thought of a person. At the entrance of the Sun Island's dungeon, where the powerhouses of the Tong Tian Tower were guarded, there was a heaven-ranked powerhouse sent by the central shrine. For 6,000 years, that old guy had never left the entrance, playing chess every day for his own amusement. His chess skills, even the Lord of Lingyan country once said that he was inferior to him. If he could persuade the third young master to play a game with that old man, he believed that he would definitely be able to successfully make friends with this distinguished disciple. The problem was that that was the entrance of the Tong Tian Tower's martial artists, and no outsiders were allowed to enter except the city lord. City Lord Tu Hai was not worried that someone would take the opportunity to break into the prison. It was just that if the central shrine found out, he was afraid that his position as the city lord would be at risk. Besides, that heaven-ranked powerhouse might not necessarily agree to let outsiders in to play chess, so this matter must be carefully considered. City Lord Tu Hai looked at the third young master again, feeling that this young man had the loneliness of a master. Tu Hai watched the third young master mess up the chessboard, got up and said goodbye, bringing Shui Donglu with him, the elegant Tian Luo, and the cold and studious Tan Lang. City Lord Tu Hai sighed in his heart. Alas, when the time comes, one will regret not having enough knowledge. Such a distinguished guest, but he had no way to make friends with him. He could not even play chess well. This was too disappointing for the other party. What? When butler Jiaoshi and advisor Xiang heard of City Lord Tu Hai's proposal, their faces immediately changed, and they waved their hands in opposition. No, this must not be done. They did not see the mysterious smile on the faces of Yu Yang and the others as they walked out of the city lord's mansion and returned to the luxurious flying car. The old fox said with certainty, "They will come the day after tomorrow at the latest." Prince of Tian Luo smiled, "Maybe they will come tomorrow, if we leave tomorrow." The old fox waved his hand, "No, we have to give the other party some time to consider. If we push too hard, the other party will not be able to make up his mind." The old dragon turtle's previous guess was not wrong, there really are martial artists of the Tong Tian Tower sealed here. Yu Yang, the rest is up to you. If you don't use the supreme will and the creation domain, I am afraid it will not be easy to win against an old chessboard monster who has studied it for thousands of years. Yu Yang pondered slightly, "I think that since they have been sealed for so many years, it doesn't matter if they are locked up for a little longer. We should still find that old pirate cook of the Caribbean first. It will not be easy to get so many people out at once without alarming the central shrine." City Lord Tu Hai secretly went to see the real guardian of the seal, old chess. Speaking of the game of chess. However, the loyal Elder Qi rejected the offer. Although outsiders were not allowed to enter at will, City Lord Tu Hai still came up with a solution, and that was to set up a chess record. He asked old chess to set up 3 unsolvable puzzles that had been studied for thousands of years and pass them on to Yu Yang. He also sent his butler Jiaoshi to ask Yu Yang to set up a chess game and personally pass it to old chess to solve it. He believed that after such a long-distance game, the two of them would definitely become good friends despite the difference in age. To him, who was pulling the strings, this was the best outcome. Sure enough, his proposal was tacitly approved by both sides. Old Chess set up 3 unsolvable puzzles for Yu Yang, and Jiaoshi, who was sent to Yu Yang, brought back 10 chess games. After both sides received the chess games, they fell into deep thought. It's too difficult, pulling one hair will affect the whole body, I can't play anywhere. That night, City Lord Tuhai stayed up all night studying, and invited all the chess masters in the entire Rizhao city to solve it, only to find out tragically that whether it was the 3 unsolvable puzzles laid out by the old chess master, or the 10 chess sets given by the third young master in return, no one could place a single piece on them. It's better if we don't play, we'll die in one go. Several famous chess masters in Rizhao City were so depressed that they almost vomited blood. How do we play? Even Jiaoshi, who had always been very thoughtful, was at a loss. Thinking, discussing, arguing, the night passed. Before City Lord Tuhai set up a banquet to welcome Yu Yang, he first went to see Old Chess. He found that Elder Qi had already solved one of the 10 games of chess. It turned out that the entire Rizhao city was helpless against the 10 ultimate chess. After Elder Qi's demonstration, City Lord Tuhai was suddenly enlightened and praised again and again. He rushed out excitedly and asked Jiaoshi to send the solved chess game and the solution to the third young master. Old Chess was able to solve one game in one night, which made him very happy. It seemed that things were mostly successful. As long as this continued, both the third young master and the Go elder, who had ignored him for thousands of years, would quickly improve their relationship. When butler Jiaoshi left, he brought back 2 puzzles with him that had been solved. Hearing such news, City Lord Tuhai felt incredulous. It can't be, right? Rumor had it that the Go elder had spent close to 1,000 years thinking about the Go puzzles, trying hundreds of thousands of times, nearly 1,000,000 times, before he managed to solve the 3 unsolvable Go puzzles. Who was this third young master? What kind of brain does he have? It was not that City Lord Tuhai had never seen smart people before, he had seen even more intelligent people, but he had never seen someone as smart as the third young master. Elder Qi was definitely not a fool, even a top Go expert like Go elder needed 1,000 years to solve one game. However, third young master had solved 2 games in one night. Such an unattainable and daunting high IQ, compared to him, there was no way not to feel inferior. Of course, City Lord Tuhai would never know that Yu Yang had a treasure called the 3 Realms Compass, which allowed him to freely travel between the Heaven Realm and the Tower of Tongtian. City Lord Tuhai did not know that in the Gate of Life and Death of the Tower of Tongtian, Yu Yang's fiancé, Xue Wuxia, had the Book of Truth. Solving the chess game, for the Book of Truth, was simply a copy. Besides, with Yu Yang's wisdom, as long as the Book of Truth pointed out the right first step and found the opening to solve, the following solutions would not be a problem for him at all. Yu Yang was still deliberately holding back. Otherwise, the most difficult unsolvable game of the third game would have been solved long ago, and he could have asked butler Jiaoshi to send it back together. For this chess game, Yu Yang had 100% confidence to win. City Lord Tuhai's proposal could be said to be exactly what he wanted. If he were to compete with that old fellow face to face, he might not necessarily be able to win. However, in the long history of Tongtian Tower, there were countless absolute chess secret games and exquisite unsolvable chess secret games. Not to mention Tongtian Tower, even in the major libraries of the Soaring Dragon continent, there were many famous chess records. One of the most awesome seniors had a special type guardian beast called Starstone Plate. With the help of his guardian beast, he created a book called Blood Vomiting Manual that could make people vomit 3 liters of blood after reading it. There were dozens of chess records in the Blood Vomiting Manual, any one of them could make Tuhai and others vomit blood. Yu Yang, Xue Wuxia, Sickly Beauty, and the Old Fox had all seen the Blood Vomiting Manual. Of the 10 absolute chess games, 5 of them came from the Blood Vomiting Manual. 2 of them were set up by Xue Wuxia and Sickly Beauty. 2 of them were the ancient chess pieces that Yu Yang had obtained from Sister Xianxia's inheritance of knowledge. These 2 ancient chess pieces could not even be fully displayed by the Book of Truth. Only a few steps were displayed, which proved that even the Book of Truth, a quasi-divine artifact, could not completely crack them. Yu Yang estimated that even if the chess elder studied to death, it would still be impossible to crack these two ancient chess pieces. They were definitely the crystallization of the wisdom of the ancient super-experts. The old fox also set up a game, and the one that the chess elder successfully cracked was his. This was not a problem with the old fox's skill. Rather, he was worried that it would be too difficult for him to lure the other party. Thus, after discussing it with Yu Yang, he chose a relatively easier one. As expected, the chess elder spent an entire night solving it. Out of 10 games, 1 was cracked. The remaining 9 games would not be so easy. The difficulty of the 5 games that originated from the blood-vomiting manual was not lower than the opponent's 3 unsolvable puzzles. If the opponent wanted to crack it alone, he would need hundreds of years and hundreds of thousands of attempts. In reality, before the correct method to crack the blood-vomiting manual was found, it was a hopeless situation. It was only 600 years ago, when the ghost genius Yu Gong used the quintet seeking golden mice and other puppets to find the hidden postscript of the blood-vomiting manual, that the truth was revealed to the world. The warriors of Tong Tian Tower had always thought that the blood-vomiting manual was unsolvable. Who would have known that there was a way to crack every single one of the 36 manuals? If not for the ghost genius Yu Gong, the blood-vomiting manual would also be the mystery of Tong Tian Tower for 3,000 years. Let's not talk about the ancient chess pieces that Yu Yang had set up. At the moment, no one could crack it. According to Sister Xianxia's inherited memories, Yu Yang could make 18 moves, which was 10 moves more than the Book of Truth, which showed the correct answer to 8 moves. Xianxia, who loved to read and read all kinds of books, and Sickly Beauty, who had studied heaven runes since young, had set up 2 chess pieces that were not easy to crack. Yu Yang dared to say that if the opponent was not proficient in the variations of Heaven Rune Circle, it would be a fool's dream to crack it. This was because Xianxia and the Sickly Beauty used a kind of Heaven Rune array to shift and change it on the chessboard. That kind of chess game that resonated with each other would cause a person to suffer more mental torture than vomiting blood. Xianxia had set up a nightmare of despair. The Heaven Rune Circle would gradually change. Every time the opponent observed the chessboard, he would uncontrollably fall into a nightmarish state of despair. Sickly Beauty was kind-hearted. She did not wish for the opponent to go crazy from trying to crack it. Of course, she also did not wish for the opponent to successfully crack it. As a result, Sickly Beauty set up a dazzling array, using the dazzling heaven runes to evolve into a large and complicated rune circle. In order to solve this kind of chess game, one's eyes were not enough. There were too many chess pieces and thousands of complicated combinations. It would make one's eyes dizzy, and in the end, there was no other way but to retreat in defeat. Of course, if one was proficient in the various runes of the Heaven Realm, after knowing that this was a nightmare of despair and a dazzling formation, it would not be difficult to break it. As for Yu Yang, he did not ask for the answer from Xianxia and Sickly Beauty. He only spent 10 minutes to solve the 2 games. What? Third young master solved 2 puzzles? City Lord Tu Hai rushed to see Lord Lingyun, and as a result, even Lord Lingyun was alarmed. When he heard that Yu Yang had solved 2 unsolvable puzzles in just one night, he was astonished. He was taken aback. Lord Lingyun, who had aroused his interest, also placed the chess game named the 10 Ultimate Chess in the palace and tried to solve it. The result, to his surprise, was that, like City Lord Tu Hai, he could not even place a single chess piece. No matter where he placed the chess piece, it was a complete failure. Of the 10 chess games, there was barely one that looked easy, and that was the one that the old chess master spent a night to solve. As for the remaining 9 chess games, Lord Lingyun held the chess piece for a long time, trying to put it down, but after a long time, he found that the chess piece in his hand was completely superfluous, and he could not place it down. Lord Lingyun was very depressed. Even if he could only place one chess piece, it was much better than not being able to place a single chess piece on the board. Could it be that all these years of playing chess had been in vain? My lord, this chess game is obviously weak. The other party should have set it up to take care of our chess skills, so that we would not be embarrassed if we could not solve it. In addition, these 5 chess games have certain similarities, and it is obvious that they were created by the same person. This person's chess skills are thousands of times better than Tu Hai's. It is extremely rare to obtain such a strange set, but this person was able to set up 5 sets in a row. I guess the person who set up these 5 sets is the third young master's teacher, or an elder in his family, otherwise he would not have such wisdom. In these 2 chess games, Tu Hai always felt a kind of spiritual force pull, and his mind could not help but be drawn by the chess game, unable to control himself. After a long time, his mind became restless, and it became more difficult to understand. These 2 chess games should be the work of the third young master, because he was extremely good at concealing himself, giving people a sense of mystery at any time. As for the last 2 chess games, Tu Hai did not dare to evaluate them. They were simply not divine sets that Tu Hai's strength could reach. Both chess games were like endgame, and both sides had thousands of opportunities. However, no matter which side placed a chess piece, it was impossible to survive. The most ingenious thing was that these 2 chess games were endgame, but when placed together, they were able to echo each other. Even if they overlapped, it would not be impossible. The mysterious changes were simply the most incredible in the world. Such chess sets are not something that Tu Hai's wisdom can solve. After studying them for a day and a night, Tu Hai finally discovered the difference between these chess games. That's right. In terms of difficulty, these 2 endgame sets are the most difficult. The 5 sets are second. These 2 games that are secretly guided by spiritual force seem extremely difficult. On the contrary, there should be some kind of trick to them. If we want to solve them, we must focus on these 2 games. By the way, what are these 2 games called? Lord Lingyan asked. The one with fewer chess pieces is called quiet, and the one with more complicated chess pieces is called clear. From Tu Hai's point of view, this is simply ironic. When breaking the quiet game, one's heart is restless, and unable to calm down. When breaking the clear game, one's eyes are dazzled, and unable to extricate themselves. For these 2 games, Tu Hai has not eaten or slept for a day and a night. It's killing me. Tu Hai shook his head and sighed. What about the 5 games? Lord Lingyan also laughed and asked. They are called Blood Vomiting Manual 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These names are appropriate. To solve these chess games, one would not be able to overcome them without vomiting 3 liters of blood. I just don't know what kind of expert was able to play such exquisite 5 manuals. As for the last 2 ancient chess games, Tu Hai waved his hand, indicating that they were nameless. There was no name that could match them. He suspected that only the wisdom of the gods could create such chess games. Third young master is really a rare genius in the world. Tu Hai, arrange an opportunity for me to meet this person. After some thought, Lord Lingyan made a decision. Rizhao City. When City Lord Tu Hai and Lord Lingyan returned to Sun Island, they found that a heaven-ranked powerhouse was visiting Sun Island. At first, City Lord Tu Hai thought that this heaven-ranked powerhouse was the third young master, but when he went up to take a look, he found that it was not him, but another young man. The heaven-ranked ranker was from the Eastern Goblin tribe. Due to the difference in growth speed, the Eastern Goblin tribe was different from humans. This young man was estimated to be at least 800 years old, if not 1,000 years old. However, his appearance was still the same as a 20-years-old human male. He was still a young man. Tu Hai was not surprised by this. He knew that the Eastern Goblin tribe was a race that grew slowly. There were many Eastern Goblin tribe members who grew even slower than the ancient dragons. Humans could reach full adulthood in a few decades. A period of 1 to 200 years was enough for a generation of experts to be born. Among all the races, the human race had the fastest growth rate. Races like the primordial dragons, the primordial titans and the Eastern Goblin tribe couldn't do that. If the primordial dragons were only a few decades old, they would still be a child. After 1 or 200 years, they would still be children. They wouldn't even be teenagers. There were a few members of the Eastern Goblin tribe who grew faster, but overall, they belonged to the tribe that grew slower. Many of the younger generations of the Eastern Goblin tribe were still infants even after 100 or so years. They would need at least 1,000 years to reach adulthood. If they really wanted to reach full maturity and reach their peak, they would need at least 10,000 years. The growth speed of the Eastern Goblin tribe was unquestionably the slowest compared to the ancient dragons and ancient titans in the heaven realm. Not only did the Eastern Goblin tribe grow slowly, their fertility rate was also low. There was an ancient sage who used this matter as a joke. He said that if the Eastern Goblin tribe had the reproductive ability of humans, they would have dominated the heaven realm long ago. In reality, it wasn't just the Eastern Goblin tribe. All the clans that had a slow growth rate and extremely high potential value also had a problem with reproduction. No matter how hard the Eastern Goblin tribe and the ancient giant dragons tried to raise their offspring, they couldn't compare to the lazy humans. Distinguished guest, may I know why you have come to Rizhao City? Tu Hai was startled by this young man who was as bright as the sun. Not long ago, there was an invincible third young master, and now there was an Eastern Goblin tribe member. Could it be that an ancient sacred object had appeared in Rizhao City? When he looked closely at the Eastern Goblin tribe that was like the sun, his strength was as high as heaven ranked level 5. He was so scared that his heartbeat increased by 3 times. You are the city lord? I'm Wu Hai, the 8th prince of the 3-legged golden crow tribe of the Valley of Tang. I'm here to find my concubine. 8th Prince Wu Hai's words had wronged Tu Hai to death. Boss, Rizhao City is hundreds of millions of miles away from the Valley of Tang. Even if we use the teleportation array, it will take us a month to get there. How can I go to the Valley of Tang to kidnap your concubine? Besides, even if he had the guts, he did not have the ability to go to the Tang Valley. This was because the Tang Valley was also known as the Sun Valley. It was the settlement of the Golden Crow tribe and was a famous forbidden area in the Heaven Realm. How could a small city lord like him go to the Tang Valley to abduct the prince's concubine? He had never entered the Upper Realm, so he knew nothing about the Upper Realm. Even Lord Lingyun felt that Tu Hai had been wronged. Tu Hai only occasionally visited his own capital city and the surrounding cities. Normally, he would not leave Lingyun country. Although Tu Hai had many women, the ruler of Lingyun country believed that even if Tu Hai had the guts of the entire Sun Island, he would not dare to abduct the Eastern Goblin tribe's princess. Lord Lingyun asked tentatively, Your Royal Highness, is this a little misunderstanding? 8th Prince Wu Hai waved his hand resolutely. There is no misunderstanding. My concubine is in Rizhao City. When Tu Hai heard this, he almost burst into tears. In justice, although he had occupied many women, he had never occupied a beauty from the Eastern Goblin tribe. He did not have the guts to provoke the Eastern Goblin tribe. Wouldn't that be courting death? Your Royal Highness, why is your concubine in Rizhao City? Fortunately, a savior appeared in time. Yu Yang happened to be riding a luxurious flying car to the Sun Island City Lord Palace. When he saw the 3-legged golden crow standing in the sky, he curiously came out and asked, What race are you? Why do you look like us? The 8th prince looked at Yu Yang and became even more curious. Human. Yu Yang shrugged. Impossible. Forget it. Although most humans are weak, there are also strong ones. Maybe you are an exception. The 8th prince's words actually resonated with Tu Hai. He also felt that the third young master was not like a human, but he couldn't deny it. At this time, Lord Lingyun secretly looked at Yu Yang and did not immediately stand up to introduce himself. What a peerless young man. Lord Lingyun praised in his heart after seeing this. Lord Lingyun was still a little skeptical about Tu Hai's previous evaluation. Was there really such an outstanding young man? Could he be called unparalleled just by playing 10 games of chess? Now that Lord Lingyun saw it with his own eyes, he knew that Tu Hai was not lying. If there was no comparison, the feeling would not be so strong. Now, there was an extremely outstanding 8th prince of the Eastern Goblin tribe standing in front of third young master Yu. Comparing the two, not only did the human third young master not lose to the 8th prince of the Golden Crow clan, who had the strength of heaven ranked level 5 and was shining like the sun, he had a kind of bearing that even the 8th prince of the Golden Crow clan could not compare to. Under the contrast of the people around him, he seemed more and more outstanding and extraordinary. Even Lord Lingyun, who had been the ruler for thousands of years, couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority when he saw this young man. What was the difference between clouds and mud? This was it. Looking at the 8th prince of the Golden Crow tribe, Lord Lingyun felt that this was a young man with great potential and a limitless future. He would treat him very politely, but he would not be afraid. As for this self-proclaimed human third young master Yu, Lord Lingyun could not look at him as a junior. He had a feeling that this third young master was not as simple as an ordinary heaven stage warrior, but a heaven stage warrior who had awakened his divine sense. In ancient times, all the heaven stage warriors who had awakened their divine sense were called innate supremes. Those who had awakened their divine sense were called divine supremes, especially those who had awakened their divine sense were called divine supremes, also known as gods. It was just that in the war 6,000 years ago, the heaven realm and Tong Tian Tower had completely turned against each other. They gave up on the title that Tong Tian Tower's rankers were used to, and changed the title of innate elder to divine sense heaven rank. In the heaven realm, the lower realm's heaven rank, especially those who did not have divine sense, could not be recognized. They must be heaven stage level 5 or above, have a grimoire, or have awakened their divine sense to be recognized. Too High could not enter the heaven realm because he could not awaken his divine sense. The 8th prince of the Golden Crow tribe, Lord Lingyun, could see that this young man from the Eastern Goblin tribe had already awakened his divine sense. It was just that he had not awakened it yet. In time, this 8th prince's future would be limitless. Then he looked at 3rd young master Yu. Lord Lingyun was absolutely sure that the other party had awakened his divine sense and had begun to awaken his divine sense. However, he could not tell whether he could master the divine sense or not. With a human body, he had only cultivated for 20 years, but he had already grown to such a level. Even Lord Lingyun, who was once known as a child prodigy, had to admit that he was inferior. If this 3rd young master Yu had cultivated for 200 years and reached this level, it would already be very terrifying and incredible. It was said that the most outstanding human in the history of Tong Tian Tower, the prison emperor, had spent more than 300 years to reach the innate supremes. When he reached the prison emperor realm, which no one could compete with, even with the help of the 3 divine weapons, it still took him more than 600 years. This kind of speed was already unprecedented in history. However, the prison emperor, whose cultivation speed was unprecedented, only spent 300 years to reach the innate supremes. In front of this 3rd young master Yu, he seemed so insignificant. This 3rd young master Yu, who came from an unknown place, had reached the innate supremes in just 20 years. Fortunately, he did not come from Tong Tian Tower. Otherwise, the heaven realm would erupt again. The first thought that came to Lord Lingyun was rejoicing. The second thought was doubt. According to the words of Wu Hai, the 8th prince of the Golden Crow tribe, Lord Lingyun was 80% sure that this distinguished 3rd young master must be from the Eastern Immortal tribe, which had never been seen before. Apart from that mysterious and powerful tribe, there could not be another tribe that could give birth to such an abnormal life form. Not to mention in Tong Tian Tower, even in the heaven realm, the prison emperor's cultivation speed could be ranked in the top 5. Currently, the only one in the heaven realm who could steadily surpass the prison emperor's cultivation speed was Mingyu Guang, one of the 3 great leaders. As for this 3rd young master, Lord Lingyun did not dare to think too much about it, for fear that he would scare himself. Seeing you, I have a very familiar feeling. I think you should have a relative like us. I am the 8th son of the Golden Crow King, called Wu Hai. What about you? When the 8th prince saw Yu Yang, he seemed to have a special affinity with him and took the initiative to greet him. My surname is Yu, my name is Titan. After Yu Yang introduced himself, he briefly introduced Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo, and the others. While Yu Yang was talking with the 8th prince, Lord Lingyun hurriedly discussed with City Lord Tu Hai. First of all, Lord Lingyun wanted to be 100% sure that Tu Hai really did not touch the 8th prince's concubine. Regarding this point, City Lord Tu Hai swore that he had lied until his penis was rotten. He was really wronged. No matter how lustful he was, he would not dare to touch the 8th prince's woman. Lord Lingyun nodded. Since it was a misunderstanding, it was easy to deal with. Moreover, with the presence of the 3rd young master, 8th Prince Wu Hai's attention was diverted and there seemed to be no signs of anger. It was a good time to explain and clear up the misunderstanding. The two hurriedly stepped forward, greeted each other, and joined each other's circle. After carefully probing, Lord Lingyun and Tu Hai's hearts that were hanging in midair were slightly relieved. It turned out that 8th Prince Wu Hai didn't say that Tu Hai had stolen his concubine. Instead, he said that his beloved concubine had been driven out of the house by his first wife due to her jealousy. When Wu Hai returned, that concubine had already been sent back to her hometown, which was the Sun Valley near Rizhao City. My Kair is pregnant. If anything happens, I don't want to live anymore. 8th Prince Wu Hai seemed to be a sentimental person. If it were another prince, he would not have searched tens of millions of miles for a concubine who had been driven out of the house by his first wife. There is no such woman in Rizhao City. Xiang Wen, the chief advisor, had a photographic memory. He weakly expressed that there was no such person. There is indeed no such pregnant woman. Butler Jiaoshi also quickly denied. She is not in her hometown. Did something happen to her on the way? But in order to ensure her safety, Qi Huer said that she was escorted by 2 guards all the way back to her hometown. How could there be no one? My Kaer, my unborn son. It's all my fault. If I didn't go so far, this wouldn't have happened. 8th Prince Wu Hai's expression changed dramatically. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Don't be pessimistic. With 2 guards accompanying her, she will definitely be fine. Maybe you were too fast and arrived early. Maybe she was too slow and hasn't returned to Rizhao City yet. Yu Yang secretly laughed. With the guards of the Golden Crow tribe, who would dare to touch her? Besides, how could she be an ordinary person if she could become a prince's concubine in the Sun Valley? He casually comforted, I have a friend who is proficient in prediction. Later, I will ask her to help me predict and see if we can find some clues. Where is your friend? Hurry up and invite her over. 8th Prince Wu Hai seemed to be a sentimental person with a straightforward personality. If it were any other heaven rank expert, he probably wouldn't be so anxious. Moreover, even if he was worried about his family, he wouldn't show it. Of course, it was impossible for Yu Yang to say that Shui Wuxia, who could be predicted by the Book of Truth, was cultivating in the Gate of Life and Death of Tongtian Tower. He smiled and waved his hand, indicating that his friend was not by his side, and that he would look for her when he had time. There were many strange people in the heaven realm with all kinds of personalities and temperaments. Some people didn't like to see strangers and only saw their friends. 8th Prince Wu Hai, Lord Ling Yun, and the others did not doubt Zhu Yang's words. They just felt that this strange person who could predict the future must be a hidden expert. They never expected that it was a human woman like Shui Wuxia from the Tongtian Tower. Lord Ling Yun and Tu Hai both comforted 8th Prince Wu Hai, guessing that something happened on the way and delayed her journey. That was why 8th Prince Wu Hai's beloved concubine hadn't returned to her hometown. After some persuasion, they invited him to a banquet. Although Wu Hai was a little anxious to find his woman, he still hoped to use the power of the local martial artists to expand the scope of the search when he came to Sunshine City. On the other hand, he also wanted to use the power of Yu Yang to find useful clues through the power of the expert who could predict the truth. Therefore, he suppressed the anxiety in his heart and entered the palace with Yu Yang. In terms of the banquet, Tu Hai put in a lot of effort. Delicacies were served like flowing water, especially the last dish, which was a unique flavor that only Rizhao City had in the entire heaven realm, braised sparrow tongue. After being soaked by a famous chef, the most tender and delicious part of the tongue was cut from the cheekbones of thousands of gray sparrows and then made into the shape of a gray sparrow stork. Then, it was braised and permeated with honey fungus juice. It was fat but not greasy, crisp and sweet. Distinguished guests, please try the unique flavor of our Rizhao City, sparrow tongue. This kind of gray sparrow stork could only be found in the surroundings of Rizhao City. Although it was a useless beast, its meat quality was superior. In terms of food, it was better than other wild birds. The gray sparrow stork's tongue was long, thin, tender, and smooth. It was called the beauty's tongue, and it was the best among delicacies. It is said that thousands of years ago, there was a beautiful gray sparrow stork who could transform into a human. Some heaven stage rankers cut off her tongue, and after cooking it 10 times by famous chefs, its taste can be rated as one of the top 10 delicacies in the heaven realm. Tu Hai's cousin, Tu Duo, was a famous gourmet in Rizhao City. He specially presented this braised sparrow tongue. Of course, it was to prepare a banquet for Yu Yang. Now, the 8th prince, Wu Hai, who had arrived unhurriedly, also had the fortune of tasting the delicacies of the local sparrow tongue. As Tudwa proudly introduced this famous dish, Tu Hai and Lord Lingyun exchanged a glance and nodded inwardly. Although Tudo, the captain of the personal guards, was usually like a piece of trash, doing nothing all day and only caring about eating, drinking, and having fun. When it came to entertaining guests, he did a pretty good job. He was somewhat useful. The beautiful tongue of the past could not be replicated. But with the unique sparrow tongue in the heaven realm to entertain guests, they would not be rude. If the two distinguished guests, third young master Yu and the eighth prince, could return with satisfaction, then in the future, in the heaven realm, in terms of diplomacy with the eastern goblin tribe, and so on, it would be the best start. Lord Lingyun and Tuhai even felt that it was very likely that third young master Yu came from the eastern immortal tribe. If they could gain his friendship, their future glory would be just around the corner. Sparrow tongue? Eighth Prince Wu Hai was stunned when the servant who was serving the dishes opened the cage in front of him. In front of everyone was a beautiful sparrow stork. It was made up of braised sparrow tongue. The chefs carefully arranged all the sparrow tongues, one by one, into the shape of the beauty's head and body, and then mixed it with honey fungus dew. The beauty's head was vivid and lifelike. The beautiful appearance was so stunning that it made people reluctant to eat this delicacy that was comparable to a work of art. Tudwa was very pleased with himself. The arrangement of the bird's tongue and cheekbones took an hour, not to mention the cooking process. In the heaven realm, other than a few famous chefs in Rizhao City, no other chef could make this sparrow stork beauty dish. The only thing that made Tudwa a little regretful was that if the sparrow stork beauty's tongue was really cut from the mouth of the sparrow stork beauty in human form, then it would definitely be rated as one of the top 10 delicacies in the heaven realm. Seeing that even the distinguished guests were stunned by this famous dish, Tudwa was even more proud. On the surface, he seemed to be modest, but in fact, he was laughing arrogantly inside. Unfortunately, in Rizhao City, there is no gray sparrow stork that can transform into human form or close to human form. Otherwise, I will definitely entertain the distinguished guests with the sparrow tongue. Our Rizhao City is located in a remote area, and the food is simple and crude. However, we are hospitable and warm. A little bit of countryside food can represent our sincerity. Have any of you eaten the sparrow stork beauty's tongue? I mean, the sparrow stork beauty's tongue? Eighth Prince Wu Hai suddenly stood up and asked. Your Highness, don't be anxious. A sparrow tongue is hard to come by, and we don't have the fortune to eat it. Tuhai was afraid that the other party was a gourmet maniac. How could he get a sparrow stork beauty's tongue for him to eat in such a short time? There were very few gray sparrow beasts in human form. Although he had been in Rizhao City for many years, he had never seen a sparrow stork beauty in human form. The sparrow stork beauty and the sparrow tongue only existed in legends. What's so difficult about this? Tudwa was proud and bragged, if your highness wants to eat it, I will immediately send people to search for it, or use magic crystals to cultivate it, but it will take a little longer. I think there are tens of millions of gray sparrow storks around Rizhao City. There must be a sparrow cheekbone beauty, but they are hidden, afraid that the mercenaries will catch them. Your highness, you don't know how many gray sparrow cheekbones our Rizhao City eats every year. The number is definitely no less than 1 million. It is also possible for mercenaries to meet a sparrow stork beauty in the wilderness and successfully kill her, cutting off her tongue. Although I have never seen it with my own eyes, maybe there is a sparrow stork beauty's tongue in the delicacies offered by me. I'll kill you. The eighth prince of the Golden Crow clan, Wu Hai, suddenly exploded with anger. He appeared in front of Tudwa in a flash, reached out and grabbed Tudwa's throat, lifting him up, ready to kill this frightened wretch with a single palm. Tudwa, who had the strength of heaven rank level 1, was nothing in front of Wu Hai, who was heaven rank level 5. If it weren't for Lord Lingyun stopping him, Tudwa's head would have been smashed like a rotten egg. Except for Yu Yang, who had just noticed Wu Hai's strange behavior, everyone else was greatly shocked. Everything was fine, so why did he suddenly want to kill someone? How did Tudwa offend the eighth prince? As the city lord, Tuhai felt dizzy. What kind of unlucky day was this? How could a mere meal turn into a murderous hatred? What taboo did he commit? Well, let's talk it over, let's not do anything for the time being. Your Highness, what happened? Is Tudwa being disrespectful, or is the food not to his taste? If so, we will leave immediately. City Lord Tuhai's first reaction was that perhaps the Golden Crow clan of the Eastern Goblin tribe did not eat this kind of crow, so Tudwa's flattery was wrong. You died so miserably. Eighth Prince Wu Hai shook off Lord Lingyan's arm and pressed Tudwa Chang in front of him, firmly stepping on him with his feet. Then he turned his face to look at the braised sparrow tongue in the form of a stork beauty, and tears fell like rain. He wailed loudly. Lord Lingyan and City Lord Tu Hai, who were originally preparing to dissuade him, were suddenly dumbfounded. A horrifying thought emerged from the bottom of their hearts. They couldn't help but shiver. The eighth prince of the Golden Crow clan, Wu Hai, his beloved concubine, was the legendary Sparrow Cheek Beauty? If that was the case, then it was over, completely over, to entertain a distinguished guest, to braise someone's beloved concubine into a dish, and then put it on the table. This kind of irreparable hatred, not to mention an apology, it was estimated that even the extermination of the entire clan would not be able to resolve it. Now, the only hope was that idiot Tudwa did not turn the eighth prince's beloved concubine into the Sparrow Cheek Beauty. Otherwise, from today onwards, the Golden Crow clan would massacre the entire Rizhao city, and the people would be exterminated in blood and fire. I've already said why I couldn't find her after so long. It turns out that she was killed by you and turned into a dish. Eighth Prince Wu Hai shed tears of blood, his murderous aura shaking the entire city lord's mansion. The light on his body erupted, ready to burn this place down. Wait! Tu Hai exclaimed. Without final confirmation, he couldn't rashly assume that Tudwa killed the Sparrow Cheek Beauty. This was still a guess. Kill. At this time, Wu Hai was so angry that he had lost his mind. A raging flame comparable to the sun condensed in his palm. Once it erupted, there was absolutely no chance of survival for the city lord's mansion. Even City Lord Tu Hai and Royal Lord Ling Yin would be in danger under Wu Hai's frenzied attacks. As for Tu Duo, he would definitely be reduced to ashes under Wu Hai's feet. It all depended on how long Wu Hai was willing to torture him. Just when Tu Hai and Lord Ling Yin were about to go crazy with anxiety, a hand reached out from the void. It was very easy. Grabbing Wu Hai's arm. A very clear and calm voice sounded, "Eighth Prince, calm down. Your beloved concubine is definitely fine. This is just an ordinary sparrow's tongue. It's just that it looks similar." This was Yu Yang. Wu Hai was startled by the fact that Yu Yang was able to approach him and grab his arm so easily. The protective flame of the Golden Crow clan was one of the top 8 flames in the Heaven Realm. How could an ordinary person touch it? At this time, he had no time to think. He struggled but found that he could not break free from Yu Yang's grasp. Instead, there was a kind of binding force that seemed to be able to bind him from his soul to his spirit, from his spirit to his will, and then to his body. Although he had not completely calmed down, with such an obstruction, a glimmer of hope reignited in his heart. My sparrow doesn't even have the strength of a heaven stage. How could she fight them? If they hadn't caught K.R., how could this dish look exactly like my K.R.? Is she really still alive? You, how did you know? Have you seen my sparrow? If you can calm down immediately, then I will analyze it for you. Yu Yang loosened his hand. Sure enough, Wu Hai had regained his senses. I can't live without my sparrow. Please, you must give me good news. Wu Hai looked at Yu Yang with a face full of hope. Under his feet, he was still stepping on Tudwa, refusing to let go. If something really happened, he would definitely kill Tudwa to avenge his beloved concubine. At the same time, he hoped that his lover was still alive and well. Therefore, he was now in a dilemma. Yu Yang slowly returned to his seat and sat down. He took a sip of tea slowly, not in a hurry to speak. Everyone present was looking at him. Even Tu Hai and King Ling Yin were looking at Yu Yang with hopeful eyes, hoping that he would tell them some good news and bury the hatchet. If a war broke out, not to mention Sunshine City, even 10 Lingyan nations wouldn't be able to destroy the Golden Crow clan. Eighth Prince, why don't you return to your seat first and listen to my analysis? Yu Yang gestured for him to return to his seat. All right. Wu Hai suppressed the anger in his heart. He picked up Tudwa, who was so scared that he had wet his pants, and roared fiercely, You better pray. I'm also praying that nothing happens to my sparrow. Otherwise, I'll definitely roast you and eat you. When he threw Tudwa away, he wailed again, tears falling like rain, My sparrow, my poor child, please don't worry, your beloved concubine and child will be fine. City Lord Tu Hai hurriedly persuaded while waving his hand to stop Xiaoxia from pulling Tudwa away. Tudwa's death was not to be regretted, but if something really happened, there must be a scapegoat. How do you know? Wu Hai glared at Tu Hai. My sparrow, where is she? Tu Hai sweated profusely. How could he know where his concubine was? Besides, it would be the stupidest thing to do to respond to the angry prince. No matter if he answered yes or no, it would only anger the prince even more. He did not dare to answer and hurriedly asked for help from Yu Yang. He hurriedly went to Yu Yang's side and bowed deeply. Third young master, please use your great ability to resolve this misunderstanding. If this matter can be resolved peacefully, I, Tu Hai, am willing to repay you with all my strength. Everyone present was staring at Yu Yang. They hoped that he could explain this matter clearly. Yu Yang did not explain. Instead, he beckoned Yi Kong to come over and whispered a few words in his ear. Yi Kong immediately took the order and left. Yu Yang sat there quietly, leisurely sipping tea. Just when Tu Hai and Lord Lingyan thought that the 8th prince would explode, the 8th prince of the Golden Crow clan, Wu Hai, bowed to Yu Yang and nodded with admiration and conviction. So that's how it is. Thank you, I feel much better now. But this matter is not over. Rizhao City must pay the price. Prince Wu Hai turned to Lord Lingyan and City Lord Tu Hai, suppressing the anger in his heart, and said word by word, you should be glad that the 3rd young master is here, so there is still room for redemption. Today is really your lucky day. When did the 3rd young master explain? He did not speak at all. Xiang Wen and Jiao Shi, as well as the generals who were huddled together in fear, were all stunned. Tu Hai and Lord Lingyan looked at each other and saw a kind of surprise in each other's eyes. What the 3rd young master used should be spiritual dialogue. What he said was a spiritual dialogue that only Prince Wu Hai could hear. If Prince Wu Hai was an ordinary person, it would be very simple for the 3rd young master, who was a heaven-rank 3rd young master, to use spiritual dialogue. This was because ordinary people's spiritual defense was very weak and almost defenseless. But Prince Wu Hai was not an ordinary person. He was a heaven-rank 5th level master, and he was even from the Golden Crow clan, which was famous for their spiritual defense. This 3rd young master of Yu family was able to invade the mind of Prince Wu Hai, who was still angry, and have a spiritual conversation with him. This kind of difficulty was no less than a blind man passing a needle with 9 curves and 18 curves with a thin thread. However, 3rd young master of Yu family did it easily. This showed. The hidden strength of the 3rd young master was amazing. Although Lord Lingyan and City Lord Tu Hai did not know what the 3rd young master said to the 8th prince, they knew one thing, and that was that the 3rd young master must have said something good to them. Otherwise, Wu Hai would not have given up so easily. This was the result that Lord Lingyan and Tu Hai wanted to see the most. Right now, the two of them couldn't open their mouths to thank Yu Yang immediately. They had to accompany the two of them and wait for Yi Kong's return first. They guessed that Yi Kong's departure was definitely related to this matter. Perhaps he had gone to invite that expert who could predict the truth to take action. He's here. Yi Kong did not bring any expert with him. Instead, he brought a golden elf girl who looked like a big loli, Bao Er, who rushed over. In Bao Er's hands, there was a gray sparrow stork beast egg. Lord Lingyan and Tu Hai didn't find it strange, but 8th Prince Wu Hai's eyes were wide open as he stared at the unremarkable battle beast egg. He stepped forward and reached out to support her, as if he was afraid that Bao Er would slip and fall at any time. Could it be that this egg was? Lord Lingyan and Tu Hai finally understood. Bao Er, let's return the egg to its owner. Yu Yang signaled Bao Er to return the gray sparrow stork's egg to Wu Hai. Well, all right then. Bao Er reluctantly placed the egg into Wu Hai's hands. Then, she criticized, what kind of parent are you? You're too careless. The child was tortured before it was even born. Fortunately, it met us. Otherwise, it might have been cooked and eaten by someone else. Yes. It's all my fault. 8th Prince Wu Hai's eyes turned red and tears began to flow. Enough about you, crybaby. Bao Er found that this guy was even more prone to crybabies than she was. She was too embarrassed to say more. She just reminded him one last time, put it away for now. We've been infusing magic crystals with energy for the past 2 days. It seems like it's about to hatch. What kind of person was 8th Prince Wu Hai? He naturally knew how to handle this. He thanked Yu Yang and said goodbye. Third young master, I, Wu Hai, will take my leave first. He didn't even look at Lord Ling Yun and the others. With a strange light, he instantly left. In less than 10 seconds, he disappeared into the sky. He turned around and returned. First, he carefully placed the egg into his bosom. Then, he untied a Saint Tyr necklace made of moonstones from his neck. He pulled Bao Er up and gently placed it on her little hand. This is the gift I prepared for Kair. Now, I'll give it to you. Thank you, beautiful golden elf. If it wasn't for you, my child would have suffered the greatest misfortune. This is the last thing Kair and I want to see. I know that even the most precious treasure in the world can't compare to a life. But this is the least I can do to express my gratitude. I hope you can accept it. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, third young master. 8th Prince Wu Hai didn't wait for Bao Er to refuse and disappeared from the city lord's mansion. Bao Er pouted. Actually, I still like that egg more. It almost hatched and recognized me as its mother. What a pity. Her words made everyone sweat profusely. If the hatched baby had already recognized her as its mother, it would be even more confusing. It would definitely be a mess. Fortunately, there was finally room for redemption. Even if 8th Prince Wu Hai came again, he wouldn't slaughter everyone in Rizhao City. At most, he would scold and beat people. When Prince Wu Hai left, Lord Ling Yun and City Lord Tu Hai were a little puzzled. How could it be so coincidental? Even if that egg was laid by Wu Hai's beloved concubine, how did third young master you get it? After getting it, why did he give it to this golden elf girl instead of directly sending it back to the Golden Crow tribe? The descendants of the Golden Crow tribe were said to lay a kind of egg that shone as bright as the sun. Why was the egg of Prince Wu Hai's child so ordinary? Many questions were buried in everyone's hearts. After the servants quickly cleaned up, Lord Ling Yun and City Lord Tu Hai invited Yu Yang to sit down again. After repeatedly thanking him, they couldn't help but ask the questions in their hearts. I bought this. As soon as Bao Er said this, several guys couldn't help but spit out wine on the spot. Cough cough. Even the old and prudent Lord Ling Yun couldn't stop coughing. That is indeed the case. That day, Bao Er, Yi Kong and others went to the Infinite Potential Warbeast shop, wanting to buy some valuable warbeasts. At first glance, they took a fancy to this ordinary-looking Golden Crow tribe twin egg. Who would have thought that the other party judged people by their appearance, insulted them verbally, and even summoned the city patrol guards to impose various charges, forcing Yi Kong and the others to buy the Golden Dragon and this Golden Crow twin egg at a high price. I believe that City Lord Tu Hai and Steward Jiaoshi have heard a little about the process. After returning, although I wasn't quite sure, I felt that this was a very special and extremely precious twin egg, but I don't know why it ended up in the Infinite Potential Warbeast shop and was being sold cheaply. Yu Yang's explanation made Lord Ling Yun dizzy, and City Lord Tu Hai wanted to find a hole to hide in. It was too shameful. Fortunately, this Bauer bought it. Otherwise, if something happened to it and Wu Hai found out, there would be rivers of blood in Rizhao City. After the shock and shame subsided a little, City Lord Tu Hai noticed a problem. Third young master, you said twin eggs? Doesn't that mean there is still one more egg? His question made the atmosphere tense up again. If there was still one egg missing, then things would not be good. If Prince Wu Hai knew that there was still one more egg, how could he let it go? Yu Yang smiled slightly, a sunny smile that brought inexplicable confidence to everyone. He gently waved his hand, motioning for everyone to calm down, although I did not see the whole thing with my own eyes, but combined with various intelligence information, I can barely guess. Half a month ago, in the Lingyan Kingdom, there was a reward for 2 evil dragons that suddenly attacked several groups of mercenaries in the midst of hunting the flying dragons. In addition, the Warrior Guild also offered a reward of up to 2 million gold coins, issued by an anonymous person, and the time was also exactly half a month ago. To be precise, it was 12 days ago. That beast's egg, from the moment it was born until now, could not have been more than 15 days old. The little life inside even showed signs of weakness. The mother should have been injured before giving birth, or had a premature birth. It's very likely that it was both. Everyone quieted down and listened attentively to Yu Yang's reasoning. The war beast egg has a twin life link, which proves that it has a sibling, and that sibling is still alive. Second, the war beast egg and the 8th prince of the Golden Crow clan, Wu Hai, have a blood-related life link signal. These two pieces of information have brought me a bold speculation. Yu Yang smiled slightly. On the way back to the Sun Valley, the beloved concubine of the 8th prince was ambushed by the evil dragon. Although she had 2 heaven-ranked guards, she was still injured and gave birth prematurely. She was forced to escape and gave birth to twin eggs. The other twin egg, because it was full of energy, must be like the descendants of the Golden Crow clan, shining with golden light like the sun. The one just now was more like the mother's race, but because of a serious lack of energy, it was so weak that it was on the verge of death, so the mother or the guards thought that it was a dead egg. Maybe it left in a hurry and was forced to bury it, or maybe it was placed in a secret cave and left a mark. However, because the evil dragon passed through, the warrior guild sent out mercenaries to investigate and brought back the egg, thinking that it was the egg of the gray sparrow stork. In the Lingyun kingdom, the reward of 2 million gold is obviously not a reward for the evil dragon, but to search for the traces of the evil dragon. It must be that mother, or the guards, who still hope to find this egg. If the city lord immediately rushes to the warrior guild to understand, I reckon that you can follow the clues and find the mother who is anxiously waiting for news. Thank you so much. City Lord Tu Hai had not shed a tear for thousands of years. Today, after listening to Yu Yang's words, he suddenly had the urge to cry. He had never been so grateful to someone before. It could be said that this person was simply the luckiest star in his life. If it were not for the appearance of this third young master, the entire Rizhao city would have suffered an irreparable disaster, creating a tragedy that would last for thousands of years. Now, as soon as he appeared, he was like a bright light, pointing out a bright path for the Rizhao city that was filled with despair and darkness. Tu Hai bowed deeply. Third young master, words cannot express my gratitude. I will not say any unnecessary words. Please take a seat. Tu Hai will go and settle this matter first, then I will drink with you. He rushed to the warrior guild as fast as he could. Using his authority as the city lord, he learned about the place where the evil dragon mission was issued and immediately rushed there, ready to bring back Wu Hai's beloved concubine immediately, giving the 8th prince of the Golden Crow clan a surprise, to atone for his sins. Of course, he was very clear that this opportunity was completely given by third young master Yu. The third young master could have sent his subordinates to bring back the concubine and take all the credit for himself. However, the third young master did not do that. He gave the opportunity to himself. This was the reason why City Lord Tu Hai was most touched. As expected of the third young master. I have seen countless geniuses in my life, but only the third young master can make this old man admire him wholeheartedly. Lord Lingyun couldn't help but sigh. Your Majesty, you are too kind. I am just a junior, how dare I compete with a senior like you? Yu Yang said modestly. How did you know that I am the Lord? Lord Lingyun was startled at first. He had thought that he was very low-key, but unexpectedly, the other party still saw through him. Yu Yang smiled but did not explain. Ha 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 ha. Lord Lingyun suddenly realized that Tu Hai must have been asking him for help in the tense moment, letting the other party see that the third young master Yu was still so perceptive in such a tense situation. He couldn't help but admire him. Third young master Yu was mysterious and unfathomable. Perhaps, he would be interested in that. Lord Lingyun's heart moved and he tentatively asked, May I ask, third young master, are you here for the ancient holy relic? Ancient holy relic? Yu Yang expressed that he didn't know about this matter. He really didn't know this time because he had just arrived at the Sky Tower not long ago. He had been rushing from the southern heaven realm to the western heaven realm. How could he have heard of any ancient holy relic? In the mysterious snowfield, between the white mountains and black waters, it is said that because of the change in the terrain, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, revealing an ancient relic. There are 10,000 years of restrictions inside, suspected to have been left by the conquering empress. Although the central shrine did not make it clear, all the heaven rankers were moved. The power of Lingyun is too weak to explore such a forbidden land. I thought that the third young master wanted to pass by. As soon as Lord Lingyan said this, Yu Yang suddenly became interested. Queen Vivian Li's forbidden land, would there be any of her belongings? Like the old general who had chased after her before, would he appear? If the old pirate named Cook of the Caribbean would also appear, the whole thing would be easy. He could ask him about the current situation in the Heaven Realm. City Lord Tu Hai, who had found 8th Prince Wu Hai's beloved concubine and brought her back to Rizhao City, was extremely satisfied with his luck. Of course, all this luck belonged to 3rd young Master Yu. If he had not appeared, then the whole thing would have gone to an irreversible tragedy, and Rizhao City would have been completely destroyed. Is my child still alive? The stork beauty asked again and again, unable to wait to see her child. Beside her, there were 2 dragon hawk female guards who had not recovered from their serious injuries. These 2 heaven stage female guards showed a guilty and self-reproachful look on their faces. After a long period of communication and explanation, everyone finally understood what had happened. It turned out that the 2 dragons had encountered the stork beauty who was preparing to return to the countryside and inexplicably launched a barbaric attack. Although the 2 guards were heaven stage, because the dragons were too powerful, they were no match for them and could only escape with the stork beauty. In the process of escaping, the stork beauty was injured and miscarried, giving birth to a pair of twin eggs. The evil dragon chased after them and forcefully snatched an egg. Facing 2 heaven stage level 2 evil dragons, the 2 female guards who only had the strength of heaven stage level 1 were powerless to snatch it back. They could only leave with the angry and weak mistress. Back in the city, the 3 of them thought that the egg that was snatched would not be spared, but with a wishful thinking, they offered a reward of 2 million to find traces of the dragons. On one hand, they reported to Sun Valley at the Warrior Guild, hoping that the 8th prince would come. Unexpectedly, the evil dragon did not destroy the egg. Instead, it somehow fell into the hands of Rizhao City's mercenaries and entered the infinite potential war beast shop, where Bauer bought it. Prince Wu Hai just happened to come and mentioned this matter. After 3rd young master's explanation, Bauer returned the dull egg to its original owner, giving the matter the best ending. As long as Prince Wu Hai dealt with the egg, he would definitely come to thank them again. At that time, it would be the moment of their reunion. Tu Hai was very excited. He was lucky enough to survive such a disaster. What else could stop him from entering the heavenly realm? Now, not only did he get to know Prince Wu Hai of the Golden Crow clan, but he also became friends with the mysterious 3rd young Master Yu. Tu Hai was previously very afraid that Wu Hai would come again, but now he was very anxious, hoping that Wu Hai would come immediately, so that he would be surprised when he saw the stork beauty. With this credit, he believed that he would no longer question Rizhao City, but would only be grateful. Haha. If the heavens were so kind to him, he would even wake up smiling in his sleep. Just as City Lord Tu Hai was preparing to set up a banquet and drink all night long, waiting for the 8th prince of the Golden Crow clan to come again, the sky suddenly darkened. What was going on? Sunshine City, also known as Sun Island, was the base that the Heaven Realm warriors used to fight against Tong Tian Tower. It had experienced countless battles, but there had never been such a dark sky phenomenon. What was going on today? City Lord Tu Hai, Lord Ling Yun, and a group of natives all looked at the sky in surprise. However, the stork beauty and the 2 guards started to tremble inexplicably. With their exceptionally sharp intuition, they sensed that something bad was about to happen. Even Yu Yang was a little surprised. He wasn't the one who caused this change in the sky. Originally, he had the idea of creating a strange phenomenon later to lure City Lord Tu Hai and Lord Ling Yun away, then changing his identity and secretly investigating the Forbidden Light dungeon below. Unexpectedly, before he could find an excuse to leave, such an abnormal phenomenon appeared in the sky. Bao Er, go into the grimoire. Yu Yang ordered Hui Tai Lang to protect Bao Er, Fan Luan Tai, the old fox and the others into the grimoire. The sky has split open. Fatty Hai exclaimed. In the middle of the sky, it was not very obvious at first, but gradually, there was a black line, gradually expanding, and finally spreading strangely, dividing the entire sky in half. It's a bit like a spacetime crack. Yi Kong guessed uncertainly because it was too big. It's a spacetime crack, but I don't know if it's man-made or the heavenly change. Lord Ling Yin was worried. If the spacetime crack that split the sky in half was the heavenly change, then that was better. If it was man-made, then it was over. He really didn't know what kind of powerhouse could create such a huge spacetime crack. Yu Yang didn't speak. He made a gesture, indicating Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo and the others to immediately gather around him. An extremely dangerous feeling arose spontaneously, forcing Yu Yang to deal with it cautiously. At this time, the Stork Beauty was also a little flustered. She looked at Lord Lingyun and Tu Hai, then looked at Yu Yang. She quietly moved a few steps towards Yu Yang, as if she felt more at ease staying by Yu Yang's side. The two female guards screamed. They were the most elite female warriors of the Dragonhawk clan, and their senses were far beyond that of ordinary heaven rankers. The legendary Dark World, the dead spirits of the Dark World, and countless evil beings are sweeping over here. The Dark World was actually a part of the Heaven Realm. To be precise, this was a special area set up by ancient martial artists to imprison some of the most sinful and depraved martial artists. It was similar to the prisons of human kingdoms. There was an ancient seal there, and no one could leave. The warriors of the Heaven Realm could throw the fallen warriors into the sealed valley, the banished abyss, the central deity's prisoner's secret room and other places that were connected to the Dark World. Of course, this kind of large-scale sealing technique had already been lost for tens of thousands of years. The current Heaven Realm rankers were only able to master the sealing techniques like the Sunshine City's Sun Island, which was relatively small in size. They were no longer able to throw the corrupted warriors into the Dark World like they did in the past. The Dark World set up by the ancient warriors. The seal was extremely strong. For tens of thousands of years, there had never been a precedent of a fallen warrior breaking through the seal. There was only one time when Queen Vivian Li attacked the central shrine and was about to destroy the prisoner's secret room. The fallen warriors from the Dark World had escaped from the Dark World. There was a small commotion for a while. However, when hundreds of fallen warriors broke free and fought with Queen Vivian Li, the seal of the Dark World was still in effect. When they were defeated by Queen Vivian Li, their powers were all sealed and absorbed back. Although the fallen warriors came out, they did not have time to harm the Heaven Realm and were sealed again. Everyone, pay attention. There are hundreds of Heaven rankers emerging from the spacetime crack. There are as many as 10 Heaven rank level 5 rankers. Yu Yang warned. His words confirmed the words of the two female guards. City Lord Tu Hai and King Lingyun's faces immediately changed. If it was any other possibility, they would still be suspicious. However, it was not strange that the Dark World opened a spacetime crack in the sky of Rizhao City. Because in this Sun Island dungeon, there was a seal similar to the Dark World. The two were almost the same. The only difference was the size. When this Forbidden Seal dungeon was created 6,000 years ago, a great sage had warned them about the possibility of the Dark World being interconnected. It was just that the upper-level rankers did not listen. Moreover, after so many years, those upper-level rankers had probably forgotten about this possibility. Xianxia panicked. This was not a situation that he could think about with his wisdom and ability. What should he do, escape, or go forward to fight? If he escaped, millions of Rizhao City residents would become ghosts under the enemy's blade. If he fought bravely, with his current strength, he was afraid that compared to the enemy, he was afraid that he would only be sending food. Even if he sounded the alarm and asked for help, it would be too late. It was too slow. City Lord Tu Hai and King Lingyun whispered a few words, then hurriedly came over and bowed to Yu Yang. Third young master, if you want to leave this place, I will not object. I only hope that you can take Queen Sparrow with you. Yu Yang shook his head slightly. I can take care of Queen Sparrow for the time being, but until the last moment, I will not leave Rizhao City. Now, no place is safe. That's great. Third young master, please follow us into the secret passage. We are going to rely on the secret passage of light to resist the enemy and wait for reinforcements. The secret passage of light has a strong sealing power. Those fallen warriors should not be able to break in. Tu Hai was overjoyed. Fortunately, this third young master did not leave. Otherwise, even with the secret passage of light, he may not be able to resist the invasion of the Dark World. Boom! In the distant sky, the roar of a battle broke out. A light as bright as the sun shone across the sky, forcing the people on the ground to barely open their eyes. The stork beauty cried out in sorrow. Then, Tu Hai and Lord Ling Yin saw that there were 8 other fallen warriors of heaven rank level 5 attacking Prince Wu Hai one after another. Each of them had an evil dragon under their feet. Now, everyone had a sudden realization. It turned out that the dark world had opened not only today, but some time ago, it had already been opened. It was just that the crack was not big enough, and only 2 people had come out. They used the evil dragon to drive away the living beings around them. Their purpose was not to kill, but to attract people's attention. In this way, they would have enough time to open the crack of time and space. It seemed that these people's plan had succeeded. The crack of time and space in the dark world had been opened. The fallen warriors who had not come out for tens of thousands of years had returned to the heaven realm. It was believed that this would be a chaotic battle that would shake the heaven realm. If this batch of fallen warriors came out and successfully defended the crack of time and space, then there would be a steady stream of dark world experts, through the sacrifice, break through the ancient seal, pass through the crack of time and space, and enter the heaven realm. What a spectacular sight! Fatty Hai sighed heartlessly when he saw at least 10,000 warriors from the dark world teleporting out from the crack in the sky. In fact, the probability of forcibly breaking through the seal and passing through the crack of time and space was very low. Some corrupted warriors were halfway through their teleportation. They were swallowed by the whirlpool of space. Some teleported out only a corpse, some teleported out only a head. Of course, there were also lucky ones who were teleported out successfully. Nearly 10,000 fallen warriors, whether injured or not, as long as they were still alive, gathered behind the 10 leaders. Most of them were quasi-heaven rankers, only less than 100 fallen warriors were heaven rankers. This is the first batch. Yu Yang knew that this kind of seal was more difficult to break through than teleporting from the demon abyss in Tong Tian Tower to the soaring dragon continent. However, after tens of thousands of years of accumulation, the dark world would definitely have more heaven rankers. More, stronger, and more terrifying fallen heaven rankers. There was still more to come. City Lord Tu Hai rushed into the mansion and pressed the sun crystal sealing stone of the City Lord. The entire Sun Island immediately shot out countless dazzling brilliance, revealing a special kind of sealing power. This kind of sealing power was ineffective against ordinary people. However, for the dark world's fallen warriors who still had remnants of the sealing power in their bodies, or the warriors who had been imprisoned and recorded in Tong Tian Tower, it was an extremely strong sealing power. Even the super-strong heaven-ranked warriors would find it hard to resist. Prince Wu Hai was no match for the 8 opponents and fled back in embarrassment. Fortunately, he was the prince of the Golden Crow clan of the Eastern Goblin tribe, and the opponents were a little afraid of killing him. Otherwise, he might not have been able to return smoothly. "Why are you here?" Prince Wu Hai was surprised to see the beautiful woman running towards him in tears. "Quickly retreat into the secret passage of light, or it will be too late." City Lord Tu Hai did not have time to let the couple express their feelings and hurriedly urged them to leave. "Is there a secret door to the dark world here?" Yu Yang grabbed the collar of City Lord Tu Hai and scolded, "Are you sending us all to our deaths? Those people are communicating with the secret door to the dark world, they will kill their way out, and the entire Sun Island will collapse." "No, the people locked inside are not the same as the fallen warriors, they will not join forces with the fallen warriors of the dark world. Besides, even if the entire Sun Island collapses, the secret passage of light will still exist unscathed." "Third young master, I will never lead everyone into a desperate situation. Let's go, it is impossible for us to fight against the dark world. Being able to protect ourselves in the secret passage of light is the limit. As for whether they are communicating with the dark world, we are powerless to stop them. We are not gods, this is not something our power can stop." City Lord Tu Hai saw hundreds of heaven rankers arranged in a huge formation, ready to attack, and knew that things were irreversible. That's the only way. Yu Yang was secretly happy, he was about to rescue the warriors of Tong Tian Tower, but he just did not find the right time. Now it seemed that he did not need to do anything at all, the fallen heaven rankers of the dark world would open the seal. At this moment, everything was ready, only the east wind was missing. The only thing missing was to bring the old dragon turtle to the heaven realm and let him get to know his comrades. Otherwise, Yu Yang would not know who the people rescued were. In the secret passage of light. Less than a kilometer away from the forbidden dungeon, at the entrance of the second secret passage, there was an old man with white hair and a youthful face, sitting in front of a chessboard, contemplating. As if the changes outside had no effect on him, he saw City Lord Tu Hai and Lord Lingyan leading 8th Prince Wu Hai, the Stork Beauty, Yu Yang and others in, but he did not even look up. After a long time, he gently put down the chess piece in his hand and sighed. It is really one of the top 10 chess games in the world. Unfortunately, there is no time to solve it. Elder Qi, the seal of the dark world outside has been broken, and nearly 100 heaven rankers are working together to connect to the dark world. City Lord Tu Hai was anxious. Got it. The old man nodded slightly. Should we activate the divine light shield now? We must stick to the secret passage and use the power of the seal left by the seniors in the secret passage. Otherwise, it will be difficult to survive the enemy's attack from both inside and outside. Tu Hai really wanted to activate the divine light shield immediately, but the key to open it was with Elder Qi. All of you go. Elder Qi was silent for a while, raised his eyes, looked at City Lord Tu Hai, and then looked at 8th Prince Wu Hai and Yu Yang, and shook his head and refused. I will not open the divine light shield. Although opening the divine light shield can allow us to survive, as the guardian, I must fulfill my responsibility. Even if I die, I will not release the martial artists of Tong Tian Tower. Before the enemy can connect to the dark world, I will open the forbidden pink star device and self-destruct together with the forbidden dungeon. What? Lord Lingyan's expression changed. But if we leave here, it will be a dead end. City Lord Tu Hai was also stunned. If he could leave, City Lord Tu Hai would have fled a long time ago. The problem was that there were 10 heaven rank level 5 enemies outside, and nearly 100 fallen warriors above heaven rank. What was the difference between rushing out and courting death? If they did not leave and stayed here, they would die without a burial place. Once the forbidden pink star device was successfully activated, it would be irreversible. The power of its self-destruction was extremely strong, and the entire Sun Island would be blown to pieces. At that time, not to mention Sunshine City, even the entire mountains and valleys, thousands of square kilometers of land, would be turned into ruins. Long before he became the city lord, Tu Hai had heard his seniors warning him many times that unless it was absolutely necessary, he should never activate the forbidden pink star device. It was said to be deicide's power. Once it was used, it would be cursed by the gods. Now, unless Xiaoqian could convince Elder Qi to change his decision, he would die regardless of whether he charged out or stayed. City Lord Tu Hai suppressed the anxiety in his heart and tried to persuade, Old Qi, I also know my responsibility, but we must leave some useful bodies behind. If we all die, then the central shrine, the 4 divine realms, and the various emperor stage and heaven rank powerhouses will not know what happened. In this way, it will be disadvantageous to the entire battle situation. City Lord, I understand what you're saying. Elder Qi waved his hand indifferently. You don't know how powerful the Xianxia Tower's rebel army is. Compared to the Dark World's fallen martial arts, the Xianxia Tower's rebel army is the scourge of our heaven realm. The rebel army of Tong Tian Tower has already fallen, they don't even have a heaven ranker now. City Lord Tu Hai tried his best to persuade Elder Qi. What you see is just an illusion. Elder Qi sneered. Their strength has never been weakened as a whole. I am 80% sure that this time, the Dark World seal was broken by them. You don't have to persuade me, this decision is not something that can be changed by your will. City Lord Tu Hai, thank you for taking care of me for many years, but the one who really guards the Forbidden Light Dungeon is me, so you can leave now. Let's go. Yu Yang reached out and stopped City Lord Tu Hai, who was still trying to persuade him. But City Lord Tu Hai was anxious. There were hundreds of heaven rankers waiting outside, and once they went out, they would probably be torn to pieces by the enemy. Elder Qi has activated the Forbidden Light Pink Star device. Yu Yang turned around and left with Yi Kong and Fatty Hai. His words stunned City Lord Tu Hai, but he immediately reacted and looked at Elder Qi in horror. The white-haired, youthful Elder Qi looked at Yu Yang with slight surprise. He nodded. This confirmed Yu Yang's words to everyone. He then reminded City Lord Tu Hai, long before you came in, I had activated the Forbidden Light Pink Star device, you have less than 10 minutes. City Lord Too High really wanted to give the other party 2 hard slaps in the face, but it was useless to be angry now, so he immediately looked at Lord Lingyun. Lord Lingyun nodded and immediately chased after Yu Yang. Third young master, do we break out separately or join forces to open the way? By asking like this, he was officially handing the decision over to Yu Yang. Originally, 8th Prince Wu Hai's strength was also good, but he was injured and there was also the burden of the Stork Beauty's beloved concubine. The Stork Beauty could enter the grimoire world, but he was worried about the safety of the mother and son. 8th Prince Wu Hai cherished his own life and was no longer suitable to be the vanguard of the entire team. Lord Lingyun asked Yu Yang. In addition to being forced by the situation, he hoped to join forces with Yu Yang. This way, the success rate would be higher, and it was better to follow a smart person than to rush in alone. Your Highness, City Lord, and Your Royal Highness, if you believe me, then you can follow me. Although I dare not boast, I can promise that as long as I, Titan Yu, am here, I will not abandon any of my comrades. Yu Yang, of course, stood up at this time. Okay, we will all listen to you. Lord Lingyun glanced around and found that everyone was at a loss. He immediately nodded and pinned his hopes on Yu Yang. Returning to the surface of Sun City. Under Rizhao City, countless residents were in chaos because of the invasion of the evil dragons. Countless residents were frantically fleeing for their lives. Countless people were shot down by the Dark World's fallen warriors and evil dragons, but the sky was still densely packed with people fleeing for their lives. A small number of timid people did not dare to escape in the sky. Instead, they looked for tunnels and dark rooms to hide, hoping to escape the disaster. There were also mercenaries who rose up to resist and fought with the fallen warriors who tried to stop them. In order to survive, they often formed groups of dozens or even hundreds of people to fight against the enemies who tried to stop them. The evil dragons hovered in the sky, and every time they swooped down, it brought about a large number of deaths. The flames they spewed out from their mouths ignited the buildings below. Even if it was an army, in the face of so many evil dragons, there was no way they could resist at all. If they were facing an ordinary bandit group, it would be fine. But now, their opponents were countless evil dragons above heaven stage level 2. Tens of thousands of troops, the evil dragons had already wiped out nearly half of their forces with just a few waves of dives and spits. The soldiers were utterly defeated. My family! Tudwa cried out in sorrow. He had many relatives here, and it was impossible to rescue them. Now, he could not even protect himself. Sigh. The first aide Xianxia also sighed sadly. The situation is irreversible, let's go. City Lord Too High was smarter. It was not that he had no relatives, but all of them lived in the capital of Lingyun Kingdom, not in Rizhao City. Here, although there were some women, City Lord Too High did not care about the life and death of those women who were just venting their lust. Besides, at this moment, the only thing he could do was to protect himself. Grey Wolf, Yu Yang was the first to rise into the air. With a wave of his right hand, Grey Wolf leaped to his feet. With a light press of his hand, Grey Wolf immediately transformed into a world-destroyer demon wolf. Incomparably huge. Swallowing the heavens and destroying the world. As soon as the image of the world-destroyer demon wolf appeared, whether it was Lord Lingyun, City Lord Too High, 8th Prince Wu Hai, or the super-strong heaven stage warriors on the enemy's side, they all paled. The power of law, although they could not see what kind of power of law it was, they saw that what Yu Yang used was the power of law. At the moment when everyone was shocked, Grey Wolf attacked. It opened its huge mouth and directly swallowed a Dark World fallen warrior with the strength of Heaven Stage Level 2. A gap immediately appeared in the enemy's encirclement. Lord Lingyun, Too High, and the others were overjoyed and immediately chased after Grey Wolf's buttocks. The enemy could have stopped them, but they were afraid of Grey Wolf's big mouth that could swallow the sky and the sun, so they were a little hesitant. Grey Wolf swallowed a heaven stage warrior, but it was still not enough. It immediately summoned its grimoire in the sky. The moment the enemy saw the arrival of the divine beast, 2 indistinguishable grey wolves appeared and attacked from the left and right, swallowing a heaven stage warrior. Take them away. Yu Yang pointed with his finger and a long sword chi shot out, cutting off the black light arrow and golden light spear shot by 2 Dark World warriors with the strength of Heaven Stage Level 5 in midair. Then, he rose to the sky and waved his hands to sprinkle millions of Heaven Stage Level 5 Dark World warriors behind Grey Wolf. Awoo! The two seemingly real and fake Grey Wolves protected the team on the left and right and quickly left. Lord Lingyun and the 8th Prince each used powerful long-range attacks to stop the enemy. Tu Hai burst out a gust of wind to help everyone speed up. When they rushed out of the encirclement in one breath, they turned around and realized that Yu Yang was using the Eternal Wheel to freeze all the Dark World's heaven rankers in mid-air. Because of the difference in strength, they could not go back to help. If they went back, it would mean that everything Yu Yang had done would be in vain. Lord Lingyun pulled Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tian Luo, "Let's go, third young master will definitely be able to escape." Tu Hai dragged Xiang Wen and Long Duo while Prince Wu Hai brought Yi Kong and Fatty Hai. The butler Jiaoshi, who could no longer keep up, shouted, "Have a safe journey, I will go back to help third young master." Looking back and seeing Jiaoshi going back to help Yu Yang, Tu Hai was deeply moved. Although he hired Jiaoshi as his butler and let him handle everything, he had never truly trusted this person. Unexpectedly, at the last moment of life and death, this butler, whom he had never truly trusted, proved that he was actually the best butler in the world. With Jiaoshi's help, Tu Hai knew without a doubt that he would die. With the strength of the enemy, Jiaoshi would not be able to get close to Yu Yang and would be killed on the spot. Rather than saying that he was going back to help third young master, it was better to say that he had taken the initiative to commit suicide, so as not to implicate his companions and make his master feel guilty. At this moment, City Lord Tu Hai even thought of throwing away the useless Pan Tu duo in his hands and bringing along this loyal butler Jiaoshi. But it was too late for him to regret. Go! Lord Lingyun kicked Tu Hai, who had stopped and looked back, roaring, "Do you want Jiaoshi's efforts to go to waste? The faster we leave, the safer third young master will be. Get lost." Although the 8th Prince of the Golden Crow clan was injured, his power was still not to be underestimated. His golden sunlight, Shui Tanlang's ice roar and Prince of Tian Luo's doomsday wildfire blasted away more than 10 heaven rankers who were about to catch up. Hui Tai Lang personally brought up the rear and swallowed 2 of the closest fallen warriors. Only then did the heaven rankers who were chasing after them retreat. Amidst the rain of long-range attacks, Lord Lingyun, City Lord Tu Hai and Prince Wu Hai each took 2 people and fled into the sky at the fastest speed in their lives. They had to escape. If they did not activate the forbidden pink star, they could still stay and fight side by side with the third young master. But now that time was passing, if they did not leave now, they would die together with the Sun City. Within 10 minutes, if they could not fly out of the mountains and valleys, they would be in danger. Accompanying them were the magical beasts and war beasts of the various races in the mountains. Some races came out in full force, such as the gray sparrow stork, which was almost useless but sensitive to danger. They were even ahead of Lord Lingyun and the others. Oh my god! The 8th Prince of the Golden Crow clan, Wu Hai, looked back. He exclaimed. Tu Hai and Lingyun also looked back one after another and found that on the battlefield far behind them, there was a huge comet exploding, and the shockwave was spreading far away. This was not the forbidden pink star. It was obviously third young master Yu's ultimate move, but its power was equally terrifying. Prince Wu Hai secretly compared it in his heart and suddenly realized that as the Prince of the Golden Crow clan, when he unleashed the scorching sun jet wind with all his strength, it was far less powerful than the explosion of this comet. In that case, wasn't the third young master far above him, who was at Heaven Stage Level 5? No wonder he could remain calm in the face of 100 Heaven Stage experts. No, this power. Elder Qi, who was sitting quietly in the light secret path and playing chess, suddenly stopped. The chess piece in his hand fell onto the surface of the chessboard. He felt a sense of danger from the explosion of the comet that Yu Yang had just unleashed. Just as Elder Qi stood up, suddenly, a hand slowly reached out from behind him and gently picked up the chess piece that had fallen on the chessboard. Elder Qi turned his head in shock and found that an impossible person had appeared in front of him. "It's you?" Elder Qi was shocked. The person in front of him was actually the inconspicuous butler, Jiaoshi. "It's me." Butler Jiaoshi seemed to have changed into a different person. He sat down opposite Elder Qi in a relaxed manner. From the looks of it, he wanted to play a game of chess with Elder Qi. You are Gao Peng, one of the 4 kings under the prison emperor, Gao Peng of the heavenly prisoner king. You are still alive. Elder Qi's face was filled with disbelief. His expression was even more shocked than seeing a dead person climb out of a coffin. There were so many dead people in the world. Elder Qi wouldn't be so shocked if any of them were to be resurrected. However, the man in front of him was someone he had personally killed 6,000 years ago. Yes, I am still alive. However, it took me a long time to recover all my strength. Most importantly, I lost a portion of my memories. It took me a lot of effort to remember them. Heavenly prisoner King Gao Peng, who was disguised as Jiaoshi's butler, sighed and said, "Time passes so quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 6,000 years have passed. Everything that happened today was caused by you? Unfortunately, no matter how fast you are still one step too late. I have already activated the pink star restriction." Elder Qi quickly regained his composure. Instead, he sat down, picked up a chess piece and placed it on the chessboard again. You are still the same, always thinking that you have victory in your grasp. Gao Peng, who was disguised as Jiaoshi's butler, suddenly laughed. Do you want me to tell you a piece of bad news? What is worse than watching helplessly as your companion is blasted into the black hole seal, unable to be saved forever? Elder Qi retorted with a sneer. Yes, for example, the resurrection of the prison emperor. Gao Peng laughed loudly. Impossible. Elder Qi jumped up in shock. Of course it is impossible for the prison emperor to be resurrected. However, a new generation of prison emperor has been born in Tongtian Tower. He is younger, stronger, and more outstanding. Gao Peng also picked up a chess piece and placed it on the chessboard. Duan, your move is really bad. Do you know where the hematemesis chart came from? It was brought by that young man from Tongtian Tower. It is the wisdom of our Tongtian Tower warriors. You, the self-proclaimed chess king, the arrogant you, have already lost. It's him. Elder Qi immediately understood. He thought of Yu Yang just now and his heart trembled. How hateful. He knew that a new generation of prison emperor had been born. Yet, he could not recognize him. He even exchanged chess records with him. Who would have thought that the other party had already played him in the palm of his hand? Elder Qi, who had an abnormal tightness in his chest, suddenly lost control of his mind and vomited a mouthful of blood. His face showed signs of aging, as if he had aged 1,000 years in an instant. Elder Qi laughed bitterly. Man proposes, God disposes. He rushed towards heavenly prisoner King Gao Peng, who was disguised as Jiaoshi's butler, intending to perish together with him in the next forbidden illumination powder starburst. However, heavenly prisoner King Gao Peng stretched out his hand and froze Elder Qi in midair. He smiled. I am no longer the me from 6,000 years ago. Moreover, if I had not fought until I was exhausted, how could you have killed me with your strength? Chess King, my old friend, go on your way alone. I still have a mission and cannot accompany you. He shook his hand lightly. Elder Qi's entire body immediately flew backward. When Elder Qi rushed up a second time and set up thousands of chessboard diagrams, heavenly prisoner King Gao Peng had already turned into a shadow and disappeared in the secret path of light. Sigh, I'm old. Elder Qi stopped and bent down to pick up the chess pieces that had been scattered by the aura. He then sat down again. Although he had guarded for 6,000 years to guard against the enemy, he had also imprisoned himself. Only now did the responsibility of guarding truly leave him. Freedom finally belonged to him again. At the last moment of his life, although it was short, he truly felt the joy of playing chess. When he placed a chess piece on the chessboard, a smile appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, as if he was talking to someone, I can finally relax and play chess. You, what regrets do you have? Although you were powerless to stop it, you have already tried your best. In my next life, it would be great if I can reincarnate into Tongtian Tower. I really want to experience the blood-vomiting manual. When he gently placed the chess piece on the chessboard, he found that the chessboard had changed a little. This is a divine sense that belongs to me? Elder Qi was stunned at first, but then he smiled bitterly. He had regained his freedom and let go of his responsibilities. He only comprehended divine sense at the last moment of his life. His life was really ironic. Could it be that the responsibility of guarding for 6,000 years had imprisoned his divine sense? Outside Sun Island, Yu Yang had already disappeared without a trace. The Dark Realm's corrupted warriors did not chase after this strange young man's departure. They stepped up the Dark Realm's connection. With nearly 10,000 quasi-heaven rankers and nearly 100 heaven rankers working together to communicate, the Dark Realm channel that had been researched for tens of thousands of years was successfully connected to the Forbidden Illumination Dungeon. The experts who didn't have the time to check on the seal immediately fled far away. Even an idiot would know that Sun Island was on the verge of exploding. Its sealing power had reached an extreme state of chaos. Countless electric currents were flashing wildly. Due to the sealing power, the entire Sun Island was shrinking continuously. The moment it reached its limit, a destructive explosion would occur. After another destructive explosion, the entire space would shatter and distort into a spatial storm. Finally, it would evolve into a black hole space that devoured everything. All living beings that fell into it would never be able to reincarnate. Because of the connection between the Dark Realms, the entire Earth and Heaven realms formed the same strange phenomenon. The ground split open. Even the center of Sun Island was torn in half. Countless spatial fissures rubbed against each other, producing chaotic energy flows that spread everywhere and destroyed anything that came into contact with them. The sturdy mansion had already collapsed. Except for the secret path of light, the entire Sun Island was twisting and distorting, as if there was an invisible devil hand twisting it. The sky was filled with people fleeing for their lives. Almost everyone fled toward the valley in the distance, intending to use the valley as a barrier to escape. There were also a few people who didn't know where they were going and flew towards Sun Island like blind flies. The huge cross-shaped path on the ground had a huge hole in it. It was like the mouth of a prehistoric monster, silently mocking the people. Sunshine City, which had never been conquered in history, and Sun Island, which had become the Heaven Realm's rear base 6,000 years ago, had finally collapsed. The secret path of light. Elder Qi closed his eyes. His steady fingers gently placed down the last chess piece in his hand. There were only 10 seconds left. These would be the last 10 seconds of his life. Just as Elder Qi smiled without regret and was about to die, he suddenly saw a young man walk out of the secret path. Behind this young man was a group of ghost-like people. Among them, there were many people that Elder Qi knew. Impossible. Elder Qi would rather believe that this was an illusion before he died. Although I can't stop the explosion of the forbidden pink star, I can delay it for 3 minutes. 3 minutes isn't much. It's not enough to finish a game of chess, but it's enough to do many things. The young man who walked out to meet Elder Qi was, of course, Yu Yang. The group of ghost-like figures behind him were the Tong Tian Tower warriors sealed inside, or the rebel leaders of Tong Tian Tower left in the Heaven Realm. So, Gao Peng came in to cover for you. Elder Qi finally understood. Why did Gao Peng, the heavenly prisoner king, come in and expose his identity when he couldn't stop the explosion? He wasn't showing off to him, but to cover for this young man. When he saw Heavenly Prisoner King, he was shocked and focused all his attention on his old enemy, Gao Peng. He didn't realize that there was a young man who was saving people right under his nose. This young man is the new prison emperor. He is even younger and wiser than the prison emperor back then. Elder Qi looked at Yu Yang, who didn't even look at him and slowly walked past him. He felt as if his heart had been hit by a huge hammer. Defeated. Defeated again. This time, he didn't lose to the invincible power of the prison emperor back then, but to this young man's intelligence. If the other party hadn't taken the initiative to appear, he probably wouldn't even know that he had lost until his death. Among the ghost-like figures, a tall and thin figure stood out and smiled at Elder Qi. Chess King, we are all old. This is the world of the young, why are you so obsessed? Follow me to Tong Tian Tower and be a free chess player. It's better than being a watchdog for the central shrine. After so many years, we've already thought it through. As long as you're willing to let go of the grudges of the past, you can let go. Come with us. You've wasted 6,000 years here. You've done enough. Elder Qi shook his head heavily. Thank you. You should know me well. I am not used to changing environments. Back then, you fought to the death for the prison emperor. I admire you very much. If I leave with you today, I will look down on myself. I am so envious. After 6,000 years, there are still people who think of you and come to save you. Is this the tradition of Tongtian Tower? There is no tradition in Tongtian Tower at all. If there is, it would be the old guy stepping aside and letting the young come out. Another ghost-like figure laughed loudly. Unfortunately, I was not born in Tongtian Tower. Elder Qi slowly sat down, stretched out his hand, and messed up the chess game in front of him. The chess pieces were scattered, just like his mood at the moment. A figure walked up. He stretched out his hand and tapped lightly on the chessboard. All the chess pieces automatically returned to their original positions, exactly the same as Elder Qi had placed them just now. He said solemnly and seriously, "You are completely wrong. The inheritance of Tongtian Tower is not birthplace, race, or bloodline, but the soul. It is a kind of soul inheritance that is filled with spirit, body, will, knowledge, and even the entire soul. It is very mysterious and indescribable. Only those who comprehend its existence are true warriors of Tongtian Tower. The difference between us and heaven realm beings lies in our soul inheritance. It is passed down from generation to generation, not to inherit power, but to enlighten the soul. People like us who desire to sublimate our souls through cultivation are true powerhouses. Only then do we recognize each other as people of Tongtian Tower. You were not recognized by us back then, not because your birthplace is heaven realm, nor because your race and bloodline are different from ours, but because you were never a true powerhouse. The reason why a life is strong is not just because of power." After saying that, the figure strode away. The other shadows also followed closely behind him. Elder Qi closed his eyes and trembled all over. His face was full of shame. He stood up shakily and walked towards the end of the secret passage, towards the forbidden pink star device that was about to explode. He muttered, "So I was never a true powerhouse? It's too late. If I had known this earlier, I would have given my life to my favorite chess game. I was wrong." Sun Island exploded in a dazzling explosion of light. The entire Sunshine City, and even the entire mountains and valleys, were destroyed in an instant. 1 minute after the big explosion, a small black hole appeared where the Sun Island no longer existed. It grew bigger and bigger, sucking in everything around it: flames, energy, debris, shockwaves, and space. It turned into a space of silence where nothing could exist. 100 kilometers away, a group of ghost-like figures stood in front of Yu Yang. Even the youngest of these people had long beards. They were all old fellows, and their clothes did not cover their bodies. They looked like beggars. In fact, they did not have bodies. They were only existences in the state of souls. With their power, they could immediately turn into golden light with just a thought. Yu Yang did not understand. Even if they did not want to become more handsome, why did they have to look like beggars? Could it be that people who had died once were especially dark in their hearts? That's the process. Old Tortoise asked me to come and find you. Actually, I did not think that I would be able to save you so quickly. Yu Yang looked at Sky Prisoner King Gao Peng, who had turned back into Jiao Shi's butler. He asked, "When are you guys going back to see Old Tortoise?" We are not going back." Sky Prisoner King Gao Peng shook his head. "Tongtian Tower belongs to you. Us old fellows are unnecessary. Just bring Yuan Long up to meet us when you have time." A shadow laughed. "Actually, we still have a lot of things to do. We can't possibly go back and report to the prison emperor that we, who have embarrassed you, have returned. Brat, don't worry about us. Just do what you need to do. You don't need to worry about us old fellows." A shadow with a particularly loud voice and explosive temper grabbed Yu Yang's collar and shouted, "Brat, you want to become the new prison emperor? You are still not strong enough. You need to work harder. I am me, he is him." Yu Yang sweated profusely. Who would want to become the second prison emperor? If he wanted to make a name for himself in the heaven realm, he would not be the second conquering empress like Queen Vivian Li, nor the second prison emperor. He would be the Yu clan's third young master, the new successor of Tongtian Tower, a new legend. Let's meet here again a year later. Third young master, you should train more. We should also recover our strength first. Otherwise, we won't be killed by the Heaven Realm great leaders with one hand. Sky Prisoner King Gaopun patted Yu Yang's shoulder. There are so many young people in Tong Tian Tower. I have seen all kinds of people, but I have never seen someone like you. Third young master, you are really an abnormal existence. If you were not the successor of Prison Emperor, I would probably kill you. Hey, is this something a senior should say? Yu Yang was angry. It's fine if you don't give me any treasures or divine weapons, but you still make fun of me? Wait until you obtain the approval of the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, then you can order us. The most serious shadow, who was also the leader of the group, slightly cupped his hands towards Yu Yang. I will take my leave first. Yu Yang was speechless. The Prison Emperor Divine Seal could only be used to give Shuang Air walnuts. When would he be able to obtain its approval? Forget it, his own treasures were the most powerful. Don't count on other people's divine weapons, as if they could hear Yu Yang's thoughts, whether it was the Star Luo Sky Scorpion, the Tao Tai Blade, or even the Tong Tian beast that was lying lazily on Yu Yang's wrist, they all emitted waves of joy. After the explosion, the earth was in a state of devastation. The huge and sturdy Rizhao city no longer existed, only a bottomless pit was left. Not only that, even the mountains and valleys in the distance cracked and collapsed. Not a single one of the lush trees survived, and all that was left was scorched earth. Out of nowhere, the group of fallen warriors from the dark world gathered together once again. They looked at the ruins left behind by the explosion from a distance, all of them wearing grave expressions. The 10 leaders who had reached Heaven Rank Level 5 gathered together for a secret discussion. After a long time, they still could not come up with the best decision. My dear friends, you have done well. Before I issue the next task, please allow me to reward you on behalf of the temple. A man shining with golden light that made him look like a deity appeared. When he spoke, he was still in the sky. Before he finished his sentence, he was already standing in the middle of the group of fallen warriors from the dark world. No one could see how he moved. They only knew that the other party could arrive in an instant. His speed was unimaginable. When the fallen warriors from the dark world saw the man who was shining with golden light, their faces immediately showed fear, as if they had seen a devil. Even the 10 leaders who had the strength of Heaven Rank Level 5 were afraid of him. However, they had no choice but to step forward and greet him. Forget it. Greeting people with fake feelings is not in line with this temple master's character. My attitude is always one of tolerance, just like how I don't care about the process. What I care more about is the result. As long as you can complete the task I give you, it doesn't matter what methods you use or what methods you use. The man who was shining with golden light waved his hand casually with an attitude of looking down on the common people. Rizhao City was just a test. Congratulations, you have passed. Next, I will give you a real task. As long as you complete it, the temple will consider forgiving some of you, such as pregnant women and babies. What's the next mission? A man stood out from the 10 leaders and lowered his head to greet the other party unwillingly. In the mysterious snowfield domain, due to some reason, an ancient ruin appeared. What you need to do is to kill all the participating heaven rankers. Leave none alive. The man shining with golden light said. Palace Master, we have too few people. Another leader stood out and tried to explain, moreover, we are sealed, unable to display our full strength. If we can break the seal, even if it's just temporary freedom, it's good enough. The tallest leader stood up. Right now, we can only use half of our strength. The last one to speak was the skinny leader. Listen, my dear friends, and remember from the bottom of your heart, never question what I say, understand? What this hall master says will never be wrong, nor will it change. With your intelligence, you want to change this hall master's supreme will? Impossible. On the other hand, do you think that I will be like you and say things without thinking? Never. My words represent the will of the divine hall. Apart from having an unchangeable and inviolable dignity, they are also incomparably correct, the shining man shouted. His voice was earth-shattering and could even shake the mountains. Just as the dark world's fallen warriors retreated in fear, the shining golden man once again slowed down his tone. He spoke in the tone of someone in a superior position with pity. He said to the dark world's fallen warriors, don't be afraid, this hall master will not hurt you. Only the most bored Divine Hall warriors will make fun of you Dark World's exiles. As for me, as a dignified Hall Master, I only have pity in my heart. Regarding the mission, you don't have to worry, and don't be anxious. What should be given to you, this Hall Master will give you. Otherwise, it's useless even if you are noisy. For tens of thousands of years, you and your seniors have argued for so many years, but is there any use? There is no use. One must pay in order to gain, this is the rule of the heaven realm. I understand that you want to obtain freedom, but I hope that you will pay attention to how much you have to pay. No matter how much you pay, we will give you something of equal value. In this world, there is no such thing as reaping without sowing. It is not impossible for you to obtain freedom, but you must pay something of equal value. To the other Hall Masters, your questioning is the greatest provocation to the dignity of a leader. But I, who is tolerant, am willing to forgive you. Furthermore, I can patiently explain or advise you. My dear friends, do not try to use the wisdom of mortals to guess the decisions of a god. Although this Hall Master's divinity is still brewing, to you, the creatures of the dark world who live in darkness, it is a demigod existence. Therefore, some kind of decision that I make is definitely correct. Furthermore, there is no need for you to use your unenlightened brains to think about it. That is not something that you can think about. In this world, there are always things that you are unable to reach, and this kind of wisdom is one of them. Therefore, the only thing you need to do is to execute with all your might, execute my orders without any slack, and complete the mission that I give you. Although the Dark World's heaven rank warriors were unwilling to accept this man who was shining with golden light like a god, they had no choice but to lower their heads and obey. No matter if it was strength or authority, the other party was an invincible existence. No matter how angry the Dark World's heaven rank warriors were, they had no choice but to pretend to be subservient. Before I leave, I would like to warn you, my dear friends, sometimes right and wrong, losing and winning, justice and evil are not what you think. If you hold on to your own ideals when completing the mission and stubbornly follow your own way of thinking, maybe the next time we meet, this Hall Master will not be able to speak to you so calmly. I don't care what method you use, but the result must be in line with the requirements. You don't need to think about anything else. If you really want to think about it, then think about the fact that you still have a lot of relatives who are waiting for you to work hard in exchange for their freedom. The man shining with golden light waved his hand and shot out thousands of light pillars. In an instant, they pierced through the bodies of the 10 Dark World leaders. While intimidating all the corrupted warriors, they also cleverly arranged the heaven rune circle, temporarily suppressing the seal on the 10 leaders' bodies. Although it was painful, the power of the 10 leaders continued to rise. The injuries on their bodies also healed quickly. Before leaving, the man shining with golden light suddenly asked again, "Did the Eastern Goblin tribe's prince escape?" "There is a powerful young man who is even more powerful than the 8th prince of the Golden Crow tribe. We were unable to stop them from leaving." The first of the 10 leaders replied. Although he answered truthfully, he did not describe Yu Yang's appearance, age or even mention Yu Yang's unique battle skills. In the ears of the man shining with golden light like a god, he thought that it was a powerful heaven rank warrior who was around 1,000 years old. He did not know that it was the unbelievably young Yu Yang. If he had mentioned this, the man shining with golden light would definitely be suspicious and would definitely investigate it to the end. However, he had missed this opportunity because of the words of the 10 Dark World leaders. If he cared a little about the dignity of these corrupted warriors, he would definitely not have missed this kind of information. The 10 Dark World heaven rankers did not say anything. They could not confirm who Yu Yang was, but they could be sure that this young man would definitely become a ranker that could shock the entire heaven realm when he grows up. Such an outstanding young man, if he was discovered by the central shrine before he grew up, they would definitely destroy him. Although they did not know who Yu Yang was, the Dark World heaven rankers were happy to see that the central shrine had stronger enemies. It would be effortless for them to hide information for him. Even if they reported it, it would be a thankless task. Furthermore, as long as they did not say anything, the central shrine would have bad luck in the future. As the people of the Dark World, why wouldn't they do it? The 8th prince of the Golden Crow tribe. If I knew it was him, I would have rushed here 2 days earlier. It's a pity, I could have caused the Eastern Goblin tribe to fall as well. Forget it, there will be more opportunities. You don't have to care about anything, just do as I say. No matter who the other party is, kill all of them if you can. If you can't, send someone to report to the envoy and kill them together. My request is very simple, leave no one alive. After the shining golden man finished speaking, he waved his hand. The light was as dazzling as the sun. When the vision of the dark world heaven rankers recovered, the shining golden man had already disappeared. Are we really going to the mysterious snowfield domain? Once the ancient ruins appear, there will be at least 1,000 heaven rankers heading there. How can we kill them all? This kind of mission is impossible to complete. The skinny leader was furious. 1,000 heaven rankers? I'm afraid it will be 10,000. The other leader was even more pessimistic than the skinny leader. Sigh, no matter what, we have to do it. Leaders, let's go. Just like what the other party said, the last thing we need now is doubt. The first leader of the Dark World's 10 leaders looked a little sad. He waved his hand and ordered all the Dark World warriors to move towards the southwest direction. At the same time, he patted the skinny leader who was still angry. We have endured for tens of thousands of years, from our ancestors to us. What is it for? It is for revival. What is the hope of revival? Our future generations. Without the continuation of future generations, we will never be able to come out of the dark world, and we will never be able to obtain freedom. One day, our future generations will kill their way into the central shrine and step on those arrogant fellows. The skinny leader's eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying brilliance. I hope that I can see this day in my lifetime. Yes, as long as there is hope, this day will not be too far away. The tallest leader roared. After all the Dark World warriors had left. In the center of the unextinguished raging flames on the ground, the spirit of heaven fire floated out. Wherever she passed, all the raging flames seemed to have received an order and automatically split open a fire arch passage. Yu Yang walked out leisurely from inside. The mocking smile in his eyes became more intense. When the sky changed, Yu Yang was very suspicious of this matter. Now that the hall master of the central shrine had appeared, the whole matter was now clear. In comparison, the old hag heaven empress is more difficult to deal with. However, this fellow is just a small boss. If she is too strong, then there is no justice in the world. Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly flew down to the bottom of the abyss-like pit to explore. After a long time, he flew up with a broken crystal in his hands. My luck has exploded. I didn't expect the forbidden illumination sky crystal from 6,000 years ago to still have remnants in such a powerful explosion. This trip to the heaven realm is finally worth it. The capital of Lingyun Kingdom. When Yu Yang arrived at the capital, Lord Lingyun, City Master Tu Hai, Advisor Xiang Wen, the 8th Prince of the Golden Crow clan, and the Peacock Beauty had been waiting for a long time. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, and the others were very calm. They were not as excited as Lord Lingyun and the others when they saw Yu Yang. They knew that nothing could happen to Yu Yang. Not to mention this kind of big explosion, even the star explosion summoned by the Empress before she died, the Kata comet that almost collapsed the entire 5th floor of the heaven stairway was destroyed by Yu Yang and Ji Zun. The forbidden pink star that could only explode in a fixed position was not as powerful as the star explosion of the Empress, but the danger was too low. What Ji Kong and Fatty Hai didn't know was that Ji Zun and Yu Yang weren't the ones who broke the star explosion. They just did not know that the star explosion was not destroyed by Ji Zun and Yu Yang. Although this question was a little abrupt, Tu Hai could not help but be curious. Not to mention the 10 leaders above heaven rank level 5, just the siege of nearly 100 Dark World heaven rankers was enough to make people suffer. Not to mention the 10 leaders of heaven rank level 5 and above, just the encirclement of close to 100 heaven rank Dark World's heaven rank Dark World was enough to make them suffer. It must be known that there was no lack of heaven-ranked level 3 and above experts in the Dark World. Their individual strength was already very impressive. Once they attacked together, they could simply destroy the world. The third young master was able to leave unscathed and was not even affected by the destructive explosion of the forbidden pink star. Even in the heaven realm, how many people could do this? Tu Hai did not hear Yu Yang's answer. Just thinking about it made him feel that this mysterious third young master was unfathomable. Rizhao City had been destroyed. The guarding mission of the Tongtian Tower had ended, but he did not get any merit. Strictly speaking, it seemed to be a dereliction of duty. Moreover, Elder Qi was dead, so there was no evidence. How could he explain the appearance of the Dark World Fallen Heaven rankers? There was no way he could defend himself in this matter. The central shrine must be covering up the truth on the surface. Then, at some point in the future, they would find an excuse to settle the score. If he did not seek the protection of an expert, it was very likely that he would become a victim of the central divine palace in the future. It was impossible for him to protect himself with his own strength. If the third young master was willing to accept him and let him become a subordinate, he might be able to escape the blame of the central shrine. Now, the only thing he didn't know was whether this third young master of the Yu clan, who had a very noble status, would be willing to accept him, even if it was a tacit agreement. Actually, those Dark World Heaven rank powerhouses didn't attack with their full strength. Before the forbidden illumination powder star exploded, everyone abandoned the battle and left. King Lingyun and Lord Tu Hai were rankers in the Tian Kingdom. Before, they Tian Realm King, they were Tian rankers, Tian, and rankers. Lord Lingyun and City Lord Tu Hai were strong in their own region, but in the eyes of the entire Heaven Realm, they were just small fries. Young Ling King. King, Ling Tian Kingdom ran. Lord Lingyun's heart skipped a beat. Judging from third young master Yu's calm tone, it seemed like he hadn't given it his all. If he went all out, the Dark World's heaven rank powerhouses wouldn't be able to stop him even if they fought to the death. Such a powerful third young master most likely came from that place. If he could befriend him, his position in the heaven realm would definitely rise. However, how could he befriend him sincerely? The third young master did not lack in wealth, he had golden elves for beauties, and she was unable to give him power. What should she do to befriend the third young master? This matter had to be completed today. Otherwise, if the 8th prince of the Golden Crow clan invited him as a guest, then he would have nothing to do with it. Lord Lingyun suddenly remembered that he had mentioned this to Yu Yang before and was secretly delighted. Then, he asked tentatively, "Third young master, regarding what happened in Rizhao City, Lingyun and Tu Hai have to apologize to you. Although it was out of our control, it was still our fault. After the chaos of the war, we even had to let third young master open the way for everyone and cover the retreat, which made us feel even more ashamed. In order to make up for my mistake, I, Lingyun, am willing to be your guide to the Snow Wish Wonder Domain. We'll be able to find the legendary ruins of ancient times. Are you interested, third young master?" Not a bad idea. Naturally, Yu Yang wouldn't reject Lord Lingyun's suggestion. After all, it wouldn't be easy for him to enter the ancient ruins alone. With Lord Lingyun's company and guidance, he would definitely be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Yu Yang turned to look at the 8th prince of the Golden Crow clan, Wu Hai, and his beloved concubine, the Stork Beauty. 8th Prince Wu Hai sincerely bowed to Yu Yang. Then, he explained apologetically, "Third young master, please forgive me for not being able to accompany you on this trip. Kair's baby is about to be born, so I hope to accompany her back to the Tang Valley. After the baby is born, if third young master has any news, even if it's millions of miles away, Wu Hai will immediately rush over without any hesitation." After so many things, even if it was just a short acquaintance, 8th Prince Wu Hai had already recognized Yu Yang as a friend. If not for the fact that he was waiting for Yu Yang's return, he would have already accompanied his beloved concubine back to the Tang Valley. 8th Prince, let's meet again when we have time. Life is long, when can we not meet again? Yu Yang wanted to enter the circle of the Eastern Goblin tribe in the Heaven Realm, but there was no need to rush. If he was too impatient, he would leave behind traces. Good. 8th Prince Wu Hai bowed again and bid farewell to Lord Lingyun and the others. Only after the Golden Crow clan left did Lord Lingyun's heart loosen a little. Just now, he was really worried that the 8th Prince would invite third young master to the Tang Valley. If that was the case, third young master would most likely go. Fortunately, he had hurriedly mentioned the ancient ruins of the strange snowfield. Otherwise, third young master would have already bid farewell to him and set off with the Golden Crow clan. Lord Lingyun quickly set up a banquet to welcome Yu Yang. He also ordered people to prepare the best luxurious airship. After the banquet, he immediately invited Yu Yang to board the airship and sail to the strange snowfield to avoid any more complications. Let alone Yu Yang, even Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang, and Prince Tian Luo were treated with great courtesy by the Lingyun kingdom. Although Fatty Hai and Yi Kong repeatedly declined, Lord Lingyun and City Lord Tu Hai still gave them 2 gold-ranked armors, Roaring Beast and Slaughtering Beast. Originally, the image of the two was not good. They looked like vagrants from the heaven realm. Wearing the gold-ranked armors, they suddenly looked different. Under the brilliance, they faintly revealed the aura of a powerhouse. Although their momentum was still lacking, completely different from the mature peak heaven-rank powerhouses like Lord Lingyun, anyone with a discerning eye could see that they were still growing. Their future prospects were limitless, and their future achievements might not be below Lord Lingyun's. Shui Tanlang and Prince Tian Luo chose a book and a pot of strange flowers from the heaven realm. They could not refuse the enthusiasm of Lord Lingyun. Therefore, they chose a gift for Shui Wuxia and City Lord Fallen Flowers. If they could please the sisters, they might even give them a few pointers. As for the treasures for their own use, unless specified by Yu Yang. Otherwise, they would not want anything from others. The Li brothers asked for 2 pairs of heaven realm traveling shoes. In fact, Yu Yang had a lot of good armors and shoes, but the Li brothers rarely used them except for their weapons. The reason was that Yu Yang had said, men should be more ruthless to themselves. Only by fighting under harsher and more intense conditions would their strength increase even more. If they were not pretending to be guards, they would not even know how to use their weapons. Just like Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others, they would fight barehanded, training themselves as much as possible. Half a month later, the luxurious airship passed through countless teleportation arrays and finally arrived at the mysterious snowfield. This was a completely different world. It was a world of ice and snow everywhere, and the pure white was the main color of this place. 10,000 years ago, the mysterious snowfield was not very famous. However, Queen Vivian Li had set up camp in the mysterious snowfield, built a city, and fought against the Heaven Realm Coalition army. Only then did this world, which had extremely bad living conditions, become popular. Just like the Sunshine City, if it was not for the Prison Emperor's battle in the Heaven Realm, who would know that there was a Sunshine City in the Heaven Realm, unlike the Prison Emperor, who had everything erased, the conquest city built by Empress Fei Wenli had been preserved as the glory of the Heaven Realm. Even though the Heaven Realm allied forces were defeated at the Conqueror's city, the great leaders and the Central Temple had no choice but to acknowledge Empress Fei Wenli's title as the Conqueror Queen and signed the famous Conqueror Queen's Treaty. None of the Heaven Realm warriors regarded this battle as a disgrace. On the contrary, whether it was the leaders of the Heaven Realm Coalition army or the Temple Jizun of the Central Shrine, they all felt proud. Because this battle was the first battle that made Queen Vivian Li famous. It was also the only battle in her life where her enemies were not completely wiped out or captured. This battle not only signified the birth of a rancor, it also signified the end of an era. From the birth of Queen Vivian Li to the seal, Tong Tian Tower, there was no other rancor like her who could sweep through the Heaven Realm. No matter how strong the Prison Emperor was, he could not be like Queen Vivian Li, who could sweep through the path of conquest with just a finger of her hand. It was impossible to erase all the impressions that Empress Fei Wenli had given to the residents of the Heaven Realm. The Central Temple and the Big Shots all acknowledged her existence and affirmed her strength. At the same time, there was an invisible hint that they, who were able to defeat Empress Fei Wenli, were even greater and should enjoy a higher reputation. As for who sealed Empress Fei Wenli, the ordinary Heaven Realm residents did not know. But the leaders of the Central Shrine and the Heaven Realm had fought against the Conqueror Queen before, and they had always been fighting. They were not completely conquered. This was a fact, and it was also their proudest point. Conqueror City? Yu Yang's heart moved slightly after hearing Xiang Wen's introduction. Yes. In Conqueror City, even though 10,000 years have passed, there is still a huge statue of Queen Vivian Li. Every year, her admirers will gather like believers, led by the old queen's subordinates, to parade and commemorate the great Conqueror Queen. In Conqueror City, anyone can point at City Lord Li, or even scold the Central Shrine, but they are absolutely not allowed to blaspheme Her Majesty. Even the slightest disrespect in words will make the local residents extremely angry and punish them. If it is light, they will ask for a duel, and if it is serious, they will be sentenced to death. Xianxia had traveled to many places. Conqueror City was such a famous place, so he knew a lot. Long live Her Majesty! Fatty Hai and Yi Kong looked at each other and cheered. Regarding Queen Vivian Li, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others did not know the secret at first. But as time passed and their knowledge gradually increased, they knew about the existence of Queen Vivian Li. Because of this, they became curious about Little Wen Li's identity. Later, Princess Sisai and the others felt that it was not good to keep hiding it from them, so they briefly mentioned the matter of Queen Vivian Li and told them not to speak carelessly. Actually, Yu Yang did not specifically tell Princess Sisai and the others about Little Wen Li's identity. However, even before they had the Book of Truth, smart girls like Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai could guess a little. In Tongtian Tower, the snake demon clan was almost extinct. Yu Yang, who had the little snake demon Loli, could not help but be suspicious. Moreover, Little Wen Li was already so terrifying when she was a child, how terrifying would she be when she grew up? Therefore, if one was not a fool, they would imagine that it was Queen Vivian Li's side. Although the Book of Truth did not clearly show the information about Little Wen Li. But the identity of Little Wen Li's reincarnated creator was Fei Wen Li and Yu Yang. Shui Wuxia and the others could understand what was going on when they saw it. Of course, most of Yu Yang's secrets could not be shown by Shui Wuxia's semi-god Book of Truth. For example, the innate invisible sword Qi and the Phoenix sisters could not be obtained by the Book of Truth, let alone the heavenly sword goddess. They did not ask too much about Yu Yang's various secrets. Even if they knew a little, they would secretly help him keep it. How far is the ancient ruins from Conqueror City? Yu Yang asked. It's not very far. Based on the map, the distance in a straight line is no more than 1,000 kilometers. Tu Hai had been studying the map for the past few days, making thorough preparations for the exploration. We might not be fated to obtain the treasures of the ancient ruins, but since we've come to the city of honor of the senior expert, it would be inexcusable if we don't pay our respects. Lord Lingyun and the others didn't pay attention to what Yu Yang said, but Yi Kong and Fatty Hai understood. Her Majesty, Queen Vivian Li, was the pride of Tongtian Tower. Conquer, honor. Even the ice-cold Shui Tanlang could not help but stand up. Previously, he had thought that the prison emperor was the strongest existence in Tongtian Tower. Who knew that before him, there was an even more powerful Queen Vivian Li? Amongst the previous generations of Skysplit Tower, there had been countless amazing characters that had appeared. They were even more powerful than Queen Vivian Li. It was just that their history was too long ago, so it was impossible to record them down. Most of their former glory had been lost in the long river of history. The ancient ruins that appeared from the collapse of the mountain were most likely left behind by an amazing person that had not been recorded in history. Even this ancient ruins might be related to Queen Vivian Li. All the people who went to Conquer City, no matter what level of heaven stage ranker they were, no matter what kind of flying war beast or flying equipment they were, had to stay below a kilometer to show their respect to Queen Vivian Li. In the center of Conquer City, there was a giant statue of Queen Vivian Li that was a kilometer tall. It was said that it took the Snake Demon clan nearly 100 years to complete. Its artistic realm had reached the pinnacle of perfection. From afar, one could see a tall and majestic golden-crowned queen with a snake tail coiled on the ground. She had 6 arms, 2 of which were pointing downward with blades on guard, one holding a flag, guiding the whole army forward, one holding a bow, and the other holding an arrow, ready to shoot at any time. In her right arm, there was an arm firmly waving forward, with an aura that could devour the world. No one in the world could match it. Not to mention facing Queen Vivian Li, even facing this statue, people felt insignificant from the bottom of their hearts. In front of the Conqueror Queen, even the Heaven Realm Great Leader or the Temple Great Leader would have to lower his noble head, let alone an ordinary person. It was completely different from ordinary cities. This Conquer City did not have a formal trading area like ordinary cities. Even the residential area was very similar to a military camp. The people walking on the street were not ordinary people. Even the old beggars in ragged clothes who were lying on the ground snoring, or the disabled old women who were sweeping the snow with a broom in their hands, were all above heaven rank level 5. Some of them were several times stronger than King Lingyun. But here, they were just sweeping the floor, or like old beggars. Without the strength of heaven's stage, they did not dare to walk in this city. Because they would feel so inferior that they would go crazy. Here, a random person could be seen, the hotel owner with a belly bigger than a toad, the drunkard who was leaning against the wall and vomiting, the coachman who was riding a heaven-ranked earth dragon, asking customers if they wanted a ride, the shop assistant who had a professional smile on his face, the hunter who was carrying a snow bear on his back, the woodcutter who was pushing a cart of firewood, the little girl who was selling snow malt candy along the street, the peddler who was carrying a windmill full of loads, ringing the bell to attract customers. Not a single one of them was not a heaven ranked. Moreover, the heaven stage here was not the same as ordinary heaven stage. These people had a kind of killing intent that ordinary heaven stage did not have on their faces. Even though it was completely suppressed, a little bit of it inadvertently leaked out would scare people to the point of trembling. Lord Ling Yun, who had the strength of a peak heaven stage level 5 and was infinitely close to heaven stage level 6, was the king of a country. But here, the streets were filled with people stronger than him. As long as they looked old, regardless of whether they were men or women, they had the strength of heaven stage level 5 or above. The younger the appearance, the weaker the strength. For example, the little girl selling snow malt candy was the weakest person in the conquered city. She was only heaven stage level 1. Even though they were both at heaven rank 1, Lord Ling Yun estimated that this little girl would only need a single finger to finish off Tudo, who was at the same level as her. There were countless airships and flying cars parked outside the conquered city. It was believed that these people came for the ancient ruins and also to pay their respects to the conquest queen. However, under heaven stage, other than Fatty Hai and Yi Kong, ordinary heaven realm mercenaries did not dare to enter the city. Even a heaven stage like Tudwa had to bow all the way when he entered the city. He couldn't even straighten his back. He looked up at the giant statue in the sky. Empress Fei Wenli's majestic image of where her arm points, is conquest, completely covered the sky, causing the weak to tremble and find it hard to control themselves. Let's find a place to drink. Yu Yang was the only one who could freely enjoy the scenery of Conqueror City and feel the cultural atmosphere of this place. Queen Vivian Li was a majestic existence to others, but to Yu Yang, she was just a queen. Not to mention a statue, he had even hugged and kissed a real person. Almost every time he went in, he would be sucked dry by Queen Vivian Li. He did not have the reverence of others at all. In comparison, the heavenly sword goddess was Yu Yang's nemesis. It was only now that Lord Ling Yun realized the biggest difference between him and Yu Yang. In this conquered city, Lord Ling Yun trembled with fear and was very careful, afraid that he would do something wrong. How could he be as carefree as third young Master Yu? If he did not have enough strength, how could he be so carefree? One had to know that this was the conquered city that even the heaven realm great leaders had to fly low to. There had never been any beast or heaven ranker who dared to fly over the head of Queen Vivian Li's 1,000-meter-tall statue. Never, there were not many choices here. There were only a few taverns in the city, and they were all very, very small. Yu Yang took the lead and casually walked into the nearest tavern. He completely ignored the inquisitive gazes of the drunkards in the tavern. He walked to the front of the well-dressed bartender, stretched out his hand and rang a bell. He confidently snapped his fingers and said, "This round, I'll treat everyone to a drink." As soon as he said this, the originally noisy room suddenly quieted down. It was so quiet that it was scary. Lord Ling Yun only felt a chill down his spine. For the first time, he felt as if there was a thorn in his back. It was as if those people's gazes were sharp arrows that could easily pierce through his body and into his soul. Tu Hai was still fine, but poor Tu Duo was already trembling in fear. The atmosphere here was much scarier than when the Dark World was besieged by nearly 100 heaven rankers from the Dark World. At the very least, among the Dark World's fallen heaven rankers, there were not as many old fellows above heaven ranker level 5 in this tavern. In this inconspicuous tavern, there were at least 30 old men above heaven rank level 5. Regardless of whether they were physically disabled or not, as long as they were old men with grizzled beards and hair, they were all comparable to Lord Ling Yun. Some of them even surpassed Lord Ling Yun. There were even a few old fellows who were heaven ranker level 6. There were no drunkards below heaven ranker level 3 in the tavern. "Kid, not just anyone can treat us to a drink here. A middle-aged drunkard suddenly stood up and snorted coldly. F***ck, this young master treating you to a drink is your great fortune. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. You bunch of drunkards. This young master doesn't just treat people to a drink. If you don't want to drink, then forget it. Yu Yang was really angry. They were clearly a bunch of drunkards, but they were still so arrogant. He was treating them to a drink, but they didn't want to drink. Could it be that these old fellows were getting older and older? Lord Ling Yun and Tu Hai were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat when they heard Yu Yang's arrogant reply. Tu Duo was so scared that he almost fainted on the spot. Ha 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 ha. At first, the tavern was silent. Suddenly, someone started laughing, which caused the whole audience to burst into laughter. In the end, almost everyone was laughing. Whether they were old men, middle-aged men, drunkards, or bartenders, they were all laughing crazily. There was an old man who was laughing so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes. He slapped the old table and laughed, good boy. How many years has it been? I have never seen such a brave boy. Interesting, really interesting. Give us the bar. Someone is treating us to a drink. It would be a waste not to drink. The only old man who didn't laugh glanced at Yu Yang and handed the glass in his hand to the bartenders. He was like the leader of the tavern. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone clamored and asked for wine. Some people couldn't wait and even climbed into the wine cabinet and couldn't wait to pour wine. Old man, since you've drunk my wine, can you help me a little? I want to ask you about someone called Cultivation. Yu Yang sat next to old man Mudu and clinked his glass with the other man's as if they were very familiar with each other. He went straight to the point and asked about the most famous pirate captain under Queen Vivian Li, Cultivation. He knew that these old men were actually the disabled veterans of Queen Vivian Li. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed here. They would rather be street sweepers than take the position of a king. With their strength, it was very easy to be a king. Some of them were even strong enough to rule a larger area. For example, this old man Mudu was at least at heaven stage level 7. Yu Yang's straightforwardness once again silenced all the people who were drinking. Hearing the name Cultivation, many people put down their glasses with solemn expressions. The drunkenness on their originally drunk faces was completely gone. Lord Ling Yun, Tu Hai, and the others cursed inwardly. This name seemed to be a taboo in the Conqueror City. Otherwise, these old men who were drinking happily wouldn't put on such an attitude. Old man Mudu sat for a while. He looked at Yu Yang with his old, muddy eyes and shook his head. I don't know anything about Cook Warehouse. Yu Yang knew that they were unwilling to say anything for fear of exposing their companions. He drank a mouthful of wine gloomily. At this time, it was not convenient to tell the truth about how he knew Queen Vivian Li. It was unlikely that he could gain the trust of these old men. It seemed that this time, he had treated them to a drink for nothing. Thinking about it, this was also a good thing. At least these old men still maintained their loyalty to Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li. If he said it directly, it would be a bit of a bad thing. Forget it, I'll treat you to another glass of wine. If you drink to death, I won't pay with my life. Yu Yang slapped the table and ordered Fatty Hai, settle the bill, don't let these old guys settle the old debts they owed us before. As soon as he saw that there was still some wine left in the glass, he immediately picked it up. He drank it very stingily, not giving these old guys any chance to steal his leftover wine. Lord Ling Yun and City Lord Tu Hai almost fainted. He had already treated them to a glass of wine. Were they still afraid that the other party would take the opportunity to settle old debts? Not to mention the money for the wine, but the little wine left in the glass had to be finished before leaving, not giving the other party a chance to steal it. This action was really too much of a character. As Yu Yang was drinking, suddenly an old man beside him scratched his head, as if recalling some old events, muttering to himself, "You said Cook Caribbean, I seem to have a little impression of it. This name is really hard to remember. Who is it, with such a bad name?" "Hey, it seems that there was a guy who went out and did well, I think his name was Cook," Yi Kong hurriedly asked on behalf of Yu Yang. He put on a low posture, bowed to the other party, and asked, "May I ask, what is the name or title of that senior outside?" The old man scratched his half-bald head, thought for a long time, and finally said uncertainly, I think it's called Sky Region Emperor or something. Anyway, he is still in the pirate business. Puff. As soon as Yu Yang heard this, all the wine in his mouth sprayed out, drenching the old men sitting at the table. Since conquering the city, Yu Yang's biggest gain was not the news that the old guy Cook Caribbean was the emperor of the Sky Region. Instead, it was little Wenli's meditation in front of the giant statue of Fei Wenli. When Yu Yang came to the towering statue, little Wenli suddenly came out. She kept searching among the hundreds of statues of guards and warriors of various races. Finally, she locked her gaze on the statue of the serpent demon, which was 200 meters tall. Apart from the giant statue, it was the tallest statue in the entire statue. It was the statue of the serpent demon, standing on the right side of the statue and guarding it bravely. She stared at it intently. It seemed that on this statue, she could recall some of the past events of her previous life. Yu Yang looked at the statue of the snake demon. She was somewhat similar to Queen Vivian Li. She wore a bright silver crown on her head. She was as beautiful as a princess, but her expression was very serious. She held a double-edged sword in her hand and looked into the distance, as if she would obey Queen Vivian Li's order to attack at any time. Among the many statues of the guards, there were many in the form of the snake demon, but she was the most similar to Queen Vivian Li. Little Wenli stood. For a long time. She was motionless. Until the last ray of the sunset was cast on the statue of the snake demon, which had been in the shadow of Queen Vivian Li's statue, little Wenli's body suddenly glowed with a golden brilliance. Without the blessing of Yu Yang's power of law, she automatically condensed the giant statue of the golden snake demon, which was twice as tall as before. It was 200 meters high, and it was at the same level as the 200-meter statue of the snake demon. The veterans on the street were surprised to see this scene. The two snake demons were so similar. Little Wenli shouted silently, and the shock wave of infrasound shook the whole city. Even the drunkard and the old beggar, who were sleeping on the ground, suddenly woke up from the shock and looked in the direction of the giant statue of Queen Vivian Li in surprise, not understanding what had happened. The statue of the snake demon with a silver crown on her head suddenly shattered, and thousands of colorful lights overflowed from it. Countless rainbow-colored energies poured into the golden snake demon's body. The light radiating from her body became even more brilliant, and the armor, runes, and skin patterns that appeared on her body became even more realistic and exquisite, as if she was a real person. Little Wenli, who was under the golden snake demon, had tears in her eyes. It seemed that everything in front of her had awakened her long-dormant memories. Silver runes appeared on little Wenli's body, just like the rune battle armor that appeared on the golden snake demon's body. The two of them were one. Even the two blades in his hands were also evolving in the colorful energy. It evolved and formed a new blade. It was even more similar to the twin blades from before, but it was bigger, longer, and sharper than the original dainty twin blades. Yu Yang did not dare to disturb little Wenli while she was awakening her past. He had long hoped that this little darling would grow up quickly. Just when Yu Yang thought that little Wenli would recover her previous memories, unexpectedly, little Wenli wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and flew towards Yu Yang again, throwing herself into his arms, exactly the same as before. Forget it, she had been reborn after all, and it was normal that she could not recover all her memories. It was already good enough that she could find some. Yu Yang gently stroked little Wenli's jade back, giving her a comfort. Whether she could recover her memories or not, his love for her would never change. What happened? Fatty Hai and Yi Kong, who didn't dare to disturb Yu Yang and Xiao Wenli's viewing of the statue, and who wanted to learn some skills by flattering Yu Yang and Xiao Wenli, as well as Lingyan Kingdom and City Lord Tu Hai, who were full of awe towards old man Mu Du, rushed out of the tavern one by one because of the energy fluctuations, wanting to see what was going on. Little Wenli had already turned into colorful light and returned to Yu Yang's body. Not to mention them, even the veterans closest to the statue could not see the existence of little Wenli clearly. They had arrived long ago, but the entire giant statue seemed to have a huge energy shield, preventing anyone from approaching. The only thing that people could see was the golden snake monster energy giant statue that was more than 200 meters tall. When the obstruction disappeared and people flew in, little Wenli had already disappeared. What Fatty Hai and the others could see was that the huge statue was constantly cracking, and then, it broke down bit by bit, collapsing into rubble on the ground. It's not my fault, we just arrived. Fatty Hai stood beside Yu Yang and first dissociated himself from this matter. Of course, he knew that this was done by Yu Yang, but this was a matter of great importance and this kind of thing must not be admitted. It's about time, let's go. Yi Kong also persuaded Yu Yang to leave. No one paid attention to Fatty Hai and Yi Kong. The veterans who had come in shock suddenly quieted down. They silently looked at the broken stone statue on the ground. Hundreds of people, close to 1,000, did not speak. The whole place was deathly silent. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. Lord Ling Yun and Tu Hai felt that this time they had definitely angered these old men. Once they exploded, it would be a thunderous rage. What should they do now? Lord Ling Yun was completely at a loss and could only look at Yu Yang. Neither he nor Tu Hai were fools. They knew that this matter must have something to do with third young Master Yu. After all, before the incident, he was the only one standing in front of the statue, and he stood there for 2 hours. Yu Yang did not seem to see Lord Ling Yun's pleading eyes. He stood there with a calm expression, just like a qualified onlooker. The old man Mudu from the tavern walked out. Following him was the old beggar who was sleeping on the ground, and the old lady who was sweeping the floor. The three of them went forward to pick up a small fragment from the pile of rubble and carefully put it in their arms. Without saying anything, they silently left. The old man Mudu went back to the tavern to drink, the old beggar found a corner to lie down and sleep, and the old lady who was sweeping the floor continued to sweep the street as if nothing had happened. The group of veterans stepped forward one after another and did the same thing. Everyone picked up a piece of rubble. After that, they walked away as if nothing had happened. Only Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, and the others stood there, confused and at a loss, watching the people in the city return to normal. 50 kilometers outside the city, there was a heaven-rank thief flying at lightning speed. Within 50 kilometers of the Conqueror City as the center, it was forbidden to teleport. This heaven-rank thief sneaked out of the city the moment the serpent demon statue was smashed into stone. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone in the city was stunned, he flew at his fastest speed, intending to spread the news. There was still 1 kilometer left. To him, it was just a few seconds. The heaven-rank thief took out a golden teleportation crystal. This teleportation crystal was worth 10,000 heaven realm gold coins. It was a precious teleportation crystal that even ordinary city lords wouldn't easily use. Now, he took it out to ensure his safe departure. He believed that if this news spread out, it wouldn't just be worth 10,000 gold. It would be worth thousands of times, or even tens of thousands of times. Just as he rushed out of the 50-kilometer range and got out of the teleportation restriction, he crushed the golden teleportation crystal in his hand. The light of teleportation had already flashed. He would be able to escape immediately. The heaven-rank thief's face revealed a look of joy and pride. He didn't sense that behind him, a seemingly harmless red rose was chasing after him. That rose, as if it was inserted into a vase, lightly flew into the back of the heaven-rank thief's head. The flower branch came out from between his eyebrows. The light of teleportation flashed, but what it took away was only a corpse that died with its eyes open. At this time, in Conqueror City, there was a middle-aged woman who was planting flowers in the flower garden. She rebuked the little girl who was selling the snow malt candy. I didn't let you do it, but you insisted on doing it. Not only did you let that little worm run so far, you even wasted my rose. The little girl who was scolded was so scared that she stuck out her tongue, indicating that she wouldn't dare to do it again. How much is this malt candy? It was unknown when Yu Yang had arrived beside the two of them. He opened the little girl's basket and casually grabbed a handful. I'm not selling it to you. I only sell my candy to people who are pleasing to the eye. The little girl rolled her eyes. She had never seen such a rude person like Yu Yang. How could a girl's basket be opened so casually? She originally wanted to snatch the candy back, but Yu Yang had already stuffed it into his mouth and started chewing. She could only roll her eyes in protest. Then it's free. Yu Yang's understanding was unparalleled. He immediately took the plate of candy from the basket and poured it all into his own pocket. The little girl screamed when she saw this, almost crying. What kind of people were these? They even snatched a girl's things. The middle-aged woman looked at the two of them lovingly, as if she was an elder looking at a child playing around her knees. Other than bullying little girls, Yu Yang still knew how to do proper things. He took out Fourth Mother's portrait and showed it to the middle-aged woman. He asked sincerely, "May I ask if you have seen a person that looks like the portrait? If you know her, can you tell me a little bit about her? Even if it's just a little bit, I've been looking for her for a long time." The middle-aged woman looked at the portrait and shook her head slightly, indicating that she didn't know. She then casually asked, "Who is she to you?" "Relative." Yu Yang answered honestly. "I really envy her, to have a relative who came to the heaven realm." "My relative, sigh, I'm afraid." The middle-aged woman seemed to remember something from the past. Her expression became slightly gloomy, but quickly returned to normal. She revealed a loving smile and looked at Yu Yang. "Little fellow, are you here to travel, or are you here to look for your relative? I have something that I want to find someone to help me with, but I haven't been able to find a suitable person. Can you help me a little? Don't look for me to take care of a child." When Yu Yang said this, he looked at the angry little girl. "Who are you calling a child? Why don't you look at yourself? You're only 20 years old, you're just a brat. I'm much older than you." The little girl was so angry that she wanted to hit him. She looked young, but that didn't mean she could be bullied by this brat. "Don't interrupt when adults are talking." Yu Yang made a go play with the sand at the side gesture, making the little girl explode in anger. "I'm not asking you to take care of her. I still don't feel at ease letting her roam around. Maybe after a period of time, I'll bring her back to take a look. I'm asking you to look for 2 old friends. There were originally 3 of us, but a few years ago, we met a few strong enemies. I was injured, and my 2 friends are nowhere to be found. I want to ask you to look for them." The middle-aged woman took off a semi-god ring from her white finger and passed it to Yu Yang, indicating that this was the token that they knew each other. "Leave the easy task of looking for people to me." When Yu Yang saw that finding 2 people would give him a semi-god ring, he immediately patted his chest, indicating that there was no problem. This fellow is not reliable at all. The little girl felt dizzy. She felt that Yu Yang would definitely mess things up. "Wait for my good news." Yu Yang ignored the little girl and turned around to leave complacently while admiring the extreme speed semi-god ring. The little girl was so angry that she chased after him and kicked Yu Yang a few times. It was a pity that Yu Yang seemed to have eyes at the back of his head, dodging every kick skillfully. The little girl was so angry that she smashed the basket filled with wheat candy, raising her fist and scolding, "You evil tyrant who snatches things by force, I will surpass you one day. When that time comes, I'll get rid of a scourge for the people. Let's see how long you can be happy for. Today's weather is really good." Yu Yang laughed out loud, ignoring the angry little girl and swaggered off in a relaxed mood. "Bastard." The little girl was so angry that she was about to cry. What an interesting fellow. Which family's brat is he? The middle-aged woman thought for a long time after seeing this scene. In the end, she still shook her head, unable to confirm the answer. Snowfield Mysterious Domain, Ancient Ruins. The towering mountain range that had collapsed out of the ancient ruins was originally a barren land, but now it had become a lively camp. Tens of thousands of mercenaries, merchants, as well as heaven-rank powerhouses, had gathered here to form a huge gathering place. From afar, one could see from the sky that there was a very obvious black spot in the vast whiteness below. When they got a little closer, they would find that it was a huge snowfield camp. The most extravagant thing was that in order to allow visitors from afar to accurately find their targets from afar, a giant fire god pillar of up to 300 meters high had been set up in the center of the snowfield camp. The blazing fire burned day and night. The light of the flames guided the adventurers from all directions. When Lord Lingyan saw this, he was very envious. As a king of the heaven realm, he had several times wanted to set up a fire god pillar in his own capital to show his majesty. However, the fire god pillar could only be set up with the consent of the central shrine, and the expensive construction cost of 100 million gold had dispelled Lord Lingyan's idea. It was not that he did not have 100 million gold, but even if he had more money, he did not think that money should be squandered so extravagantly. "It seems that the central shrine is one step ahead of us." City Lord Tuhi's words were a little fearful. In fact, since the conquest of the city, except for Yu Yang, everyone else had more or less a sense of inferiority and no longer had the ambition to swallow the world. The veterans of the Conqueror City of Heaven rank level 5 and above were sleeping on the main road. This made Lord Ling Yun, who was at the peak of Heaven rank level 5, feel very inferior, let alone too high, who was not even at Heaven rank level 5. Unlike Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others had never been in the lead in terms of strength. Other than the abnormal existence of Yu Yang, there were also all kinds of seniors with different strengths, which made them struggle to catch up. Therefore, if Fatty Hai and Yi Kong felt inferior, it was just a kind of psychological awe and fear. Lord Ling Yan and City Lord Tu Hai were definitely a kind of head-on setback. If they could not get out of this setback, then they would never be able to make any progress in the future. Mentality was not equivalent to a powerhouse's realm. Having the mentality of a powerhouse did not necessarily mean that one would immediately become very strong, but without the mentality of a powerhouse, one would definitely not become a powerhouse. The path of cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you must retreat. They're just making a name for themselves to manage the place. Playing with power and trickery, the greed of some big powers is completely exposed. Yu Yang secretly mocked. Of course, he wouldn't say that the central shrine already had a hall master who had ordered the Dark World's fallen warriors to rush over and destroy the ancient ruins, causing chaos in the Western Heaven realm. Then, he would use this as a pretext to expand his influence. Yu Yang could figure out what this little trick was even if he used his toes to think. The reason was that the three great leaders of the Heaven realm had returned to the Heaven realm from the prison Emperor Divine Palace's seal. Their powers had not recovered yet, so the central shrine wanted to seize this opportunity to attack the Western Heaven realm. If they never returned, the central shrine would support the alternate Emperor rankers to compete for the position of the three great leaders of the Heaven realm, or use this as a counterbalance to control the entire Western Heaven realm. If the alternate great leaders wanted to become the real great leaders, they must obtain the support of the central shrine. This way, the central shrine would be able to control the Western Heaven realm more comprehensively. However, now that Void, Jiao Shao and Ming Yu Guang had returned, everything that the central shrine had done before would be completely negated. If they didn't do something before Void, Jiao Shao and Ming Yu Guang recovered their peak strength, then the central shrine would definitely not be able to intervene after the Western Heaven realm had restored its order. The reason why the Dark World's fallen warriors would appear was definitely because the central shrine had released the death row prisoners, and then let these Dark World's warriors start an all-out war. This matter, Yu Yang would not tell anyone in the Heaven realm. On the contrary, he would keep it a secret. This was because the battle between the central shrine and the three great leaders of the Western Heaven realm, Void, Jiao Shao and Ming Yu Guang, was very beneficial to him. It could be said that this was the best time to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. What Yu Yang wanted to do was to add fuel to the fire and make the situation in the Western Heaven realm even more chaotic. The more it was like this, the more advantageous it would be for the rising Tong Tian Tower. For him, who was constantly improving, it would also be able to win more time and opportunities. When the sandpiper and clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This was referring to Yu Yang's current situation. In front of this kind of opportunity, he must grasp it. This was not only for himself, but also for Queen Vivian Li, who would come out of the black hole space in the future, for the prison emperor who had died in battle, for the growing Jizun, Night Empress, Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor, Emperor of the Underworld. Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, Fallen Flowers, City Mistress, Impatience, Inan, Yu Yu, Yu Bing, Yu Shuang, Hai Yingguo, Drunken Cat, Southern Demon King. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo and other new generation of warriors. Being behind for 6,000 years, if they did not have the best opportunity, not to mention surpassing, to catch up to the Heaven realm, it would also require the efforts of countless generations. Yu Yang did not want that to happen. He felt that he should stand up and lead everyone forward together. Catch up to the Heaven realm, or even surpass them like his seniors, and step on the Heaven realm rankers. Yu Yang's ultimate goal was never the Heaven realm, but a higher and more mysterious world. The world where the legendary gods lived might be the God realm, or the Eastern Celestial Tribe's celestial world. No matter what, that incredible world was Yu Yang's goal. Closer. They were getting closer to the snowfield camp. Now that they could see the snowfield camp, it was so big that it was amazing. It was not any smaller than a city, it might even be bigger. Before the luxurious airship even got close, there were already 200 Griffin Knights. Each of them had the strength of a quasi-heaven rank. They wore the unique emblem of the central shrine on their arms, and wore the same gorgeous armor. They lined up neatly to welcome them. The leader of the squad, who was holding a flag, was the first to greet them. He shouted, "The third column of the Vulcan battle team of the 19th district of the Central Temple welcomes you, brave explorers. While congratulating you on a fruitful journey, we hope that you will report your honorable name so that you can register and not cause chaos. Unlike the temporary exploration guild, our service is completely free. Finally, we salute you once again. We come from the Western Heaven Realms 8 Desolation region, Silver Halberd region, Howling Windland, and Spirit Cloud Nation. I am the Lord of Spirit Cloud Nation, and I am here with my subordinates and friends." The Lord of Spirit Cloud Nation knew that Yu Yang would definitely hide his strength when he came to explore, so he stood up very cooperatively and reported his name. As a king, although he was not a big boss in the Heaven Realm, he still had some influence. The captain of the Vulcan battle team's third column was shocked and hurried to greet him. Then he boarded the ship and greeted the Lord of Spirit Cloud Nation. Then he arranged for the luxurious airship to be parked in a grand and extraordinary area. Several Heaven Rank Level 5 martial artists from the Exploration Guild who received the news immediately laughed when they saw the Lord of Spirit Cloud Nation. They all came forward because they were old acquaintances. "I say, old Spirit Cloud, you are too much. I didn't expect you to have the time to do such a risky thing. Shouldn't a rich man like you be drunk and lying on the knees of beauties, living the life of a king? Last time, you said you were not interested. Look at you, you even brought a luxurious airship. Come, we old friends have a gathering. Let's drink to our heart's content." The leader of the group was a strange-looking man. He was the first to step forward and hug the Lord of Spirit Cloud Nation. "Very well." The Lord of Spirit Cloud Nation smiled bitterly. If he had not accompanied the third young master here, he would not have come to such a dangerous place. In this place, whether or not he found any treasures, it was bound to cause disputes. He would definitely be involved in the whirlpool of power struggles. However, compared to befriending the third young master, the Lord of Spirit Cloud Nation felt that it was necessary for him to risk his life. The opportunity did not come again. He firmly believed that the third young master was a noble existence from the Eastern Immortal tribe. If he missed the opportunity to befriend him, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. It was good to be the Lord of Spirit Cloud Nation, but the problem was, how long could he be the Lord of Spirit Cloud Nation? In the Heaven Realm, there would be people who would challenge your position at any time. If you were not strong enough and did not have the support of a powerful force, the final result would only be a tragedy. The Lord of Spirit Cloud Nation recognized the third young master as a tree with the potential to grow into a towering tree. Naturally, the Lord of Spirit Cloud Nation would not introduce Yu Yang to these people. He just brought the city lord Tu Hai along to participate in their welcome banquet. Secretly, Xiang Wen, who was meticulous in his work, brought Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others around the camp to gather information. 2 hours later, Fatty Hai and the others, who had spent thousands of gold, had brought back all the information about the entire camp. Although the ancient ruins had been exposed for half a year, because of the lack of enough manpower to explore and the limited conditions, almost no one had explored it. The only team that had tried to enter the ruins. They were all wiped out 3 months ago. Now, the Snowfield camp had gathered nearly 1,000 Heaven Rankers and nearly 10,000 Quasi-Heaven Rankers. In addition to the Central Shrine and the Emperor of Snow region, there were 3 other forces temporarily established within the Exploration Association. Among them, the Heaven Realm of Ba Huang was the group of people who had previously welcomed the Lord of Spirit Cloud Nation. In addition to Ba Huang, there were 2 more powerful exploration forces, namely Snowfield and Zhangge. The condition to enter the ancient ruins was to be of Heaven rank. It was not that Quasi-Heaven Rankers could not enter, but according to the lesson of the first team's complete annihilation, mercenaries below Heaven rank would be wiped out in less than 10 minutes after entering the ancient ruins. No matter how many people there were, it would not matter at all. Even the weakest heaven ranker who entered survived for half a day. The strongest leader had the strength of heaven rank level 5. According to what he said before he died, he survived in the world of the ancient ruins for 10 days, but because he triggered the power of the law inside, he was about to be destroyed. Before he died, he wanted to tell his friends the truth, so he desperately rushed back. The treasures inside are not what you can imagine. If you are not afraid of death, you can go in. If you can come out of it, as long as you are not about to be destroyed by the law like me, then you will be the luckiest people in the heaven realm. Come on, warriors, cowards cannot get the favor of the goddess of luck. Whether it is success or failure, no matter what, step on our bones and advance. These were the words that the leader of the exploration team said before he died. It was because of his warning that the later exploration team did not dare to act rashly. It was also because of his experience that all the brave mercenaries were drooling, especially the warriors with the strength of the heaven realm and above. Opportunities and gains were always linked to strength. If you want a big gain, you must have enough strength. At the same time, you must move forward bravely and pay without regret. Interesting, it seems that it is not a scam. I am starting to get a little interested. At first, Yu Yang thought that this ancient ruins might be a conspiracy of the central shrine, but now the information showed that the ancient ruins did exist, and the opportunity was proportional to the risk. Because the ancient ruins were extremely dangerous, Ba Huang, Shui Yuan, and Zhang Ge all invited helpers. Not only Lord Ling Yin and Tu Hai. There would be more heaven rankers coming later. Therefore, the plan to explore the ancient ruins was still in the preparation stage. It would take about a month or even longer. Of course, Yu Yang would not wait for them to act together. He believed that the people of the central shrine would not wait too long. The treasures of the ancient ruins were, of course, first come, first served. Since Yu Yang was here, he would not give away the treasures he had reserved. Lord Ling Yin and the others stayed behind while he went to explore alone. According to the information obtained by Fatty Hai during the day, under the cover of the night, Yu Yang quietly sneaked into the ancient ruins. Outside the entrance of the ancient ruins, the central shrine's Griffin Knights were stationed. There were also many small teams patrolling. Ba Huang, Shui Yuan, and Zhang Ge also had a small number of people supervising each other at the entrance. Among them, 3 captains were heaven rankers. With Yu Yang's current strength and talent in disguise, if he wanted to sneak into the ancient ruins, it would be impossible for him to be discovered unless he was a heaven realm emperor ranker or above. Out of caution, Yu Yang stayed outside the entrance for more than 10 minutes. He used phantom shadow to explore in the darkness. After confirming that there were no central shrine rankers spying on him, he took Hui Tai Ling through the tightly guarded entrance. The soldiers stationed there did not feel anything at all. If it were other heaven rankers passing through, they might have created a gust of wind. But Yu Yang, who was wearing the super-speed semi-god ring, was so fast that even Yu Yang himself was surprised. With just a thought, he had escaped thousands of meters away. The guarded entrance was actually not the real entrance. It was just a pass set up by the central shrine. The real entrance of the ancient ruins was a huge square. There were countless statues of various races inside, and each of them was marked with the life information of the statue's owner. Although the strength levels were different, these statues all had one thing in common, and that was that they were qualified to pass at least 3 tests. The ancient ruins were recorded on the obelisk erected in the central area. The world inside was not just a treasure trove, but a trial ground for heaven rankers. Inside, there were 10 stages. Every time they passed a stage, they would receive a certain reward. After passing the 3 tests, one would be able to obtain recognition. If a heaven realm warrior was unable to pass the 3 tests, no matter what race or status he had, he would not be qualified. If he could clear all the trials, he would be rewarded with a treasure that could change the fate of the heaven realm's warriors. Change the fate of the heaven realm warriors? Could it be God's blood? At this moment, the person standing on the stele and sighing repeatedly was not Yu Yang, but another uninvited guest. This man came earlier than Yu Yang. He recorded all the information about the statues in the central shrine and stood in front of the obelisk. He smiled proudly and said, "When everyone else was busy fighting in the shrine, I came. Haha, this is fate. My destiny is starting to change at this moment." As long as I grasp this opportunity, I will no longer be a vice hall master who echoes the words of others. Instead, I will become a hall master, or even the head hall master. As long as I get my hands on God's blood, those arrogant guys will see how I trample them under my feet. After 6,000 years, my chance has come again. This time, I will not miss it. The number of 6,000 years made Yu Yang keenly capture some information. Perhaps this guy was related to the prison emperor's battle in the heaven realm. Otherwise, how could the opportunity be 6,000 years? After careful observation by Yu Yang's heaven-eyes divine vision, he found that the guy in front of him was not the man who was shining like a god after the destruction of Rizhao City, but another person. Compared to that man, the guy in front of him looked somewhat similar. His aura was also similar, but his strength was far inferior. Moreover, this guy did not have a self. He was just imitating the shining man. The man who claimed to be the vice hall master was more cautious. He emitted a dark flame energy shockwave and cleverly scanned the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one, he stepped into the shining teleportation circle in the central plaza. When he entered, Yu Yang appeared in the darkness. He followed behind him together with Hui Tai Lang. The teleportation circle was activated again. In an instant, Yu Yang and Hui Tai Lang were teleported to a strange world. In this world, there were countless powers of the ancient code. Yu Yang had never felt so many powers controlled by the power of the ancient code. If he was not in a dangerous situation, he would want to feel it carefully to see if he could learn from it and comprehend his own power of the ancient code. At the teleportation point, there was a huge stone tablet. On it, other than the words Rain Valley, there were more than 10 lines of heaven runes, which recorded the rules that the people who entered must follow. When Yu Yang saw it, he was immediately happy. Only now did he understand that this ancient ruin was not meant to kill warriors below heaven rank, but a special kind of trial. Under the situation where no one knew the heaven runes, the first batch of mercenaries who entered all triggered the laws here. This Rain Valley, other than forbidding flying, it also forbidding summoning. Any warrior who tried to fly would fall hard to the ground. The higher they flew, the harder they fell. Any warrior who tried to summon would be attacked by 3 times the strength of the summoned beast. This forbidding summoning could be said to be a special trial. Only the most confident people would dare to summon their beasts in the Rain Valley. It was a pity that the mercenaries who did not know the heaven runes were in trouble. When they entered, they all summoned their beasts. Especially when they saw the beasts attack, they even summoned their strongest beasts to face the enemy. Such a result was undoubtedly suicide. What was even more tragic was that the first batch of mercenaries who entered did not know about the no-fly rule. In times of crisis, they always wanted to fly to escape. The higher they flew, the harder they fell, and the faster they would die. 6 kilometers away, the deputy temple master was furiously killing 3 heaven-ranked golden wyverns. Although the 3 heaven-ranked level 1 golden dragons were easily killed, they were all clones created by the laws. They did not have any corpses and disappeared as soon as they died. When the vice palace master who had summoned the golden flying dragon withdrew his hand, another 3 golden flying dragons flew over from the horizon, identical to the one he had killed earlier. In the Rain Valley, there were only summoned beasts, so the laws would never stop duplicating. When Yu Yang saw this, he held back his laughter with great difficulty. It was another disaster caused by a lack of knowledge. They did not understand the heaven runes, did not know the true meaning of the stone tablet, and ended up in such a sorry state. On the wall of the main hall of the Ivy Library, there was a sentence written, "Knowledge is more powerful than swords." If the vice palace master and the previous mercenaries knew the importance of knowledge and understood the heaven runes, they would not be in such a terrible situation. Of course, not everyone could learn the heaven runes. Tens of thousands of years ago, it might have been a common language. But today, the heaven runes were almost lost in the heaven realm. It was only in the hands of emperor-level rankers and above. Even for heaven realm king rankers, other than the Lionheart King, there were probably not many who dared to say they were proficient in the heaven runes, including the wise King Ling Yun. Too much emphasis on strength, not on knowledge. A similar historical lesson had happened in Tong Tian Tower. Today, not many people in Tong Tian Tower had mastered the heaven runes. After being attacked several times, the vice palace master did not realize that he could not summon his beasts. Instead, he thought that there was some kind of power playing tricks on him, using his beasts as phantoms to exhaust his strength. In a fit of anger, he killed his golden flying dragon. He did not even want his mount anymore. As a result, the endless stream of golden flying dragons that came to attack him stopped. This made him feel proud. The Vice Palace Master jumped up and down from time to time. He did not know that the gravity here was very strange. He thought that it was easy to jump up and down, but he did not know that flying was not allowed here. As a Vice Palace Master from the central shrine, he could not run quickly on the ground like Yang. Instead, he was like a monkey, jumping up and down, controlling his body, jumping up and down again. Hui Tailang laughed so hard that he almost rolled on the ground. He realized that there was a gap between this guy's intelligence and his. In the sky, after a thunderclap, heavy rain poured down. The rain was like arrows. It hit people's bodies, causing them to feel pain. Yu Yang and Hui Tailang followed the arrogant Vice Palace Master unhurriedly. When the Vice Palace Master left the main road, the two of them would make a bet to see how long it would take for him to be blasted back to the main road. In the Rain Valley, one must not leave the main road. Otherwise, they would be struck by lightning as a punishment. Boom, no matter if the Vice Palace Master went left or right, he would be struck by lightning and be blasted back to the middle of the road. With his hair exploding, he finally understood that this small canyon was a forbidden area. He could not leave it, not even going around it. Hui Tailang laughed so hard that his whole body was cramping. He had to stuff his claws into his mouth to stop his uncontrollable laughter. In the Rain Valley, every small pond was a trap. Some were harmless and would only cause people to step on mud. Some were not. Maybe there was an unkillable mud monster that would drag people into the mud and eat them. There were also unknown poisonous traps that would poison people if they stepped on it. The Vice Palace Master continuously used his energy to disperse the poison on his body. He cursed in his heart. No wonder all the mercenaries below heaven rank would die in less than 10 minutes. He, who was so powerful, was also in such a sorry state. Fortunately, no one saw his sorry state. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot of face. The Deputy Palace Master expelled the poison and froze the unkillable sludge monster into an ice cube. Then, he returned to his original bright and shiny appearance. He hopped and hopped like a grasshopper, advancing in the S-shaped Rain Valley. Yu Yang had the chance to make a move. However, he did not want to kill this Vice Palace Master for the time being. With such a shield in front of him, it was better than having to explore everything himself. Most importantly, the Vice Palace Master was here, but where was the Palace Master? Although he was not 100% sure, Yu Yang guessed that the more powerful people who thirsted for power had already entered. They might even be somewhere in front of him. Killing a Vice Palace Master might not be a big deal. However, if I can kill a Palace Master of the Central Shrine, damn it, I get excited just thinking about it. How many Palace Masters are there in the Central Shrine? I don't need to think about the head Palace Master and the Supreme Martial Artist. Even if they stood in front of me, I might not be able to kill them. However, there might be a chance for the Palace Masters who are one rank lower. Grey Wolf, you have to work harder this time. If you mess things up, this young master will not forgive you. Yu Yang warned Grey Wolf not to let his guard down. The Vice Palace Master was hard to deal with. If there was a Palace Master in front of him, if he did not go all out, it would not be easy. Meow meow. Grey Wolf stood up and patted his chest with his front paws. He promised Yu Yang that he would complete the mission. While the master and servant were discussing, the unlucky Vice Palace Master was on the other side. He got hit again. The normally sly and intelligent Lin Ming had no way of dealing with the terrain and laws of the Rain Valley. He had no choice but to forcefully jump away from the forbidden space laws. Although he was strong enough to do so, the punishment he would receive would definitely not be light. Yu Yang had also noticed this point. In the Rain Valley, anyone who entered was allowed to challenge the power of the ancient code. It wasn't like the restrictions in Tong Tian Tower. Once triggered, it would be a destructive punishment or a forceful restriction that couldn't be exploited. The power of the laws here was a form of encouragement. It allowed people to challenge the laws, but they had to have enough power. If this place was used for training, it would be a good place. Could it be that this was the gate of life and death set up by the Heaven Realm Rankers? Was it the place for the Heaven Realm Rankers to be certified? Yu Yang's mind moved, and he immediately thought of a possibility. Once this thought appeared, it aroused his curiosity even more. Tong Tian Tower had the 12 zodiac temples, the gate of life and death, and so on. What about the Heaven Realm's trial grounds? Inside the Rain Valley, there were many twists and turns. The most annoying thing was that this maze-like passage was connected by many paths. It was not the only way to go forward. In the storm, it was easy for the people who entered to get lost. Until now, Yu Yang finally understood why they were not allowed to fly in the sky. If they flew in the sky, they would be able to see everything in the labyrinth. As for the reason that they were not allowed to summon beasts, it was to prevent beasts from using their sense of smell or other senses to guide them. So, the people who entered could only rely on their own abilities to find the real passage in the Rain Valley. This was a kind of trial. Yu Yang waited for a long time at the fork in the road. He found that the deputy had walked twice, but still couldn't find the real direction. He couldn't help but feel bored. This deputy also had an extraordinary memory. As long as it was a place that he had walked before, he would never repeat it. However, facing a completely unfamiliar crossroad, he could only gamble on choosing a direction. He couldn't be like Yu Yang, who could see through the truth with his heaven eyes' divine vision and walk on the right path. A blood-curdling scream could be heard from afar. Even though the wind was howling and the rain was pouring, the scream was still as clear as lightning in the sky. Even the vice hall masters who had taken the forked path immediately turned back, their faces filled with vigilance. Other than himself, there was actually someone else who entered this place. And it seemed like there was more than one. When the deputy rushed to the destination, he found a man in black holding a dagger that was dripping with blood. The holy ranked dagger was as black as ink. Every drop of blood that fell on the ground would pollute the puddles of water and set off a cloud of green smoke. Seeing the deputy rushing from afar, the man in black immediately sneered, "I was wondering who it was. So it's the garrison hall master. Didn't the central shrine say that they would not interfere in the exploration? Why did they go back on their words? Military Commissioner Wei, I didn't mean to interfere at first. It's just that you guys are too reckless. How dare you kill each other and steal the treasures? If the central shrine didn't interfere, wouldn't we be watching the explorers die?" The vice palace master known as Garrison was experienced in battles, so he was able to adapt to the situation very quickly. He immediately seized the opportunity to rebuke the other party. After a pause, he asked again, "Who was it that dared to attack a demonic doctor like you who is covered in poison? Are they Disha Emperor's people or Divine Region Emperor's people?" "No, it's Ghost Eye King." The black-robed devil Dr. Wei Jinglu sneered. "The Ghost Eye King is here?" The garrison guard was slightly taken aback. Not only him, but Six Pan King, Heavenly Water King, and Sea Devourer King have also come. However, they are like fish in water in this Rain Valley. They left me and Ghost Eye King far behind. The devil Dr. Wei Jinglu exhaled a mouthful of black mist that enveloped his body. His originally weak and injured body rapidly recovered. The killing intent in the eyes of the deputy palace head of the garrison guard was fading, but a trace of pity flashed in his eyes, as if he was regretting losing such a good opportunity. Of course, his caution was not without reason. Although Devil Dr. Wei Jinglu's level and strength were not as high as his reputation for poison had spread far and wide in the Heaven Realm. He was even more respected than ordinary King Stage Heaven rankers. Even if there was a good opportunity, the deputy palace head of the garrison guard would not easily make a move. For an opponent like the Devil Doctor, if he could not kill him once and for all, there would be endless troubles in the future. Besides, now that Ghost Eye King, Six Pan King, Heavenly Water King, and Sea Devourer King were all here, even if the deputy palace head of the garrison guard thought that his level and strength were slightly higher than the others, he dared not to underestimate the enemy. If he could find an ally, such as Devil Dr. Wei Jinglu, it would not be a bad idea. Fighting 2 against 4 was better than fighting 1 against 4 kings. Thinking about this, the deputy palace head of the garrison guard smiled and said, "Devil Doctor, the situation is pressing, why don't we join hands? If we can find the treasures in the Rain Valley, you can choose first. We, the central shrine, will never stab our allies in the back." Devil Dr. Wei Jinglu immediately said sarcastically, "Yes, if Ghost I King beat me to a pulp, I would definitely believe you. Actually, no matter if we are forced or if we have a common interest, there is no harm in us joining hands. Why must we stubbornly fight against the many?" Garrison Guard laughed as if he did not hear the Devil Doctor's sarcasm. "Ghost I King, I believe he is hiding far away. As long as we join hands and get rid of him, the only enemies left are Six-Pan King, Heavenly Water King, and Sea Devourer King. You know, Six-Pan King is cunning and cherishes his body. He will probably remain neutral and not participate in the battle between us. The remaining Heavenly Water King and Sea Devourer King have always been at odds. Even if they are forced to join hands, their combat power will definitely be far from ours. I promise, as long as you join hands, I, Garrison Guard, will go all out in the entire battle. I will definitely not exchange the lives of our allies for victory. How about it?" "That's a nice way of putting it, but I won't trust anyone anymore. Ghost I King and I have been friends for hundreds of years. If he would act for benefits, what about you?" Devil Dr. Wei Jinglu put away his ink-black sacred dagger and took the lead, rejecting Garrison Guard's suggestion. "Alright, we still have time. Take your time to think about it." Garrison Guard was not in a hurry. As long as they had allies to help when they were in dire need. At that time, not only himself, Devil Dr. Wei Jinglu would definitely need an arm. Then, the alliance would naturally be forced by the situation. On the battlefield, Garrison Guard had experienced this many times. He knew it all too well. When he was about to walk out of the Rain Valley Labyrinth, Garrison Guard suddenly heard an extremely soft sound. Although it was not very clear in the wind and rain, Garrison Guard was sure that it was Ghost I King. If he could successfully counterattack under Ghost I King's sneak attack and completely injure Ghost I King, he believed that Devil Dr. Wei Jinglu would definitely believe his sincerity. Whether it was to form an alliance or to eliminate a potential competitor, any of it was worth making a move. Deputy Garrison Guard was secretly on guard. Ghost I King's sneak attack would definitely follow. If it was not in this Rain Valley filled with the power of laws, but somewhere else, Garrison Guard could completely rest assured and wait for Ghost I King's attack. Because, with his strength as a Deputy Hall Master, it was more than enough to deal with a King-level expert. Unfortunately, in this Rain Valley, his strength was greatly reduced. Of course, Ghost I King would definitely have greater restrictions. How could he grasp the opportunity and attack with all his strength to heavily injure Ghost I King? Ghost I King was very strong, and he specialized in mental attacks. Anyone who looked into his eyes would be affected to varying degrees. Those who were weaker might even have their souls destroyed by Ghost I King's ghost eyes, killing them on the spot. But Ghost I King also had a weakness. His eyes would be injured in places that were especially bright. This was a weakness that the Garrison Deputy Palace Master knew about. Whoosh whoosh. It sounded like the wind and rain at the same time. But Garrison Guard knew that this was the sound of wind and rain that Ghost I King had imitated. This was the start of his sneak attack. "Ghost I King, I have waited for you for a long time." In that instant, Deputy Garrison Guard unleashed all his strength. His body shone like the sun. The brilliance was like an arrow, piercing through the curtain of rain and illuminating the entire Rain Valley. It was almost impossible to open one's eyes. Deputy Garrison Guard's left and right hands each condensed a light ball that was comparable to the sun. In the instant he turned around, Garrison Guard threw the sun ball in his hands towards the shadow that was flying towards him. Ghost I King, obediently become a blind man. The sun ball exploded. The shockwave of the explosion caused the entire Rain Valley to tremble. The brilliance of the energy made the heavens and earth lose their color. The brilliance filled the Rain Valley for a long time. It was only after 3 minutes that the brilliance gradually dimmed and returned to normal. Initially, Devil Dr. Wei Jinglu did not want to cause trouble. But he could not suppress his curiosity. He wanted to see how strong the Deputy Garrison Guard of the Central Shrine was. Would a King Stage Heaven ranker be able to withstand such a powerful attack? Ghost I King and Deputy Garrison Guard's battle, would he be heavily injured, or would they be evenly matched? The scene that appeared in front of him shocked him. Shocked beyond belief, for a long time, Devil Dr. Wei Jinglu stood there as if he was struck by lightning. His brain was numb. Unknowingly, three shadows silently slid behind Devil Dr. Wei Jinglu. They wanted to use this opportunity to kill Devil Dr. Wei. But who would have thought that when they saw the scene in front of them, they immediately stopped in shock and stood there, not knowing how to react for a long time. In front of the four of them, the surrounding valley was blown into a huge circle. Other than the protection of the law, the ground was blown into a huge bottomless pit. In the center of the pit, there was a lone pillar. A person stood on it. Deputy Garrison Guard. Garrison Guard was still waving the two sun-like energy balls at the enemy. But, he was already dead. Garrison Guard, who did not even know when he died, had a smug look on his face. It was as if he had seen Ghost Eye King turn into a blind man. But, he died. There were no injuries on his body. Other than his eyes losing the color that a living person should have, other than his life force being cut off, everything else was normal. Even the armor on his body was still maintaining the balance of his body. Who was it that killed the Garrison Guard from the central shrine? This was a Deputy Garrison Guard who was at the peak of Heaven Ranker level 6. He was even stronger than a King Stage Heaven Ranker. Yet, he died without a sound in this rain valley. Who had such great power to be able to do this so easily? Devil Doctor's face was filled with shock. He could not imagine. Garrison Guard was unharmed on the outside. But inside his body, there were at least 3 fatal injuries. First, the energy crystal in his head had been completely shattered. Without it, Garrison Guard would not be able to fight. Second, his demon heart had been taken. Similarly, without the demon heart, even if Garrison Guard did not die, he would not be able to maintain his body. Third, the fatal star that was connected to his soul. Garrison Guard just happened to move to his arm, allowing the enemy to discover and destroy it. This way, even if Garrison Guard had thousands of treasures to protect his body, even if he had the Resurrection Sky Crystal, he would not be able to survive. Because, his soul has been completely annihilated. An extremely tall and slender figure floated over, his voice was as cold as ice. Ghost Eye King, didn't you do it? The leftmost shadow of the 3 shadows cried out in shock. What a joke, Six-Pan King, do you think that I, Ghost Eye, can kill a Deputy Garrison Guard from the central shrine? If I had that kind of strength, why would I need to take the risk? I could have just challenged the central shrine and become a Deputy Garrison Guard. Wouldn't that be better? The tall and slender Ghost Eye King had his back to everyone, and his eyes were closed. If it wasn't you, then who did it? One of the 3 figures asked. There must be another person, maybe more than one. The rightmost figure said. To be able to kill Garrison Guard before we arrived, the person must have at least the strength of an emperor level. Now. It is our turn to be in danger. Devil Dr. Wei Jinglu laughed, tremble in fear. In front of the ancient relics, all human lives are worthless. A Deputy Garrison Guard of the central shrine is nothing, and a few King-level Sky Rankers are nothing. In front of a true expert, we are just slightly bigger ants, ha ha ha. Alright, the person who killed the central shrine's Deputy Garrison Guard might not be our enemy. Ghost Eye King sneered, I think, the only thing we need to worry about now is the central shrine. Now, they have completely found an excuse to send troops. In the shelter of the camp, there was a man wearing an invisible cloak. When he saw the crystal ball on the table shatter into pieces, he immediately stood up and waved his hand towards the few temple elders who were standing respectfully outside the door, and issued an order, Garrison Guard, that guy who was scouting the way, was indeed killed. Immediately set off, and in the name of revenge, kill all the Heaven Rankers inside. As for the camp outside, after we leave, immediately let those dregs of the Dark World attack. The Western Heaven Realm has been quiet for too long. When the man in the concealment cloak led the 6 elders to the place where the garrison had died in battle. His judgment was completely different from Ghost Eye King and Demonic Doctor. Wei Qing definitely did not die from the 3 fatal strikes, but from the power of the law. The man in the cloak sneered, the one who killed him was an illusion master. Power of the law? The 6 elders were shocked. There was an expert who knew how to use the power of the law to enter the Rain Valley and fight against the central shrine. It was not that the enemy knew how to use the power of the law, but used illusion techniques. This illusion master used illusion techniques to deceive Wei Qing, causing him to be punished by the surrounding laws without being aware of it. What really killed Wei Qing was the power of the law here. When Wei Qing was killed by the power of the law in the Rain Valley, the enemy transported his body here. This place was definitely not the first scene. As for the 3 fatal wounds, they were deliberately left behind by the illusion master in order to deceive us. His goal was to make us suspect that an emperor-rank powerhouse had attacked the garrison. In fact, this wasn't the work of an emperor-rank powerhouse. There is a 90% chance that it was done by Ghost Eye King who snuck in. There is a 10% chance that it was done by the Six-Pan King who likes to remain neutral but hides his strength. The man in the cloak waved his hand and gave an order to the 6 elders. You 2 form a team. If you meet Ghost Eye King, kill him. Yes. The 6 elders immediately accepted the order and left like lightning. The man in the cloak stood at the same spot, looking at Wei Qing's corpse that did not fall. He did not leave for a long time. 10 minutes later, the man sighed, "Forgive me, Wei Qing, actually I did not want to kill you. With your ability, you are qualified to be a vice palace master. Unfortunately, you know too many secrets. Some things, you think you can keep your life if you know, but in fact, it is the opposite. If you know, people will have no choice but to kill you." He raised his golden shining right hand. Like a knife cutting through tofu, it slashed Wei Qing's head. Wei Qing's head immediately fell. The moment the head fell into the abyss, the man in the cloak lightly touched it with his finger. A ray of golden light entered the head, and the entire head immediately exploded, turning into millions of pieces of bone and flesh. There was a golden bead inside, and it seemed to contain a small garrison. The man in the invisibility cloak waved his hand and the golden bead appeared in his hand. He gripped it lightly. The golden bead shattered. The small golden guard inside turned into white smoke and escaped. Before it could dissipate in the sky, it was sucked in by the man in the invisibility cloak. The headless body of the garrison guard could no longer maintain its standing posture. It fell limply into the deep pit. The mysterious man who absorbed the white smoke didn't even look at the guard's corpse again and left on his own. Even under the restrictions of the laws, his movement technique was still extremely graceful. It was as if he was soaring in the wind. With a single thought, he flew thousands of meters away. When the mysterious man was far away, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The original pillars and the deep pit in the ground instantly disappeared without a trace. The ground that had been flattened by the shockwave also returned to the original appearance of the Rain Valley tunnel. The strangest thing was that a person who was clearly dead had actually appeared again. The guard, who had died twice, suddenly fell into the mud on the ground, panting heavily. In his eyes, filled with fear and hatred. "Now, are you willing to join hands with me?" Yu Yang appeared beside the vice palace master of the garrison guard. His charming smile caused the garrison guard to shiver. In just a few hours, the garrison guard had experienced 2 deaths. The process of personally witnessing his own death was truly an unforgettable nightmare. In the opponent's domain, the garrison guard realized that he was like a marionette. His body could not move freely. Or perhaps, no matter what he did, it would be the most wrong thing to do in the opponent's domain. When he gave up struggling and silently closed his eyes to wait for death, the strange man wearing the strange mask did not actually make a move. Instead, he made an illusion of killing him. Following that, the Devil Doctor, Ghost Eye King, Six-Pan King and the others came and looked at the corpse after his death. In reality, the garrison guard was right beside them and looked at it together. That dead corpse was just an illusion. The King Stage Heaven Ranker, in this strange domain that had completely fused with the Rain Valley, did not notice anything amiss and really thought that he was killed by an Emperor Stage Heaven Ranker. Then, it was his boss. No one would have thought that after seeing his dead body, his boss, who was usually kind and helpful to him, would immediately turn against him. Not only did he not make a move to save his soul, which was still protected by the shrine's spirit orb, he killed him again. It could be said that the one who really killed him was not someone else, but his superior. As long as one reached the position of sect leader, venerable or vice palace master of the central shrine, the shrine would bestow the spirit orb protection to ensure that the elites would not easily die in battle. Only his own people knew this secret. But not only did his superior not make a move to save him, he even destroyed his spirit orb protection. Once the spirit orb protection was broken, it would be destroyed forever. There was absolutely no chance of survival. The garrison guard shivered when he thought of this. It seemed that he knew too many secrets. What was even more terrifying was that he was already in a situation where he had no choice but to die. What independent investigation, it was all a lie. So he was sent here to die and then sent troops under false pretenses. Hatred rose in garrison guard's heart. You are heartless, I am not righteous. Since you can destroy my spirit orb protection, then don't blame me for stabbing you in the back. He secretly clenched his teeth and made a decision in his heart. He chose to yield to this mysterious man in front of him. He agreed to the other party's conditions. I want to take revenge, this is my condition. Vice Palace Master Garrison Guard spoke out the hope in his heart. He knew that he did not have much qualifications to negotiate in front of the other party. To be able to use the domain to play him in the palm of his hand, perhaps it was not very abnormal. But to be able to use the domain to deceive Ghost Eye King, Demon Doctor, Six-Pan King, and even deceive his own superior, that was too terrifying. This kind of ability was not something he could imagine. After personally witnessing his death twice, Garrison Guard did not have any desire to resist. On the surface, the man wearing the strange mask was very young and very weak. He did not even look like a heaven rank. But this young man who did not look like a heaven rank had a strong feeling that made him look up to him. This was a true venerable ranker. If one only used their eyes, then they would never be able to see through a ranker with true strength. I won't say anything unnecessary. Just one sentence, listen to me, when we leave this place, you will become the palace master. Yu Yang threw out the bait. If he wanted to quickly kill Vice Palace Master Garrison Guard, it would not be easy, but to control him, with the creation domain that he had comprehended from the door of life and death, combined with the power of the small law, it was as easy as flipping his hand. Yu Yang's plan was not to kill, but to deter and sow discord. Two-pronged attacks. Sure enough, this slightly risky move had successfully made the Vice Palace Master Garrison Guard, who was unwilling, explode with the hatred in his heart. Becoming someone else's chess piece was a very helpless action in itself, and he had even been ruthlessly attacked by his superior. The terrifying experience of watching his own soul being annihilated was the best instigation. Garrison Guard might not have the guts to betray the central shrine, but if Yu Yang gave him a promise to not betray the central shrine and plot against his own superior, Garrison Guard would definitely not refuse. Yu Yang threw out the bait of advancing to Palace Master. It would be a lie if Garrison Guard was not tempted when he heard it. In this situation, Garrison Guard was shocked, afraid, angry, and hateful. In the end, he gritted his teeth and agreed to Yu Yang. I will listen to you, please give me your orders. Garrison Guard lowered his head as a Vice Palace Master. You don't need to show your loyalty to me, Vice Palace Master Garrison Guard. I do not need your loyalty. Between you and me, there is a more flexible cooperation, and that is to join hands. Yu Yang smiled and said, exploring ancient ruins and searching for ancient relics is not my goal. Or, after going through all the places, if you do not obtain the god's blood, I will look at your performance and give you a drop. God's blood, martial soul, these are things that you desire but cannot obtain, but to me, they are not a problem. Remember this, Vice Palace Master Garrison Guard, opportunities and risks coexist, and gains and losses are proportional. Garrison Guard heard this and immediately raised his head. Looking at this strange man who was tempting him like a devil, if it was someone else who said this to him, he would not believe a word. However, this young man in front of him was very strange. He was obviously an enemy and not one of his own, but his words were convincing. This was not a spiritual influence. Instead, it was a kind of confidence that came from his strength. Garrison Guard's rationality told him that he could not easily trust a stranger, but he nodded his head and agreed with the other party's words. If you can give me the god's blood, then I can do anything for you. Garrison Guard's words contained the greatest sincerity, because this anything included the central shrine. After he finished speaking, he felt a little regretful. If he really had to betray the central shrine in the future, would he be able to do it? But the god's blood, with the god's blood, he could be reborn. Most importantly, after this matter, could he still return to the central shrine? But the god's blood, with the god's blood, he could be reborn. Most importantly, after this matter was over, Could he still return to the central shrine? If one of them escaped, then he, the dead man, would probably be executed by the first palace master in front of everyone and become a real dead man. What should he do in the future? Garrison Guard's heart was in a mess. However, a kind of good fortune that surpassed his rationality made him keenly capture one point, and that was to choose to cooperate with this young man in front of him. No matter what the outcome was, it would be the best outcome. Although everything about him was controlled by this young man, it could be said that he was the one who harmed him, but now that things had come to this, the ironic thing was that he could only trust this young man. What should I do? Just tell me. Garrison Guard thought of this and his heart became firm, his eyes regaining clarity. Leaving the Rain Valley aside, here, he chose to listen to Yu Yang. Following a strong person was the best choice. Braving the storm, they came to the end of the Rain Valley. Here, there was a very strange rain pavilion. Among the countless buildings in the Heaven Realm, the garrison had never seen such a house. The four sides were open, and there were only 4 pillars supporting the octagonal pavilion. Inside, there was an old man who seemed to be sitting and drinking. After walking closer, he realized that something was wrong. This old man was not sitting, but half sitting and half standing. Because his body below his legs had become twisted stone, he could not stand or sit. From afar, he looked like he was sitting. In fact, this half-sitting and half-standing posture was the most tiring. Now that this old man maintained this posture for a long time, it would be more uncomfortable than death. In front of the old man with fossilized legs, there was a wine pot and a cup. Anyone could reach it. However, the wine pot and cup were out of the old man's reach. Even if he used all his strength, his fingers could not touch the wine pot and cup at all. Unable to sit, unable to stand, looking at the wine in front of him, unable to get the wine pot to pour the wine, unable to get the cup to drink, this kind of punishment did not seem like much on the surface, but if one thought about it carefully, it was simply the cruelest punishment in the world. When the garrison saw this, he could not help but shiver. If he was made like this, he might as well commit suicide. Of course, he also understood that the super expert who punished the old man like this would definitely not give the old man a chance to commit suicide. So, in this situation, it was actually worse than death. The painful death was indeed frightening, but to be tortured like this forever, the garrison would rather choose death. After all, death would soon pass, but this kind of torture would be eternal. Old senior, please drink. The garrison could not break the old man's fossilized legs. There was the power of the law binding them. If he moved, not only would he not be able to save the old man, he might also turn into stone. However, pouring a cup of wine for the old man. It was still easy to do. If this kind of simple effort could be exchanged for information from the old man to leave the Rain Valley, it would be too easy. The garrison lowered his head, not daring to look at Yu Yang behind him. He respectfully poured a cup of wine for the old man with fossilized legs and offered it with both hands. The old man should be a greedy old drunkard. He took the wine. He hurriedly raised his head and drank the wine. Done. The garrison felt that he had finally played a role. Any opportunity to serve third young master must not be missed. How could he let third young master do something as trivial as pouring wine for an old man? Of course not, it had to be him. The next step was to figure out how to get the secret of passing through the Rain Valley from the old man. Aha! The old man screamed. His white hair and youthful face turned deathly black. His lips were purple with a hint of black. Black blood flowed out of his eyes and nostrils, and he looked as if he was seriously poisoned and on the verge of death. It wasn't me, I didn't do it. The garrison was shocked and quickly defended himself to Yu Yang. It must be the devil doctor, Ghost Eye King and the others who passed by earlier that poisoned the cup. Otherwise, how could the old man be poisoned when he didn't do anything? But what puzzled Garrison Guard was that when he took the cup, he clearly sensed that the cup wasn't poisoned. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given it to the old man. How could he have been poisoned the moment he drank it? Fool! Yu Yang snorted coldly. This is the power of punishment. When Yu Yang said that, the garrison completely understood. It wasn't that there was a problem with his hand. It wasn't that the devil doctor and the others poisoned the old man, but it was the power of punishment. No matter who pitied the old man and poured wine for him, the wine that entered his throat would become poisoned. Which meant that even if the old man had wine to drink, he wouldn't have a good time. He might even be in more pain. Garrison guard's action of pouring wine seemed good on the surface, but the real purpose was to torture the other party even more. Yes, I was too rash. When the garrison thought of this, he blushed with shame and almost fainted. Even in the central shrine, he was considered a person with high intelligence. How could he make such a mistake? The old man coughed for a long time, as if he was coughing out his lungs. After a long time. Then he stopped. His face slowly regained some life. His eyes also regained some spirit. It was no longer the lifeless color from before. As he coughed painfully, he waved his hands and said, "No, it's okay. I haven't drunk wine for a long time. I've been greedy for a long time. Anyway, I won't die, drinking a cup is no big deal. You guys are also trainers, right? There were a lot of trainers like you in the past, but it's rare now. The condition to pass through the Rain Valley is actually very simple. You just have to catch a living lightning swift within a day and release it on top of the pavilion." The lightning swift was a special kind of flying beast that flew extremely fast. It flew in the sky all year round. Even when it was sleeping, it wouldn't stop flying. If there were no special circumstances, it would never stop flying. In the heaven realm, this kind of bird was called the footless swallow. What was even stranger was that although this lightning swift was strong and had a fast flying speed, it was very timid. Beasts that were much weaker than it could scare it away. If it was caught by a strong beast or warrior, it would be scared to death on the spot. Hence, many warriors in the heaven realm called it the gutless swallow. With the garrison guard's strength, it wouldn't be difficult to catch a lightning swift in this Rain Valley where flying was forbidden. But how to bring it back alive and release it on top of the pavilion was a little difficult. The garrison guard looked at Yu Yang and saw that he didn't say anything. He only waved his hand and hurried out of the pavilion to look for the lightning swift. It seemed that not only did he have to bring back a living lightning swift, he had to bring two of them. With his status as the third young master, would he go and catch a lightning swift? It was impossible. The garrison guard thought for a while and hurriedly set off. At the same time, he was thinking about how to catch a living lightning swift. After the garrison guard left, Yu Yang didn't even look at the old man. He sat on the stone bench in the pavilion, picked up the wine flask, and poured wine into his mouth. The old man's eyes were filled with alcohol, his fingers trembling. Yet, Yu Yang treated him as if he didn't exist. He drank one mouthful after another, almost drinking half of the wine in the flask. When there was only half of the flask left, he let out a burp. "This wine is inferior, it's spicy and tastes bad." In front of the old man, Yu Yang poured the remaining wine in the flask onto the ground. "You're really a silly boy. This is 100 fruit wine, brewed from 100 types of fresh fruits in the heaven realm. It's one of the top 10 wines in the heaven realm, how could it taste bad? Moreover, if it's so bad, why did you drink so much? It's fine if you drink, but why are you wasting good stuff?" The old man saw Yu Yang continuously pouring wine onto the ground, and his heart broke. "I like it." Yu Yang's tone was similar to that of a prodigal son. "I'm really scared of you. If you don't want to drink and want to pour it away, why don't you pour it into my mouth?" The old man had no choice but to put down his pride and beg Yu Yang. "Drinking wine can poison you. Didn't you scream miserably just now? You still want to drink?" Yu Yang didn't turn around, but he stopped pouring wine, as if he wanted to listen to the old man's reason. "So you saw through it?" "That's right, even if I don't drink wine, the poison will still act up. It will act up 10 times a day. Drinking wine will stimulate the hidden poison in my body, making it act up faster. Since I won't die, just let me drink it. Moreover, the one suffering from the poison is me, not you." The old man expressed that he wouldn't die. Even if he died, he would drink it. It would be best if he drowned in the wine jar alive. "That won't do. I don't have many good points, but I still have compassion. I usually don't do things that harm others." If Princess Sisai and the others heard what Yu Yang said, they would definitely not agree. Young people shouldn't have such a strong compassion. The old man hurriedly advised, "Moreover, letting me drink wine is a kind of release for me, at least mentally. If I give you wine to drink, what good will it do to me? Yu Yang asked again. He expressed that he was a person who wouldn't get up early without benefits. He could do things that harm others, but what about things that harm others without benefiting himself? He definitely wouldn't do it. The old man choked when he heard that. This brat, he had too much character. After living for so long, he had never seen such a person. He was obviously young, but his guts were not small. The most annoying thing was that this brat's attitude was very stubborn. He was a coward. It seemed like he was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. But the more it was like this, the old man became more interested in Yu Yang. He no longer discussed the matter of drinking, and changed the topic. Whose family are you? Yu Yang boasted shamelessly, one of the 4 great clans, the Yu clan. The old man asked puzzledly, I have heard of the 4 great clans, but there doesn't seem to be a Yu clan. Yu Yang criticized, how can there not be one? Which era are you from? My 4 great clans is the current 4 great clans. When the old man heard that, he immediately shouted, so you aren't really from the 4 great clans. I thought so too. With the quality of the 4 great clans, how could they raise a little monster with a weird personality like you? So you are a fake. Alright. You are not a fake. Let's not discuss this issue. Where you are from has nothing to do with me. I only have one question now. You are only in your 20s, how did you become an elder innate? Who exactly is it that has such great ability to make a little brat so strong? Elder innate is still a bit lacking. Yu Yang waved his hand with fake modesty, and revealed his master's name. Speaking of my master. If I tell you, you will definitely be scared half to death. Really? Who is it? When the old man heard that, his breathing became hurried. His face seemed to have guessed the answer, and his eyes shone. My master is called Shui Donglu. He is the Ivy Academy's vice principal. He is an expert in teleportation. He has been researching how to improve teleportation scrolls into teleportation crystal balls for many years, shortening teleportation time and increasing teleportation distance. Oh right, he also has a deep understanding of erotic pictures from different eras. When Yu Yang said that, the old man immediately laughed. This brat was really too funny. When did you come up from Tong Tian Tower? Wasn't that heaven realm gate sealed? The old man seemed to know a little about the outside world. The news is too outdated. What you have heard is all old history. Yu Yang criticized without any restraint, even if I can't go through the heaven realm gate, can't I go through the back door? As long as there is someone behind me, going through the back door is much easier than going through the regular route. There is someone behind you? The old man asked curiously, who do you know? Could it be that Prison Emperor is still alive? Was he the one who brought you up? Yu Yang sweated profusely. This was the first time he heard someone call Prison Emperor that brat. Hey, wait, I know, you are that little girl Fei Wenli's disciple. That's right, that little girl snatched a 3-realm compass from my unlucky old friend. I think she gave it to you, brat. If it wasn't for your snake demon royalty's power, I wouldn't have guessed it. Not bad, little monster, you are actually that little girl Fei Wenli's disciple. Hey, that's not right. Wasn't that little girl Fei Wenli sealed? She came out? There's really no justice in this world. I didn't do half as many bad things as she did. She came out and I'm still suffering here. This is too unfair. The more the old man spoke, the more he felt wronged. Even if you pretend to cry, I won't save you. Yu Yang recovered from the shock in his heart. Sure enough, this old fellow was the kind of person he had imagined. His thoughts churned in his heart, but his expression remained the same. He took out a bottle of Qi-Lan wine from his storage ring and happily poured himself a cup, tasting it. Even if I wanted to save you, I don't have the ability. Hey, what kind of wine is this? It's so fragrant. Ah, it's really killing me. Give me a sip, please pour some for me. The old man opened his mouth wide, looking pitiful. No way. Yu Yang flatly refused. Hey, no matter what, I am still your senior. Is this the attitude a junior should have towards a senior? The old man hurriedly used the title of senior. Is it really senior? Name, place of birth, country, ethnicity, date of birth, ID number, etc., all come up. Yu Yang took out a census register, making the old man dizzy. He had only seen people questioning the younger generation, but he had never seen someone questioning the older generation. Today, he had finally seen it. The old man blushed with shame. Little monster, this old man and you are both from Tongtian Tower. As long as you aren't blind, you can see it. Don't play dumb with this old man. Yu Yang seriously replied, old monster, don't be too sure. You must know that there are many scammers in this world. Some scam people for food, some scam people for money, and some scam people for sex. I must confirm your identity. Otherwise, if I let you trick me into a pyramid scheme, I will have to count the money for you. We are familiar with each other, but this is a different thing. Identity registration still needs. Name? Gender? The old man shouted with a headache, I want to commit suicide. I have been locked up here for 20,000 years. This is the first time I have thought of committing suicide. Where did this little monster come from? You make people feel very suspicious. Yu Yang brought out his Sherlock Holmes style and raised his suspicions. You said that you have been locked up here for 20,000 years. Let's not talk about whether it's true or not. How did you get to know Prison Emperor and Queen Vivian Li after being locked up here for 20,000 years? The old man replied calmly. Prison Emperor and Fei Wenli have both come here to train before. Do you think I don't know them? I have been bored for the past 2,000 to 3,000 years. In the past, this place was very lively. What did you say? Training? No, not a single person managed to pass the entire training, not a single one. Even the Prison Emperor and Fei Wenli that you admire didn't manage to pass all the stages. That's right, they didn't manage to pass the 10th stage. The Prison Emperor seemed to have passed the 8th stage. Fei Wenli, that little girl, was a bit more hardworking. She passed the 9th stage and reached the 10th stage. Little monster, let me tell you a secret. This training is much more difficult than the door of life and death in the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower. To pass all the stages, you not only need strength, you also need courage. Yu Yang snorted and retorted. In the vast heaven realm, there are countless experts. Is there not a single person with strength and courage? The old man laughed. You still don't believe me, but this is how the world is. Sometimes, a person with strength might not necessarily have courage, a person with courage might not necessarily have strength, a person with both might not necessarily have luck. This is actually the most important condition. Luck? Yu Yang was silent. If the old man had said something else, Yu Yang would definitely refute. However, the fact that he said luck could not be questioned, because luck was an invisible existence. Even if it happened to the same person, it would produce a completely different result. A person could have no strength, could have no courage, but definitely could not have no luck. Seeing that Yu Yang was silent, the old man couldn't help but tease him. One look and I know that you are not a lucky baby. You grew up in bitterness, how would you know what luck is, haha. Yu Yang blushed with shame when he heard this. If this was said to someone else, it might be reasonable. But when it came to himself, it made him blush with shame. In reality, even Yu Yang had to admit that in terms of luck, no one was luckier than him in the entire Tongtian Tower or even the entire heaven realm. The old man felt that the reason why Yu Yang was able to possess such great strength at such a young age was probably because his master had been pressured and trained strictly since he was young, training day and night. He was practically soaking in bitter water. Who would have thought that Yu Yang was not like that at all? Although his training was also a process of bitter training, most of it relied on various kinds of enlightenment and realizations. The reason why Yu Yang's training speed was 1,000 times faster than an ordinary person's was not only because of his outstanding aptitude and exceptional comprehension, but also because of the heavenly sword goddess, Xianxia and Queen Vivian Li's different inheritances. In short, the old man had looked at Yu Yang with the experience of an ordinary person, and he had made a mistake. Yu Yang smiled. He wouldn't jump out and laugh loudly to the sky, then announce that he was a lucky baby. Only Fatty Hai would do such a stupid thing like showing off. Go in and challenge it. Let's see how many stages you can pass. My Rain Valley is the easiest trial. Every time you pass through a trial, the difficulty will increase by several times. After the 6th trial, the difficulty is simply at an abnormal level. If you can pass through the 6th trial, you will be able to make a name for yourself in the heaven realm. The old man expressed that although the first 3 stages were the standard for passing, the real difficulty was after the 6th stage. Only those who could pass the 6th stage were truly strong. What rewards will there be for passing all stages? Yu Yang felt that if there was a divine weapon as a reward, it would be good to spend some time to challenge it. Stop dreaming. Even Miss Fei Wenli couldn't challenge the 10th stage. The old man shook his head and waved his hand. You are not as strong as me. Do you know how many stages I passed in the past? 6 stages. I'm stuck at the 7th stage, and I can't pass it. Old man, I have something that you don't. Yu Yang laughed. He laughed very proudly. You can't pass the 7th stage, but it doesn't mean that others can't. What did you say? You mean that you are smarter than me? The old man sneered. Young man, don't think that you can be awesome just because you have a little bit of cleverness. How about we have a competition? Yu Yang spread out his hands and issued a challenge to the old man. It's time for you to learn how to respect your seniors. The old man rubbed his palms together. If you lose, don't cry and say that I bullied the old and weak. Yu Yang's attitude made the old man go crazy. He had seen many arrogant juniors, but he had never seen one as arrogant as Yu Yang. Doing something that I'm good at is bullying you as a senior. Forget it, I'll just do something simple. The old man suddenly gave an example. 1 times 9 plus 2 equals 11, 12 times 9 plus 3 equals 111, and so on. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 times 9 plus 9, how much is 111, 111, 1111? How about it, little friend, I'll give you 10 minutes. Please calculate it. Such a simple thing. Yu Yang didn't even blink and immediately said the answer, add another 10. What? The old man was stunned. Can I trouble you to give me some elementary school questions? I'm about to vomit from those elementary kindergarten questions. Yu Yang was so arrogant that the old man was stunned. How did you figure it out? The old man didn't understand. Such a complicated question, how did this brat figure out the answer so quickly? No need to explain. Yu Yang looked at the starry sky with a 45-degree angle. You were just a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse just now. No matter how smart a person is, they wouldn't be able to figure out the answer in a second. The old man firmly believed that if he didn't know the answer beforehand, he wouldn't be able to figure it out just by calculating in his mind. He decided to give a few more questions to make this brat kneel. After thinking for a while, he immediately said, 1 times 1 equals 1, 11 times 11 equals 121, 111111. What is 111 times 11111111? Answer immediately. If you have the ability, don't even think, it's equal to 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Yu Yang said the answer casually, not even needing a second to think. Impossible. The old man was shocked. To turn 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 into 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1, how many times do you need to multiply? The old man asked in disbelief. Multiply it by 8, then add 9. Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders, indicating that this was too easy. Senior, can't you come up with a more difficult question? How did you know the answer? That little girl Fei Wenli's exam is completely different from mine. This is my question, how did you know the answer? The old man was about to go crazy. If Yu Yang could figure out the answer quickly, then it would be fine. But this kind of action of coming up with the answer without thinking was really unacceptable. Of course, the old man didn't know that before Yu Yang crossed over, he had once read an interesting mathematics book. In it, there were all kinds of beautiful numerical arrangements, as well as all kinds of mathematical calculation skills. The all-encompassing mathematical arrangements that the old man used to test Yu Yang was only relatively simple, not very complicated. Moreover, even if Yu Yang hadn't seen this kind of sequence of numbers, with his current wisdom and mental calculation ability, it wouldn't be difficult for him to calculate it. Especially with the 2 guiding conditions in front, if he couldn't calculate it, he would be ashamed to call himself a man from another world. The old man didn't know the truth, and his heart was quite shocked. In his life, he had never experienced such a heavy blow. If his strength wasn't as good as others, then so be it, but if his intelligence wasn't as good as others, it really made him feel helpless. After a long time, he finally recovered. He muttered to Yu Yang, "You brat, you're really a little monster. Forget it, there's no point in competing with you. You'd better go in yourself." Seeing this, Yu Yang felt a little apologetic in his heart. He reached out and patted the old man's shoulder. "Don't be too sad, there's only one smart person like me in Tong Tian Tower, and there's only one in Heaven Realm. I reckon there won't be a second one." The old man fainted after hearing this. You call these words comforting? This was an even bigger blow, right? If there was a wall in front of him, he would definitely crash into it. Because he, as a senior, would really lose face, he quickly opened the teleportation door on the resting rain pavilion, and let this brat leave the rain valley as soon as possible. Because the longer this brat stayed here, the more he would feel inferior. If these questions were questions in the challenge, then it really isn't that difficult. Do you know why there are two preconditions in front of every question? If you could understand this point, then you wouldn't be stuck at the 7th stage. Yu Yang kindly advised him, but the old man's face was full of shame. Good fellow, he was taught a lesson by a junior. Although he didn't do it on purpose, and instead did it out of good intentions, he still felt a little embarrassed. I'm already an old man, why would I still need to challenge the challenge? You young ones, go ahead. The old man saw that Yu Yang finally left the Qilin wine behind, and felt a wave of shame. This brat was stubbornly displeasing to the eye, but sometimes he could also move people a little. This resting rain pavilion is obviously restricted by you, no matter if it's the teleportation door or the various space restrictions. Why did you let the guards catch those lightning swifts? Before Yu Yang left, he asked curiously. Cough, staying here for 20,000 years, if I don't find something to do, it would be so boring. The old man coughed nonstop. Only this brat knew that the lightning swifts weren't a condition to challenge the challenge. In the past 10,000 years, only this brat would question it. Even the prison emperor back then had obediently caught a group of lightning swifts and led a group of his subordinates to clear the challenge without raising any questions. As for Fei Wenli, that fierce little girl, she didn't listen to any conditions at all. She directly took out her dual blades and placed it on her neck. I understand, the older you get, the more perverted you become. Yu Yang came to a conclusion. You're the perverted one. Perverted brat, no one is as perverted as you are. The old man was angry, his shame turning into anger as he scolded. Alright, before I leave, I want to hear your name. You're not really called old pervert, right? Yu Yang's words could make the dead jump out of their coffins. You. Forget it, I won't lower myself to your level. This old man is called Uncle Yu. When the old man reported his name, he peeked at Yu Yang, as if he wanted to see his shocked expression. Never heard of it. Who would have thought that Yu Yang's reply would be like this? Sigh. The old man didn't even have the strength to be angry. Actually, he had a premonition that the answer would be like this. Is it possible that if someone passes all 10 challenges, then you, the forbidden one, will be free? Yu Yang asked again, but without waiting for the old man to reply, he had already passed through the teleportation door and disappeared from the rain valley. With just you? The old man snorted angrily. But he thought about it again, maybe there was such a possibility. This brat was a little monster, different from the others, and he was also that little girl Fei Wenli's disciple. Maybe he really could pass all of them. If that was really the case, then wouldn't he be finished? Looks like he was going to be unlucky. When the old man thought of this, he suddenly felt a splitting headache, wishing he could smash his head against tofu. Yu Yang stepped into the 2nd stage of the Wind Valley and left behind a Pegasus feather as a teleportation mark. He then immediately used the 3-realm compass to leave. He returned to the camp to give the old fox, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others a warning. After Fatty Hai and the others learned about the conspiracy of the central shrine, they quickly looked for Lord Ling Yun and the others to discuss how to deal with the attack of the Dark World corrupted warriors. When Lord Ling Yun heard the news, he was shocked and quickly looked for the leaders of the 8 desolations to discuss. Yu Yang did not care about these things. Instead, he told Fatty Hai and the others to be careful and let them escape back to Conqueror City. That should be the safest place in the Heaven Realm. Finally, he left Hui Tai Lang behind, just in case. Yu Yang had no intention of mediating the chaos in the Western Heaven Realm. Instead, he hoped that the more chaotic it was, the better, because Tong Tian Tower needed this opportunity to rise again. Yu Yang returned to the Gate of Life and Death of Tong Tian Tower and found Night Empress and Jizun who were cultivating. He reported to them what would happen in the Western Heaven Realm later. Well done. I'm afraid this kind of war can't be pacified in a short period of time. If we can grasp it, Tong Tian Tower will have a chance to reappear in the Heaven Realm. Right now, what we are slightly lacking is strength. We have to work hard. Little Yu Yang, you have to work harder too. Night Empress was always so gentle. She affirmed Yu Yang's trip to the Heaven Realm, but reminded Yu Yang to focus on cultivation at all times. After all, strength was the key to everything. I'll give you a day off. Gather here tomorrow and go to the entrance of the Heaven Stairway at the Blood Altar to train together. Jizun gave Yu Yang a day off. Brother, why don't we go back to visit Mother? Yu Bing felt that one day was just right to go back to Tianluo Palace. Okay, but we just came out not long ago. If we keep running around, Fourth Mother will say that we are not working hard. Yu Yang was a little speechless. It would be good if he went back to the Tianluo Palace in the Soaring Dragon Continent to visit Fourth Mother, but not only would he be criticized by her, he wouldn't have the chance to flirt with Princess Sisai and the others anymore. When he returned to the Tianluo Palace, Princess Sisai and the others would all learn from Fourth Mother seriously. They wouldn't let him touch them anymore. Even if he rested at night, he would most likely be alone again. How could Fourth Mother be like what you think? Don't talk nonsense. Xue Wuxia was very smart, she naturally knew Yu Yang's wolfish heart. She lightly stretched out her soft little hands and made a twist gesture, forbidding him from talking bad about Fourth Mother. I was wrong. Yu Yang admitted his mistake without any sincerity. He secretly grabbed Xue Wuxia's lily-white hands, not letting go. Xue Wuxia glared at him, but tacitly agreed with his perverted actions. Little Wenli seems to be a little different. Princess Sisai's 6 records inherent skill was really powerful. She realized that Little Wenli seemed to have grown up a little. It's like this. We arrived at Conqueror City, which is the first city that Queen Vivian Li established in the Heaven Realm 10,000 years ago. We met some old friends and even looked at the statues there. Yu Yang briefly told them what happened in Conqueror City. After the girls heard it, they looked at each other and nodded, expressing their understanding. Strange, why didn't you change? Impatience's question was also the most curious one in everyone's heart. Sweat, do you think breaking through is like eating cabbage? How could it be so easy? Yu Yang also wanted to break through his current realm and truly become an elder innate. Maybe that way, he would be able to open that divine grimoire. About that Heaven Realm training grounds, do we have to be Heaven ranked to enter it? City Mistress Fallen Flowers asked this question. No need, but I think it will be very difficult later on. Yu Yang shook his head. Even if they were Heaven ranked, it might be difficult to pass the first 3 stages. It was not possible to pass the later stages. They had to be a true elder innate. Furthermore, they had to work together, rely on the strength of a team and collective wisdom to go further. There were 10 stages in the Heaven Realm training grounds. On the surface, it didn't seem very famous, but when one thought about it, Prison Emperor and Queen Vivian Li, the 2 great rankers, actually didn't pass all of them. Furthermore, even someone as strong as Prison Emperor only passed 8 stages. From this, one could imagine how difficult the later stages would be. Although Prison Emperor and Queen Vivian Li might not be able to challenge the training grounds when they were at their peak, this training grounds was still difficult enough. Yu Yang didn't say much, but City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others completely understood. If they wanted to go further, they had to be stronger. Training in the Heaven Stairway should be able to help us improve. I really hope that we can all become Elder Innate soon. At that time, we can go in together. Princess Sisai was still not satisfied with her training, even though she was progressing at a rapid pace now. She hoped that she could become Elder Innate soon. Of course, she wasn't the only one who was willing. Xianxia, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Anan all had the same thought. Especially when they saw impatience walking faster and faster on the Elder Innate Realm, leaving everyone further and further behind. This made them, who were stuck below Elder Innate Realm, even more anxious. It was precisely because of this situation that Jizun and Night Empress decided to bring everyone to the Heaven Stairway guarded by Yu Qiu in advance. Actually, there was another Heaven Stairway world inside the teleportation door guarded by Yu Qiu. That was the real stairway to heaven. A reunion after a short separation was better than a wedding. In order to boost Yu Yang's morale, Jizun gave him a day off so that he could get together with everyone. In fact, it wasn't just Yu Yang, even Princess Sisai and the others missed this scoundrel a little. Although they didn't say it out loud, when they saw him return from the Heaven Realm, they were all in high spirits and radiant. They didn't go anywhere and returned to the grimoire world. In that beautiful home, everyone no longer thought about anything. Their bodies and minds were completely relaxed as they chatted happily and teased each other. When the half-elf slave, Sickly Beauty, and Yu Bing finished preparing the food, everyone cheered. They didn't stay in the dining room at home, but directly moved the tablecloth to the grass outside and sat on the ground. They enjoyed a rare moment of leisure while enjoying the delicious food. "Aren't you going to sit with him?" Raging Flame and Drunken Cat were drinking when she suddenly said this. Cough, it's not what you think it is between me and him. Drunken Cat's face turned red as she waved her hand in a panic, denying her relationship with Yu Yang. Forget it, let's drink. As long as there's wine to drink. Although Captain Raging Flame had a one-track mind, she was definitely not a fool. She didn't ask any more questions. She just raised the bottle with a smile and drank to the end. Drunken Cat was also drinking, but her beautiful eyes secretly glanced at Yu Yang. No one paid attention to Drunken Cat's actions. Only Princess Sisai, who had the 6 records inherent skill, could keenly capture this moment. She didn't expose it and smiled at Xianxia. Xianxia, who was leaning on Yu Yang's back and reading a book, also raised her bright eyes and blinked with hope, indicating that she already knew. City Lord Fallen Flowers, who was resting on Yu Yang's lap, was a little drunk. She sniffed the strange flowers that Yu Yang had secretly cut off from the middle-aged woman's garden in Conqueror City and sighed with satisfaction. It's so fragrant as Sister Yu's body fragrance. Yu was embarrassed when she heard this. She first looked to see if Yu Yang had heard her, and then said in a low voice, "Why are you talking about me again? Drink." By the time she poured the wine, City Lord Fallen Flowers had already fallen asleep. The flowers in her hands gently slid down the snow-white chest. Yu smiled tolerantly and picked up the flowers for her. She reached out and gently combed the messy soft hair on her forehead. Then, she handed the wine glass in her hand to Yu Yang. Yu Yang and Impatience clinked glasses, and then raised it to Raging Flame and Drunken Cat. When he finished drinking, Yu then remembered that she had just drunk from this cup. She felt a burst of shame in her heart. On the surface, she naturally pretended not to know. Anan and Yu Bing were resting on the other side of Yu Yang. No one knew how much they had to talk about, but they couldn't finish it, talking and laughing. At this time, Sickly Beauty had already begun to study the Heaven Rune Circle that Yu Yang had brought back from the Heaven Realm. Beside him, she had the most inspiration. The half-elf slave and Red were helping her on the side, responsible for recording all kinds of changes, or preparing new white paper for her to draw. A little further away, a man was drinking one cup after another. She was trying hard to learn how to taste wine. Duo was teaching her how to taste wine while covering her mouth and laughing. When everyone was getting tired, Yu Yang gently picked up the sleeping City Lord Fallen Flowers and returned to his room to rest. Before entering the door, he chased after Princess Sisai, who was holding Yu Bing, and insisted on kissing her. Princess Sisai saw that no one was paying attention, and quickly pecked his lips. Like a dragonfly touching the water. Yu Yang felt that it was too fast, and wanted to do it again. Princess Sisai didn't dare to quarrel with him, afraid that Yu Bing would wake up. She only stared at him with her tiger-like eyes, telling him not to go too far. She quickly looked around and found that no one was paying attention to them. She quickly leaned over and kissed him on the lips. When she realized that this guy was kissing her back, she quickly retreated and pretended to glare at him. When Yu Yang entered the room, her face suddenly turned red, and her little pink tongue licked her lips, as if she was recalling the taste of his kiss. Actually, it's not that good. She came to this conclusion against her will. I think it's okay. Shui Wuxia, who came out of the room, had the opposite opinion. Princess Sisai was speechless. Hey, it's fine if we kissed secretly, but can you not say it so loudly? There was also a kind of shyness in her heart, as if she was caught having an affair. It was not easy to summon the courage to take the initiative to kiss him, but this Xuanyou saw it. She really lost face. It's all that pervert's fault. Why did he have to kiss here? And here was the main entrance. The next day, Tigress, who had not found a chance to beat up Yu Yang, quickly pulled his hand when no one was paying attention during breakfast in the morning. She took a bite on it. Last night, she wanted to settle the score with him. But before she pushed the door open and entered, she heard Feng Xianxia fighting with him. At that moment, she did not dare to go in at all. Otherwise, if he caught her, she might be pushed down together. Impatience was nourished by love, and her whole body was glowing. The charm radiating from her body was simply breathtaking. While enjoying the exquisite breakfast, she excitedly urged everyone, move faster, don't let Jizun and Night Empress wait too long. I have a hunch that something good will happen today. Princess Sisai was secretly angry. If they were so anxious, why did they still fight in the middle of the night? They couldn't even sleep well. She did not need to get angry at impatience, so she could only secretly step on Yu Yang's foot to vent her dissatisfaction. Tigress, you stepped on my foot. Shui Wuxia expressed that Princess Sisai hurt the innocent. Why is your foot on his? Princess Sisai was dizzy. Actually, I also wanted to step on him, but his leg clamped it. Shui Wuxia explained in a serious manner, but the girls laughed so hard that they could not stand up straight, and tears kept splashing. Only Yu Bing did not quite understand. Her small face seemed to understand, and she wanted to crawl under the table to see what was going on. Inan quickly reached out and pulled her back. When everyone saw this, they were even more happy. Heaven Stairway 5th floor, Blood Altar. When Yu Yang returned to the Heaven Stairway, the scene of the fierce battle was still preserved here. It was a scene of desolation and destruction everywhere. On the way, he met his classmates from the death class. They were arranged by Grandma Wuting to come here to collect meteorite fragments. When they saw Yu Yang, they were all very excited and cheered loudly. Towards these old classmates, other than encouraging them, Yu Yang gave each of them a martial arts pill. He even gave each of them dozens of heaven-ranked beast eggs that he had obtained in the heaven realm. Most of the people in the death class who were the same age as Yu Yang had already graduated. Many of them already had the strength to take charge. Although they were not innates, many of them were already close to it. There were even a few geniuses who were already lesser innates. Most of the remaining people were children. Wah, brother Yu Yang is the best. Little Princess Bei, who often played with Yu Shuang, cheered. Is it really a heaven-ranked beast? Gold-ranked? That's great, Qi Ming will definitely nurture it well. Princess Qi Ming, who was not much older than Bei, also worshipped Yu Yang a lot. Alright, brother Yu Yang has something important to do, we can't disturb him. It turned out that the long-haired girl from the death class was now staying at the school as Grandma Wuting's teaching assistant. She brought a group of kids to train. With her leading, the kids in the death class improved very quickly. They were even better than when eagle-eyed Xia Ho Wei Jia was their teacher. The current eagle-eyed Xia Ho led the graduates of the death class and carefully selected elites to form a youth army. They were undergoing extremely tough training in Tong Tian Tower. Their goal was to catch up to Fatty Hai and Yikong, who were a step ahead of them. Of course, it was impossible to catch up, but at least they could cultivate a large group of elites for the Soaring Dragon continent. In the death class, Yu Clan's ninth brother Yu Feng was also there. Ever since he was taught a lesson by Yu Yang, his arrogance as a youth had completely disappeared. He had also become a little fan who worshipped his brother endlessly. When Yu Yang saw him greet him, he reached out and caressed his little head to show his approval. Just this casual action made him so excited that his face turned red. Everyone, you have to work hard. In the future, you will definitely become stronger than Big Brother. When Big Brother is free, I will go and teach you guys again. Yu Yang encouraged the kids and finally waved goodbye to them reluctantly. When they reached the blood-colored altar, Yu Yang wiped his forehead. Tiring. Dealing with these brats is more tiring than fighting a big battle. Who asked you to pretend to be a good brother? Princess Sisai looked disdainful on the surface, but she actually quite liked Yu Yang's attitude. No, I'm not pretending. Yu Bing quickly corrected her brother. I'm just teasing you. Anan chuckled. When everyone saw Jizun and Night Empress appear on the blood-colored altar, they hurriedly went forward to pay their respects. Red's mother, who lived in the passageway at the base of the statue, also came out when she heard the commotion and paid her respects to everyone. When they entered the door of the heaven stairway, Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai bowed to Yu Qiu, whose body was completely destroyed but his soul was still guarding the door of the heaven stairway. No matter as an elder or as a guardian, Yu Qiu deserved everyone's respect. With the tacit consent of Yu Qiu's soul, Yu Yang entered the door of the heaven stairway. The world inside was the real heaven stairway. Previously, Yu Yang had thought about it a lot. However, when he entered the world of the heaven stairway and saw the scene in front of him, he realized that everything he thought before was wrong. The real world of the heaven stairway turned out to be a tree. This was something that Yu Yang could never imagine, even though Yu Yang had seen countless gigantic beasts, and he himself had a gigantic ancient island whale. Yu Yang had never seen such a beast before. However, not to mention any beasts in the world, even the buildings, islands, and mountains that Yu Yang had seen in his life were not as gigantic as this heaven stairway tree. To be precise, this tree was the entire heaven stairway world. With Yu Yang's eyesight, he could not see the top of it. He could not see the edge of it either. There were countless mountains, hills, and lakes on top of this world tree. Gigantic waterfalls could be seen everywhere, falling from the sky above the mountains. If it wasn't for the fact that he could see some unimaginably huge tree roots and countless branches and leaves, indicating that this was a world tree floating in the sky, Yu Yang wouldn't have dared to think that this was a tree. It was so far away that he could not see all of it. As he flew closer, he was even more shocked by how huge it was. Under the heaven stairway world tree, there was a huge space that was beyond this unimaginable space. Only with Yu Yang's heaven eyes divine vision could he see the truth. It was a void, a black hole that devoured everything. On top of the world tree, in the towering mountains, there were countless stairways that seemed to have been carved by humans. These indescribably huge steps, each of which was tens of thousands of meters long and 10 meters tall, could allow titans to walk freely on them. If these stone stairways were created by life, it would definitely be the work of a god. Other than a god, no one else would be able to open up such a huge project here. Now, Yu Yang finally understood why this place was called the Heaven Stairway. So it really was. He looked up at the sky and realized that there was no end to the sky. Even where the stars shone, there was always a world tree growing. Climbing this world tree that was so huge was no different from climbing the stairway to the sky. I heard that there are 100 million steps in the Heaven Stairway. When the Night Empress said this, Yu Yang felt dizzy. 100 million steps? Oh my god, why did they build such a high stairway? There is a law restriction here. Every time you climb up a certain distance, you will feel the pressure increase by several times. Every 100 steps is a small level. According to the standards of Tong Tian Tower, all those below the innate stage can only cultivate below the first 100 steps. It is impossible to cross the 100 steps. Those who reach the standards of the heaven realm can only climb 10,000 steps at most, and can't go any higher. Those who reach the standards of the innate stage of Tong Tian Tower will be in a better situation. They will probably be able to climb 50,000 steps. Jizun looked at Yu Yang, then looked at Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai. She slowly turned around. I'll wait for you at the 100,000 steps, don't let me wait too long. Here, you can fly in other places, but flying on the stone steps is not allowed. You must walk up the stone steps step by step. The Night Empress was still invisible, but she carefully reminded Yu Yang. Jizun and the Night Empress stepped on the heaven stairway together. They floated away with ease. Just as Yu Yang was about to be the first to step on the bottom stone step, Raging Flame suddenly jumped out. Let me try first. However, when she jumped onto the stone steps, she was surprised. This feeling, her surprise, aroused everyone's curiosity. They all stepped on it and cried out in alarm. Yu Yang was the last to step on it. He discovered that a supreme divine power was pressing down on him, as if it wanted to press his entire body to the ground. That kind of pressure was not a crushing injury, but a great restriction on one's movements. If a person stood still on the stone steps, they would be fine. However, as long as they moved a little, they would have to expend a lot of energy. No matter what they did, they would get tired very easily. I can't even take 2 steps. The giant loli also came out to give it a try. She was surprised to find that she was unable to cross the 2nd step and directly step onto the 3rd step. I also feel very tired. With the heart of the earth and Titan's power, as long as she stepped on the ground, a man, who would never feel tired, found herself jumping from the 1st step to the 2nd stone step. For the first time, she felt tired, which surprised her greatly. No wonder those below the innate realm could only cultivate below the 100 steps of the heaven stairway. With the strength of those below the innate realm, climbing 100 steps would probably be like crawling at the speed of a turtle. Everyone, don't increase your strength, and don't summon your war beasts. Just walk up together in your most normal state. Princess Xianxia, who had a keen 6th sense, realized that this was the best place to cultivate. If we carry a little weight, the effect will probably be better. Xianxia opened the Book of Truth and found that one of the 10 cultivation methods presented was indeed like this. Weight training. Everyone would train for a period of time almost every day. For example, Raging Flame and Drunken Cat were relatively more common. Impatience and Fallen Flowers were less common. As soon as they heard Xianxia's suggestion to increase the weight, everyone took out their own equipment from their storage rings. These weight-bearing equipment were all refined by Yu Yang when he was bored. The weights were different according to each person. Inan, Yu Bing, and Yu were relatively lighter. Princess Xianxia, Drunken Cat and Raging Flame, who were made into heavy armors, were the heaviest. A man would definitely participate in climbing the heaven stairway, and secretly help Yu Yang look after Yu Bing, not letting this little girl be in any danger. Red naturally came out to participate in this kind of trial. Even Duo no longer slept in and participated in it excitedly. She treated it as an outing and jumped forward easily. After a while, she disappeared. Only the Spirit of Heaven Fire and the Reaper Mantis, the 2 war beasts that were good at flying and not good at walking, were in tragedy. Hornless Dragon Xianxia, who had come out before, ignored the fact that she was still in a state of chaos and had not fully recovered. She nodded her head and climbed lightly. With her strength, even if her walking posture was not right and she was a little drunk, it should not be a problem to walk tens of thousands of steps. After all, she was a dragon lady who had inherited divine power. The war god attendant and Feather held hands and chased after Duo. It seemed like they wanted to compete with Duo. On the other hand, IKA came out to accompany Xianxia. Since the last time they fought together, her relationship with the hornless dragon had become the best. Are you going to participate too? Yu Yang found it strange that Little Winli had also come out. Usually, Little Winli rarely came out to participate in the various trials, unless it was a battle. Why was today an exception? Moreover, this heaven stairway was the most difficult trial. It was extraordinary. Little Winli smiled brightly at Yu Yang. Her body flashed with a colorful light and suddenly turned into a little person as white as jade. She had a pair of slender legs, a slender waist, and a small butt that was as tender as snow. No matter how you looked at it, she looked like a human. Looking at the original 6 small hands, it had now become 2 small hands. Other than her small face, there was almost no change. If the current Little Winli changed into a human child's clothes, no one would be able to recognize her as a snake demon loli. When Princess Xianxia saw this, she immediately shouted, "Little Winli, you can transform into a human? It's too perfect, your evolution is really good." Yu was the most attentive and quickly put clothes on the naked Little Winli. Maybe it's the Heaven Realm Conqueror City. When Xianxia said this, everyone suddenly understood. Little Winli was a divine beast. It was not that she could not transform into a human, it was just that she had not reached a perfect human form. She was unwilling to change her original snake demon body. It was not until she obtained the energy and memory inheritance in the Conqueror City that she reached a perfect human form that she showed it to Yu Yang. Yes. Little Winli nodded and shook her head. In fact, she could already transform into a perfect human form, but it consumed a lot of energy. If there was no need, she would not transform into a human form. Later, after obtaining the energy and memory inheritance in the Conqueror City, she improved in all aspects. Even if she transformed into a perfect human form, she did not need to consume extra energy to maintain her human form. Now, she was like a real human, so she decided to come out and train with Yu Yang in her human form. Yu Yang was ecstatic. He picked up little Wenli and threw her into the sky, cheering, "Good baby, this is great. Continue to work hard in the future, understand?" Little Wenli smiled sweetly at Yu Yang and nodded seriously, "Yes." After climbing 100 steps, there was a huge platform at the top. It was so big that a few Yu clan castles could be placed there. Further up, there was a small path. On one side of the path was a lush forest, and on the other was a beautiful lake. Other than the stone steps, there was no law seal on the platform. It was not much different from the ground. It should be a place for warriors to rest while climbing the stone steps. "Let's rest for a while." Of course, Yu Yang wouldn't feel tired after climbing 100 steps, but when he saw that Yu Bing's face was already covered in sweat, he gently wiped her sweat with a little tenderness and patted her head to show his approval. Yu Bing had just broken through to innate not long ago. Although she had experienced many battles, she was only innate level 5 now. Her main fighting style was an ambush type. Combined with her intense poison, inherent skill and sealing throat, she could often kill enemies that were far stronger than her. Warriors below innate level 8 would have a headache fighting against Yu Bing. However, this did not mean that Yu Bing's strength had already surpassed innate level 8. She only allowed her brother to unleash his full potential. For this sister with outstanding potential, Yu Yang was not in a hurry to let her level up quickly. Instead, he let Yu Bing take it slow and build a good foundation. If it wasn't for the fact that Yu Bing's foundations were extremely good, it would really be difficult for her to climb up the 100 steps of the divine power shackles in one go. Now, in just a minute, Yu Bing and her brother climbed to the top of the 100 steps. This was impossible for other innates of the same level. Furthermore, Yu Bing's body was carrying a weight that was several times heavier than her body. The difficulty increased exponentially. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo and the War God Guard Sisters, Red, Ka, Hornless Dragon Jiangying, Raging Flame, Drunken Cat, Giant Lowly, they did not stop and rushed up excitedly, competing with each other. Especially Duo, Yao and Yu sisters, who were the first to set off, disappeared without a trace. Impatience brought her Charm Demon Queen and City Mistress Fallen Flowers brought her Snow Fox Girl. They waved at Yu Yang, indicating that they would wait for him in front. In any case, he would catch up with them, so they could rest assured and leave first. Amon stood protectively beside Yu, but Yu waved her hand, indicating that she could still hold on and didn't need his support. Although she had only walked 100 steps, her sweat was like rain, drenching her underwear. Her chest heaved up and down slightly, and she couldn't help but pant lightly. It seemed that she was even more exhausted than Yu Bing. Yu Bing was the main fighter. She was much better than Yu in terms of stamina and combat power. Her usual training intensity was also very high. Yu was the support type. When her angel's blade couldn't fly, it was indeed a little hard to rely on her legs. Sickly Beauty took out her drawing board excitedly when she saw the beautiful scenery of the lake. She wanted to draw a picture to commemorate this training while everyone was resting. She was more interested in playing than cultivating. As for her, Yu Yang only hoped that she was happy. The main focus of cultivation was still dual cultivation, to improve together. Sickly Beauty was not good at external cultivation. Furthermore, even if she had so much time, she would only use it to study various runic circles. She was not the main fighter, so she chose to support Yu Yang in a different way. She and Yu could be considered as Yu Yang's support. Princess Sisai leaned against the tree root and sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword was placed on her knees as she entered the state of one with the sword that Yu Yang requested. She would never waste her cultivation time. Shui Wuxia was reading a book. Occasionally, she would look up at Yu Yang with her bright eyes under her long eyelashes. At this time, Yu Yang brought Yu Bing and Yu to the lakeside and tested the water. "It's so sweet, this water can be drunk, it's very cooling. I think it's not a problem to take a bath. Don't worry about us, go up first, we will catch up to you." Yu Yu blushed when she heard this and hurriedly urged Yu Yang to go. That's right, brother, you go up first, I will definitely catch up to brother. Yu Bing raised her fist. Catching up to her brother had always been her goal. Not only in climbing the heaven stairway, but also in her daily cultivation. She would not slack off. Although she was not as talented as her brother, she would not give up. She would definitely not let her brother get further and further away from her. I will accompany them, don't worry. A man can also stay with us. After Inan had a taste of the lake water, she immediately took off her shoes and stepped into the cool lake water with fine sand as the bottom. She enjoyed this moment of comfort. Yes. With a man staying, Yu Yang was naturally at ease. However, he knew that if he did not come down and continued climbing upwards, Sister Yu and Bing Er would not be able to catch up to him. They would only fall further and further behind. With their strength, it would be difficult for them to reach 1,000 steps. He needed to reach 100,000 steps, they would not be able to come up. He smiled and gently stroked Yu Bing's soft hair on her forehead, tidied her slightly sweaty hair, and gave the stubborn sister a hug to give her the greatest encouragement. Work hard, brother is just a little bit above you, you must do your best, I will be waiting for you up there. Yu Bing nodded vigorously. Her face was full of determination. On the contrary, Yu Yu was not willing to let Yu Yang hug her. She quickly moved away, and when she could not escape, she used her fists to hit him lightly. I will try my best, don't rush me. Inan knew that once Yu Yang started to sprint, he would definitely climb more than 10,000 steps. He might not even be able to see his shadow, but she was not sad. Instead, she was happy for him. She took the initiative to open her arms and hugged him. I will also work hard, wait for me. She then bit his ear and whispered, why don't you come down at night secretly? I won't tell Sister Yu and Bing Er. A man stayed behind to protect the three of them. With her, the goddess of war who had the heart of earth and Titan's strength, and never tired, around, Yu Yang was very relieved. Furthermore, Yu Qiu's soul who was guarding the door would not let anyone in. Only those who could obtain his approval could enter the heaven stairway to cultivate. Yu Yang decided to continue climbing the heaven stairway to challenge himself. When he made his decision, Shui Wuxia closed the Book of Truth. Princess Sisai also quickly stood up and put the prison emperor divine sword back on her back. Together with Shui Wuxia, they accompanied Yu Yang on his left and right and started to move forward. Behind them was little Wenli who was following behind Yu Yang without making a sound. Although she was a perfect person, she still did not like to talk. With the four people's strength, once they increased their speed, they would be as fast as lightning even if they were still on the stone steps, not to mention the platform that had no restrictions after 100 steps. For shadows streaked across the winding path beside the lake and disappeared in an instant. When the shadows appeared again, Yu Bing and the others saw that Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia had already appeared on the stone steps of a slope a few kilometers away on the left. When they looked again after a minute, they could only look up. They could barely see the shadows of Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia flashing by on the stone steps 10 kilometers away on the right. There, they were probably above 1,000 steps. We need to work harder too. Yu Bing retracted her gaze and decided to set off to chase after her brother. Be careful. Inan, who had extremely sharp senses, noticed that something seemed to be floating up from the lake. A man hurriedly stood in front of Yu Yu and Yu Bing to protect them. On the clear surface of the lake, a transparent water monster floated up from the bottom of the lake. As if the surface of the lake suddenly protruded, the gigantic water monster gradually floated up from the surface of the lake. It looked like a ball of water, but it was not a ball. Instead, it flowed irregularly and kept changing its shape. If one looked closely, they could vaguely see a blurry, human figure. Sickly Beauty did not stop drawing. She only said lightly, Waterman. I've heard that there's a type of waterman on Heaven's Stairway. This kind of waterman is not a beast. It's just a projection of the consciousness of the warriors of Heaven's Stairway in the rivers and lakes. They are responsible for guarding the water source of Heaven's Stairway. Normally, they would not attack living beings. If they attack, as long as they defeat them, they would also gain their recognition. Ah, that's right, they can never be killed. Before Sickly Beauty could finish her last sentence, a man had already defeated the water monster. With her strength, she could even kill a heaven-ranked beast easily. Not to mention a waterman that only had the strength of a lesser innate. However, it was just like how the sickly beauty had described it. The waterman that had been defeated slowly recovered on the surface of the lake, and slid towards Yu Bing without any fear. Other than the first waterman that appeared on the surface of the lake, there were more than 10 watermen that appeared on the surface of the lake. All of them were moving towards Yu Bing. They can never be killed, how can that be considered as defeating them? Yu Bing asked curiously as she prepared to face the enemies. Absolute power suppression, or some small tricks. There are many ways. Sickly Beauty smiled slightly. She pointed the brush in her hand lightly. Boyd drew a heaven rune pattern and imprinted it on the first waterman that dashed towards him. That waterman immediately stopped. Its body instantly turned into mist and disappeared without a trace. When it appeared again, it had already returned to the lake. However, it did not attack anymore. It silently slid to the bottom of the lake and gradually disappeared, as if it had already acknowledged Sickly Beauty's existence. A man could not defeat the waterman in one move, but Sickly Beauty could easily make it acknowledge her. This was the combination of wisdom and skills. Of course, there was also the power of heaven runes. Yu confirmed that she needed the waterman's acknowledgement. She immediately summoned her grimoire and summoned the platinum-ranked Frenzy Tide. With a special skill, all the watermen on the surface of the lake froze. 3 seconds later, Yu's strength had already gained the acknowledgement of the watermen. They all sank down. However, the watermen on the shore continued to attack Yu Bing, Inan and Aman return mirror. Inan pointed her finger lightly, and the watermen surrounding her were all defeated by the rebounding force of the attack. Quake. Aman's method was different from Yu's Frenzy Tide Beast and Inan's mental energy field. She used brute force. She stomped on the ground. No matter if it was the watermen that were sinking or the shore, they all turned into mist. I haven't fought yet. Yu Bing was anxious. She did not want to not gain the acknowledgement of the watermen. She hurriedly ran along the lakeside, hoping to find the waterman that had not been defeated. After a long time, she finally found a waterman that had just emerged from the bottom of the lake. She was overjoyed and hurried over. She did not forget her manners and bowed as if she was training with someone. However, she did not know that the watermen were not living beings. They were just a projection of a heaven stairway ranker's energy. Yu Bing bowed to the watermen in the innate ranker's etiquette and said happily, I must gain their acknowledgement. Please advise me. When the watermen attacked her with the momentum of the rain, she turned her body slightly and used her palms like butterflies. She used the butterfly palm, one of the close combat skills that Yu Yang had created for her. She gathered all the attacks into her palms and condensed them into a ball. He then used his hand to guide the entire waterman into the air, turning it into a long water dragon that danced back and forth in the sky. Finally, he pointed to the sky and let his thoughts bring the water dragon straight up into the sky. When it reached its peak, it turned into raindrops and scattered on the surface of the lake. When the watermen condensed again, they had already acknowledged Yu Bing. It sank slowly. Yu Bing performed the innate ranker's etiquette again, thank you. If this is the first stage of the heaven stairway, then I will defeat all the watermen on my way to catch up to my brother. I will gain the acknowledgement of all the seniors and not let my brother down. Yu, Inan and the others were annoyed and amused at the same time. This girl was too serious. Actually, it was not a big deal if they did not get the acknowledgement of the watermen at the lowest level. These watermen to be innate rankers were too weak. The real challenge would be the Heaven Stairway martial artist's energy projection. Moreover, these watermen did not have intelligence. They were not intelligent beings at all. They were only the Heaven Stairway martial artist's energy projection. In other words, they were just shadows that were in charge of protecting the water source. If Inan had not gone into the lake to wash her hands and feet, the waterman would not have floated up from the bottom of the lake. Just when Yu was about to call Yu Bing back, she saw another waterman floating up from the bottom of the lake. That was strange. Everyone had already been acknowledged. Why was there still a fight? Could it be that Bing Air's powerful attack did not get acknowledged? Yu and Inan were puzzled. A man was ready to rush over to protect Yu Bing, and the sickly beauty was also a little curious as she put down her brush. What made them surprised was that the waterman didn't attack them at all. It only stretched out its continuously flowing hand and placed a beautiful big pearl in front of the stunned Yubing. What's going on? Yubing could not help but reach out and take the beautiful pearl. However, she could not understand why. She turned around and looked at Sickly Beauty. Maybe for thousands of years, no one has ever been as polite as you, Bing Heir. That's why you received the reward from the senior who left behind the watermen. Hee, I'm just guessing. Maybe you put in the most effort, so you received the highest acknowledgement and received the reward. No matter what, it's a good thing to receive a reward. Come, let me see what kind of pearl this is. It looks pretty good. Sickly Beauty smiled and waved at Yubing. Okay. Yubing hurriedly bowed to the sinking waterman. Thank you. When Yubing ran back, she handed over the beautiful pearl. Sickly Beauty smiled and shook her head. She did not take it. She reached out and gently stroked Yubing's head. Good Bing Heir, this is not an ordinary pearl. It's a pearl that will forever belong to you. It's a gift from that senior. It should be the heavenly pearl of illusion, which is even more precious than the meteor fall pearl. I can't see its specific function. I'm afraid only your brother knows. Bing Heir, you can do it. For a hard-working child like you, the heaven stairway will be a blessing for you. Yubing looked at the heavenly pearl of illusion in her hand in surprise. She looked up at the sky and thought of Yu Yang, brother, Bing Heir will work hard. Wait for me. Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia, and Princess Sisai climbed up to 3,000 steps. The two girls were slightly tired. They stopped to rest. Shui Wuxia saw Yu Yang looking down and laughed. Don't look anymore, go back and look at Bing Heir, she needs your encouragement now. Yu Yang looked at Princess Xianxia, the tigress. Princess Xianxia nodded her head in agreement. Go back and tell them about the experience of climbing up here. Above 1,000 steps, it's different from below. The higher you go, the harder it is. It's best if you give them a stairway to heaven plan. The two girls decided to return to Yu Yang's grimoire world to rest, so that it wouldn't affect Yu Yang being a good brother. When Yu Yang went down the stairway, he realized that Yubing and the others had already climbed up to the 600th step. They were resting on the platform at the 600th step. Yubing and Anan were still fine after climbing up to the 600th step, but Sickly Beauty and Yu were exhausted, especially Yu. After obtaining the approval of the Windman at the 600th step, she collapsed on the platform, unable to move. The stairway to heaven had its own sun, moon, and stars. At this moment, it was already night time. Sickly Beauty decided to set up camp and continue working hard tomorrow. Coincidentally, Yu Yang came down from above and appeared in front of everyone in surprise. Yubing cheered and threw herself into her brother's arms. Anan also jumped up, but her arms were gone. She mischievously jumped onto Yu Yang's back, ignoring Sickly Beauty and Yu's gazes. She kissed him a few times, barely able to express the joy in her heart. Yu Yang saw that Yu's clothes were drenched in sweat. She was exhausted, but she still forced herself to stand up. He quickly asked her to sit down, rest well. He then asked casually, how was it? What did you gain? He did not know that Yubing had obtained the dream heavenly jewel on the 100th step, and was only casually asking about everyone's training. Unexpectedly, he asked the right question. Yubing smiled and took out the heavenly orb of dreams, showing it to her brother. Even Anan summoned the spirit mirror, which had leveled up after the battle on the 500th step, to show Yu Yang the results of her cultivation. Sickly Beauty and Yu looked at each other and smiled. Yubing and Anan were still children, but it was no wonder that they were happy. Although one could defeat the guardians of each level by cultivating on the stairway, one might not be able to obtain the best rewards like Yubing. If the rune fusion reward was like Anan's spirit mirror, it would be extremely lucky. It was also because these two girls had put in the most effort to cultivate on every level that they were able to obtain the recognition of the Heaven Stairway martial artists. What Yubing obtained was a holy ranked orb. Anan also obtained a pretty good one. It was a rune fusion that was very useful for improving the spirit mirror. 2 hours ago, at the 500th step, Anan used the spirit mirror to cleverly defeat the Lightman, obtaining the greatest recognition. A Lightman's projection dissipated, and its energy and the runes on its body automatically fused with the spirit mirror, becoming a part of the spirit mirror, allowing it to improve further. Although this reward was not as good as the holy orb of dreams that Yu Bing had, it was still very good. It was because of the second reward. Sickly Beauty and Yu could officially confirm it. If they obtained the greatest recognition in the battle on the stairway platform, they would have the chance to obtain the different rewards left by the Heaven Stairway seniors. Really? You guys are really amazing. Yu Yang was a little embarrassed when he heard this. He only cared about rushing up and did not stop to take the test. He did not know there was such a reward. With regards to Yinan's spirit mirror, Yu Yang repeatedly praised, making the little girl feel sweet in her heart. However, her mouth carried a little regret. It's a pity that Sister Yu and Sister Wu Hen haven't leveled up yet. Sickly Beauty quickly comforted her. Maybe the rewards for the 200th, 300th, 400th and 600th steps have been taken. There's nothing we can do about it. There are more rewards after that. We will try our best to get the rewards and improve. In fact, this is not only a matter of strength, but also adaptability and luck. Even if you get the highest recognition from the guardian of the stairway platform, if the reward isn't suitable for the cultivator's attributes, I think the reward won't be given out casually. That's why, other than strength, you also need to be compatible and lucky. Yu nodded. Yes, this is just the beginning. The rewards might get better and better later on. Anan, of course, agreed with this statement. The higher the ranking, the better the reward. Of course, Bing Air's Dream Pearl is an exception. Her pearl is much better than my rune fusion. It's a sage-level treasure. Yu Bing looked at her brother, hoping that he would say something. Yu Yang did not speak immediately. Instead, he turned the pearl around and looked at it. He did not stop even after a long time. Yu Bing and the rest held their breaths and waited, afraid that they would interrupt his observation. The Dream Pearl is indeed the Dream Pearl, but there's a kind of power in it. It's a little like the power of the law, and also a little like divine power. I can't tell for now. The energy is very pure. This is something that normal sage-level treasures do not have. Yu Yang realized that his Heaven Eye's divine vision could not see through the pearl. When Yu Bing heard this, she was so excited that she almost jumped up. That means, it's a transcendent saint-level dream heavenly jewel? Yinan was full of envy as she cried out in surprise. Brother, here. Yu Bing decided to give this pearl to her brother. In her heart, the best things should be given to her brother. Moreover, this was obtained by herself, so it represented her feelings. It was the most suitable gift for her brother. Yu Yang did not reject Yu Bing's kindness. He took it and kissed Yu Bing's little hand before putting the dream pearl back into her hand. I have a feeling that the energy in this pearl will be very useful to you in the future. Not only can it increase your strength, but it can also increase the strength of the green light tree demoness. I haven't finished researching it yet. Bing Air, keep it with you for now. I'll take it out when I find a way to store energy. Besides, this illusionary heavenly orb is extremely beneficial for your mental energy cultivation and your comprehension of the domain. When Yu Bing saw that Yu Yang gave the pearl to her again, she felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. This was also a gift from her brother to her. In any case, listening to her brother was the right thing to do. She carefully placed the pearl in her pocket and nodded firmly at her brother. A man carried a huge bucket of water and ran back. She had gone to fetch water for everyone. When she saw Yu Yang returning from above, she hurriedly quickened her pace. The corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up into an arc of a smile. Because she had a healthy competition with Red and Duo, and lived with Sickly Beauty, Yu, Inan and Yu Bing for a long time. Her human emotions were improving rapidly. If it was the previous barbarian cow, she would not be able to understand human emotions like joy, anger, sadness, and happiness, let alone love and hate. In her daily life, a man learned from Red and Duo. In terms of perfection, she was not as good as Red and Duo, but she learned very quickly. Now, she was not much different from a human girl. Other than having two beautiful horns and being taller than Yu Yang, she was more perfect than a human girl in other aspects. Everyone is tired. Let's go to the stream over there to take a bath. Yu Yang carried Sickly Beauty. He originally wanted to carry Yu, but Yu rejected him. She said that she would just take a bath in the tent and did not want to go to the stream. I'm the first. Yu Bing did not have this kind of feeling at all. There was also a lake in the small garden. When she was tired from training, she would often swim with her brother. She did not have the kind of awkward thoughts that Yu had. She and Anan ran to the stream 3 kilometers away and changed into the small swimsuits designed by Yu Yang. They jumped into the cool stream. When Yu Yang came back with Sickly Beauty, they had already been playing with each other for a long time, like two little mermaids in the mountain stream. Looking at Yu Yang's back from afar, Yu Yu's jade face slightly blushed. After a man finished pouring the water, she took off her sweaty clothes and soaked herself in the bathtub. Actually, she also wanted to go with them, but she could not bring herself to do it. She was not like Yu Bing, that little girl, who did not have any strange thoughts in her heart. If it was only her and Yu Yang, maybe she would be soft-hearted and let him carry her. Or, if there was no Yu Bing and Anan, and only Sickly Beauty, it would not be so awkward. When facing Yu Bing, it was easy for her to think of their sibling relationship, so she did not want to be too close to Yu Yang, as if it was a great sin to be even slightly close to him. You go and take a bath too, I can do it alone. Yu knew that she had already won the recognition of defeating the Wind Man, and there would not be any more danger. However, a man listened to Yu Yang's orders and was loyal to her duty, and would not leave. Although she knew that Yu Yu was Yu Yang's sister, and it would not be a problem for her to listen to Yu Yu, she still had to listen to Yu Yang's orders. This was her principle. After a carefree bath, Yu Bing changed into her pajamas and habitually went to sleep with Anan. Yu Yu hinted to her to sleep with her tonight. But this girl did not understand at all. Her brother was definitely going to do something inappropriate with Anan and Traceless tonight. How could this girl be there too? Seeing that Yu Bing did not understand, Yu Yu felt dizzy. In the end, she decided to ignore it and not let her perverted brother disturb her. Yu Yu said that she was tired and decided to go to bed early. Surprisingly, even though she was really tired, she could not fall asleep. She tossed and turned, her mind was always full of distracting thoughts, and she could not fall asleep. Yu Yang lifted the curtain and walked in, giving Yu Yu a fright. What are you doing? I'm already asleep. Yu Yu turned her back, not daring to look at Yu Yang. I'm massaging your leg. If you don't recover soon, you will be in pain for the whole day tomorrow. Yu Yang sat down and Yu Yu quickly shook her head and waved her hand. No need, I'm fine. You should go check on Bing Er. Bing Er and the rest are already asleep. Sickly Beauty came in and smiled. She massaged us at the stream just now. Otherwise, Bing Er would not have fallen asleep so quickly. She sat beside Yu Yu and pulled up the blanket, revealing Yu Yu's curled feet. Relax. Yu Yang reached out and touched Yu Yu. She trembled as if she had been electrocuted. She really wanted to run away, but she was too weak to do so. Yu Yu knew that Sickly Beauty came to comfort her. She was touched and the awkwardness disappeared. In addition, Yu Yang ignored her rejection, which made her feel helpless. She could only suppress her embarrassment and try to relax her body, no longer rejecting her brother's kindness. Sickly Beauty talked to Yu Yu while massaging her feet, to reduce her embarrassment. Yu Yang said that he was massaging her feet, but in fact, he was transferring innate qi to Yu Yu's body. In order to get rid of her exhausted energy and relax her muscles, it was impossible to do so without some physical contact. Yu Yu pretended that nothing had happened. Under the massage of Yu Yang's fiery big hands, she felt waves of comfort and relaxation in her body. An incomparably cool energy spread from her feet, and wherever it passed, her fatigue disappeared. After the energy had circulated through her body a few times, Yu Yu already felt sleepy. Unknowingly, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. The last thing she felt was someone slowly laying her curled-up body flat and carefully covering her with a blanket. He didn't even forget to tuck in the blankets, as gentle as water. Before he left, he even planted a light kiss on his forehead. A gentle energy spread along with the kiss, forming a ripple that signified the beginning of a sweet dream. Who did this? Was it Traceless, or was it her brother? Yu Yu couldn't think and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Yu Yu saw Yu Yang yawning as he came out of the tent. She couldn't help but glare at him. Serves him right. He must have fooled around with Anan and Traceless for a long time last night. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had so little sleep. However, her heart ached for his health and she quickly brought him the breakfast that she had prepared. She couldn't ignore this fellow. It was fine when he fought, but he was like a child who didn't grow up and didn't know how to take care of himself. When he reached out to take it, Yu hit him lightly and said, "Lazy bum, go wash up." When he came back after washing up, Yu handed him the food and looked around to make sure no one was around. She warned him in a low voice, "Don't ever enter my tent again, understand?" Yu Yang hurriedly explained, "Traceless was there last night too." Not even if she was there. Yu knew that Yu Yang was doing this to comfort her, but even so, it was still a little embarrassing. "Then I'll sneak in and no one will know." Yu Yang's words made Yu's face turn red. This was cheating, and no one knew. What did he mean? However, she couldn't refute Yu Yang's words. She felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation in her heart, which made her hate herself. In the end, she had no choice but to bite her lower lip and weakly warn him, "Don't mess around." "What are you talking about?" Sickly Beauty walked over and asked casually. "Nothing, I was asking him about the challenge in the heavenly realm." Yu was afraid that this fellow would spill the beans, so she quickly changed the topic. "Oh right, I think climbing the heaven stairway is more promising than training in the heavenly realm. Why don't we bring them back?" Yu Yang clapped his hands. With Fatty Hai and the other's strength, staying in the heavenly realm was not a good idea. If they were discovered by the guys from the central shrine, they might be killed instantly. Therefore, it was safer to return to the Tong Tian Tower and the heaven stairway to train. If it was not possible, he could throw them to the old guys in Conqueror City for training. I don't think they will be willing to come. Firstly, it's because of their strength. Secondly, it's more deserted here. Other than the test of the energy shadow on the platform, if they stay on the heaven stairway, there will be no battles at all. It doesn't suit their personalities. Sickly Beauty didn't think that Fatty Hai and the others would like to climb the heaven stairway. The heavenly realm is not good. It's dangerous. This place is the best. We can fight and rest. Inan felt that this place was the most suitable for training. Everyone's training method is different. Everyone has their own advantages. Yu Yang also felt that Sickly Beauty's words made sense. He decided to throw Fatty Hai and Yi Kong and the others to Conqueror City after going up to the heavenly realm. That way, they would be safe and they could improve under the guidance of those old guys, killing two birds with one stone. As for Bao Er, Lu Yi, and the others, it seemed that it was better to bring them back because they were too weak. If they were not careful, their lives would be in danger. Besides, they were not the main combat type, so there was no need for them to take risks in the heavenly realm. It was more suitable to bring them back to the heaven stairway to train. In the heaven stairway, there might be a reward every 100 steps. Not to mention Bao Er's lucky star. If Lu Yi could get a reward here and improve her strength, maybe he could bring her to try out the Divine Grimoire shield. Contracting the Divine Grimoire was something that Yu Yang would never forget. If he didn't know, it was fine. The problem was that the Divine Grimoire was waiting for him to contract it. Of course, he had to act as soon as possible. Yu Yang returned to the Western Heaven Realm. He found that the campsite had been reduced to ashes. Although the battle was over, the flames were still burning. Not only the campsite, but the surrounding areas had also been reduced to ruins. What surprised Yu Yang was that this time, the three trial teams, Ba Huang, Shui Yuan and Zhang Ge, had won. At the very least, the Dark World's fallen warriors had been temporarily repelled. Under the premonition that the Dark World's fallen warriors would attack, the three trial teams had joined forces. It was a pre-war counterattack. After paying a huge price, they had finally defeated and repelled the Dark World's fallen warriors. Third young master, if it wasn't for your information, I'm afraid we. Lord Ling Yun was very grateful for Yu Yang's secret return. Indeed, if it wasn't for Yu Yang's warning to Fatty Hai and Yi Kong, not to mention Lord Ling Yun, the entire Ba Huang team and even the entire campsite would have been annihilated. What do you guys think next? Do you want to enter the trial or leave this place? Yu Yang asked. We've decided to go in and have a look. Lord Ling Yun and Tu Hai didn't know about it before, but now that they knew that it wasn't some secret treasure waiting to be excavated by future generations, but a trial ground in the heaven realm that was hidden from the outside world by the central temple. They wanted to challenge themselves again. It was fine if they did not have the treasure. Since there were so many people, they could not divide it equally. It would be good to go in and challenge themselves to see how many stages they could pass. Maybe they could even break through in the trial. At the same time, they had another idea, which was to leave the group. It was very likely that they would be surrounded by the Dark World's fallen warriors. Instead of taking the risk of leaving, it was better to go in and challenge the group. All right. Yu Yang looked at Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tianlang, Prince of Tian Luo and the Li brothers. They also decided to go in for the trial. Seeing that Yu Yang still had something to say, Lord Ling Yun and the others took their leave. The choice between the Heaven Stairway and the Heaven Realm trial. Yu Yang explained the situation. After some discussion, Shui Tianlang represented them and made the decision to stay and participate in the trial. It was not that the stairway to heaven was bad, but it was mainly because the stairway to heaven was located in the heaven-reaching tower. If there was a chance in the future, he could enter it to cultivate at any time. This time's trial in the heaven realm was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, there would not be so many people competing together in the future. There would also not be the death pressure from the Dark World's corrupted warriors, forcing the participants to advance. Yu Yang was not surprised by such a decision. First, he reminded Grey Wolf to pay attention to everyone's safety, and then briefly explained the situation of the first stage, Rain Valley. The first trial is the Rain Valley. In the Rain Valley, there was a rule that forbade one from summoning beasts. Otherwise, one would suffer an attack that was 3 times as powerful. Furthermore, this kind of attack would never stop until all the summoned beasts were dead. This was the real reason why it was said that those under the heaven rank couldn't live for more than 10 minutes. In addition to not being able to summon beasts or fly, if anyone wanted to fly, they would definitely be restricted by the rules. If they flew more than a kilometer in the air, they would be punished by lightning. Also, the Rain Valley is like a maze, but there is a fixed route. You must follow the route, or else you will get lost. It is strictly forbidden to leave the fixed route by jumping through space or teleporting. Otherwise, you will be severely punished by the rules. Those who are slightly weaker will be turned into ashes. Yu Yang would not tell Lord Ling Yun and the others, but to his own team, he would naturally tell them the truth, lest they violate the rules and die on the spot. Scary. Fatty Hai's face turned pale when he heard this. He was not afraid of strong enemies, but he was afraid of the power of the rules, which could easily kill people. I can draw a map of the Rain Valley labyrinth. Once you have the map, if Ling Yun and Tu Hai want to pass through the labyrinth, they will have to do their best to protect you. Yu Yang used heaven runes to draw a map and pointed it out. Only when Grey Wolf nodded in understanding did he stop. So, Lord Ling Yun and the others don't know how to use heaven runes? Prince of Tian Luo immediately caught this point. Don't talk about them, even the Vice Hall Masters from the Central Shrine don't know how to use heaven runes. Although heaven runes are not like ancient runes and immemorial runes, they are still very rare. In the heaven realm, heaven runes used to be a common rune. But now, other than a few super warriors, most of the heaven realm's heaven runes are worse than our Tong Tian towers. In other words, heaven runes are almost lost in the heaven realm. In the Rain Valley, there are many places with directions to the heaven runes. You can take the opportunity to learn them. Some of the heaven runes diagrams are very mysterious. If you can learn them in the Rain Valley, it will definitely be very helpful in the future. Yu Yang explained. Understood. Yi Kong always believed in Yu Yang unreservedly. Are there any bosses guarding the stages? Fatty Hai was more concerned about this question. Yes, there is an old man. He is an old senior of our Tong Tian Tower. I estimate that he has lived for at least 20,000 years. I don't know what he did, but he was imprisoned in the Rain Valley's pavilion. When you see him, you must be respectful. If you have good wine, give it to him. If the old drunkard gives you a few pointers, you will benefit for the rest of your lives. When you go to his place, you don't have to worry about your lives. As a senior, he will take care of you. This is also the main reason why I let you go to the trials with ease. The first stage is already very difficult. If you pass it, then the second stage is the Wind Valley. It is the opposite of the Rain Valley. The rules state that the trials must fly in the sky while resisting great pressure. If you step on the ground, you will be punished. Let's not talk anymore. You can pass the first stage first. Yu Yang chatted with Shui Tanlang and the others about the Heaven Stairway. When he talked about you being obtaining the Dream Pearl in the Heaven Stairway's 100 Steps trial, everyone was excited and cheered. After I pass the first 3 stages of the trial grounds, I'll return to the Heaven Stairway. I'll take all the rewards below 10,000 steps. Fatty Hai said. Rather than saying that he was ambitious, it would be better to say that he was greedy. Dream on. Yi Kong, who was his sworn enemy, snorted. If I can't pass the first 3 stages, I will not return to Tong Tian Tower. Shui Tanlang made up his mind. Even if he had to go back, he would return to his hometown with glory. We can't do anything about an 8 elder for now. However, domain and quasi-heaven rank, or even heaven rank, are our goals now. We must achieve this in the heaven realm. Prince of Tianluo was also ambitious. He had Yu Yang's guidance for his cultivation and his senior's care for the trials. If he didn't work hard, wouldn't it be a waste of time? No matter what, he had to comprehend the real domain and climb to quasi-heaven rank. Then, he would return to the Gate of Life and Death or the Heaven Stairway to climb to the innate elder's super difficult life goal. Don't worry. If something happens and I am not there, you should go back to Conqueror City first. There are many old men there, so it should be safe. It's not a bad idea to ask them for advice. Yu Yang also pointed out a way to cultivate, which was the Conqueror City built by Queen Vivian Li in the Heaven Realm. Although Lord Ling Yun and Tu Hai were a little regretful that third young master Yu did not go to the trials together, they were secretly shocked. Yu Yang did not say much, but he revealed some information. The information about passing the trials had been given to Fatty Hai and Yi Kong. What did this mean? Third young master Yu had already passed the trial and returned. How long had it been since he left? Lord Ling Yun, Tu Hai, and the others couldn't help but respect Yu Yang even more when they thought of this. The leaders of the 8 barons felt strange. Ling Yun was usually very arrogant. What happened to him today? Was there something special about this mysterious young man that they couldn't see clearly? They all wanted to get to know Yu Yang, but they didn't have the chance. Yu Yang personally sent Fatty Hai and Yi Kong's team into the trials and then left. Although Lord Ling Yun and Tu Hai didn't say anything, they secretly looked at each other and decided to follow the footsteps of Fatty Hai and the others. First, they had to protect them because they were the third young master's family and friends. If they were hurt, it would be impossible for the third young master to make friends with them. Second, Fatty Hai and Yi Kong had information about passing the trials. It was very likely that they had a map. Following them would save time and effort. When the 3 teams of 8 barons, Snowfield and Zhangge, as well as some surviving individuals, all entered the trials. The fallen warriors of the Dark World had appeared. But now, they were a little hesitant. Should they chase after them, or wait outside? They had suffered a strong counterattack from the camp and suffered heavy casualties. Their strength was greatly reduced. If they chased after them, they might be in danger of being annihilated. What are you worried about? Our 2 hall masters and 5 elders have all entered and are waiting to ambush them. What you need to do is to give them some pressure and not let them retreat. Do you really think that we need your strength to succeed? What a joke. We are just giving you a chance, understand? Without you, we can easily complete our mission. Out of mercy and forgiveness, we are giving you sinners a chance to atone for your sins. Go in immediately, all of you. An elder of the central shrine who was at the peak of heaven rank level 5 appeared. Although his strength wasn't stronger than the leader of the fallen warriors of the Dark World, his status was enough for him to arrogantly scold the other party. Alright, I hope that after enough sacrifices are made, we can exchange for our wives and children, women and children, the elderly and the weak. The leader of the Dark World's 10 great leaders stood out. He made his decision, leading the group into the training ground. When all of them entered, the elder of the central shrine laughed. What a group of fools. In the ruins of the camp, there were still a large number of logistic servants. At the entrance, there were also some soldiers stationed. The elder of the central shrine flew high in the sky coldly and mercilessly, condensing a few huge energy light balls. He confidently threw them down, blowing the soldiers who were respectfully paying their respects on the ground, as well as the logistics servants who were left behind by the three big teams who didn't know about the situation, into pieces. The elder, who looked kind on the surface, saw the devastation that he had personally created and laughed proudly. Western Heaven Realm, let's be chaotic, the more chaotic the better. How can the Heaven Realm lack blood and fire? A Heaven Realm without war, so peaceful, so stable, can it still be called the Heaven Realm? Lunatic! A shout rang out amidst the laughter, like a flash of lightning in the darkness. Who is it? The kind-looking elder turned around in shock. He saw a man and two women flying towards him from afar. Among them, there was a woman dressed like a swordsman, who was staring at him with a sharp gaze. It seemed like she was the one who spoke just now. The kind-looking elder's face turned ugly, even his face was a little distorted. A mere quasi-heaven rank insect actually dared to scold him? Just as he was about to kill the other party, he suddenly realized that the sword that the other party raised was a divine sword. He was immediately shocked. Divine weapon? Where did you get your sword? How can you have a divine sword? The temple elder who stayed behind wanted to reveal his identity to intimidate the other party. He didn't expect that Princess Sisai wouldn't give him the chance at all. She raised the prison emperor divine sword above her head and unleashed her domain of power. The entire sky darkened in an instant. Dark clouds surged and the azure dragon could be faintly seen. In the end, a bolt of lightning tore through the entire sky. High up in the sky, dozens of lightning bolts fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Under the control of Princess Xianxia's mind, those lightning bolts linked together, forming an incomparably mysterious lightning Chinese knot that Yu Yang had designed for her. This lightning China knot. It was actually a China knot, the silk knot. The Azure Dragon Holy Force's lightning bolts linked together to form a silk knot, trapping the temple elder in an instant. Child's play. The temple elder had never seen this kind of battle before, much less this kind of lightning diagram. He was secretly shocked, but on the surface, he looked on arrogantly. With a wave of his hand, he erupted with the power of a heaven-ranked level 4. If Princess Sisai didn't have a divine sword in her hand, he wouldn't have done this at all. Because in his eyes, Princess Sisai was only a quasi-heaven ranker. Using the power of a heaven-ranked level 4 to fight against a quasi-heaven ranker, who was even a female, in his heart, raising his power to heaven-ranked level 4 was a kind of humiliation. The temple elder first drew 6 arcs of light, using them to protect his body. Then he condensed a lightning ball. He violently crushed it and let it explode in his hands. He firmly believed that in the storm caused by the explosion of the lightning ball, the complicated lightning diagram would completely collapse. This was the power of a heaven-ranked level 4, how could a quasi-heaven ranker resist it? The moment the lightning ball exploded, the temple elder quickly condensed a fire spear and threw it out quickly, intending to kill Princess Sisai before Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia could come to her rescue. Azure Dragon Knot. Princess Sisai shouted. The lightning China knot condensed by the Azure Dragon Holy Force had a trace of lightning connected to the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. When Princess Sisai raised the Divine Sword, the lightning China knot immediately tightened. The lightning ball explosion was completely ineffective against the Azure Dragon Holy Force's lightning chain. The 6 arcs of light drawn by the Temple Elder also shattered. Under the strangling of the lightning chain condensed by the Azure Dragon Saint power, even the power of a heaven-ranked level 4 couldn't resist it. Not to mention the lightning Chinese knot that Yu Yang had designed for Princess Xianxia. He even hid various heaven runes on the lightning chain of the Azure Dragon Saint power. When the Temple Elder saw this, he was stunned. By the time he reacted and escaped, it was already too late. The Azure Dragon Saint Energy's chain lightning had wrapped around his body, terrifying electric currents crackling on his body. At the moment when the Temple Elder's entire body was paralyzed, Princess Xianxian, who was in the sky, ignored the fire spears and heavily slashed down with her sword. The fire spear was cut in half by the Prison Emperor Divine Sword in Princess Sisai's hands. It was then destroyed by the power of the Divine Sword. And the deity Templar elders below watched in horror as Princess Xianxian's sword slashed down, blood splashed everywhere. Princess Sisai waved her sword and cut the Temple Elder in half. From head to toe, the enemy's corpse was perfectly cut in half. be careful. Yu Yang reminded her. Scram. Princess Sisai also knew that it wouldn't be easy to kill a temple elder. The one she killed just now was probably a shadow substitute or a substitute beast. She held her sword horizontally by her side and activated her six senses. Once she realized that there was a shadow attacking her from behind, she immediately turned around and waved her sword, cutting the shadow into two again. What a sharp divine sword. It is indeed a divine equipment. Thousands of meters away, the temple elder pretended to be cool as he stood there. There was a small cut between his eyebrows, and a drop of blood seeped out. If it wasn't for the substitute beast dying in his place just now, with the dangerous situation just now, under the combined attack of the divine sword and the azure dragon knot, it was extremely possible that he would have severely injured. The shrine elder who managed to escape was secretly shocked, but on the surface, he pretended as if nothing had happened and sneered, "Junior, don't think that you can kill me just because you have a divine sword. With just you three brats, you are still far from being able to do so." With a point of his finger, another 10 shadows formed an encirclement. At the same time, they attacked Princess Sisai. As a temple elder, he wasn't afraid of a one-on-one fight. If the two people in front of him didn't come forward to help, he was confident that he could defeat this girl within a few moves. He might even be able to snatch the divine sword. Was there anyone who had more summoned beasts than the elders of the central shrine? Forget about those below heaven rank, even if they had heaven rank beasts, the central shrine never lacked elders. After the 10 shadows left, another 2 heaven rank level 2 Thunder Rock Giants were summoned. As the Thunder Rock Giants shouted and activated their defense, another 3 heaven rank level 1 Wind Blade Eagles flew out and charged into the sky. Together with the 10 substitute beasts, they surrounded Princess Sisai. As for the quasi-heaven rank poisonous slender waist bees, they summoned 30 of them at once. The sky was filled with beasts, dazzling people's eyes. At this moment, the temple elder stretched out a finger and pointed at Princess Sisai. A ray of silver light, 10 times faster than lightning, shot towards Princess Sisai's heart with a long tail of flame. With so many attacks, the temple elder didn't think that a quasi-heaven ranker could handle it. Even if she could handle it, she would definitely be flustered. However, reality told him he was wrong. Princess Sisai stretched the Prison Emperor divine sword forward and used the sword's spine to deflect the silver light. The ground shook and a huge black tortoise appeared from the ground. Its ice was like a sword, piercing through the sky. Although the 2 Thunder Rock Giants didn't freeze, their movements were slow like snails. The Windblade Eagles in the sky swooped down, but all of them flew up into the sky. With a turn of the Prison Emperor divine sword, the 10 quasi-heaven rank substitute beasts were cut in half, just like the one that attacked Princess Sisai previously. The black tortoise on the ground raised its head. It spat out a mouthful of cold white air. The 3 poisonous slender waist bees that were hit fell to the ground. Those that weren't hit immediately fled in all directions. Die. The white tiger's image appeared above Princess Sisai's head. At this moment, she became the strongest white tiger girl. With a leap slash, the Prison Emperor divine sword split open the head of a Thunder Rock Giant like cutting a bean. Under the accurate judgment of her 6 senses, the divine sword directly cut the gigantic magic crystal inside the head in half. In a split second, Princess Sisai turned around and stabbed the Prison Emperor divine sword in her hand. It mysteriously stabbed the other Thunder Rock Giant's face. The divine sword chi just happened to pierce through the other gigantic magic crystal. The 2 Thunder Rock Giants instantly lost their ability to fight and fell to the ground. Princess Sisai was unforgiving. She jumped up like a tiger and waved her sword towards the temple elder. "Do you think I'm afraid of you? If not for the divine sword, you wouldn't even be a fart." Until now, the temple elder only thought that Princess Sisai was relying on the sharpness of the divine sword. Vermilion bird dance. Princess Sisai spun her body and danced with her sword. She danced gracefully like a vermilion bird circling in the sky. The Prison Emperor divine sword became her beautiful wings. The sword chi that soared to the sky was like a whirlwind. The temple elder was secretly on guard, but on the surface he mocked, "Pfft, you can even kill people by dancing? What a flashy trick. Eh?" In the instant he cried out, a sword pierced through his ribs. It was originally aimed at his heart, but due to the strange change in the temple elder's body, his heart managed to avoid being pierced by the divine sword. However, 3 of his ribs had already been severed by the divine sword in time. The shadow of death struck the temple elder's heart. He didn't even have the time to use his substitute beast and was almost killed by the opponent. Only now did he realize that the beautiful dance posture was only the opponent's afterimage. The opponent's real body had already flown behind him and launched a fatal attack. Luckily she only had the strength of a quasi-heaven ranker. Otherwise, this sword would definitely take his life. If she had enough strength to stop him for a second, then he would be finished. The temple elder who had escaped death became angry out of humiliation. His body kept changing shape and his strength exploded at the same time. As he struggled free from the divine sword's horizontal slash, he extended his long claws and grabbed towards Princess Sisai's head. Clap clap clap, Princess Sisai had fought with Yu Yang countless of times. Her close combat skills were even higher than Shui Wuxia's. If the temple elder used energy to fight, it would be normal for him to send Princess Sisai flying. However, if they were to compete in close combat skills, then he would be crushed. Princess Sisai turned around and kicked the temple elder's lower abdomen. Using the force to turn around, she used her other leg to hang upside down. The sword chi swept across the temple elder's abdomen, chest, neck and face, leaving an obvious sword mark. The temple elder felt pain and his claw missed. Princess Sisai bent her elbow and swept across the temple elder's nose. She then kicked her sword and slashed towards the temple elder's face. A few strands of hair and half of his ear were cut off by the divine sword. The temple elder escaped 1,000 meters away. When he touched his nose, he realized that his hand was full of blood. Only now did he know that this female swordsman was not to be trifled with. Her close combat skills were simply superb. Not bad. This is slightly interesting. The temple elder smiled without a care. As he spoke, his body transformed rapidly. He turned into a monster with 6 eyes, 3 horns, 4 arms, and 2 wings. His severed ear and broken nose were covered in a few seconds. The serious wound on his body that was pierced by the divine sword was also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a minute, the temple elder who had transformed into a monster had completely recovered. On the surface, it looked as if he had never been injured by Princess Sisai. In the end, he even narcissistically took out a mirror and looked at himself. Then, he narcissistically smiled at the mirror. Princess Sisai was about to vomit. How did this guy survive in the heaven realm? He even managed to become an elder of the central shrine. Even the arrogant He who was much better than him, Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia looked at each other and felt that something was amiss. They reminded Princess Sisai to be careful. If it wasn't for Princess Sisai's insistence to challenge him first, Yu Yang would have rushed up and hacked this narcissistic guy to death. Of course, Yu Yang also knew that the improvement of Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai was very important. Their battle power was not only in the past, but also in the future. It would also affect the outcome of the battle. The faster they improved and the stronger they were, the higher the possibility of him challenging the central shrine. Not to mention other things, just the dual cultivation would be helpful to Yu Yang. If they were already at the Elder Innate Realm, would Yu Yang still need to worry about breaking through to the Elder Innate Realm? Would he still need to worry about not being able to summon the Divine Grimoire? Previously, I didn't understand you, so I let you kids be arrogant for a while. However, this doesn't mean anything. On the contrary, this is just the beginning of your tragic failure. The ugly Divine Templar Elder who had turned into a monster sneered sinisterly, I'll let you see my true ability. After you guys witness my power, you guys will definitely regret coming to this world. My enemies are destined to end in tragedy. Princess Sisai didn't say anything. She held the Prison Emperor Divine Sword tightly, carefully guarding against the enemy's attack. Almighty Magic Mirror, please tell me, what is the use of my eyes? That temple elder narcissistically admired himself in the magic mirror. Yu Yang couldn't help but vomit. If it was a beautiful girl, it would be fine. If it really wasn't possible, it would be better if it was a handsome guy looking at himself in the mirror. However, an ugly monster holding a mirror and acting coquettishly was really unbearable. Shui Wuxia didn't care about Yu Yang's antics. She spread out her divine sense domain and secretly protected Princess Sisai, not letting her, who was challenging a strong enemy, get hurt. both she and Yu Yang had judged wrongly. If that temple elder attacked, not only Shui Wuxia, even Yu Yang would block him. Even if Princess Sisai couldn't get the biggest challenge, he still didn't want her to be in danger. However, that temple elder didn't attack Princess Sisai. He only stretched out his claws and caressed her face. At the same time, he dug out her two bloody eyes. "Io!" Princess Sisai screamed in pain. She covered her eyes. Although she didn't look injured, her eyes seemed to have suffered great damage. Tears flowed out, and she couldn't open her eyes at all. When her eyes were injured, Princess Sisai, who had sharp senses, was in more pain than an ordinary person. Although she was injured, she didn't panic. She covered her eyes with one hand and used the prison emperor divine sword to protect herself, preventing the enemy's sneak attack. "Motherf *Ker, I will kill you." Yu Yang was extremely furious. He wanted to kill the enemy with a single slash, but out of concern for his precious darling, he first flew up and hugged Princess Xianxia, even though he was so angry that his heart and lungs were about to explode. "Calm down." Shui Wuxia persuaded Yu Yang, who was about to go berserk. She analyzed calmly, this person's inherent skill or some kind of skill is damage resonance. If he injures himself, or if we attack him, Xianxia will be hurt. Actually, we should have been aware of this when we saw his super fast recovery just now. Don't touch him first, let's bring Princess Sisai away from here. This kind of inherent skill should have a certain distance. Yu Yang wanted to hug Princess Sisai, but Princess Sisai struggled free and waved her hand. "It's okay, my eyes are only in pain, they aren't really injured." "Just nice, in this kind of situation, I can train my six senses. Even if I don't use my eyes, I can still fight. The enemies in the future will only become stronger and stronger. If I can't even overcome this hurdle, what will I do in the future? You guys step back a little. As long as it isn't a real injury and only a mental pain, it's nothing. I can still continue to fight. Let me try again, even if it's just a minute." Seeing that Princess Sisai was determined not to admit defeat, and in order to improve, she swore to challenge until the end. Shui Wuxia and Yu Yang had no choice but to agree. In reality, Princess Sisai's eyes weren't really injured, she just couldn't see for the time being. Moreover, her mental pain was the same as digging her eyes out. 6 records inherent skill, it's been a long time since I could improve it. Today, I'll take it as an opportunity. Princess Sisai clenched her teeth, enduring the pain. She let her tears flow freely down her face, but opened her arms, as if she wanted to use her remaining 5 senses to embrace the heaven and earth. She had a premonition that if she could fight under such conditions, she believed that her 6 records inherent skill would definitely improve. Although it was painful, the opportunity to improve was right in front of her. In order to become stronger, for the sake of the ideals in her heart, in order to chase after her lover who was getting further and further away from her, she decided to continue fighting. Even without eyes, she still had her 5 senses. As long as she could sublimate her 6 senses, she would be able to fight even without eyes. Princess Sisai endured the heart-wrenching pain in her eyes. On one hand, she used her mind to resist the damage. On the other hand, she released her 5 senses to capture the enemy's information. Her ears and telepathy were raised to the limit at this moment. In Princess Sisai's heart, she could almost see the enemy. Slash. With a wave of the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, the sword chi once again accurately slashed towards the Temple Elder's head. That fellow was instantly shocked. How could she still attack without eyes? How did she capture his position? Towards the enemy, Princess Sisai knew that now was not the same as before. Her attack frequency was doubled, her momentum was like a storm, one slash after another. As long as the enemy made even the slightest mistake, he would not be able to walk away alive. Before the first sword chi disappeared, the second sword chi had already arrived, forming an endless wave of attacks. When the temple elder dodged Xianxia's consecutive slashes, he suddenly realized, not only did this female swordsman have sharp eyes, her hearing was also shockingly sharp. She must have used her hearing to capture his position. When he realized this, his face immediately revealed a sinister smile. As he rolled away to avoid the sword chi, he straightened his fingers and pierced his ears cruelly with his sharp claws. It was as if his ears weren't pierced through. The moment he pulled out his claws, he even used his claws to tear both of his ears into pieces. blood splattered in the sky. Together with the sinister smile on his face, the scene was so strange and terrifying. As expected, under his sinister, mutual damage, inherent skill, Princess Sisai covered her ears in pain, unable to continue attacking. Yu Yang was extremely angry. He really wanted to go up and chop that damn temple elder into meat paste. But Shui Wuxia hugged him, not allowing him to act rashly. She understood Princess Sisai's thoughts the best. Princess Xianxia wanted to make use of this opportunity to make a breakthrough. In fact, not only Princess Sisai, Shui Wuxia also had the same crisis in her heart. Now that Yu Yang was getting stronger and stronger, his strength was getting further and further away from everyone else. Maybe one day, he, Queen Vivian Li, Ji Zun, Night Empress and the others would step into a world higher than Heaven Realm, but everyone would not be able to keep up. They would have to stay behind in Heaven Realm, or stay in Tong Tian Tower to wait for him. This was something no one could bear. Therefore, no matter if it was Princess Sisai, Shui Wuxia, city mistress of fallen flowers, or impatience, they cultivated with all their might, hoping that they would not be left behind by Yu Yang. They hoped that they could try their best to keep up with their lover's footsteps. Without eyes and ears, let's see how you can fight. The temple elder was now more wary of Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia, because he felt that both of them were angry, giving him a terrifying feeling. If not for the fact that both of them were quasi-heaven stage, then he would not dare to provoke them so boldly. The injuries on his body were due to his physique and the combination of his war beast. He recovered very quickly. In less than a minute, his eyes were completely healed, and a new pair of eyes grew out. However, this pair of eyes was completely closed and would not open again. It was probably related to Princess Sisai's blindness. If he really recovered, Princess Sisai would also recover. Therefore, on the temple elder's body, whether it was his eyes or ears, they only recovered their shape, but not their functions. He, who had 6 eyes and 4 ears, would not be affected even if one pair of eyes and one pair of ears did not have functions. However, Princess Sisai did not have extra eyes and ears. Because of this, that was why the temple elder was fearless. Mutual creation, inherent skill, bear the pain of physical injury together with the enemy who has severely injured you in battle. The greater the pain you suffer, the greater the impact on the enemy. When the body is injured and loses certain functions, the enemy's same functions will also be affected. Princess Sisai, who had lost her sight and hearing, slowly turned around. When she turned to face the enemy, she stopped. Although she could not see or hear, she still had telepathic abilities. The enemy was right in front of her. Princess Sisai endured the pain and waved her sword. The Azure Dragon's Saint power once again condensed into a lightning China knot, Rui knot, trapping the enemy in the center of the attack. You can still find me without eyes and ears, right? All right. The temple elder made up his mind and punched his nose. It was so painful that tears and blood flew out, but he did not stop. He even took out a dagger and stuck out his snake-like tongue, cutting it off. As blood spurted out from his mouth, he laughed evilly. Without a nose, I am not affected at all. I also have 2 tongues. Even if one is damaged, I still have another. You damned brat, you want to fight with me? Ah. Princess Sisai's body swayed. The pain from her nose and tongue almost made her collapse. Her 6 senses were already 100 times sharper than ordinary people. Once her 5 senses were damaged, the pain she felt was far beyond the pain a normal person would feel when they were injured. However, when the shrine elder was acting arrogantly, she was still able to accurately shoot out a sword chi, slashing the shrine elder who was trapped in the Rui knot in half. The shrine elder immediately sacrificed a substitute beast and escaped from the lightning Rui knot. Then, he laughed complacently, it's useless. No matter how sharp the divine sword in your hand is, you can't kill me, because I have an immortal body. If you didn't have a divine weapon, I could just stand there and let you kill me. The temple elder who had turned into a monster waved the dagger in his hand and stabbed his body randomly. He also cut off 2 of his arms. Princess Sisai felt as if she had been electrocuted. She no longer had the strength to hold the prison emperor divine sword as her whole body trembled in pain. The temple elder's arms could grow back. The wounds on his body also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, Princess Sisai was on the verge of collapse due to the many mental injuries. Even if her body didn't suffer any physical injuries, the mental injuries were still extremely painful. Enough, Wu Xia, bring Xianxia away. I will kill this trash. Yu Yang couldn't bear to watch his lover suffer. Remember to help me slash a few times to calm down. Shui Wuxia didn't insist anymore. She flew to Princess Sisai's side and prepared to bend down and carry this sister who was still standing stubbornly away. However, a second later, Shui Wuxia gave up. She retreated and quickly left Princess Sisai's side, as if she was afraid of disturbing Princess Sisai. Yu Yang, who was on the verge of going berserk, also rushed over in surprise. He suppressed his excitement and looked at Princess Sisai. His expression was as if he had seen a miracle. The sky and earth changed color. The green dragon in the sky swooped down and became one with Princess Sisai. The huge green dragon's eyes shone brightly. The lightning dragon's eyes became her eyes. The ice on the ground rose up like a sword. The black tortoise drilled out from the ground and raised its head to become Princess Sisai's ears, listening to everything in the world. The raging flames came from behind Princess Sisai. The vermilion bird hugged Princess Sisai. Its wings were her arms. The strongest white tiger roared in Princess Sisai's body. All the negative reactions were instantly dispersed by the pure white tiger holy power. At the same time, Princess Sisai's energy increased by 100 times. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword that was originally floating in the sky quickly returned to Princess Sisai's hands under her will. The four symbols appeared at the same time. They became one with Princess Sisai's body. The six senses and four symbols became one like never before. Princess Sisai closed her eyes and reached out her hand to grab lightly. The temple elder, who couldn't be completely restrained even in the lightning china knot, was now grabbed by Princess Sisai from 1,000 meters away. He couldn't move at all. He struggled in fear, but it was completely useless, like an ant trying to shake a pillar. White tiger capture. Following Princess Sisai's shout, the temple elder's body involuntarily slid towards Princess Sisai's palm. When her left hand quickly grabbed the enemy's throat, Princess Sisai slashed the Prison Emperor Divine Sword in her right hand, sending the temple elder's head flying. She decapitated the enemy with one slash. After decapitating the enemy, Princess Sisai seemed to have lost all her strength. The four symbols quickly disappeared and her body softly fell to the ground. Yu Yang hurriedly went forward to hug her. When he looked closely, he realized that Princess Sisai, who had used up all her mental energy to summon the four symbols as one, had already fallen asleep in exhaustion. She had broken through the limits of the six senses and combined them with the four symbols' holy power. She used her will to completely eliminate the influence of the enemy's inherent skill and decapitated the enemy on the spot. If it wasn't for the pressure of the enemy's inherent skill, Princess Sisai would have to break through. She would probably have to do it on some other battlefield in the future. Yu Yang was happy and angry at the same time. He was happy that she was so strong. Even in such a disadvantageous situation, she still managed to break through in her training during the battle. He was angry that she was too stubborn. She obviously didn't need to suffer so much, but she insisted on challenging her limits. Let her rest well. Not only did she break through the six senses, she also seemed to have used it to understand some kind of skill. Shui Wuxia closed the Book of Truth and sighed with envy. Towards Princess Sisai, who was extremely outstanding and diligent in her training, Tigress, how could she not feel some pressure? It was also because everyone was constantly improving and each was more outstanding than the other that Shui Wuxia didn't want to fall behind and strive to improve. Tigress is too much this time. When she wakes up, I will definitely beat her up. Yu Yang checked on Princess Sisai and found that she wasn't injured at all. The white tiger holy power had completely dispelled all the negative mental injuries. She was just too tired, that's why she fell to the ground. Yu Yang was happy again. Do you think that by chopping off my head, you can kill me? On the ground, the temple elder who was beheaded by Princess Sisai. Now he stood up. He picked up the head on the ground and put it back on. Countless granules drilled out of the neck and connected to the head. The temple elder who was left with only his mouth was restored to his original uninjured appearance. Shui Wuxia smiled. She first gently waved her hand at Yu Yang, indicating that he could hand it over to her. If it really didn't work, she would give it to him. Then, she opened the Book of Truth and waited for the goddess of storms to appear behind her. Only then did Xue Wuxia slowly raise her clear eyes and looked at the proud temple elder. Next, let me experience the abilities of the central shrine elder. How about it? Before Xue Wuxia could finish her words, her figure had already appeared behind the temple elder. With lightning in her left hand and ice in her right, she penetrated the left and right ears of the temple elder. The goddess of storms followed closely behind her master and pierced the body of the temple elder, who was howling in pain with one hand. She pulled out the temple elder's demon heart and crushed it. It shattered into pieces of ice and disappeared with the wind. His heart was pulled out and crushed. The elder's expression changed, but he quickly recovered and became even more arrogant. Do you think you can kill me by pulling out my heart and crushing it? My immortal body doesn't need a heart to support my body. Moreover, it's not difficult to regenerate a new heart. Unless it's a divine weapon, it's impossible to hurt me. The elder laughed and pointed at Xue Wuxia and the storm goddess who was guarding behind her. He said ferociously, on the contrary, you, who injured me, will suffer the backlash from my talent of co-creation. Now is the beginning of your tragedy. He didn't believe that Xue Wuxia could still fight after losing her sight and hearing like Princess Sisai. That was just an exception. It was impossible for everyone to be like this. Xue Wuxia didn't answer, nor did she step back. She just looked at the elder coldly, like a wise man looking down at a barking mad dog. The divine hall elder was extremely unhappy with Xue Wuxia's gaze. A cruel and perverted smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He reached out, took out the strange magic mirror, and narcissistically looked at himself. Then, he used his sharp claws to dig out 2 of his 6 eyes. He even stuffed the dug-out eyeballs into his mouth and chewed them. He used his other 2 arms to pierce his ears at the same time. Finally, he used his remaining 4 eyes to look at Xue Wuxia proudly, looking forward to seeing her suffer from the talent of co-creation. However, there was nothing. Xue Wuxia stood there quietly. Her eyes were as cold as ever. There was no pain on her face, as if nothing had happened. Or perhaps, the talent of co-creation had no effect on her. Impossible, why aren't you in pain? Why aren't you blind? Why are you fine? The temple elder looked at his own face with the magic mirror in disbelief. Then, he dug out 2 of his 4 eyeballs and crushed them. Xue Wuxia looked at him coldly as if she was watching a mad dog biting its tail. The temple elder was going crazy. How could this woman not be hurt by the mutual damage talent? At first, he thought that her pain tolerance was extremely high, so he cut off her arms with the dagger. Finally, he cut open her lower abdomen and pulled out her colorful intestines to wrap around her neck. Boring. Xue Wuxia gently flipped through a page of the Book of Truth with her jade-like fingers, while her other jade-like hand covered her mouth as if she wanted to yawn due to extreme boredom. You have immunity. The temple elder finally understood. These 2 women, one was more perverted than the other. Just now, that woman didn't need to use her eyes or ears, and even had her arms severely injured. She was still able to continue fighting, which was already very abnormal. However, compared to that woman, this one was even more exaggerated. Even the temple elder was not immune to the mutual damage talent, but it was completely ineffective against her. How old was this woman? Was she still a human? Xue Wuxia didn't explain. Ever since she comprehended the divine sense field, she was the god of this field. Although she still couldn't affect experts with the sovereign's consciousness and the power of the law, to the temple elder who didn't comprehend the sovereign's consciousness and the power of the law, Xue Wuxia could at least be considered as a demigod in the divine sense field. Not to mention, using divine sense to resist the enemy's innate damage was child's play. Not to mention, Xue Wuxia had the protection of the storm goddess messenger. Although the storm goddess messenger wasn't a god yet, she still had the god's messenger's spiritual power. As long as she was protecting Xue Wuxia, it was impossible for the enemy to harm Xue Wuxia with spiritual power. It's child's play. Once I see the weakness, it's as laughable as a clown's tricks. Xue Wuxia had the Book of Truth, a semi-god rank weapon. Although it wasn't as good as Yu Yang's Heaven Eyes divine vision, it was a piece of cake for her to see through the temple elder's dirty tricks. Every time the temple elder was about to use the mutual damage talent, he had to use the beast that had fused with his body and the magic mirror in his hand as a spiritual guide. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch the target. This seemed to be a very accurate method, but in the domain of Shui Wuxia's divine sense, it was simply a trash existence. Everything had its nemesis. Some people were born to be the nemesis of others. The temple elder had the mutual damage talent, a beast that could heal his wounds extremely quickly, and a magic mirror that could guide him accurately. On the surface, he looked very powerful. However, in front of Shui Wuxia, whose spiritual power was only below the Night Empress and Jizun, according to Yu Yang, he was just a trash with a combat power of 5, I'll kill you. The temple elder was enraged. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Mutual damage talent, and the magic mirror didn't work. He immediately used his most trusted brute force and raised his strength to heaven-ranked level 5. He immediately swung his fist and attacked Shui Wuxia. The power of heaven ranked level 5. His roar was like thunder, engulfing the earth. He attacked Shui Wuxia in an incomparably powerful manner. The Book of Truth flipped another page in Shui Wuxia's hands. Shui Wuxia's fingers drew countless beautiful heaven rune patterns. A rune crystal wall appeared in front of Shui Wuxia. It mysteriously reflected the power of the Temple Elder's heaven-ranked level 5. This was originally the rune crystal wall that Sickly Beauty used to defend against the enemy's attacks. After Shui Wuxia's research and improvement, combined with the divine sense field, it finally formed the most resilient rune crystal wall. The Temple Elder's ferocious attack only caused his arms to go numb. He was secretly shocked. However, just as he was about to retreat, he suddenly noticed that the opponent's rune crystal wall had an almost undetectable crack under his heaven-ranked level 5 power. He, who originally had the intention to retreat, immediately regained his confidence. Ecstatic, he increased his strength and attacked again. Break! No matter what, he was still a peak heaven-ranked level 5 Temple Elder, to a quasi-heaven ranked. Want to fight against me? Dream on. The Temple Elder didn't know that he was already trapped in Shui Wuxia's divine sense field. He also didn't know that the crack on the rune crystal wall was actually an illusion created by the divine sense field in front of him. He also didn't know that from the moment the rune crystal wall rebounded his attack, everything he saw was an illusion. The Temple Elder, who felt that he could break the rune crystal wall, madly attacked with all his might. In his illusion, the cracks on the rune crystal wall grew larger and larger. Finally, under the bombardment of his heavy fists, a hole was pierced through it. The Temple Elder waved his fist proudly and increased his attack. He enlarged the hole in the rune crystal wall. He even used his sharp claws to shatter it the moment it was completely broken. Then he proudly walked over and looked down at the enemy from above. After hiding in the illusion, he thought that he had successfully shattered the opponent's rune crystal wall and could severely injure the enemy at any time. He didn't see that Shui Wuxia's real body closed the Book of Truth and was deep in thought. A type of power of the ancient code was born between her brows. The current Shui Wuxia was still unable to use her mind to completely control the small power of the ancient code that she had comprehended. Being able to create a trace of the power of the ancient code was already her limit. She had to concentrate and use all her spiritual power to condense this small trace of power of the ancient code. But, don't forget, she still had a guardian war beast with her mind and soul, the Storm Goddess Messenger. The Storm Goddess Messenger clenched the incomparably small trace of power of the ancient code in her fist and quickly attacked the Temple Elder. With one punch, the Temple Elder's left shoulder was pierced. That was where the true fatal weakness of the Divine Hall Elders lay. The deity's Hall Elder was immediately heavily injured. He immediately woke up from the illusion. The attack of the power of the laws and the fatal star where his soul was stored was struck. He was immediately scared out of his wits. His two arms waved wildly in an attempt to block the attack. The power of the precept quickly disappeared after shattering the fatal star point that housed the soul. With Shui Wuxia's current strength, she could not maintain it for a long time. Otherwise, the Temple Elder would definitely die. The Divine Hall Elder's soul was injured, but he wasn't dead yet. He retreated in fear. Regardless of whether it was a quasi-heaven-ranked powerhouse, the power of Allah wasn't something he could provoke. However, the fleeing Shrine Elder slammed into the crystal rune wall. Just now, he had not shattered the crystal rune wall at all, and had not even struck it. Everything that had happened was just an illusion. The rune crystal wall allowed Xue Wuxia to line up behind the temple elder. She was smart and knew that the battle would end like this. The only thing she regretted was that her power of the precept was too short. It was not even a second. If it had been more than 2 seconds, the temple elder would probably have fallen to the ground. The storm goddess messenger used her extreme cold power to easily freeze the arms of the temple elder. Xue Wuxia flicked her fingers, and the 2 arms turned into nothingness. The temple elder howled miserably. He had tried killing his enemies countless times in his life, but he had never tried killing his enemies on the spot. This kind of cold power was not something that his immortal body could resist. After being frozen, his immortal body would not be able to recover. "I'm a little tired now, I'll leave it to you." Xue Wuxia floated to Yu Yang's side. In order to try the power of the precept, she had exhausted a lot of her mental power. Although she succeeded, she was not able to kill the temple elder, which made her feel a little regretful. "You've already done very well, don't worry." Yu Yang patted Xue Wuxia's small hand lightly. Was the power of the precept something that anyone could use? Furthermore, it was completely comprehended by herself, and not obtained through treasures or other means. Just this point alone was enough for Xue Wuxia to be proud. The rarest thing was that Xue Wuxia was able to calmly condense the power of the small precept when fighting against an expert. If not for the fact that the opponent was a demon that was not easy to kill, she would have won long ago. "Next, it's up to you." If Xue Wuxia wanted to fight against the temple elder, it was not impossible for her to win. After all, the temple elder was restrained by her and the storm goddess messenger in every aspect. Even her creation skill and immortal body were ineffective. The only advantage was the heaven-ranked level 5 strength, which was also offset by the rune crystal wall. But she still handed the final decisive battle to Yu Yang. He was the most important person in her heart. No matter when, she hoped that he would gain the most benefits, no matter if it was battle experience or opportunities to level up. Yu Yang did not use any treasures, nor did he use the world exterminating wheel or the eternal wheel. He only rushed to the front of the temple elder and punched him in the face. At the same time, he reached out his hand and snatched the magic mirror that used mental energy to guide the creation skill. "Who asked you to show off in front of me? Who asked you to use your disgusting inherent skill to plot against me? Go and die." Yu Yang, who had gone berserk, beat up his opponent while unleashing his creation domain. Death Gate, the temple elder was about to counterattack when he realized that there was another version of himself holding a magic mirror. After looking at himself, he smiled ferociously and dug out his eyes like he usually did. Then, he felt a burst of pain in his eyes. The temple elder roared crazily, "Impossible, how can you have the talent of parallel creation? Why did I suffer such mental damage? My eyes, my ears, my arms. No. Rain Valley." Fatty Hai roared crazily at the Heaven Realm warriors of Shui Yuan and Zhang Ge. "You're all crazy. I told you not to summon your war beasts. How long are you going to be so stupid?" After entering the Rain Valley, they were in a strange place and were afraid of ambushes. Therefore, the warriors of Shui Yuan and Zhang Ge summoned their war beasts one after another. As a result, the sky was filled with shadow war beasts that looked like their own war beasts. This kind of shadow war beasts could not be killed. Every time a group was killed, another group would come from the labyrinth of the Rain Valley. The warriors of Ba Huang retracted their guardian beasts due to Tu Hai and King Ling Yan's dissuasion. However, the warriors of Shui Yuan and Zhang Ge were almost drowned by the shadow beasts because Fatty Hai, who came to warn them, was too weak to be taken seriously. Seeing this, the people of Ba Huang rushed over to dissuade them. King Ling Yan personally vouched for Fatty Hai. "Everyone, what young Master Hai said is absolutely true. He has the most confidential information, including the news of the Dark World's attack. He got it from his team leader." When the warriors of the 3 big teams heard King Ling Yan's words, they realized that the one who was really well informed was not King Ling Yan, but someone else. At the entrance of the Rain Valley, the Dark World's fallen warriors seemed to be smarter. They had already retracted all their war beasts. There were no more shadow war beasts rushing towards them. The powerful leaders had already sensed it. Moreover, King Ling Yan had vouched for Fatty Hai, so they chose to believe Fatty Hai's words. With their status as heaven rankers and even the rulers of a country, they would not apologize to an earth ranker like Fatty Hai. However, they were not very rude. Perhaps it was because Fatty Hai had information about the Rain Valley, they nodded to show their goodwill. The Dark World's fallen warriors are following us. Everyone, what should we do? Seeing this, the leaders of Ba Huang took the initiative to protect Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others. First, they wanted to prevent any accidents from happening. Second, they were worried that Shui Yuan and Zhang Ge would be roped in. If we fight to the end without any harvest, we won't be satisfied. The leaders of the two big teams expressed that they did not want to fight with the Dark World's fallen warriors for the time being. Why don't we listen to young Master Hai's suggestion? King Lingyan encouraged Fatty Hai and the others. Tell me about it. The leaders of the three great teams all held on to some hope. Could it be that this little fatty really had the best way to clear the stage? Our captain once said that this place is called the Rain Gorge, and there are restrictions everywhere. Flying is forbidden, summoning is forbidden, and anyone who violates these rules will be heavily injured. The entire Rain Gorge is like a maze, and once you get lost, it will be extremely difficult to get out. Even if you walk out of the Rain Valley labyrinth, there is still the final test. The Rain Valley is only the easiest and the simplest of the 10 tests. Yi Kong stood up. His calm and unruffled words revealed a secret that secretly shocked the three big teams. In this Earth-ranked team, there was actually an extremely mysterious team leader who was in control of everything. On the surface, this small team seemed to be made up of weaklings of Earth-rank strength. However, they were all young people with great potential. In time, they might even become the overlords of the Heaven Realm. That mysterious captain, judging from Lord Lingyan's respectful attitude towards these young people, should be an extremely honorable person. How could such an honorable person doubt the information he had? If what this young man said was true, then did they all have the guidance of their captain, and had some kind of secret in their hands? Shui Yuan and Zhang Ge, the two big teams, saw that the leaders of Ba Huang were all standing next to the Earth-ranked team. On the surface, it looked like they were protecting them, but it was more to prevent outsiders from approaching. Immediately, the two big team leaders changed their attitude and slightly bowed to Yi Kong, who was an Earth-ranked, as a show of respect and goodwill to the captain he represented. Very good, since this little brother and his teammates know the secret of the Rain Gorge, why don't you join our vanguard team? If it goes well, we will definitely reward you generously. If it wasn't for the vigilance of the leaders of Ba Huang, the two big team leaders would have come over to chat. Let's go. Shui Tanlang saw the Dark World corrupted warriors approaching from afar. He took the lead and quickly advanced into the depths of the Rain Gorge. If it was under normal circumstances, he would definitely be shot in the back if he dared to open a path in front of so many big boss-level kings. But now, everyone was willing to let him lead the way. Along with Shui Tanlang, Prince of Tian Luo, Li brothers, Fatty Hai and Yi Kong followed closely behind. At almost every intersection, the 6 of them would make eye contact. They communicated tacitly. Although it was their first time here, under Yu Yang's guidance, they were like old horses that knew the way. The 3 big team leaders who were secretly guarding against each other were all amazed. Of course, the object of their amazement was not Shui Tanlang, Prince of Tian Luo and the other weak Earth-ranked warriors, but the super mysterious captain who provided them with information. Who exactly was it that knew the secret of this ancient ruin that no one knew about before? King Lingyun and City Master Tu Hai were now secretly happy. It seemed that following third young Master Ding Yu was really promising. Tong Tian Tower. 10th floor. Boundless Ocean, Meteor Fall Islands. When Yu Yang returned here, other than to pick up the Ocean Empress Haiying Wu to the Heaven Stairway, he also invited Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor, Emperor of the Underworld and Elder Nangong who were training hard in the Heaven Realm Gate. Did something happen in heaven again? God's retribution was a typical warmonger. Fighting and killing was something he enjoyed. Is there something good? Dragon Emperor thought that Yu Yang had developed some new medicine and wanted everyone to try it. We're late. Great Demon King Baruth, Ha Xian and others did not receive Yu Yang's notice, but they knew that it was better to be thick-skinned, so they did not need Yu Yang to say anything and directly came uninvited. Anyway, as long as they really put in effort, Yu Yang did not like to owe people, and would not treat everyone unfairly, more or less there would be some return. Good, you guys came at the right time. Yu Yang did not want to call them, but the next thing needed a lot of people, and more people made things easier. Yu Yang did not say anything, but only opened the portal to the first floor of the heaven stairway. Sky Execution and the others were puzzled. Why go to the heaven stairway? In the water world of the first floor of the heaven stairway, there was a Captain Yonghui sealed. Some time ago, everyone had a good time. However, it was not a good training method to always abuse Yonghui. Besides, that guy also chose to surrender, but without Yu Yang's final nod, he would still have to continue sitting in the water prison. As for Yu Su, who hid in the grimoire after being seriously injured, and let Sky Execution and the others take turns to guard the corpse, she was also beaten up by everyone recently. It was just that this guy was not as tough as Yonghui. After guarding the corpse for a few days, he gave up resisting. He announced his surrender. He was now recuperating. Could it be that there was a new ancient ranker who broke the seal on the heaven stairway? When everyone thought about it, they were a little surprised. Who was the senior ranker that Yu Clan's third young master needed to call all the rankers to fight together? Don't think too much, no one has broken the seal for the time being. Yu Yang saw everyone's thoughts, waved his hand, and did not mention the real heaven stairway. Instead, he talked about the trial grounds of the heaven realm. In the heaven realm, there is a place where Queen Vivian Li and the prison emperor have gone to for trial. There are a total of 10 stages, and in history, no one has ever been able to break through all 10 stages. Even the most talented Queen Vivian Li only reached the 9th stage. You guys hurry up and train, I will try to break through with you later. Trial grounds? Good. Sky Execution was afraid that he would not have the chance to challenge, and was most interested in this kind of trial ground that no one could pass through. Inside, there are many heaven realm rankers. To be honest, with the strength of our Tong Tian Tower, we really can't take it out. When Yu Yang said this, everyone couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. If it wasn't for the two women, Ji Zun and Night Empress, holding up the sky, Tong Tian Tower would really have fallen. Ever since the prison emperor died in battle, there was no particularly powerful ranker to lead everyone to break through the seal and return to Heaven Realm, until Yu Clan's third young master appeared. Of course, it was also because of his appearance that Tong Tian Tower ushered in a surge of rise. Not to mention innates, even innates and Ji Zun broke through one after another. If everyone could advance a step further, it would not be long before Tong Tian Tower returned to Heaven Realm. Yu Yang did not say much, and threw out a black shadow. When everyone saw it, they realized that it was a crazy demon. His spirit had already collapsed, but his strength surprised everyone. This demon that made Yu Clan's third young master become crazy actually had the strength of a peak heaven ranked level 5. He is an elder of the central shrine. There are countless elders like him in the central shrine. Above them are the vice hall masters and hall masters, and above them are the great hall masters and hall masters. I even suspect that there are gods-level existences even higher. Of course, that kind of existence is not something we can deal with right now, so don't think too much about it. Just think about it, what if we meet a temple lord that's 100 times stronger than this temple elder in the trial grounds? What should we do then? I don't doubt that one day you will be able to challenge the hall master, but before that, you must beat this shrine elder who has an immortal body, to the ground. Yu Yang dispelled the creation domain. The divine palace elder, who had already gone completely crazy, sensed that there were many hostile rankers surrounding them and immediately shouted angrily, exploding with energy. Once the power of a peak heaven-ranked level 5 exploded, even someone as strong as Sky Execution was immediately pushed back 100 meters. Everyone's faces changed. A shrine elder was already this powerful, not to mention the hall master who was 100 times stronger than this madman. Most importantly, other than the war beast that Yu Yang did not remove, this shrine elder did not have any other war beasts. If the hall master who was 100 times stronger than him had the grimoire, Ji Zun's consciousness and guardian war beast, how strong would he be? That was simply unimaginable. Alright, the challenge, the trial, will begin with you, madman. Sky Execution understood Yu Yang the best. Yu Yang had put in a lot of effort to bring back the crazy shrine elder from the heaven realm instead of killing this madman. This was to create an opportunity for everyone to cultivate and improve. If there was such a strong pressure from the outside world, everyone's cultivation would definitely be slow. Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor, Emperor of the Underworld and the others all raised their strength and used their greatest strength to besiege the Shrine Elder who had been tortured to madness by the creation domain. As for Yu Yang, he floated away and brought Aquamarine, Xiaoyi and the Southern Demon King, as well as Lu Yi and Bao Er, who had voluntarily returned from the Heaven Realm, to the real door of the Heaven Stairway. There, they had a different kind of cultivation. This is the Heaven Stairway, the real Heaven Stairway? Southern Demon King was dumbfounded. However, what shocked her the most was not the 100 million steps of the Heaven Stairway, but the fact that the whole world was a tree. Is there a reward on every 100 steps? Bao Er was interested in the reward. Even though she could not climb very high with her current strength, she still hoped that she could get a reward. Lu Yi was completely different from Bao Er. She felt that the reward was not the most important thing. It was just a reward from a senior to a junior. The most important thing was how to challenge herself in this Heaven Stairway and improve faster. She remained silent and clenched her fists tightly. She secretly made up her mind that she would break through her limits in this stairway to heaven. She knew that Yu Yang had high expectations of her. The exploration of the divine grimoire world and the gods' ruins depended on the perforate deer. If she could not improve herself, then the exploration of these two places would have to be postponed. Xiaoyi looked at Hai Yingguo and then at Lu Yi. She said to Southern Demon King, "The four of us are not strong enough. You two go up first." Hai Yingguo nodded in agreement. Indeed, Southern Demon King's strength far surpassed theirs. If they stayed, it would only affect her training speed. It would be better to let her go up first and train on a higher heaven stairway. This. Southern Demon King looked at Yu Yang and felt a little embarrassed. She was not shy to be with Yu Yang. On the contrary, she was happy to be alone with him. She longed to be alone with him. However, Xiaoyi's understanding made her feel a little guilty. After all, they were sisters who had fought together in a battle. They had worked together in a crisis and now they had to leave them behind. It's okay. We will catch up to Sister Yu first and then catch up to you. Hai Yingguo smiled and comforted them. Actually, with their strength, if Yu Yu and Sickly Beauty did not return to train again, they would not be able to catch up to Yu Yu and Sickly Beauty, not to mention Yu Bing and Anan. Southern Demon King could tell that Xiaoyi was comforting her. While feeling apologetic, he was also a little touched. Sister, such a cute girl was his sister, although they hadn't confirmed their status yet. One day in the future, when they were all pushed down by Yu Yang, they would definitely live more intimately with each other and confirm their status. Even if she didn't, she believed that she would be like Yinan, Luo Hua and Tian Fa in the future, teaming up to fight against a certain someone. When the Southern Goblin King thought of this, she couldn't help but stretch out her hands and hug them. Wait for me, when I reach my limit, I will return and walk upwards with you. No matter if it's now or in the future, I will fight alongside you. What she meant by fight alongside included a certain third young master on the bed. Of course, Xiaoyi and Lu Yi did not understand at all. But Hai Yingguo, the intelligent ocean empress who already knew about love, seemed to be able to understand a little different meaning. Her face blushed. When Southern Demon King hugged her, she nodded. All right, as long as you don't admit defeat, I will definitely fight to the end. Hai Yingguo said this with confidence. She had slept with Yu Yang many times. Although she was not his match, she would have the courage to challenge him if there was someone to back her up. Moreover, it was not a big deal even if she lost. She would just lose all her strength to her beloved bad guy. How could the innocent Lu Yi, Xiaoyi and Bao Er understand that they had already agreed on a battle? They thought that they had a good relationship and were reluctant to part. Yu Yang smiled. He pretended not to understand. Let the sexual life come more fiercely. This was the cry of a certain Yu Yang. When Southern Demon King stood beside him, he told Lu Yi, Xiaoyi, Bao Er and Aquamarine about the information from the 100th step to the 1000th step in detail. He also gave Aquamarine Hai Yingguo the position of team leader. She would bring the other three girls and insist on advancing and retreating together. When they reached a place that Bao Er could not go, they would use their grimoire to bring her along. If they were on the heaven stairway, they would definitely not be able to go up without strength. But when they reached the resting platform, it was still possible to let Bao Er out and gather together. They just had to be careful not to let Bao Er provoke the divine sense shadow left behind by the senior rankers. With her strength, she would definitely not be able to win if she exceeded the 300th step. Understood, we will be careful. You have to be careful too. Hai Yingguo and Yu Yang's relationship was already public. Coupled with her bold personality, she hugged her sweetheart and gave him a hot kiss. Southern Demon King giggled as she watched. Bao Er was not afraid and looked at the two kissing with interest. Xia Yi and Lu Yi, on the other hand, turned around and left. Xia Yi pretended to observe the heaven stairway. She was secretly annoyed that this fellow was being intimate with another girl in front of her. If he kissed Bao Er, she would definitely not be so angry. But the one being intimate with him was the Ocean Empress, who had huge breasts that made her feel inferior. She could not help but feel a little jealous. Lu Yi lowered her head, her heart was beating very fast. She wished that Yu Yang would come up and kiss her, even if it was her forehead. But at the same time, she was afraid that he would do so. All of you have to work hard. Of course, Yu Yang could not hug and kiss all of them. He reached out and caressed Xia Yi, Lu Yi, and Bao Er's heads as encouragement. Xia Yi felt that this was more like it. She felt that she should just forgive him. Lu Yi heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, her master did not kiss her. But in her heart, there was an inexplicable sense of disappointment. She couldn't tell why. It was still Bao Er who was the bravest. When Yu Yang did not kiss her, she threw herself into his arms and hugged Yu Yang. She rewarded him with 3 loud kisses. She even called it a lucky kiss. Xia Yi coughed when she saw this. She felt that this little fool had let this fellow from the Yu clan off too easily. Bao Er was too young. Her body was not fully developed yet. Her chest was still a cute little apple. Xia Yi still had a psychological advantage over her. Towards this golden elf girl, she could not be jealous at all. After waving goodbye to Yu Yang and the Southern Demon King, Xia Yi's heart felt a little empty. It was as if that fellow had taken away all the vitality in her life. She, who was strong, even had a sour feeling of wanting to find a place to secretly cry. What is love? Is this love? Xia Yi was not willing to admit it on the surface, but she knew how much she liked this bad guy that she loved and hated at the same time. His appearance had completely changed her life. He had given her many, many things, freedom, hope, and happiness. However, he had also unreasonably stolen her heart. There was a period of time when I was the same as you. Hai Yingguo was an experienced person. She naturally understood Xia Yi's feelings. I'm fine. Xia Yi quickly wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, afraid that others would see it. He will come back. Even if we cannot accompany him and walk the entire heaven stairway together, he will still come back from a higher place. Hai Yingguo gently stroked Bao Er's soft hair. She nodded towards Lu Yi, who was silent, and smiled. Let's go. Actually, what we need to do is very simple. We need to break through ourselves and see us at a height that he would never expect. That way, it will definitely be a big surprise for him in his life. Yes. Lu Ye's beautiful eyes immediately lit up when she heard this. Her morale increased by 100 times. While accompanying Yu Yang, they were climbing upwards. The Southern Demon King played a tune softly. She did not make a sound. In the end, Yu Yang felt a little strange. He thought that the Eastern Goblin tribe's princess had a lot to say to him. When the Southern Demon King saw Yu Yang turning his head to look at her, she suddenly smiled. Since you have agreed, I am relieved. Yu Yang felt strange. What did I agree to? The Southern Demon King covered her face with her sleeves, as if she was extremely shy. Didn't you agree when I asked you just now? Sweat. Yu Yang did not hear what the Southern Demon King asked. He was even more confused. What did you ask me just now? I did not agree, I just did not hear it. When he said this, the Southern Demon King was immediately like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She completely exploded and grabbed Yu Yang's collar. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear the tune I played? Yu Yang was shocked and hurriedly nodded, indicating that he did hear the tune. The Southern Demon King became even angrier. You heard the tune and did not say anything. isn't that a silent agreement? Fine, since you want to deny it, then I shall commit suicide. Committing suicide for no reason, this is too much to make people dizzy. Yu Yang guessed that the Southern Demon King was probably playing the song A Phoenix Seeking for a Phoenix. No, a phoenix seeking for a phoenix, meaning that she wanted to marry him and was asking for his opinion. As a woman, it was good enough that she had the courage to express her opinion. It was normal for her to be more reserved. It was impossible for her to shout I love you to the heavens. Seeing that the Southern Demon King was about to cry, Yu Yang felt sorry for her and felt sorry for her. He did not say anything unnecessary. He directly gave the princess who expressed her feelings to him a suffocating kiss so that she would understand that all brave women would be happy. After being kissed by Yu Yang, the Southern Demon King's body instantly turned soft. After a long while, she finally recovered. Her face was as delicate as a peach blossom. She was shy and wanted to say something. Her eyes seemed to be blaming him for being too rough. Yu Yang hurriedly gave her a gentle kiss to make up for it. In the end, the overbearing Southern Demon King almost turned soft. Yu Yang was secretly happy. This royal sister looked hard to deal with, but in reality, she was a gentle girl. Actually, what I asked you with the tune just now was not what you did. The Southern Demon King finally had the chance to speak. She lowered her head shyly with her slightly swollen red lips, although it was a misunderstanding, but since it's like this, then it's not your fault. Actually, I'm quite grateful for this misunderstanding. If not for this, I don't know when I would have known your true feelings. Hee, I'm relieved now. Didn't you use a tune to ask me about my marriage just now? Yu Yang asked carefully. No. The Southern Demon King covered her face in embarrassment. I'm going to faint. Yu Yang's head buzzed for a moment. Guy from another world, who asked you to think that you were infallible? You want to go back on your words? The Southern Demon King was furious. She grabbed Yu Yang's collar and frowned. If you dare to go back on your words, I'll kill myself immediately and die in front of you. Who wants to go back on their words? Why are you in such a hurry? Furthermore, a married woman has to obey her husband. You have to listen to me after marrying me. If I don't say anything, even if you lose a strand of hair, you would be letting me down. Do you understand? Yu Yang's big hand slapped the Southern Goblin King's but heavily. He was very good at raising his husband's authority. When he bent down and hugged the Goblin Princess' slender waist, he gave the Goblin Princess an oppressive kiss. The Goblin Princess, who was originally a lioness, had already become a little sheep. Her beautiful eyes looked as if she had drunk 300 cups of wine. Her entire body was as soft as water. Heaven Stairway, 1,000 steps. When Yu Yang and Southern Demon King reached 1,000 steps, they found a man fighting. Her opponent was a 10-meter-tall Golden Earth Bear King. What made Yu Yang surprised was that this Golden Earth Bear King's strength had far surpassed the realm of 1,000 steps divine sense shadow. With Yu Yang's Heaven Eyes divine vision, this Golden Earth Bear King's strength was at least heaven-ranked level 5. If it was compared to the Temple Elder, Yu Yang even had the illusion that this Golden Earth Bear King was stronger. Although it was not intelligent enough, it would never die. It did not have the weaknesses of a heaven-ranked beast, it would not feel pain or fear. If it went all out and fought to the death, even the Temple Elder that Yu Yang was training with might not be its match. If it was the divine sense shadow of the test above 10,000 steps, it would be more reasonable. But why would such a powerful divine sense shadow appear at the 1,000 steps? If the guardian of the 1,000 steps was the Golden Earth Bear King, how did Yu Bing, Yu, Inan, and Wu Hen pass through? Yu Yang was puzzled. He and Southern Demon King landed on the battlefield. Before they could ask Yu Bing and the rest about the situation, they realized that an innate level aborigine had drilled out from the ground and attacked them. Yu Yang and Southern Demon King could kill an aborigine that had not reached innate level 3. So the aborigine is the divine sense shadow of the 1,000 steps. Where did this Earth Bear King come from? Yu Yang was enlightened. After destroying the aborigine and gaining its recognition, he landed beside Yu Bing and the rest. He hugged Yu Bing and Anan, who were rushing over happily, giving them a reassuring hug. You're back. Good, it's good that you're back. Seeing Yu Yang's return, Yu heaved a sigh of relief. It's like this, Sickly Beauty told Yu Yang everything that had happened after his departure. After Yu Yang left, Yu Bing, Inan, and the others discussed for a long time and decided not to rush to improve. It was better to build a solid foundation and focus on cultivation. Therefore, the four girls brought a man back to the starting point of the stairway to heaven 3 times in a row. Every time they climbed to the 1000th step, they would go down and climb again. In the end, he discovered that every time everyone returned to the starting point to recultivate, the time would be shortened by a lot. In the process of constantly recultivating and climbing, everyone's comprehension of cultivation grew more and more, and their gains grew greater and greater. Their realms and strength rose rapidly. Just as the 4 women and a man stepped onto the 1000th step for the 4th time, a consciousness inexplicably appeared in their minds. Guided by this consciousness, they found a place they had not noticed before. Perhaps, this place simply needed to be triggered continuously. It was a golden platform. On it, there were 5 giant golden pillars. When the 4 women and a man followed the guidance of the consciousness and touched the 5 golden pillars according to the order of the 5 elements gold, wood, water, fire, earth, a ball of light appeared in the middle of the runic circle, and the golden earth bear king was born inside. That consciousness's guidance said that if we can pass this test, then we will obtain the divine power of the 5 elemental pillars. Sickly Beauty saw Yu Yang's pleasantly surprised expression and couldn't help but be happy. She used her small hand and shook it lightly, signaling him to come back to his senses. We feel that although this test is not easy, we shouldn't miss it. We just want to try. Moreover, with our man here, the battle will definitely last until you come back. That's right, our man has already fought for a day and a night. Luckily she doesn't get tired, otherwise she really wouldn't be able to last until you come back. Yu Yu's meaning was that she hoped Yu Yang would take over and replace a man to defeat the golden earth bear king and obtain the divine power of the 5 elemental pillars. Let her continue to fight. Yu Yang felt that it would be better if a man could obtain the divine power of the 5 elemental pillars. A man was a guardian beast. The stronger she was, the stronger her master, Yu Yang, would be. If a man obtained the divine power of the 5 elemental pillars, she might be able to level up to become a divine beast. If that was the case, it would be more useful than Yu Yang obtaining the divine power of the 5 elemental pillars. The Southern Demon King suddenly made a speculation that made Yu Yang's heart palpitate. If there is a hidden test on the 1000th step, then what about the 2000th step? If not on the 2000th step, then what about the 5000th step? What about the 10,000th step? I feel that, other than the 1000th step, there must be more and stronger hidden tests left by the Heaven Stairway's senior warriors in a certain range. When we climb the Heaven Stairway, we can't rush up in one go. We should try our best to find the hidden tests. I believe that is the best way to obtain the senior's reward. Her words not only made Yu Yang's heart palpitate, but also made the 4 girls cheer. If that was really the case, Yu Yang would have more chances to obtain rewards. Not only the divine power of the 5 elemental pillars this time, there would also be other rewards. It was different from the platform test of every 100th step. That one might not be able to obtain the highest recognition. Even if one obtained the highest recognition, the reward might not be suitable and might not appear. This kind of hidden super difficult test would definitely have a reward. Moreover, the reward should be the highest quality divine power type of reward. If that's the case, then we have to climb the entire Heaven Stairway and train repeatedly to obtain all the rewards. What kind of person was Yu Yang? He was an unprecedented miser among the guys from another world. Once he heard that there were so many high-quality rewards waiting for him, he was simply overjoyed. Let the divine power, God's blood, divine equipment, divine beasts, and other rewards come even more fiercely. For the sake of the high-quality rewards, Yu Yang didn't mind becoming a leveling maniac. Moreover, he had done this kind of thing countless times in online games before he was transported to another world. For the sake of a hidden treasure chest, there were people who asked all the NPCs, walked through all the mazes, flipped through all the bushes and rocks. For the sake of a hidden quest, there were people who talked to a mangy dog at a beggar's feet for 2 consecutive weeks, making all the players think that he was an idiot. Even when he wasn't sure if there would be a reward, Yu Yang could still be so persevering, and my heart will be eternal. Now that there was a high-quality reward in front of him, how could he miss it? Yu already knew what kind of person this little brother of hers was. After meeting Sickly Beauty's gaze, she covered her mouth and secretly laughed. However, Yu Bing didn't think that her brother's actions were wrong. She even felt that this was the performance of her brother's hard work. Her mother had once said that only the most hard-working people would be rewarded. Hence, her brother's achievements weren't obtained by slacking off, but by diligent training and wisdom. As for her brother, Yu Bing admired him for being able to change the external environment into what he needed to train at any time and any place. No matter if it was a tough battle or a normal life, he would never forget to train. Rumble. Seeing that Yu Yang had returned, a man's morale was greatly boosted. She, who had already gradually gained the upper hand, brought out her strongest strength and fought the Gold Earth Bear King to the end. Possessing the heart of Earth and Titan's power, she was a war goddess who would never tire. Even though that Gold Earth Bear King was only a divine sense shadow and would never tire, its energy consumption would continue to decrease as time passed and as the battle went on. It was different from Aman, the war goddess who could always absorb energy from the ground. When Yu Yang gave Aman 3 giant shadows in a row, the situation of the battle changed even more decisively. Aman's strength increased by several times, flipping the Gold Earth Bear King onto the ground. Now, even if the Gold Earth Bear King ran back to the Gold 5 elemental pillar formation to recover, it was still no longer Aman's opponent. After fighting for 2 hours, Aman, who had displayed her invincible might, finally defeated the Gold Earth Bear King. When she majestically stepped on the Gold Earth Bear King's body to announce her victory, that Gold Earth Bear King didn't disappear like the divine sense shadow of the Waterman, Windman, and Earthman, but turned into an extremely bright and dazzling golden light, entering Aman's feet. At the same time, the 5 giant gold pillars also connected with a ray of light, forming a marvelous rune circle, enveloping Aman within it. The 5 giant gold pillars erupted with majestic 5 elemental energy. Gold, green, blue, red, orange, 5 rays of light representing the 5 elemental energy soared into the sky, and at the extreme point, they reversed and shot into Aman's head. In that instant, Aman was bathed in the 5 elemental light and 5 elemental energy. She couldn't help but roar towards the sky, her voice shaking the heavens and the earth. A special and marvelous divine power fused with her, helping her rapidly climb to the level of a divine beast. If she didn't obtain this divine power, it would probably take a long time for Aman to become a divine beast. After all, she didn't have an innate advantage like the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo, who could continuously devour the corpses of super experts to evolve. She also wasn't as lucky as the hornless dragon Xianxia, who obtained the inheritance of the supreme dragon god's divine power after Yu Yang unsealed one of her seals. She didn't even have a mature mind like Red, who understood human nature and used divine blood and dual cultivation to become a divine beast. She was Aman, who evolved step by step from the barbarian cowgirl. To be able to reach this step, she didn't rely on intelligence and strength, but serious learning and absolute obedience. No matter what Yu Yang taught her, she would study meticulously. No matter what mission Yu Yang asked her to carry out, she would carry it out without any objection. Even though Duo, Xianxia, and Red all had proper training attitudes, it could be said that Aman was definitely the most down-to-earth learner among all of Yu Yang's guardian beasts. Aho! The divine power of the 5 elemental pillars was not easy to fuse. If it was any other beast, they would probably explode and die from the powerful divine power if they weren't careful. However, Yu Yang wasn't worried for Aman at all. This was because this barbarian cowgirl, who was almost perfect, had endless earth energy to replenish herself. Her body was also a fusion of the barbarian cow and phantom shadow. She had already been reconstructed many times, and was the most reconstructed among all the beasts. She was the barbarian cow shadow that would never explode. No matter how her body was destroyed by the divine power, Phantom Shadow's special skill of reconstructing would allow her to quickly recover. Furthermore, every time she reconstructed her body, Aman would become closer to a human and more perfect. Reconstructing her body was the most thorough on Aman. Even Red, who was a fusion of Phantom Shadow, couldn't be compared to her. Has Aman become a divine beast? Yu Bing, and Anan were all extremely excited. One by one, they stretched their heads over, wanting to see what was displayed on Yu Yang's summoning grimoire. The divine light in the distance had not dissipated yet, so they couldn't see Man's changes clearly. However, Yu Yang's summoning grimoire had automatically floated out and flashed with a divine light. They reckoned that new information had already been revealed. Let me see. Yu Yang, who was also impatient, flipped open the summoning grimoire with one hand and anxiously looked at Man's changes. Ah? Everyone cried out in surprise at the same time, as if they couldn't believe this fact. End of chapter 793. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.